The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Say, what's going on here?
This is my car here. No, stop it.
Hey, cut it out. What's the idea? Now let that man alone.
Look, you keep out of this, buddy, or I'll... Well, it ain't the Saint.
It's euphonic, but slightly ungrammatical, Mac. Now, what's the disturbance?
They drew up alongside of my car. Him and the other fella. They said, get out. We're taking your car.
Why, Mac wouldn't do a thing like that. Now, would you, Mac?
Nah, of course not. The old man's nuts.
What Mac would do if he coveted his neighbor's jalopy is slug him with a piece of lead pipe and drive off.
Yeah, so good night. I get business.
Now, wait, Mac. You could satisfy my curiosity a little. Why should you want to steal this gentleman's old automobile when you've got nicer, newer ones to choose from?
Yes, ask him, mister. Ask him.
Yeah, ask me, Saint. Go ahead. And I'm going to satisfy a little curiosity of my own.
I didn't think you had any, Mac. What shape does it take?
I always wondered how you'd look dead. Good night, all.
Good night, Mac. Be seeing you?
You let him go.
Yes, he convinced me that I should for now. There's nothing like a 32 in the pocket of a known thug for winning an argument. Did you say there was another fellow with him?
Yes. Run off when he heard you coming. It was the same fella tried to buy my car yesterday.
Someone tried to buy this car?
Oh, sure. This fella tried to buy it. And there was a woman made an offer, too.
Did you mean you actually refused?
I ain't selling until I find out why they want to buy it so bad.
This fellow who tried to buy the car, do you know his name?
No, he looked like a gentleman until...
Until you found him consorting with felonious intent with our just-departed friend, eh? Tell me, was he well-dressed, an annoying little mustache placed just over the sneer he wears for a mouth?
Well, yes. Say, how did you...
That's easy. Our friend Mac does piecework for him. Fancy Dan Turner is his current alias. But I see you don't keep up with such things.
You're going to tell the police?
Later, perhaps, when there's something to tell them. Right now, I've got a great thirst that needs quenching. A thirst for knowledge.
Huh?
Yeah, what's your name and where do you live?
Collins. 302 East 8th Street.
Mm-hmm. Now, put your car in cold storage, old-timer, and take care of yourself. Something tells me this is Rat's night out. Hello, Smitty. Back making book, I see.
You got the wrong joint, Saint. Take a look around. I run a pool room. You interested in a horse?
No, a man.
Well, like I said, Saint, you got the wrong joint.
His name's Mac. He hangs out here. Now, where is he? In the back room?
I'm the three monkeys, Saint. Deaf, dumb, and blind. The only Mac I know is a truck.
Oh, then if you don't mind, I'd like to look in your back room and see if he's parked there.
I mind.
But you won't even know, Smitty. You're deaf, dumb, and blind.
Oh, have a heart, Saint. I ain't got no back room. And besides, last time you dropped in my place, a lot of my customers started patronizing elsewhere.
Including you, Smitty, remember?
I've only been back from the gray place a week, and I ain't forgetting it. Oh, come on, Saint. Be a good guy. Beat it, huh?
No, Smitty. Let him stay a while.
Hello, Mac.
I was hoping you were smart enough to go home and get some sleep.
How could I sleep with you out roaming the streets, Mac? You know how I worry.
Yeah, too much. What does he want, Smitty?
You.
Why, Saint?
I want to talk with Fancy Dan Turner.
What about?
Now, let's not be coy, Mac. It doesn't become you. I want to ask Turner why he's trying to steal a jalopy from an old man.
Well, what do you know? I got a surprise for you, Saint. I'll take it to him.
The boys say you're looking for me, Saint.
The boys are right.
So you found me. So?
I understand you're interested in a certain old car.
So what? Probably the Smiling Irishman is, too.
A broken down 1929 sedan seems a little slow for a fast man like you, Fancy Dan.
Well, maybe I like to go slow enough to read the billboards when I drive. What's it to you, Saint?
It depends on what it is to you, Turner. What's on the fire?
You are. There's a handle with care sign on this deal, and I don't want just anybody cutting in. You're a fowler-upper.
You've been stepping high and fancy-free too long, Turner. You're beginning to irritate me.
The feeling's likewise, Saint. Only I got more than fingers in my fist, and you haven't.
That's a nice gun you're so bravely wearing, Turner. It must be a pretty big pot to change a small-time con artist like you into a fire-breathing gunman. Big potatoes, huh?
Yeah, plenty big, Saint. So big I wouldn't hesitate to shoot at the slightest move. Am I clear?
You couldn't be clearer if you were a day ordered by the Chamber of Commerce.
Good. Now, it ain't a palace, Saint. It's just the back room of a pool parlor, but please stay and be my guest.
Oh, very well, for a little while anyway. Where are the boys?
Out.
They're wasting their time. Collins won't sell his old wreck. Some old men are stubborn. And Collins seems like a hard man to intimidate.
Well, that all depends on who's doing the intimidating, Saint. Now, Mac's a chowderhead, and Smitty's even worse, but put the two boys together, and you'll get a job of work done.
Dan, I've adopted old man Collins as a friend.
Ah, how big are you?
Yes. You know how I feel about people who push other people around, Turner? Especially when the guy getting the shoving is a friend.
You know, if I had a glass of beer, I'd cry into it. Sit back and relax, Saint. The boys will be back with what they want after soon enough, and maybe then I'll let you go home.
You mean they're coming back with a car?
Well, maybe not the whole car. Sit back and relax. Hey, relax. Hey, what are you doing?
Sitting back with my chair to the wall, Turner. You want me to relax, don't you?
Yeah, Hey, let go of that cue stick.
As my old grandmother used to say, Turner, there's nothing as relaxing as a game of pool. Particularly with a hoodlum's head as the cue ball. Collins, open up.
You wouldn't be from the police now, would you?
No, I'm no more a policeman than you are, old man Collins.
Come in and be welcome, then.
Oh. Where's Collins?
The old man, he's here.
Where?
Behind the sofa. But if you're of a mind to look at him, make it a quick look.
Dead?
Very.
How?
Every way. Beaten, stabbed, and tortured. Maybe even shot, for all I know.
Yes, and for all I know, maybe you've got a gun with an empty chamber, for all I know.
Bless me, no. Me business doesn't allow it.
Just what sort of business are you in, Irish?
The name's O'Brien.
Ah.
When a job is pulled and the police go after the boys who pull it, I make an end run and go after the swag. Or at least part of it.
Oh, I see. What's the swag here? Collins' wallet?
Not unless there's 400 grand in it.
400? Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll find the old man a few cents short. Who killed him?
Not I.
How do I know?
You don't.
You're right. What brought you here?
Why, I'm here about the old car, of course.
You want to buy it?
Certainly, don't you? Say, maybe you're not being cute. Maybe you really don't know about the...
About what?
Well, now, I'm greatly relieved. When I first saw you come through that door, I said to myself, O'Brien, here comes some more competition. But I see you're not. I'm relieved, laddie. Greatly relieved.
Turner is competition enough, eh?
Yes, but Turner and his ugly ducklings are nothing compared to...
Who?
In time. I got here just a minute before you, laddie. The old man was dead when I arrived. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Get down. Oh, O'Brien. O'Brien.
Competition. Getting worse. All the time.
Look, I'll call the doctor.
No. Thanks, laddie. Lay off this frolic. He'll get you next. You're gonna die, mister. You're gonna...
O'Brien, the old man's car, what... Well, I guess I'll have to try another angle. This one's pretty dead.
I awakened Mr. Ritchie as you requested, Mr. Templar. He'll be right down.
Oh, thank you.
I hope the fire isn't too serious,
Well,
sir.
it's serious enough to awaken Mr. Ritchie.
Oh, here he is now, sir.
Well, which plant is the fire in? Who's responsible? How big is the damage?
Oh, the fire isn't in any plant, Mr. Ritchie.
What's that? Then where...
It's inside of me. I'm burning up, and I need your help.
How dare you sneak your way in here 3 o'clock in the morning by telling me there's a fire? Look here, who are you?
Simon Templar.
Oh, yes, the Saint. I've heard of you. If you have business with me, Mr. Templar, I suggest you phone my secretary for an appointment. Meanwhile, there's no subject on earth can keep me from going back to bed.
Not even the subject of $400,000, Mr. Ritchie?
What do you know about it?
Nothing other than that it was stolen from you, Mr. Ritchie.
That happened 7 years ago. The criminal, John Qualey, was caught, tried, and convicted. Now, if you'll pardon me...
Qualey worked for you, I believe.
He was my head accountant.
And the money was never found?
No. Qualey drew 20 years in the penitentiary. He never revealed where the money was hidden. Until the day he died.
Died?
Yes. 2 weeks ago in prison. And now, Mr. Templar, if you don't mind, I need my rest.
I won't detain you much longer, Mr. Ritchie. Just 1 or 2 more questions.
Well?
Did Qualey have a wife?
Yes, he did.
If he knew he were dying in prison, it's quite possible he made an attempt to get word to her, to tell her where the money was hidden.
He may have made the attempt, but he couldn't possibly have succeeded. He was too closely watched.
Oh.
After all, $400,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yes, you could almost buy a second-hand car with it.
If I hadn't been fully covered by insurance, my firm would have gone under in the face of a loss that large. And now, Mr. Templar, if I might ask a question.
Certainly.
Why this sudden urgency, this 3 o'clock in the morning business?
An old man was tortured to death. Then a fellow named O'Brien, who came calling on the old man, was shot to death.
But
before he was killed, O'Brien told me he was tracking down $400,000 that had been stolen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and some checking back over how many people have ever had that amount stolen from them.
Led you to me.
Yes.
I wonder what I've led you to, Mr. Templar.
I wonder, Mr. Ritchie. I wonder.
Yes? What is it?
Mrs. Qualey?
What do you want?
Several things, Mrs. Qualey.
Like what?
A murderer.
You've got the wrong apartment, mister.
An old automobile.
No sale. Anything else?
Maybe you'll buy this, Mrs. Qualey. Collins was murdered a little while ago.
Collins? Oh, the old man. Why?
Someone wanted his car. Someone who evidently couldn't wait any longer for the newer models.
So?
So I saw Collins' car in your garage, Mrs. Qualey.
Maybe you better come in after all, mister. But come in careful.
Careful enough?
Keep those hands high.
Sure.
I don't like you, mister. You're nailing together a frame and you're trying to put my picture into it. Collins sold me that car.
When?
Tonight. I could have bought a Cadillac for cheaper, mister, but I wasn't in any position to haggle.
Yes, I know.
What do you know? That's what I want to find out.
I know that Collins' car as a car is worth about $20, but as something else, it's worth in the neighborhood of $400,000. And you know that's an awfully nice neighborhood.
Nice and exclusive. Chiselers aren't invited to move in.
I've been gathering that impression all evening. Well, what have we here?
You name it.
An acetylene torch, welder's mask, a few chisels, a hammer, steel wire. Either you've gone to work for Henry Kaiser, or the hand that customarily rocks the cradle is going in for rocking a safe.
I had to go into a hardware store to make a phone call, and I just couldn't leave without buying a few things.
How fortunate you didn't make your call in an establishment that sells steamrollers. Yeah, I see you have a set of license plates.
You see too much.
From Collins Jalopy, aren't they? These license plates. So that's how Qualey smuggled out his message.
You're getting awfully close to a bullet in your head, mister. Give me those plates.
license plates with you.
Yes. Oh!
Mrs. Quayle!
Oh!
Mrs.
The devil. He got the plate.
Yes, he got them.
Don't let him. Oh, catch him there.
Where? Where?
Where Johnny worked. Shaft. Top. Before 6. Before...
Mrs. Quayle. Collins, O'Brien, and now I have 3 reasons for wanting to meet a certain party. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
They don't stop sometimes when it's so early in the morning, Saint, because they're on the way back to the garage.
Well, what brings you out so early, Mac? Looking for a drunk to roll?
Just looking for you, Saint, just looking for you. See here what I got in my hand?
Oh, there goes that coy streak in you again, Mac. All right, so it's a gun. Well, what does it want me to do? Come, go, turned handsprings, quote Shelley, play the bassoon? You have to speak for it, Mac.
Very funny. Look out, it shouldn't speak for itself, Saint. I and the gun warn you should get in that there car.
And you have a most persuasive way of offering a fellow a lift, Mac.
Yeah, a lift. Right now, it's a lift. Later on, it may grow into a ride. Come on.
Where are we going, Mac?
Back to our little gray home in the rear of the pool room, Saint. Fancy Dan Turner wants he should thank you for showing him a new trick.
Oh, it really isn't necessary.
He feels like it is, Saint. He feels like it is. He's got a couple of tricks he wants to show you.
Sounds like fun.
Oh, on into the car, Jim. Turner's waiting. He's got very little patience.
Nice to have you back with us, Saint. I missed you.
From the looks of that bandage on your skull, Turner, I'll bet you wished I'd missed you.
Not now, I don't, Saint. It's a nice feeling having you here, knowing that I owe you something. I pay my debts, Saint. I pay off.
Yes, I know. O'Brien was paid off. So was Mrs. Quayle. Paid off with lead checks.
They're dead?
Oh, now save that innocent expression for the jury, Turner. You'll need everything you've got.
Well, when were they killed, Saint?
Okay, I'll stooge for you. They were killed an hour or two after I so abruptly left you before.
Oh, well, I'll have to find another pigeon, Saint. My alibi's fat.
How fat, Turner?
City hospital. Having Remember the Saint embroidered where a cue stick hit me. And Smitty and Mac were there, too, to see me through it. Hospitals have records, Saint. We're clean. We're clean.
Huh. Then you've got a competitor you don't know about, Turner.
Yeah, looks that way. For a job that was supposed to be as simple as this one, I got too many competitors. I wonder how come.
Who fingered the job for you, Turner? Who told you Quayle got word out to his wife about where the money was?
I got nothing for you, Saint.
Smitty, wasn't it? Smitty just finished a stretch up the creek. My guess is he ran into Quayle, maybe shared a cell with him.
No. It was in the jail hospital they met. Smitty worked there. Quayle was dying off his nut. Smitty made him talk.
Yeah. And Smitty, not being mentally suited for solo work, spilled the pitch to you, Turner, for a price, of course, for money on the line.
Yeah, 10 G's to buy in on a 400,000 job. But what are you driving at? What are you picking Smitty's bones for?
I was just wondering, Turner, how much O'Brien paid Smitty for his slice of this exclusive information, and how much your other competitors shelled out. The one who happily goes around killing people.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, Turner, your pal Smitty is the sort of rat that even rats on rats. He sold Quayle's secret 3 times that we know of.
Hey, thanks for handicapping it for me, Saint.
If you're really grateful, Turner, you can return the favor by telling me, what time is it?
It's 5:15 in the morning, Saint, but you ain't going nowhere.
I have a date to keep before 6, Turner, with your competitor.
Yeah, Saint, that's what you think.
Maybe not, Turner. What do you say we play a little pool while we're waiting for the boys?
Get away from that pool table. I ain't playing any games with you, Saint.
Well, maybe pool was the wrong game. How about a game of pitch and catch?
What?
Yeah, I pitch like this.
Oh!
And you catch it like that. Hate to leave you all by yourself there in the side pocket, but like I said, I have a date to keep. Well, Mr. Ritchie, get enough sleep despite my interruption?
I wasn't really asleep when you called on me, Mr. Templar.
I know, Mr. Ritchie. Your hair was a little too carefully combed for a man who's been suddenly awakened and told he's having a fire.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But not clever enough to catch you before you committed 3 murders. So you're Smitty's silent partner, huh? See what low company's gotten you into, Ritchie?
Yes, I see. $400,000. Buried in the siding of this elevator shaft. And with the help of this acetylene torch, it'll be all mine. A very ingenious fellow, Quayle. And to think the money never left this building.
The place where Johnny worked. Yes, he was ingenious. It was very smart of him to use his prison job making automobile license plates as a means of smuggling out the information to his wife. How did he do it, Ritchie?
Very simple, Templar. There's an extra piece of thin metal in this particular plate, forming a sort of pocket. And inside the pocket, a note on cigarette paper telling poor Mrs. Quayle how to get the money. Of course, once he managed to tell her the number of the license plate, well, the rest was easy, wasn't it?
Yes. All poor Mrs. Quayle had to do was ask the Motor Vehicle Bureau to whom the plate was assigned. Mr. Collins, in this instance.
Poor old fellow. Mr. Templar, would you mind joining me here in the shaft, please? Yes, right on top of the elevator. I'd like to keep an eye on you while I finish burning out this metal partition. You see, I've only until 6 o'clock when this elevator is switched on downstairs.
Oh, well, I...
Come, in the shaft, please.
Well, really,
I have a gun, Mr. Templar.
Oh, well, that makes it official, then.
There we are. Careful, Mr. Templar. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Anything accidental, that is.
You know, it's funny. I've known you such a short time, and I have exactly the same sentiments towards you. I've never been astride the top of an elevator before, Ritchie. And we're right near the top of the shaft.
Yes. I don't mean to worry you, Templar, but when this elevator power turns on in a few minutes, it will rise to the top before it descends.
How's your treasure hunt coming, Ritchie?
Almost finished. One last strip of metal to cut away, and the partition will come off. Then we'll decide your fate, Mr. Templar. Your future. Here goes. A last blow. It's there. It's there. I see it. $400,000 in currency, Templar. Think of it. Think of it.
You think of it, Ritchie, and also think of how much blood was spilled on it.
Preaching, Templar? You? I never thought. What's that?
The elevator, Ritchie. Maybe it came to work a little early today.
My money. My money.
Come on, Ritchie. Come on, get off.
No, there's still some money left here. I want it. I want it all. All.
Come on. We've got to get off. Jump, Ritchie, jump.
No, my money. I must save the money.
Ritchie, you fool.
All right, I got it.
Yes, Ritchie. You saved your money, and you saved the state some money, too. I'm sure you didn't plan on saving the cost of your execution.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
These immortal words of Ovid, translated from the Latin, express quite well indeed the justice of our Mr. Ritchie's fate. Nor is there any juster law than that the contrivers of death should perish by their own contrivances. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Laureen Tuttle, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, Fred Howard, and Dan O'Herlihy. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Inspector Faraday, let's grab this guy Small right now if Waterman's on his trail.
Wait a minute, Logan. Smith, tell Waterman to hold the wire a minute.
Right.
Now, look, fellows. Waterman thinks he's found Jack Small. And that's great if he's found him. But we want to be sure. Do we know for sure that Small is in town?
Well, I think if we piece all the evidence together, Inspector will be positive.
All right, Logan, you've been trying to find him. What do you know?
I spotted his car on the east side the day before yesterday.
His car, huh? That doesn't mean he was driving it.
No. But I got a look inside it, and his famous lucky piece was hanging from the gear shift.
Yeah?
Small might park with his car, but never with that lucky piece of his. He's in town, all right.
At least we know his car is, Logan.
It means he is, too, Inspector. A man in working clothes driving a car that fits the description of Small's was in a minor accident yesterday.
Yeah?
But he drove away from the scene. And that checks with the dope we had on Small's pals.
Read me that report, Logan, huh?
Okay. 2 weeks ago, one of Small's former stooges bought several pairs of overalls, heavy gloves, and a workman's cap and lunchbox in a downtown store.
Yeah, so what? Maybe he was buying them for himself.
Oh, no, Inspector. The clothes are much too large. He hasn't been seen wearing them.
This is getting interesting. What we found out about work clothes fits in with what Waterman knows about Small. Small joined a gang of workmen in the West Side Quarry. Smith, Waterman still on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm satisfied we finally found this guy. I'll take that phone now, Smith.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hello, Waterman?
Oh, good morning, Inspector. How are you?
Fine, Waterman. Where are you?
In a candy store about a block away from the quarry.
In a candy store? Where's Small?
In the quarry working?
Yeah?
You don't want me to go after him with a shovel and a pickaxe, do you?
No.
I'm as close to him as I can get. And incidentally, he's working under the name of Bigelow.
Bigelow, huh? Are you sure it's Small?
Well, I wouldn't be sitting here in this candy store if I weren't sure, Inspector. I think you can trust me.
I know.
Grab Bigelow and you'll have Small.
Well, we don't want to take him while he's in the quarry. Some of the other workmen might get hurt. Do you know where he lives?
Yeah, I found that out before I found out where he works. He's living at 18 Western Avenue.
18 Western Avenue.
With one of the workmen in the quarry, a chap named Carter.
Fine, Waterman. Good work.
Thanks.
Follow Small when he leaves work. Call in then, and the boys and I will drop in and pick him up.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, if it's all right with you, I'd like to just sit around your apartment this evening. I don't want to go anywhere.
You're just saying that because you don't want me to think you're a good time Charlotte, aren't you?
Good time Charlotte. Oh, Blackie, you do more things with words than you do with locks and safes. Well, what about it? Am I cordially invited?
Yes, you are. To pay a call on a friend of Shorty's.
Oh, have you heard from Shorty?
Mm-hmm. Telephone this afternoon. Wonderful friend, that guy.
I know he is. What friend of his do we have to call on?
It's a fellow named Jack Small. He's owed Shorty $500 for quite a while, and Shorty's just found out where he's living.
And he wants you to collect it for him, huh?
That's right. Small now goes under the name of Bill Bigelow, but the apartment is listed under the name of Small's roommate, Eddie Carter.
Well, why does Small call himself Bigelow, Blackie? And whom is he hiding from?
Faraday, I imagine. Small got lost right after the Wallace Johnson killing, and it strikes me that the good inspector would like to get his hands on him.
I see. This ought to be interesting. You and I are becoming collection agents.
That we are. Tonight, we'll go to see Mr. Small. In fact, we'll pay him a visit and see that he pays Shorty the $500.
All right, everybody down at the end of the quarry. Out of the way. We're getting ready to blast. Hey, get that truck out of there. Drive it straight out about 100 yards. That's right, get it moving. Okay, all clear. Okay, ready? Joe, hit it! Wait! Hey, Carter, what's the matter? Carter!
Why didn't you wait? Did you hear me yell?
No, that's what Joe set off the dynamite. What's wrong?
Wrong! Bill Bigelow was down at that east end when the blast went off.
What?
He didn't have a chance of getting out in time. Now he's buried under tons of solid rock.
Waterman.
Oh, good afternoon, Barbara.
Am I going to be able to sell you some candy today, or do you just want to use our phone again?
The phone, Barbara. I have something on my mind, but it's not candy. You can hear the blasting in the quarry from here, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it bother you?
Oh, it used to at first, but Mr. Talbot and I have been here 6 months now, and we don't pay any attention to it. Oh, have some peppermints?
Later, thank you, Barbara.
Oh, but these are free. They're samples. A salesman left them this morning.
Oh, so that's the reason you keep them loose on the counter, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe I'll accept your offer on the way out.
Please do, Mr. Waterman. They'll make you feel better, maybe. You look terribly upset.
Yes, I am. And my boss, Inspector Faraday, will be, too. Well, I'd better get him on the phone now.
Oh, I hope it isn't as serious as you think, Detective Waterman.
I'm afraid it is. Excuse me, Barbara. Oh, say, Barbara.
Yes?
Did a man named Bill Bigelow, who lived here with a fellow named Carter, ever come in here?
No, sir, he didn't.
Well, I just wanted to check.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Waterman.
Waterman, what's up? You were supposed to wait till Bigelow got home and then call us. Don't tell me he got away from you.
Sorry to disappoint you, Inspector. He didn't get away from me or a dynamite blast.
Huh?
He's lying at the bottom of the West Side Quarry with thousands of tons of rock on top of him.
What? Is he dead?
I imagine so, don't you?
Killed in the quarry, huh? How do you know it was small?
Well, I was at the quarry when the report came in that a man named Bigelow was caught in the blast. Bigelow is the name Small was going under.
So he was crushed to death, huh?
Yeah.
Well, he got just what he deserved.
Yeah, they all get it sooner or later, Inspector. Any instructions?
No, just come on back to headquarters, make out a report. It'll be weeks before we can dig Small's body out of that quarry, I guess.
Yes, it will. But you can consider him officially dead, starting now. See you at headquarters. Bye. Well, thanks for the use of the phone, Barbara.
Oh, you're welcome.
Another blast at the quarry. You know, I still don't see how you stand it.
Oh, I don't even hear it. But after what I did over here on the telephone just now, I guess I won't see you again, will I?
Oh, you might, if those free peppermints of yours are good enough. I'll take a handful. But don't tell your boss I'm not a cash customer.
Her boss knows, young man. But he doesn't mind.
Oh, Mr. Talbot, this is Mr. Waterman. He's a detective.
Oh, hello, Mr. Talbot.
Hello, son.
Hey, nice shop you have here.
Hey, thank you. It's in good hands when Barbara's behind the counter. Eh, Barbara?
Well, there hasn't been much to do so far today, Mr. Talbot. I guess you didn't like the birthday present I bought you last month.
Eh?
I bought him a tie, Mr. Waterman, only he never wears it.
Wear it? Of course I wear it. I'm wearing it now.
Oh.
Look.
Oh, of course, I didn't see it at first. People who have beards don't have to wear ties. Mr. Waterman was looking for a man who called himself Bill Bigelow, Mr. Talbot, but he was killed in the quarry this morning.
Killed in the quarry? Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, it is too bad. He was killed right after a blast like that one, buried under rock. Well, glad to meet you, Mr. Talbot. Goodbye, Barbara. I'll take you up on that offer of free peppermints again sometime.
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. He's an awfully nice man, don't you think so, Mr. Talbot?
Yes. Quite a nice young man.
Too bad he wasn't able to catch the man he was looking for. I suppose he's very disappointed.
I imagine so. Free peppermint drops. Think I'll have some, too.
Yes?
We would like to see Bill Bigelow, please. And incidentally, I know he's really Jack Small.
Oh. Well, what do you want to see him for?
Never mind what for. Just tell him that Boston Blackie wants to see him.
I don't really want to see him. I just came along as a bodyguard.
Oh, come in. Come in, both of you.
That's better. Mary?
Thank you.
I'm Carter, Jack's roommate, but I'm afraid you can't see Jack just now, Blackie.
Why not?
He's dead.
Dead?
Why does this always happen to us?
This happened to him, lady. It was an accident. We were blasting at the quarry this morning. He was buried under the rocks.
Uh-oh.
Oh, is right, Blackie. There goes Shorty's $500.
Jack owed a friend of yours $500?
That's right.
Well, Jack and I were good friends, best. I'll pay his debts for him.
You'll pay the $500?
Sure. Here, Blackie.
5 C notes. Satisfied?
Well, sure. Sure, thanks a lot.
Jack
but,
wasn't a bad guy. He told me if anything ever happened to him, to square his debts for him. He even gave me money for it a couple of months ago. Guess must have had a hunch.
Yes, I guess he did. But I think it was the law he thought would fall on him, not a pile of rocks. Well, come on, Mary. We got what we came for.
I guess we did, Blackie. Well, goodbye, Mr. Carter. Thank you.
It's all right. So long, both of you.
Goodbye.
Shorty ought to thank you, Blackie. Somehow I don't think Carter would have given up that money if you hadn't asked for it.
I don't know about that, Mary. No, come on, let's go out to the car.
Darling, you have that certain preoccupied look in your eye. I don't like it. What's wrong?
Well, it seems strange to me that Carter would pay a dead man's debts just because he was his roommate.
Well, Small gave him the money to do it. He said that.
I wonder if it's true, though. And right now, I wonder if his death was accidental or...
Or what, Blackie?
It's just too much of a coincidence that Jack dies on the day that we come out to see him. And Carter gave up that money much too easily. Mary, there was something phony about that explosion, and I'm going to blast out the truth.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Inspector Faraday has definite evidence that Jack Small, alias Bill Bigelow, a murderer, is in town working in a stone quarry. But just as police close in on the gangster, he is reported buried under tons of falling rock blasted out of the side of the quarry. Blackie, unaware of Small's death, goes to see the gangster to collect a $500 debt, gets the money from Carter, Small's roommate, and learns of the gangster's death. We now return to our story to find Blackie in his apartment, playing checkers with Mary Wesley.
Now see what you can do with what's left on the checkerboard, Mary.
Well, Blackie, I still have 2 kings and 2 men. I'll win yet.
Sure. If we play long enough, you're bound to get lucky.
Lucky nothing. I'm shrewd. All right. There's my move.
Let's see. It's not bad. Here's mine.
Oh, dear. Now what do I do?
You get shrewd. You've got a couple of possible moves there.
I can't see one.
Oh, keep looking. You'll find one, but I warn you, I may be on the phone only an hour or two, so you'll have to hurry.
That's mean.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie?
Oh, hello, Inspector. I'm glad you called back. Look, I want to talk to you about Jack Small.
Oh, you do you?
There's my move, Blackie.
Hold the wire, Faraday.
What for?
Never mind what for. Where'd you move, Mary? Oh, never mind. I see it.
You see it, but what can you do about it?
I don't know yet. I'll make this move. See what you can do about that.
Oh, dear.
All right, Faraday. What were you saying about Jack Small?
I suppose you know all about it, huh?
Yes, he was killed in a blast at the West Side Quarry this afternoon.
Blackie, can't I have one case to myself? You have to butt into everything.
You mean to tell me you realize this is a case? Faraday, sometimes you
There,
show
I
signs...
have moved, Blackie.
Blackie.
Can you get out of that?
Now, hold the wire, Faraday.
Look, what is this?
Checkers, just a minute.
Checkers? Now, look here, Blackie.
Hold the wire, will you, Faraday?
This is ridiculous.
Let's see. Oh, Mary, are you going to be sorry?
Why?
1, 2. That's why.
Ooh! Just 1 king and 2 men left.
Never say die, Mary.
Oh, golly.
I've left my king in a very tough spot there, I think.
You have?
Mm-hmm. See if you can figure out why. Now, about that accident at the quarry this morning, Faraday.
Accident? That wasn't any accident.
No? What makes you think so?
I'm smart, that's all. I think he was murdered.
You do? By whom?
By one of his gang. Murdered to keep him from talking when we grabbed him. Somebody must have known we were closing in on him.
And killed him to shut him up, huh? Not bad thinking, Faraday. Not bad at all. For you?
What's wrong with it?
Plenty. Wait a minute.
What,
Hey
again?
there, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, I hate you.
I know. Because I'm mean and you're only shrewd. Listen, Faraday.
Listen to what? You playing checkers?
No, listen to this. You think Small is dead, don't you?
Yeah, murdered.
Well, I don't.
I suppose you think it was all an accident, huh?
Faraday, I think Jack Small, or Bill Bigelow, or whatever you want to call him, is still alive, which is more than I can say for you. Goodbye. My move, Mary?
Mm-hmm. And I think I really have you this time.
Oh, you do, huh? Well, just watch this.
Ooh. You won again.
Sorry, Mary. Let's quit now, huh? I'm thinking.
Oh, then we play one more game, because if you're thinking, I have a chance to win. By the way, what are you thinking about? That Jack Small fellow?
Yes, Mary. I'm thinking that while we're playing checkers, Jack Small is playing dead. Let's go see his roommate, Carter. I think the next move is his.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Still blasting in the quarry, aren't they? Even on my day off.
Oh, do you work in the quarry?
5 days a week I do.
Oh.
I'm looking for some homemade cookies.
Homemade cookies?
Yeah, I understand you carry them here.
Yes, just a minute, please. I'll see if we have them.
Sure, I'm in no hurry. No hurry at all.
Mr. Talbert.
Yes, Barbara. Come in.
Mr. Talbert, there's a man in the store asking for homemade cookies.
Oh, there is?
Yes, sir. You said to tell you if anyone ever came in and asked for them.
Yes, my dear, I did. Thank you very much. Show the man back here into my living room, will you, Barbara? Yes, show the man in at once.
Seems to me, Blackie, that Mr. Carter isn't at home.
Seems to me that my knuckles are getting sore from knocking, too. Maybe we ought to just try the door, Mary.
Oh, that's the hard way. Blackie, look there on the floor.
I'm looking.
Is he dead?
Very. And it's Carter, all right. Well, this is what I like. I come up to ask a question, and I find a corpse.
We better get out of here before Inspector Faraday walks in. All he has to do is find you with a dead body.
I'll leave when I'm through looking in Carter's pockets.
Oh.
All empty except for these.
What are those, mothballs?
No, they seem to be those little peppermint drops.
Well, all right, but come on. Let's get out of here.
We're talking about Faraday, Mary, and that's his voice.
I might have known.
What? Now, look, Waterman, if this fellow... Blackie, you.
Hello, Faraday. And don't say I killed Carter. He was dead when I got here.
Honestly, Inspector.
Quiet, Miss Worsley. Blackie, I'll talk to you later. Well, Waterman, now they're both dead.
And we're at a dead end, Inspector Faraday. Oh, Blackie, I don't think we've ever met. My name's Waterman.
Yes, I've heard of you, Miss Wesley, Detective Waterman.
How do you do, Detective?
How was he killed, Blackie?
Stabbed.
First Small was murdered, now Carter. Fine.
That means I've got to get to work. Hey, these things are good.
What things?
These peppermints. Have some, Inspector.
No. Put those things away, will you? You've been tossing them in your mouth all morning.
Well, let's see one of those peppermints, Waterman.
Why, that's funny.
Wait a minute, Mary. May I have one, Waterman?
Oh, sure. Here, have a couple.
Thanks. Tell me, where'd you get them?
Where? At a candy store right there. They're free. They keep them on the counter.
Oh, I see. Well, let's go, Mary.
Would it be all wrong for me to ask where to?
Not at all. I'm going to find out how good my hunches are. I want to know what a mint meant in this murder.
Here's the candy store we're looking for, Blackie. Oh! What do you suppose that noise was?
Blasting in the quarry down the street, probably.
Oh.
Mary, Carter had peppermints in his pocket when we found him. And Waterman was eating peppermints. He said he got in the store.
I see, and you think there's a connection, do you?
Yes, and this store is the connection.
Oh, there goes another blast.
Yes, and that blast didn't have anything more to do with killing anybody than that one that was supposed to have killed Small.
Blackie, do you mean you really think that Small is alive?
I have a strong hunch he is, and... Oh, I just had an idea.
And I just know I'm not going to like it.
Look, here comes a delivery boy on a bicycle.
Oh? What are you going to do, ask him for a ride?
No, watch and see if the delivery is for the store here. Hey, he's stopping right at the door. Hey, boy! Boy!
Yes, sir?
Hey, come here a minute.
Yes, sir. What do you want, sir?
You delivering that package to this candy store here?
Yeah, I'm from the drugstore. Well, what's it to you?
Well, nothing much, only I'll deliver it for you.
Oh, no, you don't, mister.
$5.
Hey, mister, take the package. So long and thanks.
Blackie, I don't like what you're up to, and I like it less because I don't understand it.
Everything's going to be all right, Mary. Now, let's see what's in this package here.
Oh, you can get into trouble doing this.
I can make trouble for somebody, you mean? Ah, I was afraid of this.
What's in the package?
Nothing at all that means anything. Toothpaste, shaving cream, soap, and mouthwash. I just wasted $5.
Uh-huh, Smarty. All right, now what?
Now, I'll deliver the package. Wait here, will you, Mary?
Oh, dear, I knew it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, beautiful. Free peppermints.
Oh, yes, help yourself. Something I can do for you?
Well, yes, but first I can do something for you.
Oh?
A delivery boy just asked me to bring this in.
Oh, yes, Mr. Talbot ordered something from the drugstore. This must be it.
Did you say Mr. Talbot?
Yes, he owns this place.
I see. Mr. Talbot certainly has a fine stock of candy here.
Oh, it's the best. Could I interest you in any?
No, I don't think I care for anything right now. Not anything I see, that is.
Oh, you're looking for something else?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Something special?
Very special.
Something like, well, homemade cookies?
Yes. Homemade cookies.
Just a minute, I'll be right with you. Oh, I'll take that package with me if you don't mind.
Of course. Here you are.
Yes, Barbara?
Here's a package for you. There's a man outside looking for homemade cookies.
Homemade cookies?
Yes. Shall I show him in?
Just a minute, dear.
Yes, sir. Oh, what are you looking for in that drawer, Mr. Talbot?
Oh, nothing important, my dear. Just something I might need. Yes. Show the man in, will you?
Yes, right away. Would you come in here a minute, sir? Mr. Talbot would like to see you.
Why, thank you.
That'll be all, Barbara. Well, come right in, sir. Come right in.
Thank you.
I said that'll be all, Barbara.
Yes, sir.
You asked for some homemade cookies, did you?
Yes, in a way. That's a very fine beard you have, sir. Who are you, Santa Claus or the man who came to dinner?
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, Mr. Talbot, this is a cute gag, but I also think the laugh is on you. You are Jack Small, aren't you?
Why...
And don't reach for your gun.
No? Then I'll reach for you with this.
I can reach, too. Oh. And maybe I can't knock your beard off, Mr. Small, but I can sure pull it off.
No, don't.
Too late,
Don't.
Jack. It's off. Well, look here. It was a phony, wasn't it? And so are you, pal.
All right, so what?
So you know what, Mr. Small? Your beard wasn't real, but right now you're going to have to take something else on the chin that is. Sit down, Waterman. Sit down. Relax. Glad to see you.
Thanks, Blackie.
Glad you dropped in. Say, did Small tell you why he killed Carter?
Oh, sure. The same old story. You know it, don't you?
I think so. Small killed Carter because Carter was the only one who knew that Small wasn't killed in the quarry and had adopted the identity of Talbot. I really suspected Carter knew something from the first.
You did? How?
Carter paid a debt for Small after telling us Small was dead.
He paid you the money to keep you off this case, Blackie.
I figured there was something screwy somewhere. I suppose you know who was killed in the quarry blast, don't you?
Uh-huh. Nobody. That was the little plan worked out by Carter and Small. They planned it a long time, too, I understand.
6 months ago, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
About the time Small took on the part-time identity of Talbot, the candy store owner with the beard.
Yeah, that's about it. But you know, Small still doesn't know how you knew that beard of his was false. Yeah, he says you seemed so sure of it the minute you came into the room.
Oh, I was sure of it, Waterman. Small had just received a package from the drugstore. There was shaving soap in the package.
Oh.
A man with a real beard doesn't use shaving soap, does he?
No, but he has to keep himself clean-shaven so that the false beard will come off easier.
Uh-huh. And you know, it's a funny thing.
Yeah? What is?
If Small didn't have to be clean-shaven behind that beard of his, he could have made a clean getaway.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Homicide Bureau. A police officer has been shot, mortally wounded. One of the suspects has been apprehended. The other is still at large. Your job, find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, November 16th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 11:58 a.m. when we got to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, second floor, room 5. Treatment room.
Made good time.
How's Bemis, Doc?
Got in the lungs, Ben, 3 times. He's going fast.
His wife with him?
They're bringing him down now.
Can we talk to him?
Make it fast.
Come on, Joe. Yeah.
This way. Easy. John, it's Friday and Romero. They want to talk to you a minute.
Doc, it burns. My chest. Burning up.
Nurse?
Yes, Doctor?
The hypodermic.
Yes, Doctor.
Easy. All right, fellas. Don't take too long.
John, it's Joe Friday. Can you tell us how it happened?
Joe.
How'd it happen, boy? Can you tell me?
Can't figure it, Joe. Why'd he do it?
We gotta find out. Now, how'd it happen?
I don't know. I was directing traffic. East Broadway and First Street. Gray coupe. Pulled up for the stop. Gray coupe.
How many men in the car? How many, John?
2. Gray coupe. Pulled up for the stop. In the pedestrian lane. Went over. Gonna ask him to back up. Back up out of lane. Just gonna ask him.
Yeah, John, and then what?
Driver. Dark hair. Eyes. Dark. Went over. Gonna ask him to back up. Pointed a gun. No reason. Pointed a gun at me.
All right, easy, John. Take it easy.
No reason, Joe. No reason he fired.
Hurry it up, Joe.
Yeah.
No.
What about the other man in the car? Did you see him? Can you describe him?
Joe, did you get him? Gray coupe. Driver. Guy with him.
We got the driver, John. He's upstairs. The other one got away. We gotta find him. You gotta help us.
My wife. Somebody send Fedora.
She's on her way. She'll be here in a minute. Now, can you tell us, the other man in the car, what did he look like?
Gray coupe.
What did he look like?
Don't press him, Joe.
Gray coupe. The driver. Pointed a gun. Dark hair.
Yeah, I know. The other man, John. We got the driver. What did the other man look like?
Send for Dora.
Come on, Ben. Thanks, Doc.
Okay, Joe.
Going fast.
Yeah.
John got any kids?
2.
Always pick a family man.
This thing's got a phony ring to it, Ben. You don't just pull a gun and shoot a man.
Not if you're sane, you don't. Here's the stairs.
The guy we got is as sane as they come.
And how do we explain it?
All I know is that hood shot John Bemis, and I want to know why.
Might be a lead in that car he was driving.
Maybe. Come on, here we are.
Phone message for you, Friday. Came in a few moments ago.
Thanks, Davis. It's from R&I.
They got a make?
Take a look.
No make or warrants on James Vickers. Great.
Let's talk to him. Come on.
Yeah.
Minor wound, Joe. Bullet penetrated the fleshy part of his hand. Didn't touch the bone.
Thought this guy had an arm wound, too.
Just a neck, man.
That officer you shot, Vickers, he's dying.
Is he?
He's a family guy. Got a wife, 2 kids.
Has he?
Why did you shoot him, Vickers?
Ask him.
We did.
Then you know the reason.
Said there wasn't any reason.
That's right.
Look, we're going to make you on this, Vickers. You know that, don't you?
I don't know anything.
Why'd you shoot him?
Shut up.
Why'd you shoot him?
Joe.
Yeah. Davis?
Yeah?
Stay with him.
Fine.
Doc, get us an MT slip on this guy, will you? We'll be back in a minute. Come on, man.
All right, Joe. I'll have it ready.
Too big punk.
Easy, Joe.
Oh, easy nothing. I've seen too many good cops like Bemis cut down by punks like that Vickers.
Getting mad won't help.
Come on, down the stairs.
Back to see Bemis? Why?
Just for the record. I want to see if the doc thinks it's okay for us to bring Vickers down. I'd like to have Bemis definitely identify him as the guy who shot him.
We've got 3 good witnesses.
An identification from Bemis will clinch it. I want to see Vickers get everything he's earned when he goes to court.
Here we are.
Yeah.
He went fast, Joe.
Yeah. That his wife?
Yeah.
She make it in time?
No?
Did he say anything that'd help?
No, it might. He said a prayer.
City Hall.
2625.
2625.
Auto records, Crowley.
Joe Friday, Vince. What about a make on that car used in the Bemis shooting this morning?
Yeah, Joe, been trying to get a hold of you. Where are you now?
Georgia Street, 2nd floor. What about the make?
Car was reported stolen yesterday afternoon. Registered to Harold Simpers, 716 Everett Street. Report said the car was taken from a parking lot at Grand and Wabash.
Okay, Vince, thanks.
What about the guns they found in the car?
Lee Jones still has them over at the crime lab. He's running them through.
No word yet?
No.
You make out the impound report on the car, Joe?
Yeah, recovery report, too. They're still dusting for prints.
MT slip ready, Doc?
Yeah, right here, Ben. Medical card, history, MT slip.
You ready, Vickers?
Yeah.
All right, put out your wrists. Put the cuffs on him, Ben. Watch his hands.
You saving me for the hot lights?
All right, let's go.
I'm not going to jail.
You're in jail now.
Looks like a hospital.
Bars on the windows, aren't there?
All right, come on.
Give me a smoke.
Here.
Okay. Light. What do I get if I open up?
No deal.
Might talk, make it attractive.
Who was the other guy in the car?
Hitchhike. I always give rides.
Then why'd he run when we chased you?
Maybe he was scared.
You're part of a gang.
Maybe.
Who was the other guy?
What's it worth?
Oh, come on, Vickers. You're wasting our time.
Where are we going? All right. My hand hurts. I want to call my own doctor. You hear me? Yeah. That cop pulled his gun first. I can prove it.
Yeah, down the stairs.
Easy, huh? Where are we going? I said, where are we going? All right, what's it worth if I talk? I could tell you all about it. Let's make a deal.
You'll tell us anyhow.
Think so?
All right, you out the door.
Wait a minute, huh? Cigarette's out.
All right, Ben, light it.
Yeah.
Nice of you guys. Thanks.
Oh, get up, Ben. Vickers, stop.
He's crossing the street.
Fire over his head. Watch the crowd. Vickers!
Joe, he's running for that car.
All right, let's hold it, Vickers. All right, stop it, Ben.
He's stopped. Come on, Joe.
All right, come on, get back, please. Let us through here. Let us through.
Shall I call a doctor, Joe?
No, he wouldn't be interested. The guy's dead. James Vickers, murder suspect, address unknown, died almost instantly at 1:13 p.m., November 16th, while attempting to escape. His body was taken to the county morgue, where it was posted. All the personal effects found on the body were listed by the coroner, and a receipt for them given to our office. At 8:35 the next morning, Ben and I met with Chief of Detectives Ed Backstrand.
Those 4 guns they found in the car Vickers was driving. They're all U.S. Army property.
Where were they stolen from, Skipper?
I don't know. Each one of the guns is stamped U.S. Army, that's all.
Well, that makes it easy.
The coroner find anything on the body?
Nothing to tell us why Vickers decided to kill a traffic cop.
What did Bemis say before he died?
He was on traffic duty yesterday morning down at East Broadway and First. At 10:35, a gray coupe pulled up for a stop sign. Vickers was driving. Bemis started over to tell him to back up out of the pedestrian zone. Vickers pulled a gun and shot him.
How'd they catch Vickers?
Chased him 3 miles before he piled into a lumber truck. The guy with him got away.
Fine.
Checked R&I. No make or warrants on Vickers. Kickback's not in on his fingerprint.
All right. What's your guess, Friday?
I don't have one, Ed.
Vickers could have been hopped up.
Doc Stanley over at Georgia Street said no. He checked him.
Wait a minute. Backstrand. Yeah, hold on. For you, Friday.
Gee, thanks. Friday talking. Yeah. Yeah, good. Be right over, Lee. We're in business, Ed. Crime Lab just found Vickers' address.
There it is, Joe.
Thanks, Lee. Let's see, huh? Silver Dollar Hotel. Received a Mr. James Vickers, $6.50, room 345.
Where'd you find it, Lee?
Under the front seat, in with the tools.
Anything else?
Not a thing.
How about prints?
2. Kind of smudged. Hope we can run a make with them.
No prints on those 4 guns, Lee?
Smeared. Not enough to classify.
Yeah, this is it, Ben.
That's all we got.
Come on, let's see if we can make it pay off. We located the Silver Dollar Hotel on East Grand between 16th Street and Pico. It was an old-type frame building with a brightly colored neon sign jutting out over the sidewalk just above the dark entrance. The manager's name was Luther Gage. We showed him a picture of James Vickers. He definitely identified him as one of his former tenants. He told us that Vickers had stayed at the hotel 1 week in room 345 and that he had checked out 2 days ago.
Was Vickers staying here alone, Mr. Gay?
Yes, alone. Quiet man.
Did he have any visitors?
Maybe. Wouldn't know. Paid his bills, spent most of his time away from the hotel. Good tenant.
Did Vickers have any friends here in the hotel?
Maybe. Fell in the room next to Mr. Vickers. He still lives here. 2 of them used to be kind of thick.
Can we look at that room Vickers stayed in, Mr. Gage?
Let's see. Yes, it's still vacant. All right, this way.
This man Vickers was friendly with. What's his name, Gage?
Knight. Raymond Knight. Room 343.
Is he in his room now?
No. Went out about 8 this morning. Here's the elevator.
How well would you say Knight and Vickers knew each other?
Couldn't say. Good tenants, both of them. Pay their bills.
Did they go out together? Seem to know each other well?
Wouldn't know. I don't pry.
Look, this case involves murder, Mr. Gage. We told you that. We'd appreciate your cooperation.
Cooperation don't pay the rent, Sergeant. 3rd floor. This way. Here, 345.
Open it up. Nothing.
Yeah, over here. Looks pretty clean, Joe.
All my rooms are clean.
He didn't mean it that way, Mr. Gage. I wonder if you'd show us Knight's room now. That's next door, isn't it?
I don't know about this. Poking into other people's rooms, not regular.
Neither's murder. Come on, let's go.
Does Mr. Knight have this room to himself?
Sure ask questions, don't you? No, Knight has a friend staying with him. About 2 weeks now. Not in much.
Is he in now?
Don't think so.
Ben, watch it! Oh, drop that, you! Bad shot, Mr. Gage. Look out! Come on, get up.
Ben?
He's out cold. Look what you've done to the room.
I thought you said Knight wasn't in.
He isn't. This is his friend.
Great friends. 45 automatic in his hand. 38 snub nose in the bureau, another 45. Look in his bag.
I don't pry. He pays his bills. Good tenant.
Yeah. Can I get outside on this phone?
Yes. All outside calls are 10 cents.
Yeah. Here.
Have to keep the books straight.
Sure you do.
Who's going to pay for the damage?
Ask Mr. Knight's friend here.
Well, say...
Why worry? He pays his bills. Good tenant. I called Ed Backstrand, and he sent out a special detail to stake out the hotel and bring in Raymond Knight if and when he returned. Ben and I drove to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital where Doc Stanley patched up the cut on Ben's scalp and treated Raymond Knight's friend for simple cuts and bruises. From papers found in his wallet and in the hotel room, he was identified as Frank Gannon, 9896 Wasatch Street, Kansas City, Missouri. When we got to headquarters, we had Gannon taken to the interrogation room where we questioned him briefly. He told us that he was a self-employed watch salesman, and that he was in the city on a business trip. He admitted friendship with Knight, but not with Vickers. We booked him at the county jail for assault with intent to commit murder. The 3 guns found in the hotel room were turned over to the crime lab. We reported back to the office.
Joe, my head's pounding like mad. That Gannon's a mean one.
Yeah, it's a nasty crack. I got some aspirin in my desk.
Might help. Here are.
Hi, boys. Rough day.
I don't get much rougher, Eddie.
Message for you on the desk. Well, I'm going to eat. Starving.
Right, Tracy.
What is it, Joe?
Jones got a make on those prints he lifted off the car.
Let's see. Yeah, something else in there on James Vickers.
Wanted 10-14-43, desertion, U.S. Army.
That could account for those stolen Army guns.
Yeah.
What about the make on those prints Lee found?
Let's take a look.
Vance Taylor's. Good solid record.
4 burglaries, 2 armed robberies, 2 assaults. Wait a minute. Here's the mama sheet.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Born so-and-so, age 36, height. Alias John Fields, Harold Grant, Tom Bissell, Hey.
Yeah, alias Raymond Knight. The other man who rode in the car with James Vickers the morning he shot down Traffic Officer Bemis finally had been identified. Vance Taylor, alias Raymond Knight. Well, that still didn't explain the unprovoked murder. It didn't explain the 4 guns found in the car or the 3 guns found in the hotel room. An assortment of arms like that could mean something big, but we didn't know what. Gannon's sudden willingness to shoot it out in the hotel room meant something, too, but we didn't know what. We had Gannon brought back to the interrogation room.
Hi, Gannon. Have a seat.
Everything all right?
I'll bet you're worried.
No, we're not worried, Gannon. You ought to be.
Don't make me laugh.
You're tied in with Raymond Knight. That's enough for us.
You send me up for it.
We're going to try.
Big talk.
How long did you know Vickers?
I didn't.
Funny. His prints are all over one of those guns we found in your room.
I'm not worrying.
Then you better start, Gannon. Vickers and Knight killed a man. If you run with him, your hands are dirty, too.
I room with Knight, that's all.
Knight didn't come back to the hotel. Where is he?
We're not that close.
You share your guns and your friends. That's close enough for us.
I don't know Vickers.
You mean you didn't know him?
I said I don't know him.
We got Vickers, Gannon. He's dead.
Good story.
Okay. Come on, Gannon. Let's go down to the morgue.
Down this way, Joe. Cold today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's damp.
Bad sinus weather.
Now, what is all this?
Never seen a corpse before?
No, I'm not in this. Take me back. I don't want to look.
You can close your eye.
Take me back. I don't want to look.
Here we are, fellas. Slam 45.
This way, Gannon.
I get sick. I don't want to look.
Throw back the sheet, Fred. Take a good look, Gannon.
No, he's Knight's friend. I'm not in it.
Who is in it?
I don't know. Take me out. I'm sick.
All right, Fred. Thanks.
Okay, boys.
Interrogation room, Friday.
Joe, on stakeout at the Silver Dollar Hotel. No sign of Raymond Knight. Keep you posted.
Okay, Dave. Thanks.
How long does this go on? I can call a lawyer, you know.
And you better call one right away, Gannon. They just picked up Knight at the hotel. He's incriminated you.
You're a liar.
Sure. Like we were about Vickers.
We'll prove it to you, Gannon. The officers are on their way in now. They're going to put Knight in the next room. You can listen to him.
Look, I came here to sell watches. I ain't in this.
Gannon, you and Vickers and Knight were planning a job, a big one. We know that. If you want to wait till you get on the witness stand to tell your story, it's all right with us.
Well, didn't take too long to break this one. Smoke some?
Yeah. Thanks.
Gannon? Smoke?
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Just kill a little time. They bring in Knight.
You haven't got Knight.
I haven't unwrapped him yet, Joe. You want to check me out?
Okay, open him up. Give him a good shuffle, huh? You're going to have some time on your hands, Gannon. Want to learn a new card game?
No.
Suit yourself. It's a good game for 2. Better with 3.
Sure a lot of cards.
Yeah. You got 2 decks there. Well, first off, this game is quite a bit like gin rummy.
Yeah?
There are 8 of every suit. 4 jokers. Jokers count 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
Red 3s count 100 points each. If you get a black 3, you can freeze the deck.
Oh, I see.
I shouldn't say deck. In this game, they call it the pack.
The pack? What's a pack?
Well, it's the discard pile, same as in gin.
You get a red 3, you can freeze it.
No, it's a black 3.
Well, what happens when you freeze it?
Nobody can pick it up.
Oh, I see.
All right. Let's deal out a dummy hand here. Fine game, Gannon. Sure you won't change your mind?
You don't want to play, Joe.
All right, now in 2-handed, you deal out 15 cards, see?
How many can play?
As many as 6, I think. I've only played up to 4.
You play partners with 4?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, count your cards. I think that's 15.
13, 14, 15. Right, now what do I do?
Well, I guess you better lay your hand open. That'll be the easiest way to show you.
Okay.
Now, spread them all out over there. Well, you don't have a great hand there. You got a couple of black 3s. You can use those.
Yeah, that's fine. They count 100 apiece.
No. Those are red 3s. Black 3s don't count anything.
Oh, red 3.
That's right. Do you remember what black 3s are for?
You can use them to freeze the pile.
Pack. That's right.
The pack. Well, you know what I mean.
All right, now, look. You see, I got a joker here. Jokers are wild. Do you remember how much they count?
They're wild. 100 points.
No, red 3s are worth 100. Jokers count 50.
You don't explain it very good. I don't understand.
Well, how simple can it be? Gannon's not even playing. You get it, don't you, Gannon?
Okay, red 3s count 100. Jokers count 50. Black 3s, you can freeze the pack.
Yeah, good. Now hold on to that, will you? Now, black 3s freeze the pack, but that's not the only card that can do it.
No?
No. Deuces can do the same thing. But you see, the only difference is if you use a deuce, which is also wild, you have to have a natural pair in order to pick up the pack. Now, with a black 3, it's only good until...
I knew it wouldn't work. It was sour right from the start. Vickers killed the cop.
Ben,
I'm not
call the
in
stenographer.
it. I'm
Right,
copping
Joe.
out. I'm taking no raps.
Johnny, the stenographer?
Right, Ben.
All right, Gannon.
Too late. You haven't got time. 20 after 1, they're going to do it.
Do what?
Payroll. Brazier Company. Messenger leaves at 1:20. He's got the payroll. 30 grand. They're going to get him.
Where does the messenger leave?
1:20. You're too late. I'm not in it.
Where does he leave?
1:20 leaves the bank, I think. No, maybe the company.
Where's the company?
3rd and Spring. They're going to get him.
Where's the bank the messenger goes to?
Up the block, 2nd National, 3rd and Hill.
Where are they going to get the messenger?
By the alley, Clay Street. I'm not in it.
Ben, check it. Get out of communications. Have him put out a call to block off the area. Give him the details.
Right.
Johnny.
Yeah, Joe.
Stay with this guy.
Okay.
Davis. Let's go. Brazier. Manufacturing. Olympia.
Good afternoon, Brazier Manufacturing Company.
Give me your payroll division. This is a police department emergency.
Oh, what's that, sir?
Your payroll division. It's an emergency.
One moment, sir.
Come on, hurry up.
Payroll, Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, this is Sergeant Friday, Police Department. We've had a tip your payroll messenger is going to be held up today. Has he left your building yet?
The messenger?
Yeah.
Oh, my, he left early today. Went out the door about 10 minutes ago.
Thanks. Second National Security. Second National. What's roll 3?
Friday, what's all the excitement? You break that guy?
Explain in a minute, Ed. No time.
Good afternoon, 2nd National.
Give me the manager on duty, please. Emergency.
One moment, please.
One moment. Come on.
I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Would you care to wait?
Give me the chief teller.
Thank you.
Chief Teller, Waters.
This is Sergeant Friday, Police Department. Emergency call. Has the payroll messenger from the Brazier Company left the bank yet?
Well, I wouldn't know, Sergeant. Just a moment. I'll have your call switched.
Yeah.
Operator.
Beatrice, would you give this call to Miss Chalmers? It's important.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Miss Chalmers, good afternoon.
Miss Chalmers.
What's the matter, Friday? You sick?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Miss Chalmers, good afternoon.
Miss Chalmers, this is Sergeant Friday, Police Department. Has the payroll messenger from the Brazier Company left the bank yet?
From Brazier's? Why, yes, not more than 2 or 3 minutes ago.
And he had the payroll with him?
Of course.
Thanks. Got a tip on a payroll sticker, Ben. You coming?
Yeah, let's go.
Ben, down this way. Coming. Let's hustle it. Down the stairs. Communications, get the story?
Got it on the air now.
Where's this Brazier Company?
3rd and Spring, about 5 blocks from here. Come on. Here's the garage. right, come on, hit it. Let's make time.
Get the radio on.
Just warming up.
All units. Attention all units. On 3rd Street, corner of Clay Alley, 211. A bank messenger. Suspects are headed west on Clay Alley. Suspects are armed. Code 3. 11R. Take the call.
Cars are closing in fast.
4th Street up ahead, Ben. Might meet him at this end of Clay Alley.
Hold on. No, looks pretty quiet at this end.
Not much you can do without... Hey, look. Coming out of the alley now. Guy with the police. Brown clothes.
The guy with him. Pull up, Ben. Now, let's go.
All right, you two, hold it.
They're running for it.
Come on.
Ben, watch this back.
Let's go.
Come on, they're losing it.
I see them up ahead. They're turning onto Hill Street.
Romero, come on.
Will you, Skipper? You see him, Joe? Heading for the subway terminal.
Yeah, they're going into the crowd. Don't lose them. All right, I'll take the ramp to the left.
Ben, go with him. I'll take the one to the right.
You see him, Joe?
No, I lost. Now, wait a minute. There they are, over the turnstile. Come on.
Joe, they're off the platform. They're crossing the track.
Ed's got one of them. Come on, over the turnstile. Come on, Ben.
Joe, the other guy. He's down into the tunnel. He's crazy.
Come on, after him. Hug the side. He's trapped, Ben. There's a train coming through.
You, come back. You're trapped.
Ben, get out. Hug the side.
Get into it, Joe. You all right, Joe?
Yeah. You?
Mm-hmm. You want to check?
No, I don't think it's any use.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Wonder why he tried so hard, Joe.
I don't know, Ben. Some people are like that. You can blow the whistle all you want. You never know when to stop.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Frank Gannon, the only surviving member of the hold-up gang, was tried and convicted of the crime of assault with intent to commit murder. He is now serving out his sentence at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 16th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Private Richard H. Taylor of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, who on the evening of December 13th, 1946, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles.
Phil Harris likes a great deal about the South. We like a great deal about Phil Harris. For instance, we like his beautiful blonde wife, Alice Faye. In fact, we like the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show, and it just happens that it returns to the NBC air tomorrow. Why don't you take our advice and listen to one of the funniest shows around anywhere? That's the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show tomorrow on most of these same NBC stations. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Man on the Hook.
what the newspapers said. George McDonald was the way to get L.A.'s racket boss, Eddie Slogan. Only George McDonald was around. He'd been hiding out all week. The cops wanted him. Grand jury wanted him to testify. The Eddie Slogan mob wanted him. Eddie Slogan was what the grand jury wanted him to testify against. So I had to be the one that found him. That made me a popular guy, like a clay pigeon at a skeet shooter's convention. The thing got rolling at a bowling alley on Vine Street. My lucky day, looked like. I bowled a strike. I went back to the bench to mark the strike in my score pad. Only something was written on the score pad. In lipstick. Regan, coffee shop counter. Hurry. And pinned to the score pad with a bobby pin was a $100 bill.
And what'll it be, mister? Coffee?
Yeah, that's okay. No cream.
Mind if I sit on this stool, Regan?
No. No, sit down.
Thanks. Mine's Joe, too, Sonny.
2 coffees, all the cream in one.
You call coffee Joe. You must have been in the Navy.
Shore duty. Regan, open your hand under the counter. I'm going to put 4 $100 bills in your hand.
With the one pin to the score pad, that makes 500. For which I do what?
Find George McDonald.
Listen, lady, half the cops in town are looking for McDonald. Not to mention Eddie Slogan.
I'm Eddie Slogan's wife.
Lady, I'm not a finger man.
It's not that. I don't want McDonald for Eddie.
What do you want him for?
For me, Regan, I love the guy.
Sure you do.
That's straight. I love him.
Get another shamus, sister.
Don't be so special,
I'll see you around.
Who?
Regan, $500.
Regan? I'll see.
Yeah. That is an argument.
Yeah.
Hey, mister, your name Regan?
Yeah.
Phone for you.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Regan, we can't talk here. Your car's parked out back in the alley.
Hey, you know a lot.
I've got eyes.
Baby blue.
We'll get around to that.
Yeah. Okay, see you in my car in 5 minutes.
Thanks, Regan. Thanks.
Hey, mister, you gonna answer the phone or do I hang it up?
I got it.
Hey, this is a place of business,
Sure. Yeah?
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. Your landlady said you mentioned something about bowling this afternoon, my boy. I'm glad I've located you.
So you've located me.
Yes. Well, Jeffrey, a splendid client has come our way.
Wants to pay us $500.
Why, yes, Jeffrey, that's right. Offers to pay our International Detective Bureau $500...
To find a missing person, Lan.
Yes, Jeffrey. Yes, that's right.
Guy named George McDonald.
Jeffrey, you astound me.
A client has baby blue eyes.
Well, now, I can't say that I noticed, Jeffrey.
And good legs. Nice, slim, good legs, Lan.
Jeffrey, what are you talking about?
You didn't notice the legs? Fatso, you're getting old.
Mr. Halligan had his trousers on, Jeffrey. How could I see his legs?
Give me that again.
Give you what again? I don't think I understand you, Jeffrey.
You mean a guy came to the office to hire us to trace George McDonald?
Well, certainly, Jeffrey. Mr. Happy Halligan, the used car king.
And gave you $500?
Yeah, that's right. You're to go see him right away. He's at his used car lot on Beverly Boulevard. He wants you to hurry, Jeffrey.
My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, didn't have anything more on Happy Halligan, so I hung up the phone and went out back to the alley where my car was parked. Now we had 2 clients and $1,000 in the kitty. All I had to do was find George McDonald, the guy every cop in L.A. and the Eddie Slogan mob had been looking for a week. It'd be easy. Mrs. Eddie Slogan was waiting for me in my car, all right. But those big, blue, innocent baby eyes were out of place, like a couple of lambs in a den of tigers.
Cigarette?
Not my brand.
Mind if I do?
Lighters on the dashboard.
Thanks.
So you want me to find George McDonald, Mrs. Slogan?
My name's Naomi.
Yeah,
I want you to find him.
as you like.
I've got it.
Maybe you know a guy named Happy Halligan.
I know him, Regan. Sure.
What's Halligan's angle?
George McDonald's a used car salesman for Halligan. You must have read that in the papers.
Go on.
Halligan got in touch with your office today. He wants you to find George.
First names now.
I told you I was in love with the guy.
Why does Halligan want McDonald?
Halligan's got ideas too big for his 2 pence.
Halligan and the rackets?
Mm-hmm. Dime style.
And he wants to put on weight.
That's it.
So he'd like to get his hands on McDonald and put the squeeze on your husband.
You're real quick, Regan.
Whose side are you on?
My side. I heard Halligan was hiring you to look for George.
You heard?
So Eddie heard. Eddie's got the kind of dough around town that's got fast ears.
I believe it.
Well, Regan, if you do find George McDonald, I want him first.
Here's your 500. So long.
What's the matter? People scared?
Listen, sister, I've got your number.
Have you? Well, dial me, Regan. Just to make sure.
Yeah. Why not?
Well, Regan.
That's your busy signal?
You mean George?
You said you loved him.
Regan, I'm not a one-party line. Come and see me. Got a place of my own in Beverly Hills.
Why do you want McDonald?
Because when they get him, Regan, whoever gets him, maybe he'll talk.
You mean he might talk about you and him?
Eddie wouldn't like that.
That adds. That's why you got to get to McDonald first.
Regan, I'll see you later.
Hey, hold it. Hey! She slammed the door and started to run. There was a back entrance to the bowling alley, and she ducked in and disappeared. Then I looked up into my rear vision mirror, and I saw why Mrs. Eddie Slogan had run. A black sedan had pulled into the alley. 5 guys in it. Hat brims down. I gunned out of the alley and turned left on Vine. The black sedan turned after me. There was plenty of traffic on Vine, but I felt conspicuous, like a giraffe in a flea circus. Below Melrose, I dodged into a side street to try to duck the black sedan. I shouldn't have done that. The black sedan crowded me over to the curb. And then a guy with a couple of cold, sawed-off gray eyes got out and opened my car door.
Leave town. Eddie Slogan says.
Cost him something for my time.
Sure. Here. You want something extra for expenses, come around. Anytime. We'll be open.
No use giving him his change with those 4 other hoods in their car. But what did I care? $1,000 could buy a lot of bandages. I drove on to Happy Halligan's used car lot on Beverly Boulevard. Only after a couple of blocks, the black sedan picked up my trail again. I slowed down in front of Happy Halligan's. The black sedan slowed down behind me. Then I got an idea. I drove right on into the lot. You happy, Halligan?
Sure, I'm happy.
Okay.
No use you getting out of that piece of junk. No trade-in value.
I'm Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Lion's Eye, huh?
That's it.
I gave your boss $1,000, says you find George McDonald for me.
Oh, 500's a big fee.
He was a good used car salesman.
Sure he was.
Yeah, they used to come in here. Customers. Beg us to sell them a car. Price, no consideration. What do? We slug them, we insult them, we give them a hot foot, and they apologize for putting us to so much trouble. Yeah, them was the war years. Now...
What about McDonald?
Even now, he could sell an Essex hot rod to whistle his mother.
What about McDonald?
Yeah, you're right, Regan. Ain't why I want him. He cleaned out my till, $4,700.
That why you want him?
That's why I want him.
Eddie Slogan's wife said different.
Eddie Slogan. Seemed to have read that name in the papers.
Okay, Halligan. What can you give me on McDonald?
Tall, gray temples, 43, athletic. Heard he was a southpaw pitcher in the minors once. Oh, yeah. Served time for larceny.
Anything else?
Car over there's the one he beat it in.
English model?
Demonstrator. We sell them to the picture people.
Yeah, McDonald must have ditched the car.
Cops picked it up in San Bernardino.
Okay. By the way, there a back way off your lot, Halligan?
Yeah, sure.
Well, how about letting me drive something in good condition? We went to the back of the lot, and Halligan gave me the keys to a job with white sidewalls. I drove out the rear exit. I crossed Beverly Boulevard a couple of blocks up, and the black sedan was still out in front of Halligan's. I headed for the press room downtown at police headquarters. I was looking for a little reporter named of Gabby, who's usually got answers to what goes on around town, and parts with him. For cash.
Oh, hi, Regan.
Hello, Jack. Gabby around?
Yeah, over there.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Hey, Gabby.
Oh, hi, Ray. Hi. What's it?
Information.
Huh? Cash or credit?
Here's 20.
Hey, thanks, Ray. Thanks. What do you need?
I want to know about George McDonald.
Huh?
What you guys are writing in the papers is plenty of nothing.
Well, cops won't let us print what we know. They're afraid we'll tip Slogan. Not that he don't know more than we know.
What do we know?
Slogan's mob got a place up past San Bernardino.
Where McDonald's car was found?
Yeah. Place is up in the canyon. Well, Slogan and his little playmates took a business competitor up there about a week ago. You know, Ray.
They took him up, but they didn't bring him back.
The business competitor made the mistake of getting very depressed all of a sudden and shooting himself. Only it turns out there was a witness.
McDonald. How did the cops get that?
Well, there's only one road up to the canyon. Gas station guy at the junction saw McDonald.
That all of it?
All I know, Rig.
McDonald in the rackets?
In and out. Worked for Slogan, but that busted off about 5 or 6 months ago.
What about a guy named Halligan?
Happy? He's in the rackets.
So I drove back out to Happy Halligan's. I like to have my clients tell me the truth. It helps me get my work done. But Halligan wasn't around. Neither were the 5 Slogan triggermen in the black sedan, so I took my own car, picked up the evening papers to see what they had on the hunt for McDonald. They didn't have much, but what they did have was peculiar. The cops had released the fact that some stuff was stolen from the Slogan mob up in the canyon. But what was stolen didn't make sense. Phone number pad, gold cigar holder, table cigarette lighter. About 9 o'clock at night, I pulled into a gas station in the hills up past San Bernardino.
How many, sir?
Fill her up. Only, wait a second.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for George McDonald.
Yes, sir?
You saw him, huh? About a week ago?
Well,
There's $10 in it for you.
Yeah, I did see him.
How'd you know it was McDonald?
I described him to the police after they found the dead man up in the canyon.
And you identified the car. The English right-hand drive job McDonald was driving? You'd remember that.
Yeah, he drove right in here, into the station, in a right-hand drive car. He was very nervous, and I guess maybe I acted funny because he pulled a gun on me, leaned out and stuck it up against me. But I had OSS training in the war.
And you pivoted and grabbed his wrist. Did you get the gun?
Yeah. Police said that was positive identification. They traced the serial number to McDonald.
But he got away.
He'd left his motor running.
Okay, I owe you $10. Fill up the tank and we'll see what the total comes to. I couldn't go up the canyon to the Slogan mob place. Cops had the canyon blockaded. They had a road check halfway down back to San Bernardino, too. Highway patrolman stopped me and flashed his light around the car. Then he went back a couple of cars, pulled up a little ways behind me. Everybody looking for George McDonald. I stuck a cigarette in my mouth and reached for the dashboard lighter, but all I got was the hole. I was out of matches, so I bent down and fell around the floor. That was when the car door jerked open, and a guy shoved in on the front seat beside me.
All right, drive. This is a gun in your guts. Drive like the devil.
You're giving the orders, McDonald. I had $1,000 worth of George McDonald in my car. $500 if I delivered him to Happy Halligan, the used car king that was trying to get fat in the rackets. And $500 if I delivered him to Naomi, Mrs. Eddie Slogan. Only Eddie Slogan, big boss of the L.A. rackets, was looking for Mac. And every cop in L.A. was looking for Mac. And that thing Mac's left hand kept shoving into my side had some eager bullets in it. We exchanged some polite conversation around Azusa. But we didn't get any place till we were pulling into L.A.
Hey, slow down, will you? That's a cop car we just passed. You want us to get stopped?
You got the gun, Mac. That makes you the captain.
Okay, pull over. Listen, Regan, one yap out of you and you'll get it, see?
Sure, Mac. Maybe the cops won't know who you are.
They went past. They're after somebody else.
All right if I drive now, Captain?
Yeah, sure. Only take it easy.
Sure. Where we bound for, Mac?
I don't know.
They got nice rooms at the Biltmore.
Cut it out, Regan.
Listen, McDonald, if the Slogan guys get to you, you'll get it like a rat in a gutter.
Shut up!
And the funny part is, you weren't the guy that was up there in the canyon and witnessed the killing.
How do you know that?
We'll get to how I know it. Listen, Mac, I'll give you a break. I'll hide you out.
Well, Regan, if you're trying to pull anything, I'll...
Yeah? Got a better offer?
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He's coming.
You sure I'll be okay here?
Better than my place. Slogan mob's under me.
Well, Jeffrey.
Hi, Lion.
A late evening holiday week call. Come in, welcome.
Sure. Thanks.
Hey, sit down, both of you. I was just sitting smoking a Christmas Corona and meditating on the peace and bounty of the holiday season.
Lion, like to have you meet George McDonald.
How do you do? As I was saying, I was meditating on the peace and... Oh, Jeffrey,
Matt's going to stay here at your house with you for a couple of days, Lion.
Jeffrey, you can't. You couldn't. You wouldn't.
The Eddie Slogan mob and the cops are after him. He's got to hide out.
Jeffrey, putting a thing like this on a sick old man.
There's $1,000 in it for international detectives.
$1,000? Yes, so there is. Hey, but why can't we turn him over to our clients? No offense to you, Mr. McDonald, but this is business.
There's another way. McDonald wasn't the guy who witnessed the Slogan mob killing. I find the guy who did witness it.
But I thought McDonald was the witness.
Well, he wasn't. He's left-handed.
What, Jeffrey?
McDonald's left-handed. Happy Halligan said something about that. Said Mac used to be a southpaw pitcher once. And when Mac held me up in my car tonight, he kept the gun in his left hand.
That may all be very well,
but the fellow the gas station guy identified as the witness to the Slogan rub-out was right-handed.
How do you know that?
He drove into the gas station in the demonstrator car McDonald had been using. An English right-hand drive car. And he stuck his right hand with a gun in it out the car window. And the gas station guy grabbed his wrist and got the gun. It was McDonald's car and McDonald's gun. But it wasn't McDonald.
Yeah, let's see. Steering wheel on the right side, right-hand window, right hand out the window. Yes, that's right.
Where were you that night, McDonald?
I don't remember.
Look, you better give me all the help you can.
Well, I was pulling a job. Burglary. I got sent up for it once, and I laid off.
Skip that part. You didn't take the right-hand drive car on the job. Is that right?
I did the job with another guy. We used his car. I left the demonstrator in front of my place.
And then when you got home, the right-hand car was gone.
The next morning, a guy I know that's with Slogan gave me the tip Slogan had just put out the word to get me, so I lammed.
Your boss Halligan have duplicate keys for his demonstrators, McDonald?
Sure.
Well, how did your gun get into it? Maybe you'd left it in the car.
I saw the serial number in the papers. It was an old one I lost 6-8 months ago.
Or maybe it was stolen from you. That might fit.
What do you mean, Jeffrey?
McDonald, your ex-boss, Slogan, he the kind to leave important stuff around? Maybe written on a phone pad?
I never worked for Eddie Slogan.
I got a friend Gabby knows what goes on around town. Says different.
Okay, but I busted with Eddie 5 months ago.
Over Naomi?
How did you...
Mrs. Eddie Slogan? She told me she was in love with you.
Not for 6 months. She stuck with him.
Well, I'll see you, fellas.
Jeffrey, you can't leave me here.
Take good care of him, Lion. And don't let the cops or Eddie Slogan shoot up the place.
Jeffrey!
I left the two happy pals side by side in front of the Lion's molting Christmas tree. Maybe when I told the gas station kid up at the junction of the Canyon Road, the guy on McDonald's car with McDonald's gun wasn't McDonald, he'd come up with something that'd lead me to the guy who was. But it was too late to go up there till morning, so I went to my place on Taft to get some sleep.
Give 'em something extra for expenses, Eddie Slogan says. He don't leave town like he's told.
It was one of Santa Slogan's little helpers. The one with the gray eyes. He'd been waiting, and he came at me, only this time he didn't have his 4 hits with him, so I didn't have to miss. I landed one before Gray Eyes got started, but when he got started, he was hard to stop. He had something white and fisted up and hard in the ends of his sleeves that kept exploding in my face like it had been imported from Oak Ridge. And then I kicked him in the stomach. He landed in the middle of the coffee table. Funny, when he came up, he had a hunk of the coffee table in his hand.
All right, Regan.
When I opened my eyes, Gray Eyes was gone. But somebody was coming toward me out of the kitchen. Or was I dreaming?
Regan, you all right? I can't stay and help you. I can't. I can't breathe.
The next morning, I went into the kitchen to make myself orange juice and coffee. I had a head. Couldn't find the juice squeezer, so I got in my car and started for the gas station up past San Bernardino. I could get breakfast along the road. I picked up the morning papers at a corner, and then I pulled over in the next block and stopped. It was a headline. The gas station guy had been murdered 3 hours ago. And all the papers reported something queer. The guy's military comb and brush set, his wristwatch, and his toothbrush had been stolen by whoever it was that killed him. When I got back to my place on Taft, the phone was ringing. Yeah?
Jeffrey, I'm glad to get you. What a night I've spent.
You spend a message unit to tell me that?
But, Jeffrey, there was someone lurking around the house.
Eddie Slogan, social worker, maybe.
I think so, Jeffrey. And George McDonald must have thought so.
Yeah?
Because, Jeffrey, he became so nervous and worried that suddenly he slipped out of the house and left.
Left?
Yeah, half an hour ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
I did, Jeffrey. I just did.
Yeah, you did. Well, Fatso, I got business. So long. I hung up the phone, stopped long enough to put on the new gold tie clip the Lion gave me for Christmas, and drove to Beverly Boulevard. I did some arithmetic on the way. Phone pad, plus cigar holder, plus cigarette lighter stolen from the scene of the Slogan mob killing, plus wristwatch, toothbrush, brush and comb set stolen when the gas station guy was murdered. I stuck a cigarette in my mouth, absent-mindedly reached down for my dashboard lighter. What I got was a hole. I added another item. Dashboard cigarette lighter stolen from Jeff Regan. A couple of blocks ahead on Beverly Boulevard was the Happy Halligan used car lot, where I'd left my car the day before to ditch the black sedan full of Slogan mobsters. I mentally added one more item to my list and drove past Happy Halligan's car lot and out on to Beverly Hills.
Regan, come in.
Thanks.
Mix your drink?
No, thanks.
Regan, last night...
You walked out on me after your husband's helper sapped me.
Well, I came to see you. I wanted to talk.
Then the mug showed up and you had to hide.
I hid in the kitchen.
Yeah, but after he left, you beat it in case somebody came back.
Well, I had to if Eddie had...
You want to talk now?
Sure. Sure.
Oh. Guess that gives you about the complete collection, lady.
What?
Toothbrush, phone pad, cigar holder, wristwatch, McDonald's gun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My dashboard cigarette lighter when you were in my car out behind the bowling alley yesterday. My orange juice squeezer from my kitchen last night.
I didn't steal anything.
Well, what's my new gold Christmas tie clasp doing in your hand right now?
Regan, you stinking louse!
Baby, maybe a racket boss's wife can afford to be a kleptomaniac. But you shouldn't mix it with murder. That wrapped it up. Naomi was the same as signed her name to the gas station guy's murder once you figured out the key. I called the cops, and they picked her up. It was a big morning for them. They'd already picked up George McDonald in North Hollywood. I dropped by the Lyons house to see if he'd survived. He'd had 10 pounds scared off him, but there was plenty of them left.
And all those silly, useless odds and ends stolen by that woman, Mrs. Slogan, because she was a kleptomaniac. Imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
But Jeffrey, even with the fact that she had McDonald's car and gun, how could the gas station fellow have mistaken Mrs. Slogan for McDonald when she was a woman?
He didn't.
He didn't?
The Slogans used to go up the canyon often. The gas station was at the road junction. The attendant was a young, good-looking guy.
Oh, you mean she...
Naomi stole McDonald's car to go up to see that gas station guy. She talked him into helping her frame McDonald. She probably never intended that the kid would live long enough to give the frame away.
Well, a very sweet girl, Jeffrey. No, but the case is over now. Oh, yeah, have a cigar, Christmas Corona.
Oh, thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Seems to be out of fluid.
Well, I've got my lighter.
Oh, fine.
Right here in my... I had it when...
It's not in your pocket, Jeffrey?
Yeah, but I had it this morning when I left to go to see Naomi. Oh.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced by Sterling Tracy, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
Why, Mr. Connors, what...
Okay, back up inside fast. Inside, Mrs. North. Hurry up and you won't get hurt. But if you stall around, you're in trouble.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Wheel of Chance. Mr. and Mrs. North, transcribed, is brought to you by the Colgate-Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream for tough beards and tender skins, and Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste to help destroy unpleasing breath originating in the mouth. Take any brownstone building on any New York side street. Walk in, look into any room, and the odds are 4 to 1 you'll find someone waiting for a phone call. In this case, his name is Harry Connors, occupation dubious, past shady, state of mind, tense, distraught, nerves jangling like...
Yeah, about time. Hello?
Connors?
Yeah, where you been, Lorenz? I've been waiting...
Nervous, Connors. Irritable.
Now, look...
Sign of insecurity. Lack of confidence.
Yeah, your telegram said you'd call...
I'm calling long distance, my friend. Words are expensive.
Okay, Lorenz.
Pencil handy?
Yeah.
Take this down. It's a gray convertible, 1953 model.
Okay. New York license plate?
Yes, license number 24S373.
24S373.
You can learn the name of the owner from the Motor Vehicle Bureau, or whatever it's called in New York City.
Now, that'll be easy.
You'll find our prize in the left front wheel. Understand? The left front wheel.
Okay.
Car should be in New York within the next 48 hours. A young couple driving. They went through customs here at the border 2 days ago.
No trouble.
Why should there be trouble? They seemed like such respectable people.
Pam. Pam.
Oh, I must have dozed off. Where are we?
Home. Vacation's over.
Home?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jerry, I couldn't have slept that long.
You slept through half of New Jersey and most of the Bronx.
Oh, impossible. I wasn't sleepy. You must have been driving too fast again.
Only as fast as the law allows. Grab the little suitcase, dear. I'll get the others.
3 glorious weeks across the border, and now this.
I'll help you upstairs with the luggage and then run the car down to the garage.
What for?
Needs a tune-up. I'd like to have it sometime tomorrow.
Excuse me, folks.
Yes?
You're tenants in this building, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Well, me too. I just signed a lease this morning.
Well, that's very nice.
I'm kind of getting acquainted with the neighborhood. From out of town, and I can't get used to this New York parking situation.
Well, just between us, you never will.
Any place around here a guy can keep his car without getting a ticket or a dented fender?
Well, Jerry usually keeps ours on that street behind the building, don't you, dear?
There's usually a space or two there.
Oh, well, thanks. That's good to know. Oh, here, let me hold that door for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Connors.
Well, good luck in your new apartment, Mr. Connors.
Oh, thank you, Mr. North. I'll be seeing you around.
Right. Come on, Pam. I want to get to the garage. Pam.
Jerry.
Darling, the garage closes.
Jerry, do we know that man?
Connors? No.
Well, then how in the world did he know our name?
Yes, ma'am. What can we do for... Oh, you.
Oh, that's a fine way to greet a customer, Toby. Smile, baby.
I'm busy, Anita. What do you want?
Oh, that's funny. Your greetings used to be so much cozier.
Anita, I can't talk here.
Where will we talk, baby? Your place? Get your wife to invite me over. She'd love to hear us talk.
There's a car on the ramp. You'd better move.
I need more dough, Toby.
I haven't got it. You know doggone well I haven't got a dime left.
Oh, but you can get it, can't you?
Anita, for Pete's sake, this is a garage, not a gold mine. Do your prospecting someplace else.
You can get it. For me.
I've got a little blood left. Do you want that, too? When are you going to let me alone, Anita? When do you pull out the needle?
Oh, smile, baby.
It took me years to save up that last bankroll. Then I had to get mixed up with you.
I'd hate to have to upset your wife, Toby boy. She seems to love you so much.
Move your car, will you?
If she knew about us, she'd be miserable, wouldn't she?
Hi, Toby.
Yes, sir. Be right with you. Anita, please, beat it.
Call me tonight?
Yeah, I'll call you.
All right if I leave my car back there, Toby.
Hi, Mr. North. I'll take care of it.
Oh, sure. Toby takes care of everything.
Who's that?
Just a customer.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Think you can get my car tuned up by tomorrow, Toby? I think the spark plugs need cleaning and... Hey, Toby.
I'm sorry, Mr. North.
Do all pretty girls affect you like this?
No, sir. Just that one.
Pam. Pam, wake up.
Oh. What time is it?
Late. Time to go to bed.
Oh, isn't this awful? 3 weeks vacation, and then I do nothing but sleep for 3 days after it. Oh, scratch my back, will you, dear?
Okay.
Good. Now, a little higher.
Yeah, how's this?
Oh, wonderful. We ought to take vacations more often, Jerry.
You've only been home 3 days, Mrs. North.
A little to the left
Oh.
here. That's it. 2 vacations a year. Well, we'd be healthier.
Mm-hmm. And dead broke. Now, who the devil can that be?
Oh, I'll get it. All right. Just a minute. Why, Mr. Conn.
Okay, back up inside fast. Inside, I said. Now, hurry up and you won't get hurt. This gun isn't made of chocolate.
Well, isn't it rather late to be visiting, Mr. Connors?
Who is it, dear?
Don't answer. Let him come in.
Hey, Pam. Who's at the door? What?
Come on in, North. Sit down.
Hey, what is this?
Sit down. You too, beautiful.
Yes, sir.
What do you want, Connors? Why the gun?
It's not chocolate, Jerry.
Now, where is it?
Where's what?
Don't get cute. It's gone. What'd you do with it?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about,
Now, look,
Connors.
you two. It was under your hubcap when you crossed the border. It's not there now. I'm warning you. It's important enough to kill for. So let's have it now.
But we haven't got it.
Then get it.
But
now.
Mr. Connors, we wouldn't keep a thing like that around the house. It
Pam,
might go...
what are you... Okay, so you got it stashed away. I'll give you 1 hour to unstash it.
At this time of night? Well, everything is closed, Mr. Connors.
All right, I'll give you till noon tomorrow.
Oh, we'll need more time than
Noon
that.
tomorrow. And I warn you, no funny stuff. You'll be watched. You'll be tailed. You'll...
Really, Mr. Connors...
Noon tomorrow. And like I said, It's important enough to kill for.
Well, Pam and Jerry may be in the dark, but they can still see they're in trouble.
Men, want real shaving satisfaction at a big bargain?
Then take advantage of Colgate Shaving Cream's special offer at your dealers now.
Here's what you get. A large-sized tube of Colgate lather or Colgate brushless shaving cream free of extra cost when you buy the giant-sized tube of lather or brushless at regular price.
That's right. Your choice of a large-sized tube of Colgate lather or brushless shaving cream free of extra cost.
For you lather shave cream fans, you'll find nothing beats those clean, close, million bubble shaves you get with Colgate lather shaving cream.
And you men who prefer a brushless cream, light and fluffy Colgate brushless is the easy way, not the greasy way, for shaving tough beards and tender skin.
Whatever your choice, lather or brushless, take advantage of Colgate Shaving Cream's special offer now. A large-sized tube of Colgate lather or brushless free of extra cost when you buy the giant size at regular price.
Do it now while dealer supplies of the special pack last. Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Okay, now, what did this guy look like? Well, Bill, he was rather nondescript.
He was a little shorter than Jerry, but heavier.
Medium brown hair, was wearing a gray fedora and a light tan suit. And a gun.
But, Bill, what in the world could possibly be hidden in the hubcap of our car?
Oh, anything, Pam. At least anything flat and thin.
But how could it have got there?
Well, anybody could have pried the cap off while the car was parked.
But why, dear, and who?
Hey, Bill. What? Wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. The garage. The garage? Where I took the car for a tune-up.
We didn't have a flat.
No, but at a lot of garages, it's routine to check the brake lining.
Oh.
You'd have to pull a wheel to... Toby may have found something. Who's Toby? The mechanic.
Darling, you may be right. Come on.
Hey, hold it, Pam. It wouldn't do any good to go to the garage.
In that case, there's nothing to do but wait until morning. Now, look, you say this Connors guy said you'd be watched and followed?
Yeah, but he may have been bluffing.
Maybe he was, and maybe he wasn't. Anyway, I want you two to go to the garage alone in the morning.
But, Bill...
Now, wait a minute. I'll have a man tailing you to see if you're followed. And if you are, he might be able to grab the guy, and we can get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
But, Bill, what about tomorrow at noon?
If Connor shows, my man will be outside ready to take him. Now, there's nothing to worry about, Pam.
Gollies, Bill. I hope so.
Sure, sorry, Mr. North.
You said you just wanted a tune-up. You didn't tell me to check the brakes.
Well, I thought you'd check them anyway, Toby.
Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. It depends on how busy we are. I'll be glad to look them over for you if you want.
Toby, didn't you even look under the hubcap?
Oh, no, ma'am. Hubcaps?
You know, on the wheels.
Oh, hubcaps.
Were you the only one to work on the car, Toby?
Yes, sir. We've been kind of short-handed here lately.
And you didn't find anything? Nothing at all?
A couple of bum spark plugs.
Are they thin and flat?
Pam.
Well,
It's okay, Toby. We just thought maybe...
Mr. North, if those brakes are bad or if you're not satisfied, I'll be glad
No, nothing like that. We just lost something and, well, you know.
Oh. Anything important?
Yes, but don't worry about it.
Well, what was it?
Oh, nothing important.
What?
But if you find anything that looks like it came out from under a hubcap, let us know right away, will you, Toby? It's important.
Toby boy.
Hello, Anita.
Just like old times, Come on in. Aren't you an AWOL from that grease pit you work in?
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Oh, come on. Sit here.
I'll stand.
Okay, what do you want?
I want you to get out of town, out of my life.
Smile, baby.
I mean it. I made a big mistake getting mixed up with you. I paid plenty for it. Now I'm telling you, get out of my life.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
I need expense money.
You'll get it.
From you?
Yeah. My last installment. Final payment.
You said you were broke.
I am. But I struck gold.
In that garage?
In that garage, under the hubcap of a car.
Don't make jokes, Toby boy. I'm getting tired of
Look.
you. What is it?
Microfilm. The Norths went on a vacation, they said, across the border. They slipped this under a hubcap so the customs inspectors wouldn't find it, but they slipped up. I got to it before they could use it.
Well, let's see. Let me see.
A whole spool of film, full of spy stuff. Names, addresses, even pictures of enemy agents working in this area. And their contacts across the border.
You sure it belongs to them?
Well, they came in looking for it just an hour ago. It's dynamite. It's worth a fortune. It'll even pay your fare right out of my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure will. What are you going to do with it, baby?
Uncle Sam writes big checks for things like this. The FBI gets the microfilm. I get the reward, and you get...
The FBI?
Who else? With this film, they
and
could...
the Norths? What about the Norths?
The FBI will take care of them. Too bad, too. The nicest people are turning out to be spies these days.
Toby, boy, if you ever opened up that pointed head of yours, a moth would fly out.
Was that so? Well, here, look at this film. Go on, hold it up to the light.
Listen, you stupid little grease monkey. The FBI may give you a reward for that, sure. A box lunch and a bottle of milk. But what about the Norths? What'll they pay for it?
Well, that's not the point.
I'll tell you what they'll pay for it. They'll dig up Fort Knox. They'll steal piggy banks from every kid this side of the Kremlin. They'll hawk their souls and auction off half of Europe to get that microfilm. That's what they'll pay for it.
But they're spies.
Sure, they're spies. You have enough on them to hang them. You can make them pay and pay and pay.
No. No, Anita, I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do it? All you have to do is pick up the phone and call them up.
No, I'll settle for half the dough and all of my conscience.
Yeah? Well, I won't.
Put the phone down.
Get away.
Put it down, I said. Put it down.
Let go.
That's better.
A real patriot, aren't you, Toby? What do I have to do to convince you, Mr. Patriot? You got a chance to rub money in your hair and you're worried about dandruff. Oh, what do I have to do, Toby?
Nothing. Let me handle it my way.
What must I do, baby? Tell your wife about us.
This is a lot bigger than that.
Oh, a real patriot. All right, come here. Come here, Mr. Patriot.
Forget that stuff, Anita.
Come here.
Forget it, will you?
Just like old times, Toby boy. Can't forget old times, baby.
Cut it out, Anita.
Love these old times. Here. Call the Norths, baby. Call them now.
You were completely in the clear, Jerry. My man didn't spot anyone tailing you.
Are you sure?
Oh, not a chance. Now, what about the mechanic? You think he was telling the truth about not finding anything?
It was hard to tell, Bill. He seemed a little flustered.
Well, that might not mean anything. Now, you just sit tight until noon.
Right, but you're sure your man won't take off for lunch?
Well, now, stop worrying.
Okay.
So no one followed us?
No, Bill says that... Oh, I'll get it here. Hello.
Mr. North?
Speaking.
This is Toby, Mr. North.
Oh, hi, Toby. What's on your mind?
Toby, what does he want?
I think I have the item you're looking for.
What? I can't hear you, Toby.
I said I think I have the item you're looking for.
Did he find it? What is it, Jack?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Where are you?
Well, I have to be back at the garage in a little while.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Oh, no, that's no good.
Well, you want to come up here, or we can go to your house?
No, I'll be back here at my friend's place about 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Mr. Connors said noon, Jerry.
It has to be sooner than that, Toby.
I can't make it any sooner. I have to go back to work. Meet me here at my friend's place. I'll give you the address.
Take this down, Ben.
All right.
Okay, let's have it.
67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D.
67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D.
I've got it.
Toby, can't you possibly make it before 2?
No, that's as good a time to talk business as any.
I can't hear you.
I said it's a good time to talk business.
Business? What kind of business?
Big business, Mr. North. Be sure to bring your checkbook.
Jerry. Look at the time.
Yeah.
10 minutes before noon. Where's Bill's man?
At the back door.
How's he going to know when Mr. Connors comes in?
He can hear the buzzer.
Is the back door unlocked?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Shouldn't we check it again?
Relax, Pam. It'll all be over in 10 minutes.
Bill's man can't get in that back door. It certainly will. Jerry, look. Noon, straight up. Oh, why does he have to be so prompt?
Well, here goes. You wait here, dear.
Oh, no.
Wait there.
I wish you'd have checked the back door. Jerry? Jerry? Jerry, why won't you answer me? Who is this man?
It's all right, dear. He's just a salesman.
Salesman?
Yes, darling. A life insurance salesman. $63, $65. Oh, here, $67. Here's the house. Apparently Bill isn't here yet. I don't see his car. What time is it?
2:00 exactly. We'd better get up and see Toby.
On the contrary, we'd better wait for Bill.
Well, he knows the address and the apartment number, doesn't he?
I gave them to him when I telephoned after Connors didn't show up.
Well, then, let's go up and talk to Toby. Bill will be along.
All right, dear. I'm too tired to argue.
Why do you suppose that man Connors didn't show up at noon?
Only two reasons I can think of. Either he got what he wanted or he knows we don't have it.
Toby says he has it. Anyway, I'd feel better if I knew where Mr. Connors was.
Yeah, so would I.
Jerry, wait. Before you close the door.
What?
That taxi across the street. I could swear it's been following us. At least it looks just like the one I kept seeing in the rearview mirror.
Darling, there are probably a couple of thousand taxicabs like that, all the same color, yellow.
Well,
besides, if it's been following us, it's probably Sergeant What's-His-name, Bill's man. Come on. Toby's friend lives on the first floor. Must be down this way.
1B, 1C. Here it is. Look, it was unlocked. Now, why in the world should they leave their door?
What's the matter, Pam? Good Lord.
Jerry, she's dead.
Very dead.
Who do you suppose she is?
Toby's friend, probably.
She's so pretty.
Sure, she's the one.
One what?
In the garage. She was talking to Toby in the garage the day I brought the car in.
Jerry, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's all get out of here.
Connors, what the...
Come on now, both of you, move.
Oh, what for?
Because I like your company.
And that's still not made of chocolate, is it?
Nope. Same guy, same gun. Now, let's go.
Where to?
Well, you two have a nasty habit. You keep getting in the way all the time.
So?
So I'm going to see that you're put out of the way for keeps. Now, move.
Now, look here, Connors.
You heard me? Move. And since you're expecting your cop friend wagon, we'll go out the back way.
Well, Harry Connors seems to have a talent for appearing in the wrong place, as well as at the wrong time.
Remember, soaping dulls hair. Halo glorifies it. So...
Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo, everybody, Halo.
Yes, there's your cue to lovely, naturally lustrous hair. Soaping your hair with even finest liquid or cream shampoos hides its natural luster with dulling soap film. But Halo shampoo is not a soap or cream. Made with a special ingredient, Halo glorifies your hair with your very first shampoo. Even in hardest water, Halo gives oceans of rich, soft water lather. Needs no special rinse. Halo removes embarrassing dandruff from both hair and scalp. Leaves hair soft, shining, easy to manage. Ideal for children's hair, too. Next time, be sure to buy Halo, America's favorite shampoo.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Why have you brought us to this warehouse?
You'll find out, Mrs. North. All right, hold it. What is that? Connors.
Well, Connors, what are these people doing here?
I had to bring them, Lorenz.
We'll decide that later. Inside. You found the film?
Right here.
Sidell microfilm. So that...
Thin, flat spool.
You used our car to smuggle it across the border. It was nothing personal, my friends. Your car or another.
It just happened to be yours we picked. Of course, as it turned out, we made an unfortunate choice. But we had no way of knowing you would take your car to a garage or that you had a friend in the police department.
And we'd never known, Lorenz, if I hadn't put that bug on their phone line.
Bug on our telephone line? What do you mean by that?
He means he tapped our phone.
So that's how you knew that we'd contacted the police and that
Connors
Toby
is a man of varied and useful talents. Aren't you, Harry?
Well, I got the film for you, didn't I?
Okay, you've got your film. Now what?
You brought them, Connors. What do you suggest?
Well, I don't know.
You must have had something in mind.
No, look, Lorenz, I told you I had to bring him. I didn't have time to think. I just had to get out of there.
Out of where?
Lorenz, will you stop talking?
Connors. I have the feeling something has happened that I should be told about.
No, Lorenz.
Not unless you already know about the killing.
Killing?
Shut up, will you?
What killing?
Don't listen to her, Lorenz.
What killing, Connors? What killing?
The killing at 67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D, Lorenz.
67 Bryce? Connors, what's this all about?
Well, I had to do it, Lorenz. I had to. A dame got hold of the film. She wouldn't give it up.
Fool.
Well, you wanted the film, didn't you?
You stupid.
Before I could get out, these two walked in.
I told you I wouldn't tolerate bad judgment, Connors. A murder at this stage of our work can only attract attention. I told you we had to work quietly, unnoticed, unseen.
I know.
You knew, yes, you knew, but that isn't what you did. You've killed one person, and you've brought two more here to be silenced somehow. It's a shame, Connors. A shame you tried so hard and failed so miserably.
Now stay away, Lorenz.
A little man in a big job. Connors.
Stay away, I
Get
said.
his gun. Get his gun.
I'm warning you, Lorenz. Okay, watch it. Fight you. Get it, Pam. Get the gun.
I've got it. I've got it, Jerry.
Lorenz.
Let go of the gun.
Connors, you bungling, brainless.
Shut up. Will you shut up?
Here. Take the gun, Jerry.
Okay, Pam, and stay right where you are, Lorenz. This gun isn't made of chocolate. You can take Connor's word for it.
And that was Toby in the taxi that followed us to Anita's apartment.
Mm-hmm. He was just stringing Anita along, making her think he was going to blackmail us.
Oh.
That's why he insisted meeting us at 2 o'clock. He wanted to give himself time to warn us, but he missed us at our apartment, and by the time we got to... Oh, you tired, darling?
Dead.
You want me to drive?
No, dear, we're almost home. Oh, gollies, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I laid awake trying to figure out what could have been under our hubcap.
Yeah, so did I.
But you're not tired?
Of course not. Holy smoke, if a person can't go to without sleep for one night, they must be getting old.
Well, let's face it, Jerry. We are.
Getting old? Oh, nonsense. I never felt better. I feel as young as...
So I see.
That yawn didn't mean a thing.
No.
No, it didn't. I'm just relaxed. That's all.
Jerry. Darling.
Huh?
Could you manage to relax a little more quietly?
Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste destroys bad breath more effectively. Yes, clinical tests prove Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste destroys bad breath originating in the mouth more effectively, more thoroughly, and for a longer time than a non-chlorophyll toothpaste. These tests with actual cases, men and women who had unpleasing breath, proved Colgate Chlorophyll's longer-lasting protection. These men and women brushed their teeth just once, and periodic checks were made on each with a breath-measuring device called the osmoscope. Even hours later, Colgate Chlorophyll toothpaste was proved to give far greater reduction of unpleasing breath. Remember, one brushing with Colgate Chlorophyll rids your mouth of a high percentage of decay bacteria. And tests prove a chlorophyll toothpaste can reduce common gum trouble twice as fast as a non-chlorophyll toothpaste. So get the full benefits of a chlorophyll toothpaste. Get fresh-tasting Colgate Chlorophyll toothpaste.
Every Tuesday night at this time, the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair, Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream for tough beards and tender skin, and Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste to help destroy unpleasing breath originating in the mouth, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, transcribed, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Be sure to join us again next week when Pam and Jerry encounter an angry mob with blood in its eye and a small-town sheriff with murder in his heart in the mystery, License to Kill.
The characters of Mr. and Mrs. North are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Tonight's script was by Don Brinkley, music by Charles Paul. Mr. and Mrs. North is produced and directed by John W. Lufton. The Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company invites you to listen to their exciting new quiz, The Phrase That Pays, on radio every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, and to the new Mr. and Mrs. North program on television. Consult your local newspaper for details. Joe King speaking.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant tasting, really easy to take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystal and vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, gee, Diamond, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, Seymour. I feel great.
Oh.
Who needs teeth? Come to think of it, though, I might be more comfy down here if you'd lift this desk off my chest.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over.
Sorry, forget it. I enjoy having my chest crushed as much as the next guy.
Okay. Now, the throw I'm going to show you now is called a Japanese shoulder toss.
Look, Seymour, you've convinced me. Judo is a wonderful sport. I didn't realize what I've been missing all these years. I love this sport, judo. Now, what'll it be, canasta or old maid?
What?
How about hopscotch?
Oh, come on. Let me show you just one more throw, huh?
Not even if it was with a beanbag.
Hey, maybe some wrestling holds in. I know a lot of wrestling stuff. Must be some trick you'd like me to try.
No, Seymour. I really don't believe Well, come to think of it, yes, there is. A wonderful little trick.
Huh?
You get yourself a nice long rope, throw it high up into the air.
Yeah?
And then real quick you climb way, way up to the top and just disappear.
Oh, that's nuts.
Oh, a defeatist, huh? Well, no. Diamond Detective Agency, brains, experience, enthusiasm, delirium tremens.
Rick, don't be so silly. I might have been a prospective client.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you'll have to admit, I have got brains and enthusiasm and good looks and a dynamic personality. And my father can beat up your father.
Rick, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm right here in New York.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now, will you please tell me what we're doing tonight?
Oh, that, honey, is a long story.
I'm comfortable.
Well, remember the day we walked into Gimbel's basement and I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine who was demonstrating barbells?
I remember how funny you looked when he goaded you into picking up that big weight.
Yeah. And how hysterical it was when he had to carry me upstairs to the chiropractor.
I carried you just like a baby, too, didn't I?
Who's that?
Now, that's him. Muscles. He bicycled all the way over from Jersey just to tell me his ideas on self-defense.
He bicycled.
Oh, he was dressed for it. Top hat, tail, sneakers.
What are you talking about?
One of his cleverest ideas was that I'd treat him to dinner tonight if he could knock me to the floor in less than 30 seconds.
So?
Gave him the battle of his life. 7 seconds. The point is, where can we eat where they'll poison his food?
Hey, I heard that.
It's all right, Seymour. You can order small helpings.
Rick.
Let's make it Leon's, baby, okay?
Must we?
Will you be an angel and meet us at Leon's?
I'll meet you at Leon's.
8 o'clock sharp.
Rick, if you keep me waiting.
If I keep you waiting, you can have a lock of my hair. 8 o'clock.
Sharp.
Well, I'll see you at Leon's at 8 o'clock, huh? Bring lots of money, because I'm a guy that can really eat.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Well, if you arrive there before I do, Seymour, start in on the ferns by the front door. Seymour was too stupid to go away mad, but at least he went away. I settled back in my chair and made a half-hearted attempt to figure a face out of the water spot on the ceiling. When I woke up, it was 5 o'clock, and I hated myself for the indulgence. As I sat there, thinking how much my mouth tasted like an old motorman's glove, I heard a noise in the hall on the other side of my door. Well, good afternoon. Something I can do for...
Juice bar. Juice bar.
Hey. He fell face forward into the pool of blood at his feet, like a wino who'd stumbled into a fountain of muscatel. Funny, isn't it, how an ice pick loses all its homey appeal when it's sticking out of a guy's back? The ice pick this guy was wearing was no exception. I didn't know how long he'd been leaning against my door, but one thing was certain. It was long enough to die. I put in a call to 5th Precinct Police Headquarters and Lieutenant Levinson. And 10 minutes later, my office was full of badges.
And you have no idea who he is, huh, Rick?
Not the vaguest, Walt.
Well, the checkup shows you're the only office in the building that's been open after 2, so he must have been on his way to see you when he got it from behind.
Maybe he was delivering ice and just happened to fall on his ice pick.
Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, now that you've solved it, why don't you go down to the glue factory and let them put you up in nice little glass bottles?
Oh. Well, anyway, he has a billfold in his pocket. That ought to tell us something.
How about a look, Fatty?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here.
Quite a card collector, wasn't he?
Quite.
Gold Furriers, the Copper Room, O'Toole's Diner.
It's lousy food. Got ptomaine once from their cheesecake.
I remember. I got ptomaine just watching you eat it.
I resent that.
And I accept your apology.
Yeah. Huh?
Where's that green card from?
This one?
Yeah.
The Apollo Health Club. Hey, that's right down the street.
Nothing with the old boy's name on it, though.
Afraid not. However, something tells me you'll get that from the old boy's fingerprints.
Let's hope so.
Salute this afternoon to you, sir. Welcome to the Apollo Health Club. May I be of assistance?
I'd like to get a massage.
Splendid. Performs wonders after a fatiguing day. A veritable balm to the chafed tissues of the body.
But will it cure snow blindness?
I beg your pardon?
No, just ignore me. I'm a little chewed up today.
I assume you're referring to a state of mind.
Well, not altogether. Got a kink in my back that isn't entirely mental.
Well, at least you've come to the proper place. A measure of skillfully applied anatomical science will regenerate the damaged musculature in no time. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien, front, please. One of my best masseurs.
Oh, you're the owner, huh?
I am, sir. Let me introduce myself. Emerson Van Arter, Doctor of Anatomical Science.
Richard Diamond.
A pleasure.
Nice layout you have here.
Indeed. 5 years of assiduous study in Switzerland under the illustrious Dr. von Sepperville has given me a boundless knowledge of the human mechanism. As a consequence, of course...
Are you calling me, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Baron, I did. Mr. Diamond here wishes a massage.
Sure, fine.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Diamond.
Right this way, sir.
Remember, the blood toward the heart, always toward the heart.
A real private detective, huh?
Too private, judging from last month's receipts. Hey, you know, you really rubbed that kink out of my back.
Good. Don't know if you noticed it, but I was doing all my rubbing with my right arm. Tore a muscle on my left shoulder this morning. Really put it out of commission.
Oh, that's too bad. Speaking of things being out of commission, reminds me, there's a body down at the morgue I'd like you to take a look at. Guy might have been a client of yours.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
Oh?
When could you come down?
How about tonight? We close here at 10.
Fine. Make it, what about 10:30? Know where the morgue is?
Yeah. Now, how'd this guy die anyway?
Somebody hid their ice pick in his spinal column.
No kidding.
Yeah. The corpse is a little dark-complexioned man. Kinky hair, glasses, bald spot on the top of his head.
Hey, that description fits a guy who comes in here every night around closing time. Fanatic on diet. He buys wheat germ from us by the case.
Know his name or where he lives?
Oh, I know that
Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien to hurry you down to the gymnasium.
Oh, sure, right away, sir. Here's a fresh towel, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt like this, but we're a trifle understaffed, and expediting the evening rush is something of a problem.
Quite all right.
Talk to you later tonight, Mr. Diamond.
All right. Oh, hey, in case you can't make it, give me a buzz at Leon's restaurant. I'll be there till 9:15.
Right.
Ah, Monsieur Diamond.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hello, Leon.
Par ici, par ici.
Which translated in English means?
Right this way.
Both my guests arrived?
Oui. First the young lady, then a few minutes later the gymnast. But, Monsieur Diamond, a telephone call is waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Hello, Diamond speaking.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. This is Red O'Brien down at the Apollo Club.
Oh, yeah, old Iron.
Hey, listen, you got to come down here right away. I really stumbled into something.
Yeah, what's that?
Can't tell you over the phone. Just get down here. Drop everything and get down here. Hurry.
Look, Red, I'm right in the middle of it. Hello? 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 Oh. Hey, kids, I got to run. Be back in a few minutes.
Just where do you think you're going?
Place called the Apollo Club.
Yeah? Well, how about my dinner?
Go right ahead and order. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, Seymour, that potato salad on the child's plate is a real deal for a quarter. And Helen,
Yes, Rick.
shoot to kill if he even suggests wrestling. I walked out of Leon's, flagged down a cab, and spent the trip back to the Apollo Club, wondering what Red O'Brien was so worked up about and why he'd hung up on me. As my cab started to swing in toward the curb, I got that lousy feeling again, and I decided definitely it was not one of Leon's martinis, but rather the large white ambulance parked in front of the Apollo Health Club. I was halfway up the steps of the club when Dr. Van Arthur appeared in the doorway.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. This is terrible. Terrible.
What is?
We've had an accident.
Red O'Brien?
Yes. Oh, terrible. Like losing a son.
Losing? He's dead?
Yes. He was performing a handstand on the rings in the gymnasium, and he slipped and fell. Broke his neck.
Now, Rexall's Pharmaceutical Laboratories announce a brand new vitamin product, Rexall 5X Vitamins. They're called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. What's more, each tablet contains 5 micrograms of red crystalline B12. Right now, your Rexall family druggist is introducing this new vitamin product with a special offer. He will give you, free of extra cost, a 10-day trial supply of 5X vitamins when you purchase the regular bottle of 50 tablets. Try 5X vitamins for 10 days. And if you're not completely satisfied, simply return the unopened bottle of 50 and your full purchase price will be refunded. Ask for the regular 50-tablet bottle and 10-day trial bottle of Rexall 5X vitamins. Both just $6.95 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Well, hello, Otis. Is the lieutenant around?
Yeah, he's around, so what?
Otis, did you ever think how silly you'd look hanging from your thumbs?
Ah, go soak your head.
You mean that's how you shrunk yours?
Ooh.
Well, now, isn't that a coincidence?
Is it?
I was just thinking how peaceful it is around the precinct when you're not.
Yeah.
You shut up, you.
You tell him, Fatty.
How would you like to...
I'd like a little information, if you don't mind. I'd like you to see what facts you can scare up on the guy who runs the Apollo Health Club. Name is Van Arthur.
If I remember right, the stiff we hauled away in front of your office today had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
You remember right?
And we found out his name was Rudy Lubin. Narcotics has a file on him that goes forever.
How about the ice pick? Any fingerprints?
None.
Well, that's always a help.
I should say.
Personally, I think Otis did it.
Think I did what?
You see, Walter, typical pathological reaction?
What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry, Otis. We won't let them hang you, right, Walt?
Right.
Not as long as we have a rope and a tree.
Hey, what's up? Who you calling?
Leon's restaurant. Helen's over there breathing with her diaphragm. And Seymour... Oh, you don't know him, but he's tearing phone books apart.
Good evening, Leon.
Oh, hello, Leon. This is Richard Diamond. My friend's still there?
Oui. They are waiting for you, no?
They're waiting for me, yes. Let me speak to the noisy one with the biceps, will you?
Oui, bien entendu.
What's all this about?
It's about a guy who got stabbed in front of my door, a masseur named O'Byron who got his neck broken doing tricks on the rings, and something that O'Byron mentioned earlier.
Hello.
Seymour?
Where are you, anyway? We've been waiting an hour.
That's not the point. The point is, I want you to listen to me. Could a guy do a handstand on the rings if he had a torn muscle in his shoulder?
Are you kidding?
I'm very serious.
Heck no, he couldn't. It's impossible. Shoulder muscles are the ones do all the work. Deltoids, trapezius, upper pecs.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Seymour, you got to do me a favor. Beat me in front of the Apollo Health Club as soon as you can get there.
Well, how about your girlfriend?
Tell her to wait there till I come for her.
Oh, okay, then. Only, what are we going to do?
Trap a murderer. I hung up, assured Lieutenant Levinson that I was just going to do a little reconnaissance work, and then left for the Apollo Club. Seymour was waiting when my cab drew up in front. I explained to him the part I wanted him to play.
Just leave it to me. If this doctor's a phony, I'll find out for you.
Let's go.
Hello again, Mr. Diamond.
Doctor?
I just talked to the O'Brien boys' family. Oh, it was heartrending, absolutely heartrending. I almost broke down.
No, you will before it's over.
Huh?
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Seymour Caper.
A pleasure, sir.
What do you say, Doc?
Seymour's been having a little trouble with his chest lately. I told him you were a doctor of...
anatomical science.
Yeah, and that you could undoubtedly do him some good.
Very kind of you.
It's something to do with my muscles. You know anything about them?
Muscles are what an anatomical scientist knows most about.
Oh, swell.
The doctor studied all about muscles in Switzerland.
Oh?
Just what seems to be the trouble.
Well, here's the deal, Doc. It all started the other day when I was working out with my barbells. I was doing an exercise for my trapezius when all of a sudden I got a spasm in my tensor fascia. So I bent over to set the barbell down on the floor, and that's when the pain hit me. First in my pectoralis minor, then in my intercostals, and finally in my diaphragm. A kind of spasmodic contraction like when you get the hiccups. Only no hiccups. You know what I mean?
Yes. A spasmodic contraction.
Of the diaphragm.
Only no hiccups.
And then my abdominals began tightening until I could hardly expel my rib cage.
Oh.
That's when I called Diamond here.
I see. Yes, quite naturally. If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll see if I can...
Yeah, but wait a minute. I haven't told you about my rhomboids.
His rhomboids seem to be completely out of whack.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it must be either my rhomboids or my dorsal spinalis. Awful pain right between my shoulder blades. What do you figure it is, Doc?
Well, actually, hasty diagnosis isn't feasible. Huh? I really couldn't...
Yeah, but you just put your hand on my left rhomboid and feel how knotty it is, huh?
Left rhomboid?
Yeah, go ahead, feel it. It's right under the middle trapezius, Doc. You know where that is.
Please, Seymour. Don't insult the doctor. Any old quack knows where that is.
Yes, certainly. Middle trapezius. Great Scott. I'd almost forgotten. I left a client under the sun lamp. Pardon me, gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment.
Have a hunch he's heading straight for an anatomy chart.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That guy's as phony as the title he uses. Doctor of Anatomical Science. My gluteus.
Mine, too. Come on. I took Seymour by his rhomboid and led him out onto the street, down to the middle of the block, and up 3 flights to my office. While I did my thinking, Seymour did his push-ups.
302. 303.
Well, Seymour, we know 3 things. O'Brien couldn't have been exercising on the rings with an injured shoulder.
5 right.
And the doctor's a phony.
6 right.
Then the doctor is a front for something that's important enough to kill people over.
300 right. 8.
As a consequence, you and I are burglars.
What?
Starting as soon as the Apollo Club closes.
But you mean we're going to bust into the joint?
We're going to bust into the joint or flatten your head in the attempt. Seymour, you opened that window beautifully.
Thanks.
Remind me to autograph your biceps later.
Hey, this detective business is dangerous, ain't it?
Oh, yes. But think of the advantages. Long hours, no time for meals, and on a good day, a guy can pick up as high as 200 or 300 bullets in his back.
I don't like it.
Go on, crawl in.
Okay. Don't push.
I followed Seymour in, and we waited a minute for our eyes to get accustomed to the darkness. Then we moved cautiously down the stairway to the first floor. I had no idea what I was looking for, but Dr. Van Arthur's office was the first place where I tried to find it.
Hey, the door's locked. You want it opened?
Well, of course I do, Seymour. Use your head.
Okay.
Seymour would be pulling plywood out of his scalp for the next week, but it got us in. I took the place apart, but came up with a big fat nothing. So we left the office and headed down the hall toward the back of the building.
Hey, look.
What's the matter?
It's a fruit juice bar. Oh, boy, am I thirsty.
Well, go mix yourself up a... Juice bar? Juice bar, that's it.
Yeah, good stiff belt of celery juice.
No. This is what the little man who was stabbed outside my office was gasping about when he died. A juice bar. Come on.
Huh, nothing but juice.
Oh, I wonder what's in this cupboard under the counter.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Think you can pull it open?
Just watch me. You see?
Seymour.
Yeah?
Will you marry me?
I'll give you a belt and a solar plexus.
Later, huh? Right now, let's see what's in this cupboard. You got a match?
I don't smoke.
That's all right. I found one. Well, what do you know about that? Nothing but cans of wheat germ.
Hey, you know what that stuff is, don't you?
I know that the masseur who got killed here told me that the guy who died in front of my office bought it up by the case.
Hand me a can, will you?
Sure. Here.
It's stuffed full of vitamins, you know. You want a handful?
Oh, no, thanks.
Yeah. Well, it must be some extra special brand. Never tasted anything like this before.
Chew a little louder, Seymour. We can dance to it.
Hey. Hey, that really hits the spot, man. Hey, you want to wrestle?
Oh, quiet, Seymour.
You know what, boy? I can fly.
Seymour.
I can fly, I tell you, see? Oh, man, do I ever love to fly.
While Seymour stood there flapping his arms, I stuck my nose into the can he was holding. Uh-huh. Once you've smelled opium, you can always recognize the aroma, even when it's mixed with wheat germ. I was trying to decide what to do with Seymour when he slid slowly to the floor under the counter and rocked out. I loosened his collar, then started for a telephone.
Leaving, Mr. Detective.
Wow. Doctor, working late?
I'm glad I arrived in time to offer you a drink of fruit juice.
Well, thanks loads, but I'm driving.
Where you're going, Mr. Detective, the weather is too hot for driving.
Now, isn't that a nasty thing for a guy who sticks ice picks in people to say?
Oh, that was a most unpleasant experience, I assure you. It's just that Mr. Lupin began demanding a little too high a percentage for distributing my health foods. Even went so far as to threaten me with exposure.
So you grabbed up an ice pick from your juice bar and followed him out of the club.
Mm-hmm. I doubt if he ever knew what hit him.
Oh, I bet he had a hunch.
Well, I perceive that you sampled my wheat germ.
No, I opened a can or two. Personally, I never touched the stuff without bananas and cream.
You've made the same unfortunate discovery that Red O'Brien made, Mr. Detective.
Oh, that's why he called me at Leon's.
Yes, and that's also why I had to resort to the unsportsmanlike expedient of luring him to the balcony of the gymnasium and then pushing him over head first.
I was about to call the doctor a particularly dirty name when Seymour's hulking shoulders loomed up behind the juice bar, not over 3 feet from where the doctor was standing. Doctor, you're wrong. Seymour is not a sissy.
What?
I don't think you could beat up Seymour with one hand. That's what.
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're asking to be shot.
Yeah, well, just to try it.
Who said...
That'll teach him to call somebody who knows how to fly a sissy.
She's still here, though, huh?
Oui, but very angry.
Look, Leon, you got to do something for me.
Oui.
Tell the violinist to get his big fat Stradivarius over to where she's sitting. And quick.
Oui, immediately.
Hello, Miss Asher. Oh, come on, sweetie. I've had a rough night subduing murderers, opium eaters. Least you could do is say hello.
Hello.
I like that song, don't you?
Look, I know all about you and your little violin bit.
Huh?
I saw Leon pointing us out to the violinist.
He did?
Mm-hmm. And where, may I ask, is little Seymour?
Little Seymour ate too many goodies. He's having his stomach pumped.
Oh, now that's sweet.
I think so. I think the song is nice, too.
I think you should sing it, too.
I think I should, too.
Hold me close and hold me fast, the magic spell you cast. This is La Vie en Rose. When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La Vie en Rose. When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie en Rose.
Nothing?
I won't say.
Want to feel my biceps?
All right.
Well?
Nothing.
Here's a way to lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. Yes, friends, I'm talking about the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. Today, there's simply no reason for any woman, or man either, to be handicapped by ugly fat. With the scientific Ann Delafield reducing plan, losing weight is easy. It's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, there are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Why put up with those dangerous extra pounds a moment longer? Ask for the Ann Delafield reducing plan today at any Rexall drugstore. And overweight men, here's wonderful news for you. Rexall has just introduced a brand new men's product for the first time anywhere, the Delafield reducing plan for men. Look young, feel young, stay young for your age with a plan tailor-made for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Harvey Easton with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release. And his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, and Dan O'Herlihy. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, enjoy quick, cooling relief from sunburn with Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's a new, soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin. Spreads better. Stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. Take the burn out of sunburn. Try Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
I'm always suspicious of a man, even in Cairo, who wants to play hide and seek. Especially when he's a total stranger. Well, this fellow in a felt hat and tweeds had been shadowing me for too long. So finally, around 10 o'clock, I left the Cafe Tambourine, figuring that before the night was over, my shadow and I would be properly introduced. Well, before it was over, I met a lot of people. Living and dead.
Again, we bring you a story of adventure with Rocky Jordan, proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine, which stands in a narrow street off Cairo's native quarter within sight of the Mosque Sultan Hassan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men from the world's waterfronts, alive with the babble of many languages. Now, Rocky Jordan, and tonight's story, Strangers 3.
I made a dry run down the boulevard Baqil, and sure enough, the stranger in felt hat and tweeds was still following me. I headed south, away from the crowds. He was right behind me like the back hump on a camel. I picked a nice dark alley for our meeting and faded into a doorway. I didn't have to wait long. As he came by, I grabbed for him.
Mr. Jordan, stop it.
Who are you? What do you want?
Take your hands off me, Mr. Jordan.
You've been tailing me all day. Why?
Only for an opportunity to talk with you. This is a very personal matter.
All right, from the top of the page, mister. And start with your name.
Fedora Brahms.
I'm delighted. Now, just what do you want?
After I explain, you will understand why I did not wish to show myself. You see, I knew you were a good friend of Angus Morgan.
Angus Morgan?
You and he were once partners in Istanbul, I believe.
Well, what about it?
Mr. Jordan, I've been trailing him for over a month.
Well, then stick to him. Why trail me?
A short time ago, I lost him. But I have reason to believe he is now in Cairo. At first, I hoped that you would unwittingly lead me to his hiding place. Perhaps even your Cafe Tambourine.
Want to stay with that story or try another one?
Mr. Jordan, would $500 be a decent sum for Angus Morgan's address?
You can have it for free. Angus Morgan's been dead for 3 months. Now, you take it from there.
$1,000, then?
Look, I'll play it once more. Angus Morgan is dead.
Not dead, my friend, but very much alive.
All right, let's say I buy your story for the moment. Why is Angus's address worth all that dough?
You are very cute, Mr. Jordan. Well?
You have the dough with you?
Certainly not. It's hardly the place for a financial transaction. Shall we say your cafe in 2 hours?
Let's say that.
I'll have the money there. You will carry out your part of the bargain?
I didn't make a bargain.
I think you will. In 2 hours, Mr. Jordan, at the Tambourine.
I watched Brahms fade off up the street and then detoured by way of the Cairo News-Gazette. It was true. Angus Morgan and I had once been partners in Istanbul. Only Fedora made one mistake. Angus and I were not friends, not even poor ones. Angus had double-crossed me and run out, owing me $15,000. If Angus was alive, only one thing interested me, my $15,000. It took some fast talk and 20 piastres to get me into the newspaper morgue that time of night. But from then on, the night clerk was cooperative.
And what was that name again?
Morgan. Angus Morgan.
Oh, yeah. Moody, You know, I wouldn't mind this night job if it wasn't for my wife. You married?
No.
There was a story in the paper about his death about 3 months ago.
Don't ever get married, not if you work nights. What'd you say that name was? Morris?
No, Morgan.
Now take my wife. Always wants to know what happened.
Oh, wait. That's the one I want right there.
No, that's Morgan, Angus Morgan.
Give it to me.
Okay. What can I say to her? She wouldn't believe me anyhow.
Angus Morgan, killed in mysterious explosion, salvaging operation off coast of Ras El Had.
Yeah, then she says, why can't an alert, energetic man like me get a day job?
Sure looks dead, all right.
She's just that way.
Huh?
My wife.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks for everything. Here, file this back under Rocky Jordan.
Sure. Good night, Mr. Morgan.
I decided to make one more call before keeping my date with Fedora Brahms at the Tambourine. The authorities seemed sure Angus Morgan was dead. But if he was alive and in Cairo, he was here for one reason. A reason named Sabina. She wasn't too much to look at now, but at one time she was the toast of Istanbul. These days, she ran a Turkish bath near the Sharia El Mudafar. It was late, but her office door was open, and the sign said, "Come in." So I did.
I can't believe it. When can I see him?
He's waiting at the Sharon Sanitarium.
Philip, wait.
Hello, Sabina. Did I interrupt something?
Rocky Jordan.
Yeah, we meet again, Sabina, like old times.
Don't tell me you want to lose weight.
No. There's enough hot air over at the Cafe Tambourine to keep me in shape. I'd like a word in private with you, Sabina, as soon as you're through here.
Why,
I am in no hurry, Sabina, so suppose you go ahead and see what Mr. Jordan wants. I will wait for you.
Why, that's very kind of you, Mr. Tournay.
Yeah, thanks. We'll only be a minute.
Yes, Rocky?
Who's the overgrown Frenchman?
Oh, Mr. Tournay was arranging for me to give someone a massage at the sanitarium. Please, Rocky, what do you want?
Sabina, what do you hear from Angus Morgan?
Angus? What are you talking about? You know
I've got a hunch he's alive.
What kind of a cruel joke is this?
I got reasons for believing it.
Rocky, I know how you hated Angus for double-crossing you. What good can this do you? Can't you let the past sleep?
Still do anything for Angus, wouldn't you?
Get out of here, Rocky.
Sure, Sabina.
Get out!
I got out. If Sabina was putting on an act, she wasn't doing a good job of it. But I knew my visit with her was a sure way of making Angus show his hand, if he was around. I went back to my Cafe Tambourine. It wasn't yet time for Fedora Brahms to show up, so I sat down in my office to try and decide how I could handle him. Hello.
Hello. Is this Mr. Jordan?
Yeah?
Good. I want to speak to you, Mr. Jordan. It is very important.
Who is this?
Oh, yeah. We have never met. My name is Svensson.
Swenson?
Jan Svensson.
Oh, naturally.
Mr. Jordan, I saw you talking to a man named Fedora Brahms.
Nice of you to tell me.
I don't know what he offered to pay for information leading to Angus Morgan, but I can guarantee you I will double his price.
I didn't know a dead man was worth so much.
Mr. Jordan, a man does not yoke when he is 40 fathoms under.
Look, drop the salty talk and get to the point, huh?
I am staying at the Hotel Mala, room 6. Will you come see me right away?
How much money did you say?
I'm sure we can strike a bargain.
Well, then get ready to bid, Swenson. You got competition. I hung up knowing that Fedora Brahms wasn't the only one who'd been following me. Add one Jan Swenson. I figured Fedora and his appointment could wait. 2 heads were better than one, and if my 15 grand was around, I wanted to be sure of it. The Hotel Mala wasn't far, and I was there in 5 minutes. Room 6 was on the first floor. There was a light on inside the room, and I knocked on Jan Svenson's door. No answer. I tried the door, but it was locked. So I called the hotel manager, and we went in.
Oh, what has happened? That bed does not belong in the center of the room, and the dresser upside down.
Looks like somebody went through here with a bulldozer.
Oh, there has been a fight. But Mr. Swenson's clothes are still here.
Yeah, a few of them.
Yes. Oh, what are these?
Oh, heavy rubber gloves, like a deep-sea diver's, maybe. Nice and new.
Oh, this is terrible. Dust all over everything.
Yeah, even the phone.
We must call the police.
Yeah, do that. I left the hotel manager wringing his hands and got outside. I checked my watch. It was time for my date with Fedora Brahms at the Tambourine. And this time I really had some questions. As I turned to go, I felt something tugging at my coat tail. It was a small native boy. He handed me a white envelope and dodged away into the crowd. I opened the letter, and it read, Mr. Jordan, before you see Angus, see me. I will meet your price. Signed, Captain Maury. Address, 62 Fernier Road. It looked like time for me to tally the score. First on base was Fedor Brahms. Next, Jan Swenson. Now coming up to bat, Captain Maury. I figured that Fedor could wait for me at the Tambourine, and I caught a taxi to 62 Fernier Road. It had all the earmarks of a sedate rooming house. The skinniest woman I've ever seen opened the door.
I'm Mrs. Phipps. May I help you?
Yes, I'm Rocky Jordan.
Shh. You'll have to keep your voice down. My guests have been asleep for hours.
Oh, sorry. Captain Maury's expecting me.
Captain Maury? You don't say so. Well, I can't imagine...
Look, I got a letter from him.
Shh, please.
I've got to see him tonight.
I'm so angry I could scream. It couldn't have been 10 minutes ago. He skipped out of here bag and package. Out the window, if you please. And not paying me 1 cent for his board and room.
Take his clothes with him?
Yes, everything except these awful rubber boots. Here, you can have them.
Forgot his sea boots, huh? Better give him to the police.
The police will be here. I've already called them.
Oh, just one more thing. What did Captain Maury look like?
Simply horrible. Grotesque and horrible.
Oh, thanks.
Shh.
I left Mrs. Phipps standing there, a big new sea boot in each hand, and moved out onto the dark street. I got to the nearest payphone and called Chris at the Tambourine. He said nobody resembling Fedor Brahms had made an appearance there. We were both late for our appointment. Well, there was something else in my mind as I left the phone booth. I wondered if my visit with Sabina was going to pay off. And then it did. The shots were wild, and there were holes in the wall all around me. I dropped to the ground, rolled up in a dark corner. The guy with the gun must have thought he got me because he took off down a side street. He was big, but he ran like a scared gazelle. I was up and after him, but when I got to the corner, he was out of sight. I let him go. Anyhow, I had one answer. The seed I had planted with Sabina had finally blossomed.
Rocky Jordan returns in just a moment. On CBS, My Friend Irma is now one of the most popular comedies on the air, and the two characters, Irma and Jane, are familiar to millions. You'll enjoy Irma to her last dumb remark on My Friend Irma, following CBS Radio Theater Monday night. Now, back to Rocky Jordan with tonight's story, Strangers 3.
Angus Morgan was supposed to have died 3 months ago. That's what the record said. But when 3 men named Fedor Brahms, Jan Swenson, and Captain Maury came to Cairo looking for him and said he was alive, I was interested. Angus owed me $15,000, and I like money. My visit with Angus's old girlfriend, Sabina, paid off on the nose. When shots started flying, I knew Angus was close by. Back in Sabina's office, the fellow named Tournier had mentioned the Sharon Sanitarium, and Sabina hadn't covered it too well. So the next day being Sunday, I invested in 12 roses and paid the Sharon a visit. On the 3rd floor, I hit pay dirt. I swung a door open, and there, propped up in bed playing chess with Philip Tournier, was Angus Morgan.
Rocky!
I brought you some flowers, Angus.
Shut the door. How did you find me, Rocky?
The telephone book.
Same old Rocky.
This here your finger man?
Me and Philip Tournier, my bodyguard.
Well, we've already met. Twice.
Twice, Mr. Jordan?
Once at Sabina's and once outside our phone booth. You're a bum shot, Tournier.
I'm afraid you are mistaken.
Skip it. Listen, Angus.
Rocky, how did you know I was still living?
3 men told me.
3?
Well, count them. Fedor Brahms, Jan Swenson, and Captain Maury.
No.
You're having a relapse, Angus. Maybe I better call a nurse.
Stop it, Rocky. You say they're alive?
Breathing, too. Right down your thick neck.
They know where I am?
Not yet, Angus. But they're each offering me a few thousand for that information.
I'm beginning to see what you mean. Seems there was a debt.
I'll refresh your memory. $15,000.
Rocky, I'll pay you every cent if you promise to leave immediately and forget you've been here.
As far as I'm concerned, Angus, you're resting where you so justly deserve. Got it with you?
Yes. Philip, This is just between Rocky and me. So if you leave the room...
But, Angus, you are sure
I can trust Rocky. You can get me some cigars while you're out. Go on.
Very well. I will be back shortly.
Well, Rocky, it's been a long time.
The money, Angus, remember?
Very well. You hand me that valise on the lower shelf of the cart there.
Oh, sure. Yeah, feels loaded.
I'll have a little left. Yeah. Here you are. $15,000. Cut it if you like.
Don't worry, I'll be back if it's not all here. Angus, I'm overwhelmed.
You're paid. Just keep your promise and get out.
Sure, I know when I'm not wanted. Just one more thing.
Yes?
Tell Tournier to stop using me for a clay pigeon, or I'll have your 3 friends up here next.
I can assure you, Rocky, you'll never hear from me again.
Angus put his valise back where it was, and I got out. I walked slowly down the stairs, trying to decide what I was going to tell Fedor Brahms. He still hadn't kept his date with me. Well, I had my dough. I promised Angus to keep my mouth shut, and that's the way it was going to be. I just about reached the main floor when bedlam broke loose. It was coming from the 3rd floor. I raced back up the steps 2 at a time. Down the hall, a crowd was gathering in front of Angus Morgan's room. I saw Philip Tournier come out of the elevator, and we reached the room together. We pushed through the crowd of Sunday visitors and into the room. And there was Sabina.
Angus.
Sabina, what is it?
Pull yourself together, Sabina. What happened?
I walked into the room, and there he was.
There's no doubt about it this time.
Angus is dead. Stabbed to death.
From there on, things moved fast. Sam Sabaya, captain of the Cairo police, took over. A very thorough man, he rounded up everyone connected with the case. Down at headquarters, I was kept cooling my heels while Sam talked to Sabina and Tournier. He called me in last.
Well, Jordan, I am afraid you have a great deal to explain.
Well, by this time, Sam, I thought you'd have the murder solved.
Jordan, this time, let's get to the point.
I suppose Sabina told you I had it in for Angus Morgan.
That is correct.
And Tournier happened to mention that I threatened Angus.
Just one more thing. In Angus Morgan's room at the sanitarium was a valise containing $300,000.
$300,000?
He is missing. I believe $15,000 of it is in your pocket.
Tournier did talk, didn't he?
May I see it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hey, what are you doing, Sam? That's my dough.
We shall see. Right now, it is Exhibit A. Where is the rest of the money, Jordan?
How should I know? Well, now, wait, Sam. You don't think...
Would you like to tell me everything now, Jordan?
Of course. I was as sure as anybody else that Angus Morgan was dead. Then people came to me looking for him, said he was alive and in Cairo.
What people?
Well, first a guy in a felt hat and tweeds named Fedor Brahms. Then Jan Swenson and Captain Morey. They both skipped out, but I'll give you their former addresses. You better look them up, Sam.
Getting back to Angus Morgan, how did you find him?
Philip Tournier let his whereabouts out of the bag when I went to see Sabina. Oh, by the way, an hour later, somebody tried to kill me. I think it was Tournier. But about that $15,000, Angus owed it to me.
I will do my best to find this threesome you speak of. But, Jordan, the facts remain incriminating.
I was halfway out of the building when the murder took place.
Save that part of your story for the inquest tomorrow. We will notify you of the time.
Okay, Sam, we'll play it your way.
Good night, Jordan.
Good night, Sam. Oh, and by the way, when you give me back my money, I'm going to buy you a present.
Oh? What, Jordan?
A can of oil. Your chair squeaks. I went out into the street, and when the air hit me, I knew I was sweating. If we were all released, that meant Sam was playing cat and mouse with us. And everything pointed in my direction, much too conveniently. I had to act quickly while I still had a few hours of freedom. I had a hunch the police were following me, but I didn't care. I had nothing to hide. Sabina was first on my list. She took my bait once before, and she might again. When I reached Sabina's Turkish baths, she was already there.
Rocky, what are you doing here? Who let you in?
I've got to talk to you.
Haven't you caused enough trouble? Leave me alone.
Who's Fedor Brahms? Jan Swenson, Captain Morey.
Why don't you ask Philip Tournay?
Well, I will. Where is he?
He's staying at an apartment over the open-air market on Faran Street.
Oh, thanks. I got a good hunch who killed your boyfriend, Sabina. Maybe you have, too.
Who did it, Rocky?
That's what I got to find out, Sabina. Or I may be next. I went to the open-air market on Faran Street. Philip Tournier's room was on the 2nd floor. I knocked. When he finally opened it, he was either out of breath or awfully scared.
Jordan!
I'm coming in, Tournier.
Yes, of course. I thought you were in jail.
Oh, weren't we all?
There is a policeman watching my apartment?
2 of them now. 1 for each of us. All right, start leveling with me, Tournier. You tried to kill me last night, didn't you?
I could have, Rocky, but I shot wild, purposely. I was Angus Morgan's bodyguard, not his finger man.
When did Sabina arrive at the sanitarium Sunday?
I do not know.
You ever hear of Fedor Brahms?
Why, I have never seen him.
Well, try these for size. Jan Swenson, Captain Maury.
Angus, Fedor, and Swenson hired Captain Maury's boat. They salvaged an army payroll from an American freighter that had been sunk during the war.
Where?
Off the coast of Ras El Had. The 4 of them were supposed to split the money between them.
Knowing Angus, he changed his mind, wanted all of it.
That is right. After they had hauled up $300,000 of the money, Angus sneaked off the boat, leaving a time bomb behind. Everyone was reported missing at sea, including Angus.
Well, they're not missing now. They're in Cairo.
They will kill me.
Sure, if you took the $300,000.
But I did not. What can I do?
Just sit tight and don't talk to anybody. Especially not to Sabina. Tournier was halfway to his phone before I got out the door, but I didn't mind. At least now I had something to work with, if I could believe anything he said. I went out onto the street wondering if I'd ever see Fedor Brahms again, or Svensson, or Captain Maury. Why would anyone kill Angus, take the money, and stay around Cairo for the police to get at? I stood there trying to figure my next move, and then it was figured for me. The door of a car waiting at the curb swung open.
Get in, Jordan.
Fedor Brahms. Sure I'm not intruding.
Get in, I said.
Okay. Take that shiny cannon out of my face. It hurts my eyes.
I may have to use it. I want that $300,000, Jordan.
Oh, you haven't got it?
No. And I want every cent of it.
Tell me something, Fedor. How did it happen Angus Morgan didn't kill you like he planned?
Perhaps I knew him too well. We were on the salvage boat, all 4 of us, lying 2 miles offshore. One night I heard a sound, went up on deck, and I heard oars fading into the fog. It was Angus Morgan taking all the money we'd salvaged. Before I could do anything, there was a blast. I came to on a small vessel sailing for East Africa. It took me 2 months to get back. And I've been looking for Angus ever since.
I see.
Now you see why I want that money, Jordan.
Why don't you look up Jan Swenson or Captain Maury? Why pin it on me?
I think you have it. Jordan, I swear I'll kill you right here.
Oh, maybe not after you take a look out the back window.
Where? Black car?
Keep watching it. The police, Fedor. They've been tailing me all day.
Perhaps you are not flying.
Now listen to some sense. You want the money. I want to get the guy who killed Angus Morgan to clear myself. We can get them together.
You know who killed Morgan?
Yeah. Captain Maury. I'm sure I saw him at the sanitarium.
Captain Maury? Of course. What's your plan?
Well, first we split up. Shake the police off our trails. Meet me at the corner of Sika and El Modar, right by the old tower.
Why there?
I think I know his hideout. You'll be there in 30 minutes.
Very well, Jordan. I will be there.
I waited till Fedor Brahms drove off around the corner. Then I got to a phone, called Sam Sabaya. It wasn't long till Sam's sleepy voice came on.
Sabaya speaking.
Listen, Sam, I think I got your man.
You got... What is this?
Captain Maury. If you'll be at Sika and El Modar in half an hour, I'll produce him.
Jordan, go home and go to bed.
Sam, listen to me.
But I am glad you called, though. The inquest will be tomorrow at 11. Will you be there, or should I send an escort?
Sam, I told you where to be. Now, don't let me down.
Good night, Jordan.
Listen, Sam. Sam! Okay, I'll go it alone. Sam was in no cooperative mood, but it was too late to change my plan now. My watch said 11 o'clock. That meant I had just 12 hours to dig up somebody to take my place at the inquest. I walked the whole way to our rendezvous spot, through the twisting, narrow streets that led to the old tower, a familiar, dismal landmark in the lower quarter of Cairo. I finally stopped at the tower. No one was there, but I was a couple of minutes early. Laughter sounded from an upper window across the way. It stopped, a light went out, and all was darkness and quiet. I leaned against the wall and waited. Once I thought I saw a figure in the shadows. I glanced back, and it was gone. Shadows play tricks sometimes. Then I heard it. A quick rustling motion that resolved into a figure as I turned. I felt it coming, but I was too late. Pain stabbed my right shoulder. I tried to move, but the knife had me pinned to the wall. Through a blinding fight to keep my senses, I heard a confusion of sound. A pistol blazed almost in my face. And everything mixed into a whirlpool of shouts and footsteps and went spinning off into nothing. With Rocky Jordan right in the middle.
Rocky Jordan will be back in a matter of seconds with the ending of tonight's story. Here's a mic memo from CBS for Monday night listening. The Foxes of Harrow comes to you Monday night on CBS Radio Theater with lovely Maureen O'Hara and John Hodiak. Don't miss The Foxes of Harrow, CBS Radio Theater, Monday night at 7 in California and 6 elsewhere in the West. Now back to Rocky Jordan for the ending of tonight's story.
When I opened my eyes, the darkness of the night under the old tower had changed to all white. White walls, white sheets, white bedshirt. The sun was coming in the west window, and seated beside my bed, looking me over like a hound looks over a fresh bone, was Sam Spade.
Well, Jordan, you missed the inquest.
Oh, you're breaking my heart, Sam. Where am I?
In the Sharon Sanitarium.
Sharon again. Why here?
We thought you might feel right at home.
Well, I'm not. Ooh. What happened?
Only a knife wound. Your shoulder will heal. You were more fortunate than Angus Morgan.
Yeah. Then all that shooting was the police. Sam, I thought you weren't coming to the party last night.
Oh, Jordan, you wronged me. Fedora Brahms is now in the Cairo jail. A little worse for the wear.
Okay. Now, Sam, when do I get my 15 grand back? Remember? Exhibit A?
Jordan, you promised to lead me to Captain Maury. Where is he?
In jail. Captain Maury, Jan Swenson, Fedora Brahms. They're all the same man.
Oh. It's no wonder we couldn't find the other two. When did you know this?
I should have known from the beginning. Fedora was too elaborate with his plans. I figured he invented the other two to keep me on my toes, make sure I didn't lose interest. Mm-hmm. And if a murder rap came up, the police would be out looking for Swenson and Maury. Dead men.
But, Jordan, that is hardly proof.
No, I wasn't sure till Fedora Brahms came to me and demanded the money. I told him to ask Swenson and Captain Maury, but Fedora didn't bat an eye. Why? Because he knew they didn't exist.
No doubt they were actually killed in the salvage boat.
Sure. So when I told Fedora I'd produce Captain Maury, he knew I was lying. He decided it was time to get rid of me. Just one thing I don't understand. Sam, about my $15,000.
What don't you understand?
Well, if Fedora Brahms killed Angus Morgan and took his money, why didn't he get out of Cairo?
Now, very good question, Jordan. Brahms has confessed to the murder, but he did not get the money.
What?
Sabina came into Angus Morgan's room too quickly after the murder. In his haste to escape, Fedora left the very thing he was after.
Then he really did think I had it. Oh, but where is the money?
But that is a very strange thing, Jordan. After we brought you back here last night, the money was found in the third floor laboratory. How it got there, I don't know.
Sam, of course. Angus set the money satchel on the lowest shelf of that little cart the nurses wheel around. It was still there when she wheeled it out.
Ah, I see. Perhaps during the confusion after the murder. Well, that about settles everything.
Oh, no, Sam. What about my 15 grand? My dough?
Well, you see, Jordan, there will probably be an estate. You will have to put in a claim for it.
Well, of all the... Hey, nurse! Nurse!
Jordan, can I get something for you?
Yes, Sam, a first-class lawyer.
Calm yourself, Jordan. You will get your money. You always do.
Rocky Jordan is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood and stars Jack Moyles in the title role. Tonight's story was written by Bernard Girard and was produced and directed by Cliff Powell, with original music by Milton Charles. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Thelma. Well, I'm glad you called, but tonight is out, Angel. A girl is trying to break off with her boyfriend, but he loves her too much to let her go. And it's up to me to see he doesn't love her to death.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Demon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the gangster's girl. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the gangster's girl.
It's late Sunday night in New York, and Mort Potter, a local gambler, is returning home after hitting a few of the night spots when a large sedan pulls alongside on a deserted street. Potter pulls over to let the second car by, but instead of passing, it starts crowding him, forcing him toward the curb.
Hey! Hey, what's the idea? Why don't you look where you...
Oh, Murray. Hello, Potter. Come on, will you? Yeah. I'm disappointed in you, Potter. Hilliard tells me you turned down our proposition.
Yeah, well, it's just... Well, I thought...
You didn't think so good. Come on, get out.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, or do I have to help you out? All right, Hilliard, hold him.
Yeah, Murray. Look, fellas, if you'll just let me... Oh, hey, cut it! Oh, yeah! Oh!
Murray, don't you believe in knocking?
You want privacy, keep your door locked.
I thought it was.
Well, you should be more careful, Sue. Well, where do you think you're going?
Little trip?
Looks more like a big trip. You've cleaned the closet.
If I want to go away...
From me? You wouldn't do that, baby doll.
I saw the paper. That man has 3 broken ribs.
What man?
You know what man. Everybody knows you did it.
Baby doll, don't take everything so serious.
3 broken ribs are serious.
Are they your ribs?
You said easy money. Well, I didn't like it from the start. But you insisted, what's the harm? Well, when you start beating up people, that's harm. Next, it'll be killing. Or maybe that's happened already, too.
Now, look, I don't want to talk about it. You're staying here, understand?
No, Murray.
I said you're staying here. Now start unpacking.
No.
Start unpacking. Now, hurry up. Wanting to go away. You don't know how lucky you are, baby doll. I'm going to be big in this town. Real big.
I liked you when you weren't going to be big.
Now, don't talk dumb. And quit your bawling. We're doing the town tonight. I don't want your eyes all red.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Sometimes I ask myself that. I just can't, that's all. You know, you ought to be flattered. As soon as Hilliard told me you'd been over to the airline ticket office, I'd come right over.
Oh, Hilliard. How did he know?
Well, he keeps his eyes open.
Have you got him spying on me?
Well, he just likes to look after my interests, that's all.
He just likes to make trouble, that's all.
Oh, he's okay.
Like a rattlesnake, he's okay. And one of these days, he'll make trouble for you, too.
Don't make me laugh.
You'll see. Things aren't bad enough. You have to have worms around.
All right. You don't like them? I'll can them. Anything for you, baby.
Yeah, except getting out of the whole dirty business.
Except that.
Or letting me out.
Oh, you don't want out, baby doll. Not if it means leaving me. Now, come on, honey. Get those bags unpacked.
Hello?
Is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
I want to hire you.
Well, considering the price of groceries, I want to be hired. Who are you?
Oh, Sue Saunders.
Mm-hmm. And why do you want a detective? Or don't you want to say over the phone?
It has to be over the phone. I don't dare come to see you. I might be followed. I'm calling from a phone booth, and I'll mail you the money for your fee.
All right, what do I do to earn it?
I want to get rid of my boyfriend.
Rid of him?
Yeah. I'm hoping you can have him put in jail.
Oh, for a minute you had me worried.
Well, you may still have something to worry about. He plays rough.
What's his name?
Murray Ross.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've just been reading about him.
Yeah, it's in the papers. The police questioned him, but they couldn't prove anything. But I know he beat up that man because he wouldn't join Murray's outfit. They want to corner all the numbers men in town.
Who's they?
Murray and Al Burkett.
Uh-oh. Is Burkett in this deal?
He is the deal. Murray just runs the West End for him.
Mm-hmm. And just where do you fit?
I don't fit anymore. That's just the trouble. I've been going with Murray, but I want out.
And he has other plans for you, huh?
That's right. And my only hope is for him to be picked up. But so far, nobody's been able to prove anything that would stick.
What makes you think I will?
Well, I have to do something, and I've heard a lot about you, and I got to get away. I simply got to.
Even if it means sending your boyfriend to jail?
He hasn't left me any choice.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, but how do I get in touch with you?
I'll have to get in touch with you. I'll call you from time to time.
Right. Can you tell me anything that might help?
Well, nothing more than I already have, and the police already know all of that. The problem's getting proof. If I learn anything, I'll let you know. Now, I got to go. He's expecting me for dinner.
Well, have fun.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm dead serious.
It's just the way I'll be if Murray finds out about this call. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Come on, baby doll. Let's have a smile.
I'm trying, Murray.
Well, you shouldn't have to try. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter.
Ah, look, baby doll, I know it's a little rough getting organized, but everybody's just about lined up now. No more knuckle deals. Now it's a business, just like any business. I'll have an office, 9 to 5. You'll see.
You know, first it's getting people in line, and then it's keeping them in line.
They'll stay in line.
Not because they want to. You enjoy throwing your weight around, Murray. You know you do. You like people to be afraid of you. Makes you feel important. You have to pretend to be a big shot because you know you're just Burkett's errand boy.
Well, yeah.
Look out, you'll knock over the champagne.
Just Burkett's errand boy, huh? Listen, baby doll, I'm going to tell you something. I run the West End, see? All the collections are turned over to me.
And you pass them on to Burkett with a little cut for yourself.
Little cut? Listen, Burkett don't know all the angles. I got 2 sets of books. If Burkett knew what to take in this part of town really comes to it with curl his hair. I'm taking him, but plenty.
And when he finds out?
Who's going to tell him?
Maybe he won't have to be told. He's good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but he can't figure what he can't see, baby doll. Ah, come on, stop worrying, will you? Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I guess it is. Just depends upon what you call all right.
Yes, what is it?
Murray Ross is here to see you, Mr. Burkett.
Oh, good. I've been waiting. Send him in.
Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Right. Hello, Burkett. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I like to check up from time to time. You know how it is. Sit down. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How's Sue?
Baby... Oh, she's all right.
That's good.
Anything special you wanted to see me about?
As a matter of fact, yes. There is.
Shoot.
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
You take me for a fool, Murray?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. But just so there won't be any question, I'll lay it on the line. Cards on the table. To put it bluntly, Murray, you've been holding out on me, shortchanging me.
What? Who told you?
Never mind. I have sources of information.
Well, your sources are talking through their hat.
Perhaps. Won't take long to check.
Want to see the books?
Which set?
Are you... You got the wrong idea.
I think not, but as I said, I'll check. But not books. There are other methods, more reliable.
Okay, you'll find out.
I'm sure I will, my boy. And while I'm working on it, you'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you.
Here?
Yes, house guest. The boys will see you're comfortable. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
You're too warm? I see you're perspiring. Shall I open a window?
I'm getting out of here. What?
Going somewhere, mister?
Well, I,
Close the door.
Yeah.
All right, now come back here and sit down, boy. We've got to finish our conversation.
What are you going to do?
Ah, yes. What am I going to do? Let's discuss that, shall we?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. And while Mr. Burkett is talking about what he's going to do, I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting Lenten menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft's smooth melting, pasteurized, processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood, or rice, or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother, especially now during Lent. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the Adventures of the Falcon. It's a couple of hours since Al Burkett revealed he knew about Murray's double dealing. And now there's a knock at the door of Sue Sanders' apartment. Sue goes to the door, opens it, and finds herself facing Murray.
Hello, baby doll. Surprised to see me?
No. Should I be?
Look out, I'm coming in.
All right. Why are you locking the door?
I've just come from Burkett.
Oh?
He knows about the finagling.
How'd he find out?
How'd he find out? That's rich.
Well, he let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. Says I can still be useful, but now he's going to keep his eye on me. Won't that be real cozy? Somebody's going to pay for this, baby doll.
Well, you don't think that
Somebody tipped Burkett. He didn't have proof, but he knew about the deal.
Well, if he didn't have the proof...
He could always get proof once he was wise, so I had to come across. Come here, baby doll.
What do you want?
I just want you to come here.
Murray.
Why did you tip
I
Burkett?
didn't.
Not much you didn't. I tell you, and right away, Burkett knows all
You
about
can't believe me.
Yeah?
Ouch, Murray, don't.
You little
I
double-crosser.
didn't tell him, I swear it.
Then who did?
How about Hilliard?
Hilliard, huh? Why should he?
I told you he was dangerous. He spied on me for you, well, he'll spy on you for Burkett. Getting good with the big boys, that's his motto.
Maybe.
That must be it. Hilliard would sell out his own brother if it would help him get ahead.
Well, we'll see, baby doll. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Sue Sanders. Have you found out anything for me?
I'm working on it. I've got a phony deal cooked up. If I can get Murray to go for it, I may be able to hook him.
Well, I hope you can work fast. He thinks I've double-crossed him.
Does he know about me?
No, it's something else.
All right, I'll put on the heat. But I think I'd better try the act out on Hilliard first.
Hilliard?
Yeah, I have an idea he's more gullible than Murray. If I can sell him, Murray's a cinch.
Well, anything you think best, only hurry.
yourself, Hilliard. You can at least double your take if you work with my crowd.
How do you know what my take is?
Well, it's all down there in black and white.
I'm not admitting those figures are right. In fact, I'm not admitting I have anything to do with the numbers.
All right, look, I don't blame you for being cagey, but think it over, Hilliard. If you want to do business, you know where to reach me.
Okay, Wary.
But I'd like an answer by tomorrow. We want to get moving.
Yeah.
And if I were you, I wouldn't mention this to anyone.
You think I'm crazy?
It's always a possibility. Well, now I've got... Look out, Hilliard, the window! Driver, did you see anybody come out of that alley just now?
Uh-huh. He just got in a red sedan, drove off.
You see where he went?
Turned right at the corner.
All right, let's see if we can catch him.
Okay. Hey, what's it all about?
Did you hear those shots?
Shots? I thought it was backfire.
Backfire never killed anybody.
Oh, somebody's dead?
Yeah, very.
Hey, I don't think I like this.
Well, I'm not exactly turning cartwheels myself. You said red sedan. Is that it up ahead?
Yeah, could be.
All right, step on it.
Yeah. Sees us coming. He's starting to speed.
Well, catch him.
Well, I'll try, but I'm just as happy if I don't.
He just turned left.
Yeah, I see. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Just got through the light. It's changing.
Well, lean on your horn and go through on the red.
Now, look, if I get a ticket...
I'll stand the fine.
Okay. Do you stand the hospital bills, too?
Yes, and the funeral expenses. Just keep going.
Yeah, you say the nicest things.
He's taking another turn.
Yeah. Hey, he'll never make it at that speed. I told you he's going to crash. Well, end of the line, mister.
Yeah, certainly looks like it for him. Hello, Murray.
Do I know you?
Name's Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
You see, you do know me.
Of you. What do you want?
Well, I got a proposition you might be interested in.
No, thanks.
How do you know till you hear it?
I said I've heard of you. I didn't like what I heard.
Well, neither did Hilliard, but he was willing to look over my wares.
Oh? You talked to Hilliard?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
Said he'd consider it.
I'm not surprised. Now I know I'm not interested.
You don't care for Hilliard, huh?
I don't care for rats.
How much don't you care for them?
Huh?
Well, just wondering if you'd try to exterminate them.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, somebody exterminated Hilliard. And since you called him a rat...
Exterminate? You mean he's dead?
That's right.
So that's her angle.
Whose angle?
Nothing. Anyhow, it's not going to work. I can prove where I've been all afternoon.
Yes, but this job was done by a professional trigger. You could have hired him.
Are they picked up who done it?
Picked up the pieces.
Well, he wasn't working for me. But I got an idea. I'll be seeing you, Wary.
Just a minute, Murray.
I got things to do out of my way.
Yeah, well, first...
I said out of my way.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, maybe this will keep you around a while.
Mr. Waring, you shouldn't have come here. I said I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to wait.
But if Murray comes...
He won't.
How do you know?
The police are keeping him busy.
Oh, you've had him arrested?
Yes, temporarily. They're holding him for questioning.
Well, they questioned him before. They can't prove anything. That's why I hired you.
Well, they never questioned him about this before.
About what?
Hilliard's murder.
What? Has Hilliard been murdered?
Uh-huh. And when I told Murray about it, I got the idea he was coming for you. That's the reason I tried to put him on ice for a while.
Well, do you think they'll be able to hold him long?
Well, I'm afraid not. Unless you can give us a little something to go on.
Like what?
Like a motive, for example. Now, do you know any reason why Murray would want to kill Hilliard?
Now, look. It's going to be bad enough for me if Murray gets out of this. I'll only make it worse by saying anything, make him that much angrier.
Well, maybe he won't get out of it if you tell enough.
But this is murder. Yeah, I want him locked up, but the electric chair, that's something else.
Well, it's your hire to his, Angel. And if he's a murderer...
Well, I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you know.
Well, I don't know much.
Look, did Murray have a motive for killing Hilliard?
Well, yeah, I guess he did.
All right, what was it?
I told you Murray thought I double-crossed him.
Yes, but you didn't say what about.
Well, he'd been holding back some of Burkett's money. Burkett found out about it. Murray thought I told him. I said it must have been Hilliard.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could do it. Anything else you know?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll call that much into the police. Then I'll go see Burkett. Now that the heat's on, I've got to find out what's cooking and make sure it's not your goose.
Waring is here. He wants to see you.
Waring, huh? Good. Tell him to come in.
Yeah. All right, Waring.
Well, thanks, sweetheart. Hello, Burkett. I've been wanting to meet you.
So I understand. You've been snooping around. What's it about?
Snooping?
Asking questions.
Oh.
If you hadn't dropped in today, I was just about to look you up.
Well, I saved you the trouble.
All right, now let's have it. I like to know where I stand. Why the interest in me?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm interested in the numbers game. It can be very profitable.
Yes, that's what I hear.
That's what you know. You're in it up to your ears.
All right, if you like. I won't deny it, but it'll take some proving. The DA's been working on it for months.
I don't have to prove it except to my own satisfaction. I'm not trying to convince a court.
Who are you trying to convince?
I told you, myself. Just wanted to make sure you were the boy to hit with my proposition.
Proposition?
Yeah, there's a new outfit coming into this game. They sent me on ahead to line things up. We're big, lots of backing. Now, we could run you out, but we prefer to do business with you. To your advantage and ours.
Whose outfit is it?
Well, we'll get around to that when you join. But now you deal with me.
Look, friend, if I was up to my ears in a racket, as you say, why would I want to deal with a character like the Falcon who's so chummy with the law?
Well, sure, I've been chummy with the law. That's why the organization wanted me. A thing like that can come in handy. Now, look, I don't blame you for being cautious, but I've got the whole thing worked out on paper. Dollars and cents. Can't hurt to look at it.
Oh, it can't hurt. Be glad to look it over. Let's have it.
Well, I don't have it with me. I left it at Hilliard's.
Hilliard's? What were you doing there?
Well, I didn't think there was any use hitting you until I found out how your boys took to this idea. So I talked to Hilliard and Murray Ross.
Oh. What did they say?
Why not ask them?
Don't think I won't. They're supposed to come here tonight. If they've been holding hands with you...
So you admit they work for you?
That's no secret, Waring. I have an investment business.
Still don't trust me, do you, Burkett?
Why should I?
You shouldn't.
But I'm always willing to look over any proposition. Mm-hmm. I'll send one of the boys over to Hilliard's to pick up your papers.
Yes, do that. I'm sure you'll find them interesting.
What I want to know is just how interesting did Hilliard and Murray find them?
Well, I'm afraid you'll never find out from Hilliard.
Why?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Hilliard's been murdered.
What?
Yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, Hilliard talks to you, and right away he gets himself murdered. What's the matter? Did he turn you down?
Said he'd think it over.
Who are you working for, Waring?
I told you, that's not for publication yet.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes silence can be very unhealthy.
Why? You're just a businessman. Investments. You wouldn't try any rough stuff.
That's right, Waring. I wouldn't. But you can always have an accident, can't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike won't tell Mr. Burkett what he wants to know, but I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the Adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring left Al Burkett. Now he's back at Sue's with a plan to wrap up the case.
Now, look, Angel, I want you to call Burkett. Ask him to come over here.
Why?
I want to get him away from his gorillas. He was expecting Murray and Hilliard tonight. Now, he knows Hilliard can't make it, but he's still waiting for Murray. He knows you're Murray's girl, so maybe he'll come if he thinks you have an important message from Murray.
He'd probably want me to go to his place.
Well, you can be expecting a phone call from Murray and don't want to leave till you get it.
All right, I'll try. But what happens when he gets here?
Well, the only way to clinch anything against these boys is to get one of them on record against the other. I think I know how to do it now, and it ought to work.
Well, it better. After all, Mr. Waring, I hired you to get me out of danger, not into it. Come in, Mr. Burkett.
Righto, Sue. Where's... Oh, Waring.
Hello, Burkett.
Oh, she didn't tell me you'd be here.
I thought Murray might be here.
What did you want with him? You said you'd already talked over your proposition with him.
No, it wasn't about that. I want to talk to him about the murder.
So? What did he think he could tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Murray.
Well, what do you know? Right on cue. Come on in, Murray.
What is this? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. I didn't think the police would hold you, but maybe they will next time round.
Police? So that's your game, Waring. The proposition was just a bluff. I thought as much.
Yes, Burkett, I've been trying to find some way of proving what everybody knows about you fellas. It's not easy, but maybe it won't be necessary if I can pin the murder on you instead.
On who?
Who do you think, Murray?
You tell me.
Well, Burkett found out you had double-crossed him. Haven't you wondered why he didn't do something about it? The only reason you're not on the slab with Hilliard is that you make such a nice patsy.
How's that?
Hilliard blabbed on you. Gives you good motive. So it's safe for Burkett to have Hilliard rubbed out with you around to take the rap.
What rubbish.
I don't know, Burkett. I've been wondering how come you turned me loose.
Well, I told you I needed you.
Maybe. And maybe Waring's making sense. Now, you're going to tell me.
I told you. No. Go.
Come on, Burkett, talk.
Stop it, you idiot. Can't you see what Waring's trying to do?
You're going to talk.
Sure he will, Murray, at headquarters. That's where you're going as soon as you fellas get through dancing. And just in case you have any doubts about it, this gun ought to remove them. So let me know when you're ready, will you? Well, Angel, before they got through, they certainly spilled plenty on each other. They won't have much to worry about from Murray anymore. He has a long stretch ahead for racketeering. And Burkett is going up for murder.
But why did Burkett have Hilliard killed? Hilliard was helping him. He told me about Murray's cheating.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Hilliard was a stool pigeon. He squealed on you to Murray, squealed on Murray to Burkett. So Burkett reasoned he might just as likely squeal on him to the law.
I see.
Now, Burkett's motto was never trust a stoolie. Makes sense.
But how did you know that he was behind the murder?
Well, he pretended he didn't know Hilliard had been killed. But when I told him I'd left some papers he might be interested in at Hilliard's, he said he'd send one of the boys over to pick them up. But since he was supposed to be expecting Hilliard, why didn't he simply call him to bring the papers along?
Of course. He must have known Hilliard wouldn't be coming.
That's right, because he knew he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it's over. And I'm certainly glad you got me free of Murray. And believe me, I'm going to be careful who I start going out with from now on.
That's a very good idea.
Of course. A private detective ought to be safe enough.
Uh-oh. Don't look at me.
What's the matter?
You had your last boyfriend sent to jail. I'm going to be careful, too. Good night, Angel.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that the way some people get a bang out of life is by using a gun. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Jan Miner as Sue. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is Harry Branson of Philadelphia Mutual.
Harry, what are you doing in town?
I'm not. At least not in your town.
But you've got a case for me.
Do you know anything about violins?
Oh, don't tell me. So he opened up his fiddle case and out came a submachine gun, that it?
John, that technique went out with Prohibition. Now, seriously, this case contains a genuine amati.
Good. What's an amati?
One of the finest, most expensive violins ever made. This one was insured for $30,000.
Was?
Yes. Now, someone has to find it for us. What's more...
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 1, $12.40, train fare and incidentals to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I took the train because Harry Branson didn't seem to be in any particular hurry, and I kind of like a slow look at the countryside this time of year. When I got to Philadelphia, I checked in at the Bellevue Stratford, shaved and showered, then went over to Harry Branson's office in the Security First building on Walnut Street.
You deceived me, John. I thought when we talked long distance that you'd be here right away. But instead of flying down, you
Old
took the
sober-sides Branson
Possibly
hadn't
a loss of
changed a
valuable
bit.
time. I don't
Hair
know.
a little grayer than the last
I hope
time
to
I'd
know
seen him,
as soon
perhaps.
as I hear further from Amerigo.
But still the same serious lad
You'll see
who
what, if
always
anything,
acted
he
as
can
though
tell
he
us.
was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Now, I feel a deep personal concern over the whole matter because it was a man I put in this office myself who issued the policies, both of them.
2 policies on this fiddle you were talking about?
No, John. One on the Amati violin, $30,000.
Yeah?
And one on Ricardo Amerigo himself for $20,000.
Who is Ricky?
Who?
Well, isn't that what you said his name is?
I'm sure I didn't mention anyone by the... Ricardo Amerigo. Yes.
Well, where's he playing? The Purple Cat or maybe Wee Willie's joint over on
John,
Fifth Street?
this man is a concert violinist, or was. He's disappeared. Now, please, no more levity.
Sorry, Harold.
It's Harrison.
Sorry, Harry.
All right. I'm quite all right. Now, I realize that you have quite a sense of humor, John, but in a matter as important as this...
Yeah, sure. Now, let's have the story.
Very well. A few years ago, Ricardo Amerigo was one of the world's leading concert violinists, as famous in London, Paris, Rome, as in the concert halls of this country.
Uh-huh.
Such virtuosity, almost unbelievable. I shall never forget one evening here in our Academy of Music. He had just finished a perfectly brilliant Wieniawski. Amazing technical performance.
Yeah, well...
And for an encore, he played Sarasate's Zapatiado. Even more brilliant.
Harry...
But the audience wouldn't let him leave the stage. Ricardo Amerigo...
has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
And you're in a hurry to get on with the case.
I'm sorry. Now, thinking of his superlative performance that night carried me away. Yes, he's dead. Disappeared. And the violin? No trace.
Dead? You didn't say that before.
I know. You see, there's no proof of death. No body. Disappeared.
Well, don't let me shock your finer sensibilities, Harry. Murder?
We have thought of that, of course.
Who's we?
The Port Morris police. Port Morris, New Jersey, that is.
Oh.
Yes, you see, since Amerigo's car went through the bridge rail, crashed right through it, and plunged into the river, stream...
Trying to tie Harry down to pertinent facts that would help me in my investigation was, futile. At least 3 times during the next half hour, he went off on glowing descriptions of violin recitals he had known. Heifetz, Selman, Chrysler, and so on. But he did come up with 1 or 2 things I wanted. First, Amerigo and his fiddle had been driving down from Philadelphia to some spot on the South Jersey seashore. Crossing an old wooden bridge over a little stream, an inlet from the ocean, the car had smashed through the guardrail and gone to the bottom of the inlet. The car, of course, was found. Amerigo and his violin, no. Second, and just as important, the name of the beneficiary of Amerigo's policies. Item 2 on expense account, $1 even. Taxi to the Harnell building, also on Walnut Street, in the office of Peter Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent. The building was plush, but Corbin's office was about as bare as I'd ever seen. An old beat-up desk, a battered filing cabinet, and a couple of straight chairs. That was it.
Come in, Dollar. Come in. Sit down.
Corbin was chewing the stub of a cigar that he'd forgotten to relight for at least a couple of days. We made with the usual howdy-do's.
Well, your man Branson told you exactly right, Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo's sole and only beneficiary.
Well, isn't that a bit unusual for a man's agent to be his heir? Or, was it because you were old personal friends?
I'm going to give it to you straight. I brought Amerigo over to this country. Myself, my own sole expense. I actually gave him the build-up. I started his whole entire career. I kept him on top, all at my own expense.
Well, didn't you collect a regular agent's commission on his earnings?
Oh, sure. Plenty more. Why kid about it? Sure, while he was working.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bottle.
What?
Yeah, started hitting the bottle. Bad, not good. And believe me, the word gets around fast. Instead of making me money, himself, too, of course, he started costing me money. But you see, he never saved anything, even when he was earning big. You know how these artists are.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, it's the same with all of them. He got in debt actually up to his ears. And nobody, no family, no relatives, nobody to pull him out. Nobody but me. Big-hearted Corbin.
So you had him take out a lot of insurance and name you as beneficiary?
Well, that was his idea, actually. Of course, he always did have the embody insured. That's his violin.
So I've learned.
Oh, you know about violins?
No.
Oh. Well, but the life insurance, that was his own idea. Double indemnity, all that sort of stuff.
Double indemnity?
Oh, yeah. But guess who had to dig up the moolah for the last couple premiums?
Big-hearted Corbin.
You're right.
Not a bad investment, though, was it?
What? Hey,
couple
wait
of
a
thousand
minute.
in premiums, and you stand to collect plenty. If we can find proof that he's dead, and if we can't recover
I don't like
the...
that, Dollar.
I don't either, Corbin. It doesn't smell good.
Oh, you think me, his own agent, actually rigged something like that for one of my best friends? You think that... Listen, wise guy. Even if I did have any of a such idea, it'd be crazy. Anything actually as obvious as that.
Well, sometimes the most obvious is the best cover-up.
Oh, get out of here, Dollar. Unless you want somebody to start collecting on your insurance.
Even if it isn't you, huh?
Get out! So help me.
Yeah, pretty obvious. And every time you open your mouth...
Oh,
no, you don't. Why is it that people who telegraph their punches are always the first to start swinging? I don't know. Anyhow, I left Corbin to pick himself up and start thinking about some alibis he might need. And in the cab back to my hotel, I did a lot of thinking myself. Sure, the obvious off times is the best cover-up, and yet it might be too obvious. Far too obvious.
Branson here?
Johnny Dollar here.
Oh, John, good. Listen, at least there'll be no double indemnity to pay in the Amerigo matter. For accidental death, that is. You see...
Wait a minute. About an hour ago, you weren't even sure he's dead. Did somebody find the body?
No, unfortunately, but I've just received a call from the Port Morris police. They completed their examination of Amerigo's car. After they pulled it out of the creek, of course.
I hope so.
John, they found conclusive evidence of murder.
Harry, I'll call you from Port Morris. Expense account, item 2. Subway, ferry, train, and bus fares to South Vineland, New Jersey. South Vineland because Ad Bowles lived there, and I knew that if anything at all happened in the heart of sunny southern Jersey, Ad would know about it. Retired and raising some of those wonderful South Jersey sweet potatoes and peaches with plenty of hired help, he amused himself by moseying around, getting to know everybody and everything that happened in his section of the state. He had an insatiable curiosity and money enough to keep it satisfied.
Hi, you conniving, chiseling son of a gun. I've been waiting for you to get here. What took you so long?
Hey, what was that conniving, chiseling crack, son?
We're still on expense account, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, and so help me, nobody in history ever had the knack of padding out an expense account the way you can. And collect those fancy commissions on top. When I was a private investigator...
Who is retired?
You call this retired 270 acres of sandy soil from which to try to wrestle the poor living?
Oh, no, wait a minute. That Cadillac Eldorado out front, that belongs to one of the hired hands.
983 peach trees.
And isn't that a landing field I see out there through the window?
A lot of sweet potato land to be cultivated. Well, yes. Say, why didn't you fly down or let me know and I'd have picked you up? Look, with all the time I have on my hands...
I thought you said you were very
busy. Yeah. How long are you going to stay? So I can figure out where we'll go, what we'll do.
Ed, I'm on a case.
Well, sure. Ricardo Amerigo and his priceless fiddle.
Oh, no.
It was easy. When I heard about him going over the bridge, I contacted Barney Peters of the Port Morris PD. From Barney, I learned all about the next of kin. His agent, that is.
Pete Corbin.
Right. And that boy at Philadelphia Mutual, Harry Branson. And I knew Branson wouldn't call anybody but you in on the case. So here you are.
Still a private eye, aren't you, Ed?
Gotta have some way of killing time.
And I suppose you have the whole case solved.
Yep.
Well, according to Harry Branson, who heard from the Port Morris police just before I left Philly, it was murder.
Oh, you point killer. I thought I'd be the one to tell you that.
No, sorry. The cops knew it first.
Second, I told them.
Huh?
Yeah, I showed them where somebody'd used a hacksaw on the steering arm of Amerigo's car when they dragged it out of the creek.
Uh-huh. So that was it.
Yep.
And who wielded the hacksaw?
Well, Pete Corbin. Who else?
Why?
Who else stood to benefit by Amerigo's sudden trip to the great beyond?
No. It's too easy, Ed.
What's more, he's the only one who had constant and complete access to Amerigo's car. Why, he not only mothered little Ricky, clothed and fed him and kept him in booze, but he paid his rent, swept out his apartment, serviced his car.
No, it's too easy.
And Johnny, that car was even kept locked in Pete Corbin's own garage. And Corbin had the only key.
Where did you learn that?
From Corbin's landlord, by phone, of course. Said he thought Corbin did that so Ricky couldn't go out driving when he was drunk. And me? I think it was the other way around.
He'd only let him drive when he was drunk, huh? Instead a good chance of smashing up what would look like accidental death.
So that Corbin would collect the double indemnity. It's open and shut.
Any proof, Sherlock?
Just get to Corbin, throw it all at him, and break him down. Maybe he'll even find the hacksaw tucked up his sleeve.
Too easy.
Any bets that it isn't Corbin?
Yeah, I'll bet you.
You name it.
My commission on the case.
I'll match it. Oh, and plus your expense account.
Look, Ed, I want to see that car and the bridge and the creek, anything else I can find.
Sure, I'll fly you down there. Then we can go on over to Atlantic City, hit some of the night spots. Your treat. You know, so we can build up the expense account enough for me to collect plenty.
Ed Bowles had been a pretty good investigator in his day, seldom gone off half-cocked. Yet all his evidence was purely circumstantial. And where was the body? What's more, Pete Corbin acted anything but scared. Or so I thought until I put through a routine call to Harry Branson. He was worried. He had a right to be. Pete Corbin had packed a bag, jumped into his car, and disappeared.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a soggy day in a soggy South Jersey swamp. And a discovery almost too good to be true. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Barney Peters, Port Morris Police.
Oh, hi, Sergeant.
Thought you and Adam Bowles were coming over here to look at the evidence in the murder of Ricardo Amerigo.
We are. Ed's out warming up his plane. That's why I answered his phone.
We got a visitor here in Port Morris.
Who?
The guy Ed thinks did the job.
Pete Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent?
That's right.
In Port Morris?
That's right.
Well, are you holding him?
I can't. No legal reason to, in spite of Ed's suspicions.
Well, what's Corbin doing there?
I don't know unless Ed's right about him.
Huh?
And Pete knows you're on his trail.
Well, what's that mean?
What could mean he's down here gunning for you.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Port Morris, New Jersey. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Item 3, $1 even. For whatever it was, the local druggist recommended to pull my stomach back together after the flight in Ad Bull's private plane from Ad's farm in South Vineland to Port Morris. In a sense, I'm glad we flew. In a car with Ed at the wheel, we'd have been all over the road. As it was, we were only all over the sky.
Oh, beautiful day for flying, isn't it, Johnny?
Can't you hold a straight course, Ed? What's the matter with this ship?
Not a thing. I like to weave around a bit. I like the feel of it. You know, all that power under you.
Yeah. Sure you're not just trying to scare me into welching on our little bet?
I'm going to win that bet, Johnny. Your commission on the case, plus all that goes on that well-padded expense account of yours. You just get busy and find the body.
Why don't you forget your dark past as a private eye and stay retired?
What, and leave an old friend like you floundering around with a case that's
Hey! You don't watch your steering, we'll be floundering around in those salt marshes down there.
Sorry. But can't you see, Johnny, Pete Corbin, Amerigo's agent, has to be the heavy. He's the beneficiary of Amerigo's policy. Amerigo owed him a lot of money.
Too easy.
And Pete's the only person we know of who was with Amerigo constantly. You got motive, opportunity.
Too easy, I tell you. But I wonder what under the sun Pete's doing in Port Morris.
That we'll be finding out. We'll land there in a couple of minutes now.
The little town of Port Morris was set on the edge of one of the wide salt marshes that border a lot of the South Jersey shore. Just a vast expanse of salt hay indented with little coves and inlets. Soggy, swampy country. Ideal breeding place for the famous Jersey mosquitoes. And I guess for me, the ideal breeding place for trouble. Sergeant Barney Peters met us at the mucky little landing strip just outside town. And we headed out on a narrow, muddy road across the marshes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dollar. If I were you, I'd try to pin down this Corbin.
Where is he now?
Back in town. Got Alf McCracken keeping an eye on him. Alf's the boy you saw Amerigo crash through the bridge that night, you know.
Barney, I still wish you'd cooked up something to hold him.
But what, Ed?
Sure, Ed. Every bit of evidence you think you've got on Corbin is purely circumstantial.
What else have you got to go on, John boy?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. After I have a look at the bridge Amerigo busted through in his car.
It's just up ahead a bit. Crosses the Lucky Hoe Creek.
I'd also like to know who could have... Well, I'd like to know what could have happened to his body. To that $30,000 Amati violin.
You'll see. Just keep in mind that there's a mighty big flow of water in the creek from the tide coming in and going out.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Johnny, I checked it.
Huh?
Tide had just turned, was on its way out to the ocean at the time Amerigo's car went over the bridge. Right, Barney?
That's correct, Ed. Right now, though, it's probably about as low as it'll... Whoa!
What's the matter?
Just pulling over to let this car that's coming pass us. Otherwise, one of us might sheer off into the swamp.
Yeah, these roads weren't meant for two-way traffic.
Darn fool's coming pretty fast for a road like this. If he isn't careful...
Hey, look, Pennsylvania plates.
Huh?
He's right.
That's Corbin's car.
Corbin, huh?
Swing across the road. Block him. Quick!
Son of a gun.
No, no, where's Corbin, all right?
Well, then swing around. Go after him.
On this road? He'd slide off into the swamp so fast. By the time we go on up to the bridge and turn, he'll be halfway back to Philadelphia, blast him.
Well, we had the bird in hand and didn't know it. What are you going to do now, Johnny?
Just exactly what we started out to do.
You're losing valuable time. Now, if I were still in this
Ed,
racket...
why don't you stay retired? We drove slowly on up to the bridge, stopped and got out. And although the tide was almost low now, it was easy to see how that rush of water would easily carry a violin or a body or most anything right out to sea. Or could it?
The tide was running this same way when it happened. Out.
Yeah.
And the current was a lot stronger than it is now, so you can imagine what it would... Huh?
Yeah. What's the matter, Johnny?
Well, that big bird nest, whatever it is, down there at the side of the creek, 50, 60 feet.
Oh, that's just where the reeds and hay got matted up. Does look like... Hey.
Yeah. If that isn't a fiddle case propped up on top of it.
Sure looks like
Sure
one.
it is. Sure. The tide was higher then. The fiddle's stuck in those reeds. Wait here.
Well, now, Johnny, don't. You come back here.
Dollar, it's like quicksand. Stay out of it.
Oh, you darn fool.
It was like quicksand, too.
You'll never make it.
Black, gluey muck. And I sank into it up to my knees. I almost had to swim through it, hanging onto it, pulling myself along by the reeds and bulrushes. But half of this case hung on that $30,000 Amati violin, and I wasn't going to let it slip out of my hands. A couple of times I dropped into soft holes, almost up to my shoulders, but somehow I kept going. Pulled the fiddle case off the pile of matted weeds and started back. But I'd used up most of my strength, with only one hand to pull myself along, to... Ed!
Johnny, try and grab this rope. Here.
Can't reach.
Try it again, Ed. Drag it back. Try it again.
Johnny, use the violin case. It'll keep you afloat.
I'll try.
You all right, Dollar?
Here, Johnny. The rope again. Johnny!
I hadn't passed out. So help me, I hadn't. Not entirely, that is. Or I'd never have been able to grab the line that Ad Bowles threw to me. Needless to say, I took a lot of kidding from Ad and Barney Peters on the drive back to Port Morris, especially since I didn't really know what had happened until I came to in the back seat of the car, clutching the fiddle case.
Jerk. If you'd held onto the rope with the death grip you have on that violin case, we'd have got you out of that muck before you swallowed half the salt water in that inlet.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say this for you, Mr. Dollar. You don't give up easy.
The fiddle. The $30,000 Amati. At least I had half of this miserable case in hand in my hands. There'd be no insurance collection on that violin. And then I saw it.
Well, what's the matter, Johnny? You passed out again?
No, Ed. You should have cleaned me up before you piled me into this car.
What?
Look.
Oh, what is it?
Piece of shirt. Ricardo Amerigo's shirt.
What's that?
Yeah, look. Monogram on the pocket, R.A. And what looks like bloodstains.
Hey, you're right. Where'd you get that?
I must have picked it up when I picked up the fiddle.
Well, at least it proves that Amerigo went down with his car. There's no doubt of it.
What I didn't tell him was that the piece of cloth from Ricardo Amerigo's shirt was fastened to the violin case. Deliberately put there. But by whom?
By Pete Corbin, Johnny. That's your man. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Beneficiary, confidant, caretaker of both Ricky Amerigo and his car. Who else could have sawed through the steering bar that made the car run off the bridge? And a guy who was smart enough to have it happen in this godforsaken salt marsh.
Now, just a minute, Ed.
Okay, Barney. In the heart of sunny southern Jersey, where he expected nobody'd find car or body or even the fiddle until long after the insurance claim was met. Thanks to a tide that'd carry everything out to sea. For indeed, my friend, if your deputy, Alf McCracken, hadn't actually seen Amerigo's car slip through the bridge rail... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. If Pete Corbin had planned this whole thing, he would have made sure the corpus delicti would be found.
Johnny, that's why he had the accident happen where somebody saw it.
Yet that somebody, Alf McCracken, didn't see the fiddle float away, didn't see the body float away from the car.
Oh, stop it, John, boy. You know as well as I do that this whole thing was engineered by Corbin.
All right, tell me, investigator, what was he doing down here today?
Lord knows, and I don't care. Probably to plant that piece of shirt. Johnny, I've given you all the help I'm gonna on this case. From now on, you either follow my tip and lose your bet to me, or you don't and give yourself a black eye with insurance company.
Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Barney.
Ed's a good detective. He'd have to be to retire on that nice farm of his over in South Vineland. Even broke a burglary case for me once here in Port Morris a couple of years ago, one I couldn't break myself.
Pastime.
But you've got guts. I like you for it.
Thanks a lot.
And to me, the Pete Corbin theory looks, well, too easy.
Oh, not you, Barney.
That's what I've been trying to preach to that stubborn egghead sitting beside you.
I'll lend you a suit of clean clothes, and you can chase this thing down in the way you want to, without the dubious help of somebody who is just trying to win a bet from you.
Traitor.
And if I were you, I'd hunt up a few other people who knew Ricky Amerigo besides his press agent, Pete Corbin.
You are a mind reader.
Gentlemen, I have only one thing to say. And, Johnny, it's addressed to you. When you finally find that Pete Corbin done it, you know where to send the check to me.
At Port Morris, we learned that Alf McCracken had lost track of Corbin when the former dropped in at Osborne's Oyster House for a dozen and a half shell. Hadn't even seen him take off in his car, much less leave in a hurry after spotting us on the road to Lucky Hole Creek. I took advantage of Barney's offer, borrowed a suit of his clothes, and accepted a ride from him to the crossroads of Woodbine where I could get a bus back to Philadelphia. Sure, half my job was done. I'd recovered the $30,000 Amati violin. But I could still hear the oh-so-pleasant voice of Ad Bowles, ex-investigator, not so retired.
You know where to send the check to me, Johnny boy.
Expense account item 5, $4.95. Bus fare from Woodbine to Philadelphia. And believe me, it's a long bus ride. As soon as I got to my hotel and changed into my own clothes, I called Harry Branson at the insurance company.
Mr. Branson here?
This is Mr. Dollar, Mr. Branson.
Yes, Mr. John.
Yeah, I'm back at my hotel, music lover. And I've just won the $30,000 Amati.
What?
Yeah, I got the fiddle for you.
Well, thank heaven you recovered it. What of Ricardo Amerigo?
Later. Do you want the Amati?
I'll be right over. Where is it, John? Where is it?
Right here, Harry, right here. Case, bow, and all.
Oh, thank heaven.
And by some miracle, it's dry as a bone and all in one piece. Voila.
Oh, thank heaven. John. John?
What's the matter?
This? An Amati? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the results of a poker game. And believe me, there are times when the cards can be really stacked against you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Pete Corbin, Dollar. I found your message when I got in, but I don't know why I'm returning your call after that lacing I took from you.
Well, at least you haven't run out on us.
Why should I?
How would you like to explain what you were doing in Port Morris, New Jersey yesterday afternoon at the scene of the so-called accidental death of your client, Ricardo Amerigo?
Oh, yeah, I thought that was you I saw in that car down there.
It sure was. Are you in your office?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you wanted
Well,
to
stay
know...
there. I do want to know. That and a lot of other things. I'll see you in about an hour after I've made another call.
Okay, I'll be here.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 6. $33.75. Dry cleaning and new shirts, socks, and so on, including one pair of shoes to replace the ones I lost in the South Jersey swamp while rescuing what I thought was a priceless Amati violin in a muddy tidewater inlet called Lucky Hoe Creek. But when I showed it to Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual, well, at least he promised to have an expert look it over and pass final judgment. That's the reason for item 7, 85 cents. Taxi to Harry's office in the Security First building.
Oh, come in, John, come in.
Hi, Harry. Well, what have you found out?
Nothing yet, but I should hear from the violin man any minute. John, I do hope I was wrong. Sit down.
Thanks. Harry, I could have committed mayhem when you told me that fiddle I picked up in the swamp isn't the Amati.
To think you nearly drowned retrieving it.
Oh, brother, that's putting it mildly.
But I'm sure Foresto will know.
Foresto?
Foresto Nigliario, however he pronounces it, the violin man.
He really an expert?
Well, he's the one who okayed the $30,000 policy on Amerigo's violin.
Let's just hope this one's it.
Did you learn anything in Port Morris?
Only confirm what you'd already learned from Sergeant Peters down there.
That someone had sawed through some steering connection on Amerigo's car before it crashed through the bridge.
Yeah.
Still no sign of the body?
Nope.
Oh, a man named Adam Bowles called.
Oh, he's an old friend. Used to be a private detective and just can't get it out of his system.
Oh. Well, he called me, you know.
I know.
And I must confess, John, that I'm inclined to agree with him.
That Peter Corbin, Amerigo's agent, did it?
Agent and beneficiary, John. And apparently the one person who knew Amerigo well enough.
I said it to Ad Bowles until I was blue in the face, Harry, and I say it again. Too easy.
But who else?
I don't know. That's what I came back here to find out.
All the evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. The kind of man that'd be a fool to let pile up against him if he really was guilty.
Even so.
Harry, let me do it my own way, huh?
What if this Corbin tries to skip out?
Then will be the time to...
Excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Charniero to see you, sir.
Charniero. I knew that was it. Send him in. Man is here, John.
Foresto?
Yes, sure. Oh, well. Come in, Foresto. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Yeah. How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
You brought the fiddle?
Yeah.
Right here on the desk. Well?
Thank you. I'll open up the case.
Well, is it?
Mr. Bronson, Mr. Dollar, I'm sure.
Well, Mr. Charniero?
Charniero. Look, you've only got to look now that I've cleaned away some of the mud and the salt from the swamp where it was found. We're lucky it did not do any real damage to change the appearance. But nobody could tell the way you gave it to me.
Well, how about now that you've cleaned it up?
Yes.
You see here. The shape of the F holes, the curve to the body.
Yeah?
The beautiful shape, the signs of age, and above all, here, you see, the label.
Label?
Through the F hole, you can see it. There, Niccolo Amati.
Then it is Amerigo's.
See.
You're sure, Mr. Charniero?
The label says.
And Foresto says.
Well, look, I talked with a fiddle player in the orchestra at my hotel last night. He told me there are literally thousands of imitations of every important violin ever made. Shape, size, label, and all. Now, listen, Foresto.
Yeah.
Tell me the truth. Do you really consider yourself an expert?
Well, I'm a seller of violins in my store. Violins, harmonicas, ocarinas, victrolas.
How good are the violins you sell?
Oh, good ones. Some as high as $65.
Harry, do you mean to tell me... with all due apologies for us, do you mean to tell me he was your authority for a $30,000 policy on Ricky Amerigo's violin?
Well, of course, a representative from the Wurlitzer collection in Chicago verified Foresto's opinion at the time.
See, the Wurlitzer know every good violin in the world.
Yeah, Harry, let me have it. I'll give you a receipt for it. I'll bring it back when I'm through with it.
Whatever you say, John. I assume you want to check further on the authenticity.
And you are right.
John.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly, you've still not accomplished very much insofar as Amerigo himself is concerned.
With this fiddle under my arm, I think maybe I will. See you later. Maybe Harry'd been right in the very beginning. Maybe I should have known a little more about music, or more specifically, violins. Or maybe I should have left this aspect of the case to someone else and concentrated on the disappearance death of Ricardo Amerigo. Maybe well. Expense account item 8, 80 cents. Taxi to booking agent Peter Corbin's office.
All right, Dollar, let's not waste either your time or either mine. You want to know what I was doing?
That's right, Corbin. The embody. I found it right where you planted it. In that swamp near Port Morris.
You actually found it. What do you mean where I planted it?
What else were you doing down there in the South Jersey swamps?
Is that where you found it?
Well, you ought to know. But frankly, Corbin, I think you overplayed it a bit when you tucked part of one of Amerigo's monogram shirts there with it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I mean it.
Then what were you doing down there? And, brother, you better make it good.
The same thing you were. Trying to find out what happened to Ricky Amerigo. I tell you, Dollar, I was his best friend. It's a true fact. If his fiddle was down there, too, I didn't see it.
I wish I could believe you. By the way it looks from here, you were willing to have the Amati violin found lying out there in that salt marsh because you couldn't get rid of it without exposing yourself. It didn't put any money in your pocket the way you figure Amerigo's death will.
The way it looks from here, Dollar, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah, actually wrong. If Amerigo's dead, I collect on his insurance as his beneficiary.
That's what the policy says, but believe
me.
me...
All right. But you think I wouldn't collect on the Amati fiddle, whether it was found or if it wasn't found. That's where you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm also a beneficiary to his will.
How do you know?
Because I'm not only the sole and only heir in his will, I'm also the executive of his estate, too.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I was the heavy, what would I take a chance leaving a $30,000 fiddle laying around in some swamp?
Cover up?
$30,000 worth?
All right, what did you do with the hacksaw?
You mean somebody sawed up the fiddle? Oh, no, let me see.
No, easy, will you? Somebody sawed partway through a steering arm on Amerigo's car to make it crash.
Murder?
That's a pretty fair question.
Oh, no, darling, no. Oh, no, who would murder a nice, sweet guy like Ricky? Maybe he was a drunk, maybe he hit the skids, but he had no enemies. He couldn't have.
Okay.
Maybe he was just a drunken bum, worthless. He threw away a concert career, but he was a gentleman, an actual gentleman. And he was a sweet guy. Nobody could have murdered him. Oh, no, darling, not Ricky.
Pete, would you?
Who was it? Tell me, huh? Who was the lousy punk? I'll kill him.
Okay, Pete, I believe you.
I don't care whether you believe me or not. Will you tell me who done it?
Pete. Pete, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Now, look here. Look here and tell me. Is this Ricky's Amati violin?
Yeah, that's it. Ah, poor Ricky. Poor drunk.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
All right, Pete, I'm going to give it to you straight.
All I ask is you
now,
tell
listen to me, will
who...
you? We don't know who killed Ricky Amerigo. We haven't even found his body. The Port Morris police are still trying, of course, but it could have been carried by the tide through that inlet, the Lucky Hole Creek, right on out to the sea. Or, of course, it may appear somewhere along the creek. It'll take weeks to search that swamp thoroughly.
No,
anyhow,
if they do find him, I want to see he gets a decent burial. Will you promise me?
Okay, I'll try, but listen, will you? Because of the sawed-through steering arm, his death was made to look accidental. Double indemnity. And you're the beneficiary. He not only wasn't making you any money because his drinking kept him off the concert stage, but he owed you money, plenty. Now, that's a motive. As for opportunity, who else had as much as you?
Nobody. But I love the poor guy. I try to keep him alive to get him back on his own.
You told me, and I believe you. But the fact remains that the insurance company, the police, even a pretty smart private detective I know, all figure you for number one suspect. And they hope to accumulate enough evidence to move in on you.
And you're with them, huh?
No.
What? Yesterday right here you told me...
Sure, I know I did. But I've had time to think it out. No, pinning it on you is just too easy. Much too easy. I'll say it to your face, Pete. You're no mental giant. But only an utter fool would let circumstantial evidence like that pile up against him and then commit a murder like that. I may be wrong. Lord help you if I am and find out. But I think you're clean.
I swear I am.
I'm going to play it that way unless I find solid reason to change my mind. Because, Pete.
Yeah, Johnny?
You're the one person who can help me in this case.
I'll do anything. Actually, anything. Just ask me.
All right. Now, first tell me where you were last Friday evening when Amerigo's car made that dive off that bridge.
Alibi?
That's right, brother, and you can be sure I'll check it.
At Willie's.
All right, who's Willie?
Willie Elliott. He's a saxophone player, one of my clients. He was a friend of Ricky's, too.
Well, where can I find him? What's his address?
I'll write it down for you. We had a four-handed poker game.
Who else in the game?
Jerry Goldsmith, 120.
He know Ricardo, too?
Oh, yeah. Composer, conductor, violin player.
Fiddle player, huh? Who was the fourth?
Eric Snowden.
Who's he?
He's a fiddle maker. He lives at his shop. I'll write that down.
Fiddle maker, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah, he was the sole and only man Ricky would ever let touch his amati for repairs and fixing up, you understand?
Who else were good friends of Ricardo's?
While he was making it, plenty. Lately, nobody.
You sure?
Oh, nobody, Johnny, I know. Of course, he hung around a lot of bars. He was a regular.
Give me a list.
Well, let's see. There's a little place over on Pine Street called the Yellow Lamp.
Expense account item 9, $370. A quick sandwich for Pete Corbin and myself and a flock of phone calls to Pete's poker pals. Just to make sure they were in and available when I could get around to see them. I had to phony up an excuse for seeing each of them. A friend of Pete's, just in from out of town, suggested I give you a call, that sort of thing. And apparently it didn't arouse any suspicion. At least it was a start. And for the first time, call it a hunch or whatever you like, I felt I was going to get somewhere in this case. As it turns out, I was. Believe me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a trio of musicians. The question, which one's story was playing a little flat? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
You are investigate.
Hello? What'd you say? Who is this?
You are investigate Ricardo Amerigo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm investigating the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Who are you? Hello? Hey, listen, do you have some information, a tip on the case? Who are you? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what is this, a gag?
Yeah.
Or is this supposed to be some kind of a cockeyed threat, a warning for me to get off the case?
Believe me, this is no gag.
Hello? Hello?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 10, $21 even, for drinks, for me alone. And believe it or not, I'm cold sober. But the least I could do was buy one at each of the bars on the list Pete Corbin gave me. A list of all the places Ricardo Amerigo used to hang out before his disappearance in a South Jersey swamp. In spite of all the circumstantial evidence pointing his way, I still wasn't convinced Corbin had engineered an accident to kill Amerigo. Pete had also given me a list of Amerigo's closest personal friends, 3 of them. I'd told them I'd see them later. Meanwhile, I hoped to learn something helpful from the places where he apparently spent most of his time during his last few months on this earth. But the result can pretty much be summed up by the last bar on the list, the Hangover Club.
There you are. Cost you 80 cents.
Here, keep the change.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like I tell you, mister. You come in here, buy a few drinks, sit and drink them, leave.
Well, didn't he ever talk to anybody?
Not even me. Just sit there and get plastered. Till one of his friends would come in and drag him away.
Who? Did you know any of them?
Oh, sure. Willie Elliott, saxophone player at the Crystal Room.
Oh. Who else?
Jerry somebody, fiddle player.
Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, they're on my list.
Huh?
Anybody else?
No. Oh, yeah, wait, sure.
His agent, Pete Corbin.
Yeah, that's... Hey, if you knew that, why'd you ask me?
I've heard the same thing exactly 20 times so far today.
Yeah, well, I'll say this for him. They must have loved Amerigo. They might have fought and argued with him when they caught him in here, but it was all for one thing, to try and straighten him out. But, mister, he was too far in.
Yeah.
Yeah, shame for a talent like him, concert violinist, to hit the skids the way he done, but nobody couldn't seem to help.
The story had been exactly the same in every bar on the list. Apparently, the only friends, the only associates that Ricardo Amerigo had were those Pete Corbin had named. Expense account item 11, 110, cab fare to the apartment of William Elliott over on Callowell Street. Same story. No new names of friends or even acquaintances. He and Corbin and Goldsmith and the old English violin maker, Eric Snowden, had known Amerigo for years, good times and bad. Had all tried to help him, straighten him out, were deeply grieved over his death. Item 12, 570, cab to a suburb called Lanark to see Jerry Goldsmith, where I'll admit I expected to get the same story, the same names, no more, no less. This time I took the Amati violin with me.
Hi. Who are you?
I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, you called. Come in. Friend of Pete Corbin's, you said. Sit down.
Mr. Goldsmith, I'll get right to the point. I'm an insurance investigator, and I came in...
That violin case. That looks like Ricardo's.
It is.
And the Amati?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I found it down in the South Jersey swamp where Amerigo's car plunged off the bridge. It had been lying there, hidden by the marsh for several days.
Is it all right? May I see it?
Well, one reason I brought it along was so you could substantiate identification.
I make no bones about it, Mr. Dollar. I coveted this violin like nothing else in the world. I've played many fine instruments, Strads, Guarnieri, even this, my Stainer.
I see.
But Ricardo's Amati, there was something between that violin and myself that could exist for no one else. Not even Ricardo Amerigo when he was at his greatest. And when he started his terrible downfall...
You, wanted it even more, huh?
Yes, more than anything else in the world.
Enough to kill for it?
Mr. Dollar, I should kill you for even thinking such a thing. I loved Ricardo.
Okay, sorry. The fact remains somebody sawed through a steering arm on his car.
I still can't believe that. No one could have killed Ricardo, no one. Only 3 others beside myself even knew Ricardo these past few years. Corbin, Elliott, and Eric Snowden. Pity him, feed him, clothe him, Try to fight him away from the liquor that had ruined his brilliant career, yes. Even hate him at times for what he'd done to his life, but murder...
I'm sorry.
May I?
Sure. It, is the Amati.
Yes, I know it as well as I know my own. May I play it?
Sure. What's the matter?
I don't know. Mr. Dollar, it isn't here. The tone, the brilliance, the response, it isn't here. Something's wrong.
You're sure this is the Amati?
Oh, of course I'm sure, but something's wrong. Something's happened to it. It isn't the same.
Well, you think the dampness of the swamp might have done...
No, you can see. It's all right, but it isn't.
Well, I don't know anything about violins.
There are no cracks, no marks, no damage. Even the sound post.
But you're sure it's Ricardo Amerigo's Amati?
Yes, I told you so. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. But something is... Mr. Dollar.
Well?
I don't know.
You know something? I don't either. I'm afraid I left Jerry Goldsmith rather abruptly and in a rather distressed condition. But I had plans, and the sooner I could carry them out, the better. Item 13 on expense account, $4.20 taxi fare back into town to the shop of Eric Snowden, violin maker. The only man who'd been allowed to touch Ricardo Amerigo's Amati, except, of course, for the music store owner who'd cleaned it up after I found it in the swamp. Yeah, it was possible he had done something to it that would destroy its tone. But for some reason or other, call it a hunch if you like, I hope not. Snowden's shop was located on a colorful little side street. Really not much more than an alley called Eisminger Street. Right in the middle of one of the busiest sections of the city, surrounded by skyscrapers, office stores, and all the traffic that goes with them. This one little alley. Except for Snowden's place, the tiny buildings packed side by side are all residences, left over from years gone by when this was a residential section, and still unspoiled by the bustling activity around them.
Thank you, Mr. Romandi. And I'll be sure to hear you at the Academy of Music Saturday night. Sir!
Mr. Snowden?
Yes, I'm Eric Snowden, but that violin case...
I'm Johnny Dollar. I phoned you.
Oh, please come in. Mr. Dollar.
That's right. It's Ricardo Amerigo's.
It's been found. Please let me...
Mr. Snowden, I'm an insurance investigator. Part of my job has been recovery of this violin.
It's possible loss was the most heartbreaking thing I ever contemplated, but you found it.
I think so.
You think? I don't understand.
Well, here, take it. Examine it.
Yes, but not here. Come, we'll go up to my workroom on the second floor, where I can check it thoroughly. I'll lock this front door so we won't be disturbed. Now, come with me, please. I can't believe it. It's so wonderful you found it. It would have been a terrible loss to the world.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're not a violinist yourself?
No. I'm afraid the only violin music I know is what I hear in...
Now, here we are.
Oh, quite a shop.
Most of the finest violins in the world have been here, one time or another. The Stradivarius of Yasha.
It was quite a shop.
The violins
The
of...
walls were lined with fiddles in the making and with tools. Some familiar and some that were... Wait a minute. Hacksaws. A couple of them small and delicate, but one a big one and dirty. As Eric Snowden turned away to open the violin case, I ran my fingers over the blades. There was grease on one. Axle grease.
Now here.
Well, Mr. Snowden?
Yes, Mr. Dollar. This is Ricardo Amerigo's violin.
You're certain of that?
Eh? Do you think that I, of all people, wouldn't know? Mr. Dollar, aside from Ricardo himself, I am the only person who has touched this magnificent instrument for years now. I must confess I resent your least question of my judgment.
All right, I'll be honest with you. I don't pretend to know much about violins, so I had somebody play it a while ago.
Sacrilege.
All right, be that as it may. It didn't sound to him or even to me like a $30,000 violin.
And whom did you permit to lay hands on this priceless instrument?
A friend.
Should be horsewhipped. Only an artist, a great artist, should be permitted to handle a thing like this. But I suppose you understand that, Mr. Dollar. I don't suppose you...
Well, go on.
Mr. Dollar, someone has tampered with this.
Oh?
Of course it doesn't sound right. Did this friend of yours presume to be a violin maker, too?
What do you mean?
The sound post, the placement of the bridge. Of course it doesn't sound right. Now, why does somebody have to...
Do you want to answer that?
No, let them wait. This is more important. No wonder you or your friend or anyone else questioned the validity of this instrument.
Hey, whoever that is down there, he really wants you.
Look here, a simple adjustment here and here. Oh, bother.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
All right, I shall be right back.
It was a quick suspicion when I spotted the hacksaw on the wall, and I couldn't forget the warning over the phone. While Snowden waited on his customer, I poked around the shop some more, looking for goodness knows what. And I found exactly nothing. No doubt Snowden was telling the truth. Until I started to sit down to wait for him, and as I pulled over a stool, I knocked open the door of a cabinet next to his workbench. I started to close it again, and then I saw it. Hanging there on a hook was a violin. I grabbed it out of the cabinet and held it under the light beside the one in Amerigo's case. I held them up together. It was unbelievable. The shape, the color, the markings, nicks on the little pegs you tune them up with, a spot of stain on the scroll, even a tiny, almost indiscernible scratch on the back, an old pencil mark on the inside near the label. It was impossible, but it was true. These two violins were absolutely identical.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, it's a wind-up. But believe me, a wind-up with a real twist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is...
Don't tell me. Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual.
Yes, it is. Listen, John, I know you found his Amati violin.
Are you sure?
But Ricardo Amerigo himself, nothing. And after all, there's not only the $20,000 policy on him, but... What do you mean, am I sure?
Are you sure it was Amerigo's Amati violin I found?
Why, of course... What do you mean?
What if it wasn't? What if it was just an imitation?
John, stop it. That's What do you mean?
That $30,000 well-insured fiddle I picked up in the South Jersey swamps may be a phony.
Oh, no. For heaven's sakes, come over here to the office and tell me...
Oh, take it easy, Harold boy, until I've had time to find out a few things.
John?
See ya.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is a final accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. When Ricardo Amerigo's car was hauled out of a swamp somewhere near Port Morris, New Jersey, there was no sign of his body. Only a sawed-through steering arm on the car that indicated somebody had done him dirt. However, I did find the fiddle, the $30,000 embody that had helped him become one of the world's top concert violinists. Anyhow, with the fiddle under my arm, I ended up at the shop of violin maker Eric Snowden for final confirmation that it was the genuine embody that I'd found. This Eric confirmed. However, while we were in the second-floor workroom of his shop on Eisminger Street talking about the fiddle, somebody pounded on the street door downstairs.
Oh, bother. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Dollar.
And that's when I accidentally, and so help me it was accidental, I knocked open the door of a cabinet and discovered another violin, identical in every respect with the one I'd found in the swamp at the scene of Amerigo's accidental death. Okay, so I did exactly what you would have done. I put the one in the cabinet into Amerigo's case and the one from the case into the cabinet. One of them was the genuine embody. But which one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but he was so insistent. I thought he was one of my, shall we say, better clients. As it turned out, it was just a youngster who wanted to see one of the new G-strings.
A youngster?
Oh, I see you're joking. But now, let me take this magnificent instrument, readjust the sound post and bridge so that it...
No, wait, Mr. Snowden. It's later than I thought. There are some things I must do immediately. Suppose I come back here later.
Very well. Meantime, I shall make the adjustments on the embody to restore its
No,
tone.
I've got to take it with me.
But I don't understand.
There are a few things in this case I don't understand right this minute, but I hope to before very long.
Mr. Dollar, you talk in riddles. Why don't you leave the violin?
No, thanks. I'll see you later.
But please be careful with it. If anything should happen to that priceless...
Don't worry. Nothing will happen to it. I found that I'd almost spoken too soon, for I pounded down the stairs, across the floor of the store, and out of the door without the caution the book says one should exercise when leaving a suspect in a case. I'd no sooner got out on the street. It was a flower pot big enough to have killed a horse in its fall from the upper story window ledge.
Oh, no. Good heavens, wait, Mr. Dollar. That was an accident.
But I didn't wait. Expense account item 14, 10 cents. Phone call to Harry Branson at the insurance company to have the police put a man on Eric Snowden's shop immediately to make sure he wouldn't try to skip. Item 15, $7.50 for a cab to the house of fiddle-playing Jerry Goldsmith out in Lanark.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Goldsmith.
I didn't expect it. But you left in rather a hurry earlier.
Sorry, I had to keep a date. Hey, look, Jerry, when I was here before...
You still have the violin?
Yes, when I was here earlier and you played it, you didn't seem to think it was really Ricardo Amerigo's embody.
No, I didn't say that. At least
Well, at least it didn't sound like it when you played it.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that's right.
Oh, now, think a minute. You were a bit upset, excited, whatever you want to call it, when I brought it to you.
Yes, that's true. Nevertheless...
And I think you were also afraid I might have suspected you of Amerigo's murder when you admitted his violin was the one thing you wanted more than anything else in life.
Except, of course, to have Ricardo straighten out. Become himself again. Become the artist again. Deserve to have this... Oh, I don't know. Whatever I say seems to make it sound like a... I don't know.
All right, now, look, Jerry, calm down, will you? I'm not trying to pin a murder rap on you. Calm down and do something for me, will you?
Why, yes, of course. What?
Here.
Have you had something done to it to restore the tone it used to have?
It hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. But I want you to play it again.
Yes, of course I will. But didn't you say that some old fool with a music store cleaned it up?
Jerry, it hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. Now play it.
All right.
Go ahead, Jerry. It's the Amati, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's the Amati. A beautiful, wonderful...
Funny. I never realized what a violin could. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes. Yes.
And to think it's taken something like this to lead me to a killer. Expense account item 16, 420, cab to Philadelphia Mutual, the office of Harry Branson.
But if you're right, John, you mustn't go out there alone. Don't you understand if he's the man who planned the murder of Ricardo Amerigo, he wouldn't stop... Yes, I had the police put a man out there to cover his shop. But, John, I still think...
Expense account item 17, $1.60. The buck was a tip for going through a couple of red lights. Back to the shop of the violin maker, Eric Snowden.
Mr. Dollar.
Hi, Mr. Snowden. I'm afraid I left you rather abruptly a while ago.
You mentioned it, Mr. Dollar. It's you. That near accident when you left that flower pot. I don't know how it possibly could have shifted on the window ledge up there.
On the third floor window ledge of this little combination store, workshop, and home of yours. That much I did notice while I was ducking it. If it had come off a second floor window, you know I might have suspected you of giving it a helpful shove.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Dollar, you can't possibly mean that.
All right, forget it for the moment.
But how can
Let's go up to your workshop on the second floor. Come on.
Well, yes, of course. But may I ask why?
I want to show you something, and I think you know what.
No, I certainly don't. Unless something has happened to the Amati.
Oh, something certainly has.
You damaged it since you were here.
No such luck.
Mr. Dollar, please, what are you talking about?
Okay, here. Now tell me the truth. Is this Ricardo Amerigo's Amati violin?
Yes. I've told you so.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
You know something? You aren't, but I am.
What?
Now open that cabinet there beside your work table.
What for?
Because I tell you to.
But I... just what are you getting at, Dollar?
Are you going to open it or shall I?
No. Get out of here. This is my shop, my place. You can't do this sort of thing to me.
Would you rather the police did? They're on their way.
The police? But I...
Well?
There's no need to open it. Ricardo Amerigo's Amati is in it.
Well, that's where you're wrong. This is the Amati. In this case, the one in the cabinet is the identical copy of the Amati that you made.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Snowden?
Because the loss of this priceless instrument would have been unthinkable.
$30,000 insurance on it.
Oh, money doesn't buy a violin like this. It must be played by an artist, by many artists, like the artist Ricardo was. So when Ricardo disappeared...
Or was murdered?
When Ricardo disappeared, I had to make sure that the Amati would still... I didn't murder him.
Isn't this the hacksaw that cut the steering rod on his car? Well, Snowden, isn't it?
Yes. No, I mean...
And because of it and your crazy plan to keep the real Amati, you and you alone are going to take the rap for Amerigo's murder.
No, please. Ricky.
No use, Eric. That's right, Mr. Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo.
You're what?
The dirty, drunken has-been that started all this. Sawed through the steering rod on my car, wrecked it in the swamp, left some of my clothing there. That phony fiddle was my idea. Not to collect the insurance on it, not that alone. But to make sure it could come back again. Be played again by somebody that deserved to play it. The way perhaps one time I deserved to play it.
But, Ricardo...
A man disappears, murder, or whatever. There's a fuss about it for a while, and it's over. But this, no, this must live. This violin, it will now. The world will be the better for it.
But you... and this apparent murder...
The insurance was my last hope of paying back Pete Corbin, my agent, and the others who tried so hard to straighten me out. Pay back some of the money and the heartbreak they spent on me. Or let your insurance company pay them back, because I never could. I couldn't even leave my hiding place here in Eric's house, because I knew that sooner or later he'd pity me enough to give me more of the drink that's been all I've been living for. Eric, God bless him, Eric knew, of course, but only he. Be kind to him, if you can.
Ricky.
That's all, Mr. Dollar. Oh, unless... Will you buy me a drink before you call in the police?
Expense account item 17, $8.50. One bottle of the best I could buy before I called in the police. Item 18, hotel in Philadelphia, miscellaneous fare back to Hartford. Total expense account, $182.65. Remarks? No insurance payment necessary on either the Amati or the man. And I guess he really was a man. More than he knew. What the courts will do about him and about Eric Snowden, well, the courts will do. And I'm glad I have to have no part in it. You know, it's funny. Somehow I think I have a little better appreciation for music now than... Oh, well. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Duke Red matter. A racehorse that could only be stopped by a killer. And the killer didn't stop with horses. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Victor Perrin, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Herb Vigran, and James McCallion. Musical supervisor and violinist, Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, A Streetcar Named Schultz.
It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Me and a bunch of muscle-bound wrestlers and a scared blonde. You didn't have to be an expert to know the difference between a broken toenail and a stranglehold. It began in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He'd called me in to meet a new client. Young guy, handsome, muscular, about 27 or 8, dressed in I did a take. He was dressed in a black cutaway coat, striped trousers, gray vest, and silk ascot. Without a program, you couldn't tell it from a wedding or a funeral.
Geoffrey, come in. I want you to meet our new client, the Earl of Gardner.
Hiya.
How'd you do? Geoffrey, our client, the Earl, has quite a problem.
Oh. Jilted at the church?
No, of course not. This is serious, Geoffrey, very serious. The Earl is a famous wrestler. Surely you've heard of him?
No television set.
Yes. Well, perhaps I'll let the Earl tell you his own story.
I think that would be advisable, gentlemen.
Okay by me. Start from the top.
Well, last evening, Mr. Regan, I was engaged in a match with a chap who called himself the Atomic Assassin. It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Naturally, I won.
Naturally.
Shortly after the completion of the match, the Atomic Assassin suffered a stomach disorder. I'm not certain of the technical name for it.
Well, we can skip that.
The Atomic Assassin is no longer with us.
He retired?
He's dead.
It was in the papers.
The police have discovered poison in a post-mortem completed only a few hours ago. They suspected me of murder.
That part wasn't in the papers.
We must help our client, Geoffrey. He's given us a retainer of $100. You understand, Geoffrey, our client is innocent.
Oh, sure.
Yes, go on.
Well, the police are annoying me with their insinuations. The State Athletic Commission is being downright rude. I will not put up with this any longer. Do I make myself clear?
We find out who killed the Atomic Assassin, and you sidestep a murder rap.
Precisely.
What do you know about the other guy? The assassinated Adam?
Nothing.
Well, that's no help.
Well, he's a crude fellow, ill-mannered, dubious family background.
Look, you want a murder solved or a family history?
Just a moment, sir.
Geoffrey, our client...
Drop the vaudeville, Earl. Murder isn't show business. Give me some facts, and fast.
Okay, I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Well, that's better. At least I don't have to cut the accent with a knife.
$100 is a lot of money to me, Regan. I want answers, and I want them now. I don't like the smell of gas.
Well, that's normal.
Geoffrey, you are going to help the Earl.
Yeah, I'll help him. Just one thing, Fatso.
Yes, Geoffrey?
He's the wrestler. He takes the falls. All I got out of the Earl was that he trained at Mike Turner's gym downtown. Mike was also the guy who promoted the fatal match, so I headed there. 20 minutes later, I'd pushed my way through jammed-up L.A. traffic and walked up 2 flights of stairs to Turner's gymnasium. It was packed with big muscles and cauliflower ears, the smell of liniment and the smell of sweat-stained leather. Somewhere behind the massive biceps, a little man came toward me. He was mopping his brow, trying to shake off the heat of the clammy room.
Hiya, want to work out?
Looking for Mike.
For why?
For reasons?
Whose reasons?
My reasons.
Okay, so I'm Mike.
The name's Regan, Lion Detective Bureau.
The lights are, yeah.
You promoted the match last night?
What match?
The Earl of Gardner versus the Atomic Assassin.
Oh, that match.
What can you give me on it?
What did I get? Trouble. Please, Regan, let a guy live and forget, huh?
What about the assassin?
Truck driver. I picked him up, named Jay Morley. No family, nothing. Just a guy.
Enemies?
No. Nobody knew him around here. He just started in the business a month ago. Came from Toledo, I think.
Let's try the Earl of Gardner.
Schultz? Oh, that's different.
Meaning what?
Enemies. Enemies all over the place. Nobody likes him, but nobody.
His name's Schultz?
Yeah, Stanley Schultz. I gave him the title Earl of Gardner. Good, huh? It kind of fit. He used to be an actor. Then a streetcar conductor. He needed the dough, so I picked him up. He draws a crowd.
2 guys wrestle, one of them turns up dead. It's too simple. There's more somewhere.
Yeah, there's always more. Listen, maybe a workout will help you, huh? I'll get you some trucks.
Some other time.
Okay. Take a look around, Regan. The joint is yours. I got work to do. Big match coming up tonight.
The little man walked off, mopping his brow. I decided to take his advice, look around. I watched a barrel-chested guy in black tights grapple with a heavy bearded character in a turban, both practicing groans. Near the wall, a big guy, big even in that place, stood raising and lowering a 200-pound barbell. I walked over. His big arms flexed as the black weights went up and down, but his breathing was easy. There was something about the guy you couldn't help notice. His hair. It hung down his back almost to his trunks, in 2 long braids. I turned my back to him. That was a mistake.
Hey, Regan, look out!
I stepped aside in time to miss the 200 pounds of solid iron that fell from the big guy's uplifted hands. Fell and crashed 6 inches from my head.
Regan, you okay?
Sure, Turner. I feel great.
King, come here.
You want me, Turner?
Yeah, King, I want you. What's the idea letting that barbell slip like that? You could have killed Regan.
Regan.
Go on. Tell him you're sorry.
Sorry.
Save the tears.
What'd you say?
He didn't understand you, Regan.
Yeah, but I understood him, and I don't like the joke.
Now, he's okay, Regan.
Okay.
Sure, you're okay. You just happened to drop 200 pounds of cast iron when my back was turned.
Now,
you're okay.
Regan, it's no use in getting sore about it. King didn't mean it. Now, go on, King. Get back to work.
Work?
Yeah. That's good. He's just a big, dumb stoop, Regan. He didn't mean nothing.
What's his name?
Harry Walsh. He calls himself King Cobra. He fixes up those braids when he goes into the ring. They look like snakes. He draws a crowd.
Yeah, so would my funeral, Turner. Only the gate receipts wouldn't do me any good.
Well, no, it's no use being sore, Regan. The King's a little over-anxious, that's all. Got a big match tonight.
Who with?
The Earl of Gardner.
What?
I'll say that. That's right. You were asking about the Earl. Yeah, him and the King are set for the feature go tonight. Should be the match of the year.
How'd you get that?
Oh, didn't I tell you? They hate each other like poison. House is sold out. Should be nothing short of murder.
Thanks a lot, Turner. Maybe that's an idea. I headed out the door. It made sense. I couldn't lose anything having a talk with the cops. King Cobra weighed in at better than 300 pounds. And it made more sense. I wasn't going to continue the argument with him. It was late afternoon, half-empty streets. I was heading toward my car when I picked up the footsteps. High heels, walking fast to keep up with me. I slowed, they slowed. I picked up the pace. So did the high heels. Somebody had to end it.
Oh,
you wanted something?
Oh, you're a detective, Mr. Regan, and I need your help.
Name?
Jean Turner, Mike Turner's wife. Well, I saw you talking to Mike back there in the gym.
So you followed me?
Oh, please. Couldn't we talk somewhere?
Sure thing, lady. Come on. It was a combination bar and cafe. Baffo's, the sign said. I opened the door, place empty, and a girl walked on in. She was maybe 5'4", blonde, young, good-looking. Seemed straight on nylons on nice legs. She turned, looked deep into my eyes, turned away, scared.
I've changed my mind. It really wasn't important.
Let me decide. Back booth.
Oh, all right.
Hiya, patrons. Can I help you?
No, thanks. We'll take the back one.
The back booth? You won't like it.
Yeah?
No television. The only booth in the house where you can't see the television, patron.
We'll suffer.
You don't like television? You nuts? Everybody likes television. It's here to stay.
Sure.
Okay, only you're going to miss time for beanies. Okay. Be a reactionary. It's your life.
What's on your mind, Mrs. Turner?
Jean, please, Mr. Regan.
Okay. Jean?
Well, it's about the wrestling match.
Well, it's a good start.
Well, I'm terribly worried. Something horrible is going to happen.
It already did. The atomic assassin's dead, you remember?
Oh, that match.
Oh, that's what your husband said. Makes sense, will you?
But, Mr. Regan, I'm talking about the match tonight. King Cobra is wrestling with the Earl of Gardner.
King Cobra? Well, what's that got to do with the murder of the guy last night?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, but Mr. Regan, if you don't do something, there's going to be another murder. I'm sure of it. Now...
So you don't like television, huh? Maybe you'd like to hear what happened to me with television?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Regan, I'll be right back.
What's wrong with her?
I didn't ask.
You should have. She got tears in her eyes. Oh, well, where was I? About television and me. Yeah, now there's a story for you.
Make it short.
I used to be a wrestler. Buffo the Blockbuster is what they called me. And I was great. Until along comes television and they cancel me after my first match. You want to know why? I'm too pretty. Can you imagine that?
Rough.
Me? Oh, well, I'm philosophical. Look what happened to thousands of silent movie actors when they brought in sound. Who am I to stand up in the way of progress?
You know, that's a very good question.
Yeah, and besides, even my name, Buffo the Blockbuster, it's out of date. Now they got Jet Sam, Roger the Rocket.
4 shots from somewhere out back. Buffo and I headed that way in a hurry. Back alley empty. No traffic, nothing. Back inside, a storeroom empty. Boffo and I looked at each other.
What goes on here?
What else have we got back here?
Nothing.
What's behind the bar?
Storage space, washroom, telephone booth.
Where?
Phone booth's right over the... Oh, you don't think...
Look first, then think.
Oh,
Wait
no,
here.
No, I hope not. Oh, no, that's not true. My place.
Shut up. Jean Turner. 4 holes in her back. She was right, Boffo. There was going to be a murder. Hers. A wrestler who called himself the Atomic Assassin was dead after a match with another wrestler who called himself the Earl of Gardner. That's when the Earl hired my boss, the Lion, and me to find out who done it. I met a promoter named Mike Turner and another wrestler named King Cobra. Finally, I met Turner's wife, Jean. Only our acquaintance didn't last long. She wound up in a phone booth with a lot of slugs in her back. It made sense Lieutenant Candid of Homicide would have some comments.
Hello, Regan. Have a chair.
Oh, thanks.
Which one's yours?
The Earl of Gardner?
Him.
You don't like my client?
Made a pass at my telephone operator.
I saw her.
Sure. What's on your mind?
You got anything on the Earl? I mean, real?
Maybe.
That's no answer.
Jean Turner makes a lovely corpse, Regan.
What about the Atomic Assassin, Candid? 2 murders fit. Somewhere.
Sure, maybe they do. Takes time, Regan. It's a shame a guy'd kill something as nice as that Turner dame. Whew. It's a shame.
Try once more. What about a wrestler named King Cobra?
Doesn't interest me.
What about the husband, Mike Turner?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked.
Don't get sore, Regan. You know how these things are. It takes time.
Then you're going to let the Earl wrestle tonight?
Why not? Maybe he'll get himself killed. Save the taxpayers a lot of expense. Tell him for me, Regan. If King Cobra doesn't break his neck for him, maybe somebody else will.
I headed for my car outside. Candid was playing it close, all right. It gave me nothing. But I did have a wrestler who makes passes at a cop's telephone operator. My client, the Earl of Gardner, alias Schultz. About as popular as a case of measles. Chances were I'd find him at the arena checking in for the big match. I swung the car around in a hurry. I found him all right, stretched out on a table, getting a massage. He didn't seem happy to see me.
Oh, Mr. Regan, I presume.
Questions, pretty boy?
Something troubling you, Mr. Regan?
You.
Go on, Mr. Regan.
What makes you so popular?
Me? It's ridiculous. People hate me.
Why?
My job, Mr. Regan. I'm a professional villain. I'm paid to have people hate me.
You're taking your work home with you.
Other side, Oil.
Oh, okay. I'm listening, Mr. Regan.
What about you and King Cobra? He says he's going to kill you tonight.
It's publicity.
Who's kidding who?
Max.
Huh?
Max, you better leave.
Okay, Oil.
Now listen, Regan, I like you. You're working for me. But King Cobra and I, well, that's business. Gate receipts.
Have it your way. I think different.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Regan. Something maybe you ought to know about me.
You got the floor.
Oh, sure. Sure I'm a no-good heel. Out there in front of a crowd, everybody hates me. I make more money that way. It's my living.
Ever try anything else?
Plenty of things. I wanted to be an actor once. Like a lot of young punks, I came to Hollywood. I didn't get anywhere, Regan. I took jobs where I could find them. I ended up as a streetcar conductor.
A streetcar named Schultz.
Sure, why not? My father was in show business. I know what it's like to miss meals. It isn't fun.
Go on.
Well, Mike Turner spotted me on that streetcar. I got a good build, and he liked me. Mike's a square shooter, Regan. He gave me the title and the promotion. I eat now. Every meal.
See what you mean.
Huh? That's it. End of story. I eat now.
Okay, Schultz. It's your business. I got business, too. To clear a murder rap and keep you out of hot water.
Thanks, Regan.
You know why anybody'd kill the Atomic Assassin?
No. Honestly, I don't. I never met him before the match last night. We shared the same dressing room. He drank some water after the match. He was poisoned.
What about Jean Turner?
Well, I've seen her around here. Sweet girl. I like her, Regan. Used to walk her home nights Mike was busy.
That's all you can give me?
That's all.
Okay, Earl. You wrestle and I'll watch. But be careful. I got a hunch King Cobra and you haven't been reading the same publicity notices. It was beginning to make sense now. The Earl of Gardner, professional villain, wrestles unknown name of atomic assassin. The assassin dies, the Earl lives. No motives. Only if you switched it around, gave the Earl the poison, you got motives all right. Motives by the dozen. Things could add now. I put in a phone call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lyon Detective Bureau, Anthony J.
Okay, it's me, Fatso. I got a job for you.
Jeffrey, what's the rush?
I need an answer, and I need it within the next hour. There's a wrestler around town named King Cobra.
I know, and you want me to find out if he has a record. I'm ahead of you this time, Jeffrey.
Yeah, check the police on that already. Lyon, I want to know if King Cobra's married.
What?
Find out where he lives. Run out there. Meet the wife, if he has one.
Jeffrey, are you out of your mind?
It's important. Our client wrestles King Cobra tonight.
Yes, so I read in the... Oh, so that's your scheme, is it? Send me out on some wild goose chase while you enjoy the wrestling matches. Probably put it on the expense account, too.
You guessed it, Fatso.
Jeffrey, I'm sick and tired of having you pad your expense account. Not only do you include yourself, but tonight you'll probably take some lame-brain numbskull along.
Lyon, you're absolutely psychic.
Psychic, schmichic, this has got to stop. What bum you dragging along this time?
You, Fatso.
Hey, you see, what?
Well, I figured you'd like to see the matches, and that way we could both put it on the expense account.
Jeffrey, what a brilliant idea. Positively brilliant.
Yeah, and bring that information I need. King Cobra's wife. It's business, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you insinuating?
Never mind. Get busy. You may be the difference between just another wrestling match and murder. Things were moving now. It was after 8 o'clock by the time I finished dinner. At the box office, somebody handed me 2 ringside seats Mike Turner had left for me. Free. When I got in, the place was mobbed. One of the prelims had just wound up. By 9 o'clock, there wasn't an empty seat in the house. Power of the press, power of the imagination. Everybody there. Everybody expecting to see something special. You could tell it from the looks on their faces, the atmosphere, the tense excitement. Everybody waiting for the big match, the Earl of Gardner versus King Cobra. Pretty soon, the Lion showed up, led in by music and a big cigar.
Jeffrey, I thought I'd never find you in this mob.
Sit down, Fatso. It won't be long.
Ringside seats, eh? How much did this cost the company?
Passes from Mike Turner.
Passes? Oh, delightful. Think of the money we saved.
Never mind that. What about King Cobra? Married?
Oh, you should see her, Jeffrey. Cool green eyes, red hair, dimples, everything. Legs, lovely, lovely.
That settles it.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you driving at?
Handsome, noble gladiator, that magnificent specimen of humanity, that glorious champion from Dover, England, that 14 stone 10, wearing white trunks with his family crest, His Highness the Earl of Gardner. From the wilds of the timberland of the Northwest, from the rugged earth of our great nation, comes that giant, that modern-day Paul Bunyan, that towering figure of humanity, at 311 pounds, wearing black trunks, King Cobra!
Jeffrey, you still didn't tell me why you wanted to know about King Cobra's wife.
Later, Fatso. We came to see a match, remember?
Hi, Regan. Mind if I join you?
Oh, Lyon, Mike Turner. Mike, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Well, howdy do, Mr.
Howdy,
Turner.
how are you? Going to be a great fight, Regan. Great fight.
But your wife couldn't make it.
What? Oh. Yeah, see what you mean. Think it's funny that I'm here, huh? My wife murdered?
Maybe.
Why lie about it, Regan? Jean and I didn't get along. We were split up. She didn't love me. Let's watch the match.
It was 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The referee gave them their instructions. Brief, simple. Don't kill each other. But from the look on the face of King Cobra, He didn't hear good. They started. The Earl, the King. I didn't have to be an expert to throw out the publicity theory. The aloof look was gone from the Earl, the crowd forgotten. Both of them tumbling, spinning, twisting, fighting. 10 minutes. First fall to the King. 20 minutes. Second fall to the Earl. Both men growing weak, tired, cut, angry, fighting.
Jeffrey, I don't like it. Something's wrong.
Real wrong.
Something should be done.
Turner.
Yeah, what do you want?
Are you going to stop it?
What? Stop the match? You're crazy.
They mean business.
Well, sure they do. They're good men. Great show they're putting on.
That's no show, Turner.
Huh? No show? You kidding? They're the greatest fakers in the world.
They weren't faking. The crowd sensed it. The referee sensed it. Even the cops lining the aisles moved down a little closer to the ring. Everybody knowing what was happening. Nobody making a move. It was what the crowd came to see. Something special. 50 minutes gone, 10 to go. Two beaten men, evenly matched. The Earl, lean, fast, clever. King Cobra, massive, powerful, slow. Nobody winning, both of them losing. The referee long since just another guy watching. The Lion on the edge of the seat. The crowd on its feet screaming. Then it happened. 5 minutes to go. Mike Turner got up. He hurried to the referee. They pried them apart. Turner talked to King Cobra, and then to the Earl. 5 minutes left. Match even, one fall each. And it looked like it was over. The crowd didn't like it. Neither did the wrestlers. And then Mike Turner signaled them to go back into the ring. And that's when I decided to move.
Jeffrey, come back here! Jeffrey!
I got to the ring in a hurry. The police tried to stop me. The spectators tried to stop me. The referee tried to stop me, but I got there. I got there and grabbed King Cobra.
What you doing?
Give me that.
I'll kill you for this.
Give me what's in your hand, King.
I'll kill you for... The police.
All right, men. All right, grab him.
Let go.
I'll
Let
take
me...
the evidence, Regan.
Sure. Here, Candid.
Okay, Regan, clear out of here before you get yourself killed. The police will handle him.
20 policemen, Lieutenant Candid, King Cobra, and Jeff Regan left the ring. Alive. The cops led the interference, and we made our way to the dressing room.
All right, King, let's have it.
I do nothing. Nothing.
Yet. Only a couple of minutes and...
Nothing.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the match, Lieutenant? I want Regan arrested. He's got no right to
stop a murder, Turner?
Quiet, both of you. Regan was out of bounds, Turner. We can take care of that later. But I want an explanation as to where your wrestler got a small sack of prussic acid.
Prussic?
Poison, Turner. Chances are the same kind that killed the atomic assassin. King Cobra palmed it.
I don't know nothing about it, see? If Cobra tried to pull a stunt like that,
Cobra didn't pull anything, Turner. You gave him that poison sack when you went to his corner to talk to him. Yeah, that's why you interrupted the fight.
That's nuts.
That's right. Mike gave me sack.
Okay, Turner. Talk.
Look, you got nothing on me. You can't prove anything.
You killed the atomic assassin, Turner, by mistake. He and Earl shared the same dressing room. You were after the Earl then, just like you were tonight.
You got nothing. Nothing, do you hear? Just a bunch of lies.
The Earl was a nice-looking guy, Turner. Women liked him. He used to be friendly with your wife, Jean. You drew some wrong conclusion about that.
That's a lie. She and him were...
Finish it, Turner. You killed Jean to keep her from telling what a jealous maniac you were. That would have been the real tip-off. You used the same stunt with King Cobra. Told him his wife was playing around with the Earl. Got him sore. Worked him up to a real anger. Almost got him to kill for you.
That's right. Mike Turner told me that. Wait. He says my wife...
King, shut up.
Never mind, Turner. The police never let you out of their sight for a minute after your wife was shot.
No.
We got all we need on you. Regan just brought things to a boil.
Oh, thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot. That's how it was. Mike Turner, jealous husband, knocked off two people trying to satisfy her rage. The atomic assassin by mistake. His wife on purpose. The Earl of Gardner was close to being number 3. King Cobra got off with a light charge, but Turner was scheduled for the works. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was reading the morning paper. He looked puzzled.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Brushing up on the race results, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey. I was reading about the Turner case. You know, I simply can't understand it. Mike Turner seemed like such a nice fellow, giving us those passes to the match and all.
To throw off suspicion, Fatso. And to have us right next to him in case anything went wrong.
Well, I must confess it was clever of you, Jeffrey, to check up on King Cobra's wife. Imagine Turner using the jealous husband routine to inflame King Cobra to attempt murder.
Jealous husbands, Lion. You never know. Now, take you, for instance. You went out to see King Cobra's wife.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, that was business you sent me.
Yeah, but suppose King Cobra didn't look at it that way. Suppose he found out you were with his wife. After the things Mike Turner's been telling him. Well...
Jeffrey, no, you don't think...
Just a thought, Fatso.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, it was business, simply business. You sent me out there to see the woman.
Yes, and you said she was lovely. Cool green eyes, legs, things like that. Get around, Lion. Who knows? Maybe King Cobra's looking for you right now.
But Jeffrey, you've got to get me out of this. You've got to explain it. It was...
Phone's ringing.
Yes, so it is.
Well, don't you think you ought to answer it, Fatso? Never can tell. It might be business.
Yes, of course. Lion Detective Bureau, Anthony J... What? Who? No, he's not in. No, this is his assistant, Mr. Smith. Anthony J. Smith. That is John Smith. No, he's gone for the day. He may be gone all week. Yes, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Who was it, Fatso?
Wrong number, Jeffrey.
Oh, really? Sounded like a woman's voice to me, Fatso. Anybody I know?
Jeffrey, it was Mrs. King Cobra. She called to invite me out to dinner.
Like I said, Fatso, never can tell.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at this same time. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Fur coat I was telling you about, Harry. The one in the window right there.
Which one, Janet?
That one, the second one to the left.
It's a make, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Can you get that one for me?
Sure I can, easy.
But it costs $10,000, if that's the one they showed in the ad.
Well, is it the one in the ad?
Huh? Yes, I'm sure it is.
Okay, baby, then I'll get it for you.
But how, Harry?
How? I'll show you how.
When, huh?
Oh, no. It may take a couple of days.
Couple of days?
Yeah. Never took me longer than that to get fur coats before.
Oh, but that was in other cities, darling. Maybe things are different here.
Maybe, but I'm the same and my plan's the same.
Yes, darling, I know.
Okay, then, as long as you know. All we need to get that coat is $2,000, a rainy day, and Boston Blackie.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Okay, Janet, let's get moving.
You got the coat, Harry, the mink?
What'd you think I was doing while you were paying 2 G's for that Persian lamb?
Well, where is it, Harry? Where's the mink?
Right here on my arm under the raincoat.
Oh.
Hey, I'm getting soaked.
Yeah.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Taxi! Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Come on, Janet.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in luck all day today. Got a cab at the first try. Come on, Kitty.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to get out of the rain.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Here's all
Weston Hotel, driver.
Okay.
We'll go to my place for a while till we dry out, Janet.
Anything you say, darling. Oh, Harry, you're so wonderful.
Like me, huh?
Love you.
Maybe you just love the things you're getting because I'm smart.
Ah, you know better than that, honey. Doesn't it feel snug with me next to you?
Yeah, it feels great. But don't think I'm forgetting that you're snuggling up to that mink coat I got on my arm, too.
Oh, honey.
Now, kid, you got work to do. You know that?
What kind of work?
You're going back to Boston Blackie. There's something else you got to get him to do for us. Can you do it?
Can I? Blackie will do anything I say. Hello, Blackie.
Oh, hello, Janet. Come in.
Thanks.
Did you get the code?
Yes, I did.
You obviously didn't have any trouble.
Oh, none at all, thanks to you.
Don't thank me for anything. I was glad to do it for you.
Oh, but I want to thank you just the same, Blackie. After all, I couldn't have gotten it without your help.
Well, you can have my help any time you want it, Janet.
Hmm.
Say, that's a pretty coat you're wearing. Is that the one?
It's one of them. The other's mink, and it's beautiful. And, Blackie, you're wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
Don't look now, but you just thanked me very nicely.
You're sweet.
Wonderful and sweet. Say, I'm quite a guy.
I should say you are. Blackie, I'd like to bring the mink to you. Would you keep it for me, please?
Well, sure. But why?
Well, I think it's safer with you. I don't like to keep it in my hotel room.
Well, I'll keep it in a safe place for you until you leave town, if you like.
Oh, well, that won't be for several days yet, maybe a week or two. And I'll want to get a few more things while I'm here. You'll help me with them, too?
You can count on me. I'll do my part.
As well as you did this time?
Don't worry. You just name the store, I'll do the rest.
Blackie, that's all I want to know.
Open up, Miss Presley. Open up.
Who is it?
Faraday. Inspector Faraday. Open the door, Miss Presley.
Just a second.
Come on.
Well, you can at least wait until I get the door open. What's all the excitement about?
I'm looking for something and someone.
Well, if it's Blackie, he isn't here.
No, I'm not looking for Blackie yet. What I'm looking for right now is proof of something maybe you and Blackie did together.
Well, let's see. We went to the movies together last night. Would you like to see the ticket stubs?
No. I'd like to see some stolen furs.
Stolen furs?
Yeah. Stolen by a man and a woman. A description of the woman almost fits you. And I have a hunch the man is Harry Barlow, wanted for murder in Kansas.
Well, that's fine, Inspector Faraday, but what does that have to do with Blackie?
Plenty. Blackie phoned the stores and recommended some customers. Then shortly after they showed up, expensive fur coats were missing.
Oh, I see, and you think that I was the woman.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't.
Well, maybe you were, maybe you weren't. But I'm going to search this apartment just the same.
Oh, no, you're not, Inspector.
Oh, yes, I am, Miss Presley.
Not without a search warrant.
Oh, you know the law, do you?
I certainly do, and you can't search my apartment without a search warrant.
That's right, Miss Wesley, I can't. But it just so happens that right here in my pocket I have a warrant to search this apartment.
You what?
Sorry, Miss Wesley. I hope I don't find anything here. But you take a look at this warrant while I take a look at your closets.
Oh, my gosh, this is a warrant to search my apartment. You're not joking?
I'll say I'm not. And I'm looking for a mink coat, an ermine cape, a chinchilla coat, and a sable wrap.
What?
You heard me.
Well, you certainly won't find him in there. Unless that 6-year-old camel's hair looks like a brand new mink to you.
No, even I know mink from camel's hair. Nothing I'm looking for in there. What's in this closet?
Oh, be careful. That has my cleaning stuff in it.
Yeah? Floor mop, vacuum cleaner, dust mop, and broom.
I'm a clean one, huh?
Sure. So why don't you come clean with me? You have other closets in here, don't you?
Yes. There's that one right over there. I suppose you're going to look in that one, too.
The warrant says I can search your entire apartment, Miss Wesley.
Well, go right ahead, Inspector, if you can stand disappointment.
Now, look, I don't say you and Blackie stole anything. I just say I think you and Blackie had something to do with those missing furs.
The only furs I have are missing, Inspector. Missing from my wardrobe. Budget, you know.
Yeah. Let's see what's in this closet. It looks like it's got nothing in it but dresses, huh?
Well, it's strange that it should look that way because all it has, dresses.
Wait a minute till I look behind them. Uh-huh.
What'd you find behind them, Inspector?
Nothing. Just the wall. Only what's this over on the side of the closet?
It was just a box.
Yeah? Looks as if it might have a coat in it. A fur coat. It's heavy.
Inspector Faraday, don't open that box.
No? My warrant says I can search this apartment and everything in it.
Yes, but don't open that box. Please, you can't. Blackie said that it wasn't to be opened by anybody.
Blackie sent this box to you?
Yes, and he warned me not to open it. Please, Inspector, please. Blackie must have a good reason not
And
to.
I think I know what that reason is, too.
Oh.
I'm opening this box.
Inspector, I don't know why
This
you...
string is as strong as wire. Yeah, that got it.
And I'm going to get it, too. Blackie will never believe that I didn't open it.
If it has what I'm looking for in it, I'll tell Blackie who opened it.
Oh, golly.
Well, let's open it. Miss Wesley,
Yes?
want to come and have a peek?
Why, what's in the box?
You know what's in it. And now I do, too.
A fur coat. A mink.
A stolen mink.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, Blackie didn't steal it.
So you say. Blackie sent it to you. Blackie asked you to hide it. But Blackie had nothing to do with this, huh?
Well, I don't know why he sent me this coat or why he asked me not to open the box, but I'm going to find out why. I'm going to see Blackie.
You're going to see him, Miss Wesley.
Yes, I am, and I'm going to get a few things good and straight.
I'm going to see him, too. Because at last I got proof that boyfriend of yours is crooked.
Hello, Blackie.
Oh, Janet, come on in.
You're alone?
Uh-huh. How'd everything go at the store this afternoon?
Not a single hitch. Look at the coat I got at Baxter's. Like it?
Expensive?
I got two. This one's the cheaper one.
Everything worked out all right then, huh?
Perfectly.
Ah, I'm glad to hear it. Tell me something, Janet. Did you... Uh-oh. We're not alone anymore.
Oh, dear.
Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Goodbye, Faraday.
Don't you say hello or goodbye to me, Boston Blackie.
What? Oh, Mary, I didn't expect you. Mary, this is...
Never mind who that is, Blackie. I know. She's the girl you sent to those stores to steal fur coats for you.
What?
And the nerve of you hiding them in my apartment.
You opened that box, Mary.
No, she didn't. I did. And I know this girl is working with you. She's wearing the fur coat she got at Baxter's this afternoon.
Blackie, you'd better do something about this.
I'll say he better, Miss whatever your name is. He has some explaining to do.
He can explain everything to me. Down at headquarters. Come on, lady. You're going with him.
No, she isn't, Faraday. You're not taking us anywhere.
No. You deny you sent that coat to Miss Wesley's?
No, I admit it, and I admit I told her not to open the box, too.
Oh, why, Blackie? Why did you do that?
Let's not worry about why, Miss Wesley. He admits everything.
And I think you'll admit this is a gun in my hand, too, Faraday.
Blackie, put that gun away.
Not till I put you away, Faraday, in this closet.
Blackie, please don't.
Quiet,
What
Mary.
are you doing,
I know what I'm
Blackie?
doing. Get in this closet, Faraday.
All right, but Blackie, so help me. I'll take care of you.
Blackie, you shouldn't have done that.
It's all right, Janet. Don't let Faraday bother you.
Blackie, what is this all about?
You have nothing to worry about, Mary.
Oh, I haven't. I suppose this is all very funny.
No, it's not funny at all. I have Faraday locked in that closet. Now you get into this one. Sorry, Mary. Sorry, but you're going to be left in the dark.
Blackie! Blackie, what are you doing?
Locking you in a closet, too. Can't you tell?
Blackie, what'll we do now?
Blackie!
Janet?
Huh?
Blackie, please.
Those two are behind locked doors now.
Yes.
But we're not. We're getting out of here.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Janet Corning and a man named Harry Barlow, wanted for a Kansas murder, are stealing furs and apparently getting assistance in their work from Boston Blackie. Inspector Faraday is convinced that Blackie is working with the thieves when he finds a stolen fur coat hidden away in Mary Wesley's apartment. When confronted with this evidence, Blackie locks both Faraday and Mary in a closet and escapes with Janet. As we return to our story, Blackie and Janet are in Blackie's car, driving down a street in a remote part of town.
All right, Janet. Tell me what this is all about.
Oh, Blackie, I'm awfully glad you asked that. I've been almost crazy trying to tell someone. But I've been afraid.
And you're not afraid to tell me?
No, because you can help me.
Somebody better help me. I'm kind of trying to help you. I'm really messed up.
Well, you'll get out of it, Blackie. You always do. But what about me?
What about you?
Well, you know who I am, don't you?
Of course I know who you are. Niece of my best friend, Charlie Kingston. That's why I went to the trouble of locking Inspector Faraday in a closet.
And that girl. Why did you lock her in a closet, too?
So Faraday wouldn't know that she's in on this. Now, Come on, tell me, what kind of a jam you in?
Well, Blackie, I'm working with a man named Harry Barlow. Not because I want to, but because he tricked me into it.
Mm-hmm. And Barlow is making you do what?
Steal furs with him.
How?
Oh, it's all very simple. I go in and ask to look at furs, then while I buy a cheap one, Harry steals an expensive one I've looked at but didn't buy. Blackie, he made me get you to recommend us so that the stores wouldn't hesitate to show us their best stuff.
Oh, so that's the racket.
Mm.
Okay. Can I get in touch with this fellow, Barlow?
I'll give you his address. In fact, if you want to go and see him and walk in on him by surprise, I have the key to his room right here in my bag.
No, never mind about that. Just give me his address. Where does he live?
At 507 Lane Street.
507 Lane Street, huh?
Yes.
I think I'll go up and have a little talk with that guy.
Oh, but, Blackie, please be careful. He's dangerous.
So am I sometimes, and this is one of those times.
But he is. Really, he is. You're taking an awful risk, and you shouldn't do it. Not for me.
I'm not doing it for you alone, beautiful. I'm doing it for myself, too. Furs are supposed to keep people warm. I can believe that. The ones you and Harry stole certainly have made it hot for me.
Well, what is this, Janet?
Oh, hello, Harry.
Oh, just like that, huh? Hello, Harry. Sorry I interrupted your packing. Going somewhere?
Oh, no, not exactly. I figure we might have to leave town almost any time now, and I wanted to be ready.
Oh, well, you did you?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't going to run out on me or anything like that? Wait.
Well, honey, you know better than that.
I did once, but that was before you met Blackie.
Blackie? Oh, now, look, Harry. There's nothing between him and me. Well, I just sent him all the way to the other end of town on a phony address. He wanted to find you, honey.
Find me for what reason, kid? To knock me off so you and him could be a team?
Harry, you
No
can't...
more lies, Janet. Here you are ready to pull out and leave me to take the rap for all those fur jobs.
Huh?
You figured we were through, didn't you?
Oh, no, Harry, honest, I didn't.
Kid, I got news for you. You and I are through, all right, but I decided that just now. I'm packing you in. You're hot as a two-bit pistol. You can be picked out by any of those sales girls that waited on you. I was going to string along with you in spite of that. But I changed my mind now. I'm leaving town, but you're staying here.
Okay, Bud, that's all right with me.
Is it?
Yeah.
It better be. You know, kid, you're just a natural-born double-crosser. You say you sent Blackie on a wild goose chase, okay? You crossed him. You were going to pull out of here, pick up your loot, and scram. That means you were going to cross me. You can't be trusted, Janet. You just can't be trusted.
Look, Harry, you're going haywire. You're blowing your lid.
I'm thinking good, baby. Very good. I'm getting out of town, and I'm leaving you here. I can't let you spill all about me to Blackie or the cops.
No, I won't talk, Harry. Honest, I won't.
I'll say you won't. This, Persian lamb coat here.
Yeah?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come here, baby. Come here. You know something?
Hmm?
You're lovely, too, Janet. It's too bad you couldn't play anything straight.
Harry, you're not...
Not what, dear?
You're not...
Oh, now, relax. Relax. That's better. You know, I just thought of something.
Huh?
You used to say when we started out in this racket that you wanted all the good things that you could grab.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wanted to be loaded with diamonds and smothered in mink.
Yeah, but I... Harry, put that coat down. Put that...
You wanted to be smothered in mink, huh? Well, you're going to have to make a slight sacrifice, darling. You're being smothered in Persian lamb.
Hey, Faraday, you still in the closet?
Where do you think I am? In Florida?
Well, I'm going to let you out.
It's about time. Where have you been?
The phony address.
Oh,
Your address is going to be the city jail in a minute.
Hold it, Faraday. I know when I've made a mistake, and I admit it, too.
You sure made a mistake locking me in that closet.
That's the least of my mistakes, pal. Wait till I get Mary out of her closet. Mary, you all right?
Oh, just fine. I love it in here. It's so airy. And the view's divine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary, but I had to lock you in. I wanted Faraday here to know that you and I weren't working together on this. Forgive me, will you?
I don't know. First, I'll have to see what life is like on the outside. My goodness. It's still daylight, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's daylight, Miss Wesley. But your friend Blackie is going to be in a nice dark cell in a
Look,
minute.
Faraday, look.
Whew.
I told you I made a mistake. I thought that girl was the niece of my friend Charlie Kingston and in a jam. So I was just trying to help her.
What do you mean you thought she was Charlie Kingston's niece? Didn't it occur to you to check?
I tried to, Faraday, but Charlie's traveling in Europe and I couldn't get in touch with him. She had a letter from Kingston, but now I know it was forged.
Fine time to find out.
All right. But that doesn't explain everything.
I know. You want to know what I've been doing to help these two. Well, it's nothing, really. All I did was to phone the stores and ask that my friends be well taken care of. Apparently, they wanted me to do that for two reasons. One, to be sure they saw only the best furs, and second, so that when they left town, the heat would be on me.
Well, that coat in my apartment certainly puts the heat on me. I'm sore about that, Blackie.
Oh, I can explain that, too, Mary. Janet asked me to keep it for her. I didn't want to leave it here. Any character in town is liable to drop in here any time. So I thought the safest spot would be in your apartment.
Oh, fine. You keep a fur coat for another girl in my apartment.
But, Mary, don't you see why?
Oh, yes, sure. I see it now.
Well, I don't see why you warned Miss Wesley not to open the box.
That should be obvious to a school kid, Faraday. If Mary had opened the box, she'd have thought that the coat was for her. And I didn't think it was right to ask her to keep a coat for somebody else.
Oh, yeah. I don't get it.
I think he's telling the truth, Inspector. I would have thought that coat was for me. I have a birthday coming up soon.
Okay. It's beginning to make sense to me now. But when you ran out on us, what were you going to help Janet do? Steal more furs?
No, I didn't realize she was stealing furs. I thought she was just being used by someone who was. Now I've changed my mind since she sent me on a wild goose chase, Faraday. I admit I made a mistake.
So the great Boston Blackie admits he made a mistake, does he? That's a good one.
I know a hyena that laughs better and looks better while he's doing it. Lay off me, will you? I admit I've made a mess out of this, but give me time and I'll straighten it out.
I'll give you time, all right. 5 or 10 years for obstructing justice. I could have nabbed that girl, except for you.
I'm sorry, Faraday. I thought she was an all-right girl in a jam.
Oh, Blackie, you always were a pushover for a pretty face, weren't you?
I still am. Aren't you glad of that, Mary?
Oh, I never thought of that.
Hey, Faraday, who are you calling?
Headquarters. Thanks to you and your stupidity, I'm going to have to send out an alarm for that girl.
Look, I'll find her.
I'll find her.
Sure you will, in your office after I bring her in.
If she isn't brought in my office pretty soon, you're going to be there yourself, under arrest.
Homicide.
Hello, this is Faraday.
Oh, I'm glad you called, Inspector. We've been looking everywhere for you.
Never mind about me. I want you to look everywhere for a girl named Janet.
Corning.
Janet Corning. 5 feet 5 inches, brown hair.
Brown eyes and the cutest little dimples you ever saw.
Brown eyes and the cutest little... I mean, she has prominent dimples. Get it?
Yeah, I not only got the description, Inspector, but I've got the girl.
What?
Yes, sir.
Well, hold her. I want to question her.
Sorry, Inspector, I'm afraid you can't do that. She's on a slab in the morgue, dead.
Dead?
Yep, smothered to death, we think.
Okay, thanks. I'll be right down there. Now, Blackie, your girlfriend, Janet, is dead.
Dead?
Oh, how awful.
It could be worse, though, Mary. You see, I know who killed her.
Sure, the guy at the phony address. How are you going to find him?
I'm not going to find him, Faraday. He's going to find me. There's something else he wants. Only I've got it. And I'm going to keep it. Who's that?
You ought to know, Blackie.
Oh. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment?
Maybe you'd like one answer at a time, huh?
At this time of the morning, one at a time is all I can understand. Who are you?
Harry Barlow. Mean anything to you?
Yes. You're, Janet Corning's, part... Well, shall we say, or should I say the late Janet Corning's partner?
But... Oh, she's dead, huh? Yeah. Blackie, you were awake enough to see this gun in my hand?
I saw that before I saw you. I don't know which of you I'm sorry to see.
Give me that key and you won't see either of us in a minute.
What key?
You know the key that Janet gave you, the key to the safe deposit vault where I got the furs hidden.
Oh, that key?
Yeah.
I've got it, but Janet didn't give it to me. I lifted it out of her purse.
What? Oh, what's the difference how you got it? I want it. I'm leaving town and I'm not leaving without those furs.
All right. With that gun in your hand, I guess there's nothing I can do but let you have the key. It's right there on the top of the drawer. I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, you won't, Blackie. Get it myself.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Sure. I trust you, Blackie, as long as you keep your hands right where they are. Yeah, that's the key, all right.
Well, if you want to take it, I could argue with you, but not with that gun there.
I'm going to take it, all right. It's a little present for Papa.
Ah! Oh, I've got something for Papa, too, Harry.
Oh.
That's a poke in the jaw I gave you that knocked you out, Barlow. But wouldn't you like to know what hit you when you grabbed that key?
Busy, Blackie?
No, come on in, Faraday. Sit down. I was just sitting here with nothing on my mind. You won't change that situation any?
You got nothing on your mind, but I got plenty on mine. Blackie, we have Harry Barlow cold for those fur heisting jobs. And he's wanted for murder in the Midwest. How did you grab him?
It's a secret, Faraday. But I'll give you a little teeny hint. He went for a key that I'd planted in my room.
And did he get it?
He sure did. Right across his great big chin. I clipped him, Faraday.
What was he doing all this time?
I'll give it to you slowly, pal. He came into my room with a gun.
Yeah?
He knew I had the key to the box where the stolen furs were locked up.
Yeah?
I told him to take the key, but I forgot to tell him that I had wired it to the electric socket.
I get it. He grabbed the key, got a shock, and dropped his gun.
You're close, kid. He yelled at the shock, and I poked him one for luck. That acted like a kind of lullaby, because the next thing I knew, he was fast asleep.
So that's how you did it, huh, Blackie? I was wondering. He was a pretty tough character, they tell me.
So I hear. But he fell asleep just like a baby. Then I called you, Faraday, and when he got out of the arms of Morpheus, he was snug in the arms of the law.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, Camels are the favorite cigarette of people in all walks of life. Among them are singing stars, actors, announcers, people whose voices are their fortunes, people whose cigarette must be mild.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see how mild a cigarette can be. Puff after puff, pack after pack. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make homicide pay for $100 a day.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
Oh, you should catch me on a bad day. Nothing.
Am I going to see you tonight?
Not if you keep turning out the lights.
Who turns out the lights?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? It's fun.
I'll expect you at 8, and you be here.
Honey, of course.
How's business?
Oh, about as dull as 50 miles of dirt road.
We'll have dinner home.
Bless your little pointed head.
And your empty pocketbook.
Uh-oh.
What?
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, sir. Come right in, will you? Pull up an old bank book and have a seat.
Thank you.
Client?
Well, keep a good thought, honey. You may be gorging yourself at 21. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I'd love every minute of it. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
All right.
He reached for his wallet. While he was counting his money, I was looking at him. This was the biggest man I'd ever seen. I was getting a nosebleed just trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like the mayor should lay a cornerstone for them, and the muscles under his coat stood out like smuggled shot puts.
My name is Collins. I'm B.E. Rollins, private secretary.
Oh, is that the B.E. Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
Well, there's an understatement.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Well, tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from prison 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it, exactly.
Well, why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of it when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money ever recovered?
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't doubt it at all, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives a threatening letter, but won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin. Then B.E. Rollins is a potential killer in the house. What you going to do? Try and keep his mind off of things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better try Hearthstone or the Death Squad.
Now you're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Well, then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up, started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget the duck and take the whole wall along with him. 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
But he was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Who's this?
If you didn't take the job, you're fortunate. If you did, you'd better catch up on your insurance payments.
Oh, I think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? When I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job he'd offered me for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes, my cab pulled up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Why, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Mr. Rollins I want to see him, will you?
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. B.E. Rollins was sitting in a chair, feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 60s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins?
Huh? Oh, Collins. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
Well, what are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
I won't need you. Here, you feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Oh, sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond, Richard Diamond. Oh, hey, gotta love that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
He's the greedy one. Always does that.
Reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Mr. Diamond, I suppose Collins told you why I wanted to see you?
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother, Martin. He told me not to work for you.
And you don't like being intimidated? Good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Tell me, have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
All right, thanks, sir. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Signed, Martin. Well, this'll never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, do you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. It was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Don't be flippant, young man. Well, will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. I only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's nice. What was her name?
Carter. Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think, but that was 5 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now I'm getting tired, and I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie!
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back to the glass doors, and a butler showed me the way to the library. But the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Collins! The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back out in a hurry.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What's wrong, Collins?
It's Mr. Rollins. He's dead.
B.E. Rollins was sitting in the chair with a bullet hole just over the heart. His head was resting on his chest, and he still held the breadcrumbs in his hand. He seemed to be smiling like he knew he was going to be able to feed the birds for a long time now.
Martin did it.
He did?
I saw the whole thing.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library.
I started out of the library and came around the other way. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw Martin standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, private detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days. That's how mild Camels are.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. And see for yourself how mild Camels are pack after pack. See how well Camels get along with your throat week after week.
Yes, that's the sensible test of cigarette mildness. For only by steady smoking can you judge the day-in, day-out mildness of a cigarette.
Start your own Camel 30-day test today and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll find out why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt.
Well, the great private detective. What do you want the police force to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants.
Now, I don't like...
is?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This is Mr. Collins, Walt. Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Mr. Collins.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
The body's in the garden.
B. Rollins, huh?
Yep, big time.
Rollins Investments.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Any idea who killed him?
Mr. Collins here says it was Rollins' brother.
That's right, Lieutenant. I saw Martin shoot Mr. Rollins.
There he is.
Gee, on such a nice day, too.
Isn't Otis a dream?
Oh, such a one.
Well, right over the heart. Otis, you go... What are you doing, Rick?
It was a letter from his brother.
A letter?
Sure, I read it myself. Holy Ike, it's gone. We searched the whole garden for the incriminating letter and came up with a big fat zero. Then I remembered something that the old man had told me about Martin. Something about a girl named Virginia Carter. I questioned Collins, but he didn't know her. So I put the old mind to work and became my usual shrewd self. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and found the only Virginia Carter listed. It was a wild, long shot, but I grabbed a cab, and 40 minutes later I was standing in front of her door. When she opened it, I got the quickest scalding in history.
Hello.
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
Do you like it? It's French silk.
Love it, love it.
What's on your mind?
Now, Virginia Carter?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll stop panting long enough, maybe you'd like to tell me what you want.
Well, I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, I have not seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him?
I've got lots of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole flock. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Baby, if anybody stole something from you, they get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn. I had a hard time finding the couch.
Right here.
Oh, wow. Well, how do we look at the pictures? With a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you wanted to relax for a minute.
Well, put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep this stuff around.
Well, that doesn't leave you much of a field. Or what do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have a Camel?
Oh, yes, anytime.
I haven't got a match.
Well, just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I better get the pictures. I'll be right back. Just make yourself comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. Ba-da-dee-doo-da-dee-dee-dee-dee. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo.
You can start with these. If Martin isn't in this pile, I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No, not a bit.
Good. This might run into overtime.
There was one trouble with the setup. Looking at the pictures with her sitting close was like trying to read a mail order catalog in front of a blast furnace. She handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
Well, I could not say exactly, but I'd guess about 6 years.
Well, you should keep a file. How'd you get along with Martin?
All right, I guess. He had money, and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him. Oh, yes, he used to play a saxophone.
A hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several other small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
I'll spin a nice soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take it.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was on fire. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of a sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab, and I was halfway there when I heard the car. That was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobile. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians' Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pops?
Bad twitch.
Yeah, too much bop.
Tell me, do you know a Martin Rollins plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, he better have.
I'll see if he does, will you? I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
You look like a cop.
And I've got a shiny little badge.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Cop, huh? Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I was being followed. Hey, Fingers, can I bother you for a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, lean on the piano.
Good. You know a Martin Rollins?
Well, sure, he blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight. Got a phone call and took off.
You know where he lives?
Yeah.
Well, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
What do you want him for?
Here's another 5. What difference does it make?
Solid. It's got a little pad on 5th Street, 59 East. Now, don't put me on, Dad. You got troubles?
I'm going to ask him.
Crazy. I like your style. And when you got time, drop back and listen to the band.
I don't think I could stand the altitude.
Crazy guy.
went out fast, and 10 minutes later I was standing in front of Martin Rollins' apartment. I tried my knuckles and waited. I tried again and put my ear to the door. I didn't hear it at first because it was so faint. A light scraping sound like rope over wood. I tried the door. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly like a weather vane in a soft breeze. The chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with his shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed a ladder just to tie the rope to a beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello?
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who is this?
Well, hello, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Antisocial.
Well, Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
But you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby, and look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way.
Oh,
You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Collins, Rollins' secretary, just killed Martin Rollins. He stretched his neck out so far he started looking like an ad in National Geographic.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost and left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
Oh, well, we'll see. How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law is after him? You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started to see each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help, and I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share, is that it?
Yes. He promised me 50...
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a bends and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Better make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
I didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter? You forged it?
Yes. Yes, I shot Rollins and took the letter.
And you planted that phony call to my office.
Yes.
Well, you nearly got away with it, Collins. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. I caught all three. It should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Must be nice to look at. No. Keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff. Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to the men and women who have served our country, the makers of Camel cigarettes send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week, the Camels go to veterans' hospitals, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's Adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Virginia and Ted Osborne as Rollins. Tom Tully was Collins, Arthur Q. Bryan as Lieutenant Levinson, and Wilms Herbert Otis.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert. The rich flavor and natural fragrance will tell you why PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke cool and even. Get Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, Kay.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question and get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, no.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, it better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something. Kay. I have Conway calls. Tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife, said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she, thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. You wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not?
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How'd you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes, and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking shoulder holster you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it sets you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second.
Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get your evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
The one they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
They're crazy. Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur will sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
No. It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Now, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yeah?
This is Mr. Waring.
Glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh. Where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
Don't try to get up.
no, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mr. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there.
Are you responsible for this, lawyer?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway? Me. You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant? Don't take it out of him, Conway. This is all my doing. Oh, it was?
What's the idea, man?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
That's right, she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Hey, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So, at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife. Are you nasty little...
Temper. Now, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. That's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Oh, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. Remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
Now, look, Carl, don't feel too bad because the doc says you're not in great shape. Why, you're liable to live to be 100.
Oh, I'm not worried about it, Rainey. All the doctor said was for me to take it easy, not to do anything too strenuous.
Sure. And you know what that means?
What?
You're just as good as you ever were, maybe better. But you've just got to slow down, Carl. And I'm going to see to it that you do.
Thanks, Rainey. My cleaning shop isn't too strenuous for me. Oh, it's good to have a friend at a time like this.
At a time like what? Look, things are going to be the same for you as they always were. Golf, swimming, gym, everything. Only not as much as before. I tell you what, we'll go down to the gym a couple of nights a week, just the two of us. Shoot baskets or toss a medicine ball around, something like that, something easy.
All right.
Let's make it starting tomorrow night. How about that?
Tomorrow night? Sure, that's fine. Wanda won't be coming home till the following morning.
Oh, your wife out of town?
Yeah, up in Port Smith. So we can go to the gym if you want.
Right. And as long as Wanda won't be in town, how about dinner together after we work out?
Swell, I'd like that.
Well, it's at 8 then. I'll see you at the gym at 5. After that, we'll go to a restaurant downtown and... Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello, Rainey. This is Wanda.
Oh. Hello there. How are you?
Fine. Do you miss me, darling?
You bet I do. Where are you?
Still in Port Smith. You, want me to stay here, don't you?
Uh-huh.
You're going to go through with it.
Well, sure I am.
Please don't get cold feet, darling. He's the only thing that stands between us. You know that.
Don't worry. I'll do everything just as we planned.
Tell me you love me, darling.
I can't.
Oh. Oh, is he with you now?
Yes.
I better hang up then. Remember, I come back to town day after tomorrow.
I know. It'll all be done by then. I'm going to take care of everything tomorrow night.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hey, you.
Just a minute.
Come on. Press them pants later, bud. I want to talk to you.
All right. Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Where's the guy who owns this pants pressing joint?
I own this place.
Oh, yeah? Your name Carl Brown?
Yes.
Okay, bud. And you're just the guy I want to see. Ah, nice place you got here. Makes you good living, huh?
Well, fair living. Well, I'm satisfied.
That's great. Like to know a guy's satisfied. That means he wants the other guy to be satisfied, too.
Well, yes, I like
Look,
to think...
you. It's going to cost you $100 a week to run this place from now on. $100 a week, or the place gets mussed up and you along with it.
Hey, what is this, anyway?
It's just a little business deal, bud. You give me $100 every week and you can stay in business. And don't think I'm kidding. I'm going to make an example of you. A sort of Exhibit A for the rest of the small shop owners around town.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm just starting in business. Jerry Buck is the name, in case you're interested.
But...
You've heard of me, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes, I have. The police would like to get hold of you.
They can get hold of me anytime they want. Trouble is, they can't pin anything on me. And look, don't you get any idea of going to the cops about this. Because, as I said, I'm going to make an example of you in case you don't kick through with that 100.
What kind of an example?
A dead example, bud. See you tomorrow. See you around 10 in the morning. And, I'll see you $100 then, too. Won't I?
Hello, Blackie.
Well, hello, Carl. Come on in. What have you done? Promoted yourself to delivery boy?
Oh, no, Blackie, but I happen to be passing your way, so I thought I'd deliver your suit to you myself.
Oh, thanks. I think I can use it tonight, as a matter of fact. Here, I'll take it.
There you are. I'll put it on the bill.
Do that, will you, Carl? Say, and by the way, how is everything?
Oh, not so good, Blackie, not so good.
Well, what's the matter? You cleaners being taken to the cleaners?
Well, I don't know. Had a couple of bad experiences the last 2 days.
Oh, what's happened?
Well, first of all, my doctor says I'm not in such good shape.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I have to take it easy.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that, Carl. Taking it easy will do you good.
Yeah, I suppose it will. But it's what happened in my shop this morning that really has me worried.
What happened?
A fellow named Jerry Buck came to see me. Wants $100 a week from me, or else.
Uh-oh.
What'll I do, Blackie? I can't afford to give this guy $100 a week. And if I go to the police, he'll kill me.
We'll contact the police, Carl. We have to in a case like this, but not yet.
Yeah, but...
What this fellow is trying to do to you is one of the crimes I hate most. What time tomorrow is he coming for his 100?
10 in the morning.
10 in the morning, huh? All right. I'll be at your shop at... No, better still. I'll pick you up at your house and go to your shop with you.
Well, I go down to work at 8. Will that be too early for you?
No, I'll be there. Now, don't worry about a thing, Carl. We won't let this guy get away with this.
Thanks, Blackie. I'm not in any danger tonight. No one saw me come here. Later on, I'm going to the gym, and then to dinner with a friend of mine.
Well, go ahead and have fun. By tomorrow, your troubles will all be over.
That was a great meal we had, Randy. We got to eat there every time we get through at the gym.
That's okay with me, Carl. You feel good.
Oh, great. That little workout gave me an appetite. The meal was... Hey, look, I'm home already. What are you trying to do, Randy? Get rid of me?
No, Carl. I just thought you'd like to hit the hay early tonight.
Oh, but not this early. It's only 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll come on in and shoot the breeze with you a while. How's that?
Swell. Oh, it'll be good when Wanda gets back to town tomorrow morning.
I guess you miss her, don't you?
I sure do. Can't understand why she stayed in Port Smith so long. A boyfriend, maybe?
Not in Port Smith, Carl. Her boyfriend is right here.
I guess he is at that, Rainey. Oh, Wanda's a swell girl. Wonderful wife. Well, come on in. Let's chat a while.
Sure.
Well, say, you don't have to stay if you have something to do, Rainey.
I have only one thing to do tonight, Carl, and that's to stay with you a while.
Thanks a lot. You're a terrific guy. You know, I don't know what I'd do if... Hey, Rainey, what are you doing with that gun?
Just holding it, pal.
Pointing it at me. Oh, put it away, Randy. We don't want to have one of those I didn't know it was loaded accidents around here.
It's not pointing at you by accident, Carl, old pal.
Randy.
Surprised, huh? I don't blame you much. I'd be rather surprised myself if my best friend said he was going to kill me.
Hey, Randy, what is this? Some kind of a joke?
No, Carl, this is no joke. This is murder.
But, Randy, why? Why do such a crazy thing? You know you can't get away with it.
Get away with it? Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, no, Randy.
No one will ever know you were murdered.
Randy.
Because when I get through with you, the coroner's verdict will be death from natural causes.
Hello, Mrs. Brown. I'm Boston Blackie. Is your Mrs. Brown? What is it? Something happened to your husband?
He's in the bedroom, in bed, just as I found him this morning.
Dead, Mrs. Brown?
Yes. I've called the doctor, but he hasn't come yet.
When did he die?
I don't know. I got home from Port Smith very early this morning and found him. I thought he was just asleep.
In other words, he might have died in his sleep?
Yes, he might have. He was under doctor's care.
Yes, I know. Well, let's have a look at him, huh?
If you like. How did you happen to call on him, Blackie?
Well, we had an appointment to go down to his shop together this morning to meet a man named Jerry Buck.
Jerry Buck? I never heard him mention anyone by that name.
No, I don't imagine you have. This is just the way you found your husband, Mrs. Brown, in bed, just as he is right now?
Yes. Just as he is now.
Not a mark on him. No sign of disturbance in the room, no bruises on him to show his death wasn't natural. But just the same.
Who are you calling?
The police, Mrs. Brown. I think your husband was murdered.
Murdered?
And in an amazing way, too. I don't know how, but he was murdered, I'm sure.
Who'd kill him?
Probably Jerry Buck. He came to see me yesterday about that shakedown Buck was trying to pull.
Shakedown?
Yes, but that's not important right now.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
I'm out alone. Things were too quiet here at headquarters. Goodbye, Blackie. Whatever you want, I'm not interested.
Well, I have a murder you might be interested in, Faraday.
A murder? Whose? Yours?
No, I'm sorry, pal, but the only thing that could possibly kill me is your stupidity. The dead man is Carl Brown, and I think he's been murdered. Maybe poisoned, or maybe killed some new way by a man named Jerry Buck.
Jerry Buck? Now, isn't that nice? Why did Jerry Buck kill him?
For $100 shakedown money, Brown wouldn't pay.
Oh, no, Blackie. I know Jerry Buck and his work. He's a no-good guy, and I'm going to get him one of these days. But it won't be for murder. He's not the murdering kind.
That's what you think. Better send somebody up here and have a look at the body.
Sure. I'll send up the coroner and a couple of men. What's the address?
909 Evergreen Street, apartment 2.
Okay. You think Brown was poisoned, huh?
Well, there are no marks on him. He wasn't shot or stabbed or killed by any visible means.
Or by Jerry Buck or anybody else. It's murder, huh?
Yes.
I bet this one turns out to be death by natural causes. Goodbye.
Blackie, are the police coming?
Yes, Mrs. Brown. They'll be here in a little while.
May I
Then
come in?
Huh?
Oh, Rainey, please do come in.
I got here as soon as I could, Wanda. I'm awfully sorry to hear about this.
Well, it must be a shock to you, too. Oh, Rainey, this is Boston Blackie. John Rainey.
How do you do, Mr. Rainey?
I phoned Rainey to come over as soon as I found Carl this morning.
No.
Rainey's almost like one of the family.
You knew Brown well, Mr. Rainey?
Yes, we've been the best of friends for years. I think I know how he died, too, Blackie.
How?
Overexertion.
I'm afraid that's what it was, too.
What makes you think so, Mr. Rainey? Did you see him last night?
Yes, I did. We went to the gym for a light workout. Carl was an active guy. I thought it was better to taper off the strenuous stuff rather than drop it cold.
Well, that's sometimes wise, yes.
But this time, I'm afraid it wasn't, though he seemed to be in good spirits at dinner.
Oh, you had dinner with him last night, too?
Yes, about 6:30. Then he left to come home and relax.
And he was all right then?
Yes, seemed to be. Oh, the poor guy. Guess he died in his sleep.
Well, if he had to die, I suppose it's best this way.
Yes, if he died, as we think. Did your husband always sleep with his wristwatch on, Mrs. Brown?
What? Oh, yes, he did.
Say, this is strange.
What's that?
His watch. I noticed it when I first came in. It was running, and it's kept perfect time since we've been in here.
Well, it's a very good watch. Carl was awfully proud of it.
Good watch, is it? Well, maybe so. It's keeping time all right now, but it's exactly 2 hours slow.
2 hours slow?
Yes. And I wonder why.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Carl Brown, who has been ill, is told by gangster Jerry Buck that unless he pays him $100, his shop will be wrecked, and he'll be killed. So Carl goes to see Boston Blackie, and Blackie agrees to be with Carl the next day when the gangster comes for payment. That night, however, Carl's friend, John Rainey, pulls a gun on Carl and announces that he is going to kill him. Next morning, Carl is found at home, dead, without a mark on him. Death is attributed to natural causes, but Blackie is convinced Carl was murdered. As we return to our story, Blackie and his friend, Mary Wesley, wait in the dead man's cleaning establishment for the appearance of the gangster, Jerry Buck.
10 o'clock already, Blackie. If Mr. Buck is going to come here, he should be here by now.
He may be stalling just to worry his victim a little.
A lot poor Mr. Brown has to worry about now.
Yes. I wish Jerry Buck would show up. He'd certainly help me prove something.
I know what. That he didn't kill Mr. Brown.
Smart girl.
I don't see what's smart about it. If he killed Mr. Brown, he'd know there was no point in coming here to collect money from him. Blackie, what kind of poison killed Mr. Brown?
None, Mary. I realized that after I told Faraday I thought poison had killed him. Right after. There would have been some evidence of death by poison if he'd been killed that way.
But there were no marks on him, you say? He couldn't have been killed any other way.
I still think he was murdered, Mary. Murdered in a new and clever way. That watch, 2 hours slow. It's a clue. I know it is. But I can only figure out what it means.
Maybe it just means his watch doesn't keep time.
It keeps perfect time, Mary. I checked it myself and didn't lose a second. Now, why is that watch of Brown's running 2 hours slow? How does it prove Carl was murdered?
Please, Blackie, don't ask me.
I'm just asking myself, Mary, and I'm telling myself the hands of that clock point to Brown's murderer. I'm sure they do.
Well, the hands of the clock in here point to well after 10. Obviously, our friend Mr. Buck is not going to show up here.
No, obviously not. So I think I'll show up at his place.
Hey, Jerry. Yeah? Did you hear over the radio about that guy, Carl Brown, you was going to see this morning?
Come in, Maud. Yeah. I heard just now.
Guess you got to pick another sucker to get the business started.
Uh-huh, but... Oh, somebody's at the door, Maud. Go see who it is.
One of the boys, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe not. Open the slide panel and see who it is first.
Yeah. Yeah? What do you want?
I want you to open this door.
Ah, get lost, character. Hey,
Hey, let go my necktie. Let go, will you?
Not till you open this door.
Hey, Jerry, make this guy let go my necktie.
Open the door for him, Maud.
Let go, you.
I think I know who he is.
Do what the man says, pal.
All right, but let go of me first.
Sure. I'm coming in the door fast, just so you won't change your mind and close it on me.
What do you want?
Close the door and I'll tell you. That's a good boy. Now, you just be quiet. I've come to see your pal, Jerry.
What do you want me for, Blackie?
Oh, you know who I am, do you, Jerry?
Yes.
Good. Why didn't you come to see Carl Brown this morning as you promised you would?
2 reasons.
You said you'd be there at 10. What's one reason?
Well, first of all, I was going to be late anyhow, just to worry the guy a little. But then I heard over the radio a little while ago. There wasn't any reason to see him at all.
You expect me to believe you didn't know he was dead until you heard it over the radio?
That's right.
That's also a lie.
Look, I don't like to be accused of anything, Bud. Lying or murder.
Maybe I should take this guy apart for you, Jerry.
Yeah, Maud. Maybe we should teach this rover boy a little lesson.
You mean maybe he had a punch like this?
Hey, now, Blackie, you don't hit a pal of mine like that without getting hit yourself.
Hold him, Jerry. I'll take care of this guy.
Just open the door, Maud.
Okay.
Conversation's closed, huh?
Okay, now, Maud, let's slap him around and toss him.
Oh, no, you don't. Here, I'll get him with this chair, Jerry. There.
That got him. The door's open, so let's toss him out. Grab him, Maud.
Yeah, I got him. Right.
Yeah. Now, close the door and let him lie out there a while.
Sure, Jerry. Look what I'll be able to tell my grandchildren. That I tossed Boston Blackie out on his ear.
John Rainey must be an important man, Blackie. He's kept us in his waiting room long enough.
The secretary said he'd be ready in a little while, Mary. He's a pretty busy man.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll read this magazine or something.
What's the matter? Do I bore you? Don't answer that.
Silly. Oh, maybe this is Mr. Rainey now.
Yes, it is.
I can see you now, Blackie.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Rainey. Come on, Mary.
I'm coming.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long, Blackie. I was on the long-distance phone.
That's all right. Miss Wesley, Mr. Rainey.
How do you do, Mr. Rainey?
Now, what can I do for you, Blackie?
I'm convinced your friend Carl was murdered. Maybe you can help me prove it.
But, Blackie, it's obvious that Carl died of a heart attack. In fact, I feel partly responsible.
You do?
Yes, I took him to the gym with me last night, and even though we just had a light workout, I'm afraid even that was too much for him.
I don't think he died of overexertion, Mr. Rainey. And I'd like you to help me prove he didn't.
All right.
Now, what do you know about Carl and his wife?
About Carl and Wanda? What do you mean?
I mean, did they get along?
Of course they did.
Are you really sure, though? Isn't it strangely convenient that Carl's wife was out of town the night Carl died?
Why, no, she... Look, are you trying to say Wanda had something to do with Carl's death?
I'm saying she might have wanted him to die. It's just a hunch, though.
But Blackie's hunches are usually right.
I don't like any part of this. Wanda Brown is...
Wait a minute, Miss Rainey. Don't get excited. I didn't mean what you're thinking. I'm sorry I said it.
You shouldn't be.
Well, I am. Come on, Mary.
All right, Blackie.
Thanks, Mr. Rainey, but I don't know what for.
Sorry I couldn't have helped you. I'm sorry I got angry, too.
Forget it. Coming, Mary?
Yes, I'm right here. Goodbye, Mr. Rainey.
Goodbye.
Well, we certainly got plenty of nothing out of him.
Yes, didn't we? Well, let's get back uptown and concentrate on that watch.
That watch again?
Yes, I'm still absolutely certain that Carl was murdered. That watch is the clue. Why was it 2 hours slow?
Well, you keep asking the same question, so you get the same answer. I don't know.
Say, wait a minute, Mary. You know what kind of a place we were just in?
Well, according to that sign up there, we were in the John Rainey Ice and Fuel Company.
That's right, and it gives me an idea. We're coming back here tonight to prove that John Rainey killed Carl Brown and how he killed him, too.
So you want to look around my ice plant this morning, dear Blackie?
Yes, if you don't mind. Miss Wesley here has been pestering me about it ever since we left here yesterday.
Well, I'm flattered. We have about the best plant in the city, Miss Wesley.
So I've heard. I hope you'll show us through it.
Be glad to. Right this way. Through this door here, we can go right into the main freezing room.
Good.
After you, Miss Wesley.
Thank you.
You should really be here late in the afternoon when you lift the big ice blocks out of the vats and
Oh.
Well, maybe you'll let us come back then.
Any time, Blackie.
What's that humming noise?
The generators that run the pumping machinery here. That odor you smell is ammonia, of course.
Oh, yes, I recognize that.
Miss Wesley is a nurse.
Oh, a nurse. Well, Miss Wesley, this is where most of your ice packs come from. We supply most of the hospitals in town.
Miss Wesley is a private nurse. Most of her cases are in homes.
Yes, but people in homes have headaches, too.
By the way, Mr. Rainey, what's behind that big, heavy door over there?
That's the newest addition to my plant, Blackie, the deep freeze room.
Big unit, isn't it?
Biggest deep freeze room in the state.
Can I see that, too, from the inside?
Oh, may I, too?
Well, I wouldn't advise it, Miss Wesley. I'll just open the door and give you an idea of how cold it is in there.
Okay. Ooh, oh. It is cold. I give up. I'll wait out here.
I thought you would. All right if I go in, Mr. Rainey?
Of course, Blackie, for a minute or two. Here, I'll go in with you and show you the mechanics.
Fine. We'll be out in a minute, Mary. Then we can hold hands.
No, thanks. I'll wait till you thaw out.
Say, it is really cold in here.
Yes, we'd better not stay in here more than... Blackie, what did you just pick up off the floor?
My watch.
Your watch? But how did it get in here?
I put it in here. I came back after we left you last night.
Last night, but the door. It's closed. We can't open it from here. We can't get out.
Oh, yes, we can. When I give Inspector Faraday the signal.
The signal? Inspector Faraday? A policeman?
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
But what's he doing here?
He's helping me with a little experiment, and it's worked. My watch has stopped, all right, just as I thought it would be, frozen stiff.
Why, of course it stopped. It's so far below zero in here
that a man would freeze to death in less than half an hour. And his watch would freeze, too, and run again after it was thawed out.
Well, sure, everybody knows that.
Sure, but not everybody knows that Carl Brown died by freezing, and in here, where you put him...
Are you kidding?
Don't pretend to be surprised, Rainey. All I needed to prove that Carl was murdered was to find out why his watch was running 2 hours slow. The works were frozen for 2 hours, that's why.
Why, you...
Put that away. Put away that gun. It's not going to do you any good.
It's not going to do you any good either, because I'm going to kill you with it.
I don't think so, Rainey. Have you forgotten we're locked in here?
What? We've got to get out of here. We'll freeze to death in a few minutes.
The way Carl froze to death in here?
Blackie, we'll freeze. Open the door! Open the door!
No use pounding, Rainey. Faraday won't open the door till I give the signal.
Then give the signal. I'm freezing.
This is the way you killed Carl, isn't it? You locked him in here.
No! Let me out! Let me out! Open the door! Open the door!
It won't open till I give the signal, and I'm not giving the signal till you give me that gun and start talking.
All right. Here, take the gun. Take it. Now give the signal.
You admit you killed Carl by putting him in here?
Yes. Now give the signal. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing, too, but first, why did you kill Carl?
Because Wanda and I wanted to get rid of him. Now, have them open this door. I'm dying. The cold is too much. It's too much.
Too much for Carl, too. Much too much. There's the signal.
Oh, Blackie.
You get what you want, Blackie?
Yes, Faraday. You admitted everything. Better let Rainey lie down. I think he's about to pass out. He has passed out.
Well, Blackie, your face and hands are almost blue. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mary, but this is the first time I ever got hot on a case by getting cold.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Barefoot Boy with Shoes, Gone.
There were 3 women in it, 3 guys, and 7 cats. It figured for an easy trace job. All I had to do was find a missing guy named Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Only before it was over, a couple of people turned up dead. And what made me think maybe I was trailing a killer with a screw loose was what happened to those 7 cats. The thing teed off for me when a letter came to the Lyon Detective Bureau in the morning mail. My boss, the Lion, opened it. You could see the dollar signs in his eyes.
Jeffrey. Well, look here.
That rich uncle of yours finally kick off?
What do you mean?
You look so happy.
Oh, it's not that. Jeffrey, listen to this. The Ezra Park Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, from the sanctum of E.P. Duffield.
Already I don't like it.
Oh, now, Jeffrey. Mr. Duffield encloses his personal check for $50.
For which we do what?
Yes, well, now let me see. No, find a missing person, Jeffrey. A man by the name of Mink, Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Mr. Duffield says we'll be doing an inestimable service to the world of art.
Duffield say why he doesn't go to the cops?
Well, he does mention that he has personal reasons for maintaining secrecy.
They all say.
What do you mean by that?
Listen, Lion, the L.A. police look for missing persons free. Guy doesn't want the free service, he's got a reason. Maybe he wants a finger man, maybe it's a stakeout.
Jeffrey, do you think that if I thought...
Sure I do.
You don't mean that.
I mean it. Only count me out. I don't risk my private op license for $50. See you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Mr. Duffield says in his letter he's coming here to the office himself this morning.
Well, you see him, Fatso. I got a short thirst.
Jeffrey!
I'll be in Dugan's place on Hill Street if anything good turns up.
You mean you won't take the case?
You take it.
All right, Jeffrey, I will.
Well, that ought to be Duffield now. I'll let him in, and me out.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Lyon?
I'm Regan. That's Lyon behind the desk.
I see. I'm E.P. Duffield.
Yeah? Oh, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Miss Duffield, come in.
Shall I sit here, Mr. Lyon?
Yes. Well, run along, Jeffrey. I'm taking this case, remember? You're waiting in Dugan's place on Hill Street until something good turns up.
Yeah, that's right. See you. I went to Dugan's, ordered, and sat looking into it. What I kept seeing was E.P. Duffield. Red hair, gray-green eyes, tall, about 5'11". But not too much of her, just enough, any place you looked. I looked up and I was still seeing E.P. Duffield. That's because she was there.
Mind if I sit down, Mr. Regan?
Bar's public.
Thanks.
What'll the lady have?
Nothing, thank you.
Oh. Lyon didn't take your case?
Well, he said you were the operative.
So?
Mr. Regan, I have an art gallery.
Ezra Park Duffield Galleries, Pasadena.
He was my father. I'm Esther Patricia Duffield.
You wrote a letter, said you wanted somebody to find a missing person. Painter named Thaddeus Mink.
That's right.
You didn't go to the cops. Why? Cops trace missing persons free.
Well, but you see, Mr. Regan, I couldn't. They wouldn't help me.
Give me more.
I've never seen Thaddeus Mink. I don't know what he looks like.
Keep on.
It's true. You see, he's a painter. He sent me a number of paintings by express, but I haven't been able to locate him. I've tried, but... Mr. Regan, if you'd come to the gallery and see his pictures, I think you'd understand. Will you come?
You put up a $50 retainer, lady. You want me to look at pictures for $50? I look.
In here, Jeff.
With you, lady.
The Mink paintings are here in my office. There they are.
Cats?
Yes, cats. And look how he paints them. How evil he makes them.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Cat phobia, Jeff. Sometimes an artist becomes great through passionate love. And sometimes through passionate hate.
And Mink hates cats. Is that it?
It's made him a great painter.
Is that why you want me to find him?
I have just these few canvases. I want more. They'll be worth thousands of dollars.
You paint those circus pictures, too?
No, I did.
You?
A few years ago. I traveled with the circus, but my paintings aren't much good.
Mink ever paint anything except cats?
One picture.
It here?
I have all his pictures.
But you've never seen him.
I told you he sent them express. I tried to trace him, but I couldn't find him. All I have are the paintings. These are the cats and the one other. All signed the same way. Not with his name, but with the print of a cat's paw painted in one corner.
Where's the other one?
Over here. I keep it draped. It frightens me. Look.
A woman.
You see, Jeff? He's painted her back as she stands at the mirror fixing her hair. The back of an ordinary woman, but in the mirror, her face, the eyes, are of a cat. And the way her fingers curl and hook into her hair, like cat's claws.
Yeah. Well, maybe she's something we can go on.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe somebody else has painted it, too. Maybe she's registered as a model. We find her, maybe we get a line on Mink. Might work. I found her photo in an agency. Mrs. Margaret Ames lived in Hollywood. I drove out there. Only when I got there, I rang the doorbell, I got a big surprise. Sergeant Bowles of the Hollywood Division L.A. Police opened the door.
Regan, what do you want?
Came to see Mrs. Margaret Ames?
Yeah, it figured. She a client of yours? You do a lousy job, Regan, a lousy job. There ought to be a law against you private guys. Always getting people killed. She got strangled, Regan. It killed her.
Mind if I look?
Come on.
Thanks.
Like I say, the deceased a client of yours?
Nope.
You know her?
Nope.
A lot of good you're going to give us. There she is. Sort of surprised look on her face.
Maybe she hadn't planned to get strangled this morning.
Oh, could be. Neighbor lady phoned us up. She come in to borrow coffee. That's what she found. Scared the hairpiece off of her, she said.
Mrs. Ames live alone?
Divorced, lives alone. We got nothing, Regan, nothing.
And so the police haven't a line at all on who might have killed Margaret Ames, Jeffrey?
No. Here, let me check the late edition.
Oh, yes. Here you are, my boy. You think they may have turned up something by now, huh?
No, Sergeant Bowles wouldn't have phoned me if they had.
No, I suppose not. Jeffrey, here's an interesting item in the second section of the paper.
Yeah?
It says that in a place called Mountain Crest on the mountains near Los Angeles,
Lion.
somebody's been putting out poison meat. Yeah, but here's the strange thing. The pieces of meat have been tied up in trees.
Huh?
Yes, and several cats have been poisoned.
Hey, wait a second. Poison, meat up in trees? That could be it.
It could be what, Jeffrey?
Maybe the poisoner ties the meat in trees so dogs won't get it. Only cats. Why, Lion?
Well, I don't know, Jeffrey.
Maybe because he hates cats.
Jeffrey, you mean that that cat painter, Mr. Mink...
It's worth a try. Mountain Crest, you said?
Yes.
We'll keep in touch with the Margaret Ames murder, Lion. I'm going to Mountain Crest. It was only a couple of hour drive, but I got started late, and it was dark when I got there. Cold up there. Snow above the 4,000-foot level. Mountain Crest was half a dozen houses, abandoned lumber mill, and Mountain Crest Haven, a rundown auto court with a gas pump and cafe. I pulled in and stopped at the gas pump.
All right, I'm coming. Sorry to keep you waiting, but we didn't expect no customer up here a mean night like this.
You run this place?
Oh, gosh, no, I work here. I'm Jimmy. Everybody around here knows me. That is, everybody there is around here. Some gas, mister?
What it'll hold.
Hey, you ought to go inside and warm up. Have a cup of coffee while I fill her up.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Bunny will serve you.
Bunny?
She come up here a couple of weeks ago. She's the waitress.
Ah, your girlfriend, huh?
No, she ain't.
I went inside. Maybe I saw why Jimmy's face clouded up when I asked him if Bunny was his girlfriend. Bunny was behind the counter, ordinary, pretty kid, corn yellow hair, about maybe 19. But on a counter stool talking to her was a slick-looking guy, 25, thin-faced, pinstripe suit. I walked over, slow.
What are you hot for? You got no right to butt in.
Well, I butt in.
Listen, you can't talk to me like that, Art Jones.
Oh, no? You think you smart something?
You want something?
Oh.
Yeah, I could use coffee, Bunny.
How do you know my name?
Jimmy told me.
I'll see you later, Bunny.
Bill collector?
Him? That's Art Jones. He's in one of the cabins.
You like the cold weather?
He doesn't know what he likes. Cream or black, mister?
Black. He didn't look like your type, Bunny.
He takes me places. Dancing down to Anaheim.
Sure.
Here's your coffee. Anything else?
No, not now. Why don't you go with Jimmy?
He hasn't got a car. Yeah, but the next time I will. I don't know where Art gets off just because Mr. Mink gave me a...
Mink?
Yes. He gave me a painting. He's a painter. But that's no reason for Art to get sore. Why, Mr. Mink is old. He must be 35.
Yeah. Oh. You live around here, Mink?
In a cabin up on Lime Peak.
Far from here?
Couple of miles.
You live alone?
Mm-hmm. He's sort of funny. I think he's scared of people. But I guess he likes me. You know him, mister?
By reputation.
He's a very sweet man.
What I hear. He gave you a painting of a cat, huh?
Yes, he did.
Cat's paw painted in a corner?
Yes. It was a picture of a dead cat.
A dead cat? Read in the paper some cats got poison around here lately, around Mountain Crest.
7 of them.
Occurred to you Mink might have done it?
Oh, no. He loves cats. He loves them.
Not what I heard. I heard he hates them. I phoned the Lion and told him what I had. He had something for me. Cops had traced the strangled woman Mink had painted. Mrs. Margaret Ames' maiden name was Margaret Mink. She had a brother someplace, cops said. His name was Thaddeus. Next call I made was to Pasadena.
Hello? E.P. Duffel speaking.
Hello, Esther. Jeff Regan.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
I located your painter, baby. Thaddeus Mink.
You have?
Yeah, in a cabin up here in the mountains. I'm near there now.
Where are you?
Place called Mountain Crest. Mink's cabin's up a couple of miles from here.
Well, that's fine, Jeff. Jeff, I want to see him first myself. He's very queer and temperamental.
I'm sorry, baby. I've got to go up there first thing in the morning. Mink's may be mixed up in a murder. I rented one of the cabins at Mountain Crest Haven, got in bed, and read some Edgar Allan Poe to quiet my nerves. About 6 the next morning, the wind dropped. Wind had brushed everything white. Still. Smooth. I started for Mink's cabin on Lime Peak about 8. Bunny went with me.
There it is.
Yeah. Smoke through the pines.
That's from his cabin. We're almost there.
Hey, hold it.
What, Jeff?
Footprints.
In the snow.
Coming from that way.
From the highway, there's a shortcut that way to the road where it goes over the summit.
Man's footprints must have been made this morning since the wind dropped, or they'd have been covered over. Now, come on. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Over there. Same footprints going back toward the highway. Running. Steps are longer and the snow is kicked between them.
Yes.
Come on, maybe something's happened. We ran for the cabin. It stood in the pines in front of a shelf of rock. The footprints led to the door. Then running, away from the door again and toward the highway. There weren't any other tracks. The cabin door stuck, but it was unlocked.
It always sticks.
There. There.
Mr. Mink. Mr. Mink.
Come on.
Oh!
It wasn't Mink. It was a thin-faced slick-looker in a pinstripe suit. And at his stocking feet, Art Jones, strangled. "5'11" of beautiful red-headed dame, E.P. Duffield, Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, hired me to find a missing cat painter named Mink. First track I got led to his sister, but that was a dead end. Somebody'd strangled her. Then I went up in the mountains. Somebody'd poisoned 7 cats at a place called Mountain Crest. Maybe Mink. Yeah, Mink lived up there, only when I got to his cabin, there was a corpse on the floor. Art Jones, Bunny's pal in the pinstripe suit. Strangled. No shoes on. I searched the cabin, not a shoe in the joint. Half an hour later, Bunny and I got back down to Mountain Crest Haven, the combination gas station auto court where she worked as a waitress. Ooh, this is better.
Mm-hmm. I'd better get you some hot coffee. You're not used to the cold.
After I phone the sheriff. Where's the nearest place I got one?
Meridian Township.
Yeah, I'll be back for the coffee.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Jeff. Mr. Mink couldn't have killed Art.
Funny. Art Jones went up to Mink's cabin this morning. You and Art were quarreling about Mink last night. Art was jealous.
Art was crazy to think that Mr. Mink...
Maybe. But he went up there. We saw his footprints going in through the snow. The ones that came back out were made by the same shoes. I checked that. But Art Jones didn't make them.
No. No, I know.
The killer took Jones's shoes after he strangled him and wore them when he left so he wouldn't make tracks with his own shoes.
Mr. Mink didn't do that.
Well, there weren't any other tracks, Bunny. One pair of footsteps in, one pair of footsteps out. Jones in to see Mink. Tell him to lay off seeing you, probably. Who out?
I'll get you some hot coffee.
Sorry, kid. So that was it. Case just about wrapped up. Mink must have strangled Jones. Jones was strangled just like Mink's sister. If there weren't any other tracks in the snow, it didn't make sense anybody else had been there. I phoned the sheriff at Meridian Township. It took 5 or 6 minutes to get him on the phone. His name was Lyle.
Sheriff Jasper Lyle, what can I do for you?
My name's Regan, private investigator from Los Angeles.
Yeah?
You better put out a description on a Thaddeus Mink, Sheriff. I can give details. Short, about 35 years.
That's out already.
Huh?
Out already. Mink, wanted for questioning, homicide, L.A., connection, strangulation of his sister, Margaret Mink Ames.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
On the wires at 4 yesterday. Don't think he did it, though. Don't seem the kind. Sitting right here beside me in the office.
Give me that again. You got Mink there in your office?
Nah, we ain't got cells, Bob. Ain't big time, you know, like you folks down the
Yeah. Sheriff, tell me one thing. When did you pick Mink up?
Yesterday.
He'd picked Mink up 4 hours after the wanted was sent out by L.A., 8 o'clock last night. Mink was in the Meridian General Store buying cat food. Yeah, and he told the sheriff a sad story. He loved cats. Loved them. Had 4. But they'd come down with something, suffered. Mink had to put them out of their misery. And when he found out they'd passed the disease around Mountain Crest, he put poison up in the trees to save the cats of the town the misery his cats had suffered. He'd bought a new cat, though. That's why he was buying cat food. So that made everything fine. Case all wrapped up. Yeah. Like a hot rod around a telephone pole.
Sugar, Jeff? Jeff?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Here.
Thanks.
Anyway, I'm glad it wasn't Mr. Mink.
Yeah, Mink didn't strangle Jones. Couldn't have. Sheriff had him.
Well, I'm glad.
Jones went up to the cabin to see Mink. Saw her about Mink giving you the painting. That part still holds. Made tracks in the snow. Didn't walk back out. Got strangled. But his shoes walked out. Somebody in him, you think, Bunny? Not Mink, not Jones. Somebody with a motive to kill Jones? You didn't like him. Did you?
Art Jones?
Yeah, you went with him because he took you places, only maybe you didn't feel good about it. He wasn't your type.
I guess he wasn't.
He wasn't. And then he began to crowd you. Mink business, for instance. You figured he didn't have any right to butt into your life.
Well, that's true, but...
What about Jimmy?
Jimmy?
Yeah, the kid that works around here. More your style. You seem like a nice kid.
He is.
Yeah, only Art Jones got in between you.
What are you thinking?
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking somebody must have been in Mink's cabin when Jones got there this morning. Somebody that had gone in before the wind dropped, so the tracks covered over. Somebody that would have killed Jones.
And you think
You sleep in one of the cottages here at the outer court?
Yes.
Sleepwalk, maybe?
Jeff, I don't like
Now,
you.
listen, baby, the sheriff will be getting up to Mink cabin in the next 10 minutes on my say-so. Half an hour later, this joint here's going to be jumping, only not with customers. with cops, deputies asking questions. Now, let's get ahead of them, huh?
Well, I didn't kill Art, if that's what you want to know.
I know you didn't.
What? Well, then...
No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have done the job, strangled him. Strangling's not a girl-sized job.
Well, then why did you ask me all those questions?
To get answers, baby. About you and Art Jones. And Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah. Only 2 people had a motive to kill Jones. You and Jimmy. Look on her face said she was scared, but that might be it. Jimmy liked her, didn't like Jones. I started to look for Jimmy, and what he was doing when I found him didn't help. He was stealing my car. Hey, get out of that car. Jimmy, get out of that car. You won't get away. Come here. Come on. All right, this'll hold you.
What are you trying to do?
Come here.
Let me go.
I got an arm lock on him. All of a sudden, he quit. Fear had worked 2 ways on him. Made him fight, made him quit. You better talk, Jimmy. Like fast, huh? Wait till I shut off the motor. We'll go inside out of the cold. And then I want answers. What I saw on the seat of my car when I reached in to shut off the motor stopped me. A pair of shoes. Art Jones' shoes. Still wet from being in the snow. I took Jimmy into the cafe, sat him on a stool. Bunny came in.
Jimmy, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
You tried to steal my car. You stole the keys out of my cottage. You'd have gotten away if the motor hadn't been cold.
Jimmy.
Why'd you want to steal my car?
Because I had to get away.
Because you killed Art Jones?
No, I didn't kill him.
Go on, kid. Get it out.
I had to get away. I had to.
Jeff, please.
Keep out of it, Bunny. You think a lot of Bunny, Jimmy.
Well, Yes, I do.
You didn't like Jones?
No, I didn't.
Where'd you get his shoes?
I found them.
Yeah?
In the snow by the highway.
Look, the sheriff will want a better story than that. You'd better practice up on me.
Well, I got up early.
You sleep here someplace?
I've got a room in the kitchen.
Go on.
I went up the highway a ways. I was trying to think. Well, because of Art Jones and Bunny. I didn't think I had any chance with her, I guess. But then I saw the shoes in the snow by the highway. I brought them back.
Anybody see you coming or going?
Why, yes.
Yes?
Well, they were scraping the road. There's where I found the shoes.
I checked Jimmy's story, and it was okay. He had a snowplow crew of witnesses. So that made it great. 2 people had a motive to murder Jones, Jimmy and Bunny. Bunny couldn't have strangled Jones, and Jimmy didn't. Well, if nobody with a motive to murder Jones had murdered him, then it had to be this way. Somebody without a motive to murder him had. I walked back up to the cabin where Jones was strangled. Sheriff Lyle and his deputies had been and gone. They'd made tracks in the snow. But then I saw some tracks they hadn't made. They were the paw marks of Thaddeus Mink's new cat. I asked myself where I had seen cat's paw marks before. That gave me the answer. I went back down to Mountain Crest Haven and made a phone call. I got the right answer. That left me just one place to go. It took a while to get there.
Yes, this is a surprise.
Painting?
Oh, just touching up this still life.
Been better, lady, if you just stayed E.P. Duffield art dealer.
You mean because I paint so badly?
It's part of it. You're more the outdoor type. Tall, strong.
I suppose that's so.
The circus painting's over there. You painted. You showed me yesterday.
Yes.
You were in the circus. Strong enough for that.
Jeff, just what are you trying to get at?
Not trying. I've got. I phoned the model agency from Mountain Crest a little while ago. Model agency where I got the track on Margaret Ames Mink, Mink's sister that got strangled. You'd gotten her address a couple of hours before she was murdered.
That doesn't mean anything.
You wanted to be a great painter.
Yes.
Yeah, but, honey, you didn't have the stuff. What happens? Thaddeus Mink sends you his paintings. He is a great painter.
Go on, Jeff.
Sure. Mink didn't sign his name to his paintings, painted on a cat's paw print instead.
So?
Mink was a shy guy. He found out nobody knew him. Nobody knew he'd painted the great paintings of his you had, except his sister. She'd posed for one. You killed her.
And, Jeff?
And that left Mink. Him dead, you'd be the genius that painted the pictures.
Yes. Well, he is dead, Jeff, and I am.
You went up to Mink's cabin after I talked to you on the phone last night. Nobody home, but you waited. Guy came in early this morning, you strangled him. Wore his shoes to walk out.
I said, Mink's dead.
Mink's not dead. You've never seen Mink, and you strangled the wrong guy. A guy named Jones.
Jones? Not Smith. Jeff, I'm not a fool. You're lying to save your skin.
My skin?
Your skin. Hasn't it occurred to you that there's somebody else who knows who painted the cat pictures?
Hey. You mean Regan.
That was in it from the first, Jeff. Jeff, bursting in like this into my office, perhaps trying to make love to me. You shouldn't have done it. Not when I happen to be armed.
Put that gun down.
Oh, no, Jeff.
There. Now, stay still.
Go.
Esther, you should stick to strangling. It's more accurate. Next day, I gave the land a little lecture on art.
Very well, Jeffrey. You seem to have become quite an authority on art. But I'm afraid I'm a little more interested in Art Jones.
Oh, great.
You went back up to Mountain Crest, I suppose?
Yep.
That nice young boy, Jimmy. How are he and that girl, Bunny? Say, Jeffrey, why did he try to steal your car and run away?
Well, only he and Bunny had a motive to kill Jones. Jimmy found the shoes, then overheard my call to Sheriff Lyle. He knew he hadn't killed Jones. So?
You mean he suspected...
Well, he was scared. All he could think was to get those shoes far away. He knew there was strong evidence. E.P. Duffield had tossed them out of her car, but he didn't know that.
He thought that Bunny... Oh, I can't believe that.
He was in love. That mixes you up.
Yes, it does.
Only Bunny hadn't done it. Jimmy hadn't either. If the two people who had reason to kill Jones hadn't killed him, it added that Jones was killed by mistake.
Yes, I see that.
In Mink's cabin. So it made sense the killer meant to kill Mink. Only he didn't know what Mink looked like. Only one person fitted that. E.P. Duffield.
Why, that's brilliant, my boy, brilliant. But what about Thaddeus Mink?
Mink? Oh, Sheriff Lyle released him. And when he found out how much dough his paintings are going to bring him, he turned philanthropist.
He did?
Yeah. Gave us a present, in fact.
What?
Yeah, right outside the door.
Oh, Jeffrey, maybe one of his valuable paintings worth thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it could be. Could be worth that much. Big enough box. You open it.
Yes. Oh, Jeffrey, do you think it... Oh, Jeffrey.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music by Dick Around. Jeff Regan, Investigator, will be back next week at this same time.
Next, we present The Dick Powell Show. Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to meet Richard Diamond. He's a private detective, and he doesn't like getting mixed up in murder any more than you do. But just relax for a half hour, and somebody will probably wind up pretty dead. It usually starts easy, like Wednesday morning when Diamond walked into his office.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Who let you in?
I gave this scrub woman $5. I have a business proposition for you, too.
I collect big bills.
Something like this?
He pulled out a $100 bill and walked over to me. I'm not a small man, but I got a nosebleed trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like O'Dwyer should lay a cornerstone for them. And the muscles under his coat made me think he was smuggling shot puts. Even if he lived across town, he was so tall if he fell down, he'd be halfway home.
My name is Collins. I'm R.J. Rawlins' private secretary.
I bet you look silly on his lap. Sit down. I'm getting a stiff neck.
Certainly.
How tall are you, anyway?
7 feet 1 inch.
Doesn't that extra inch give you a complex?
I'm not here to discuss my physical qualifications.
Yeah. You say you work for a Mr. Rollins. Is that the Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
That's an understatement. If you jumped off his wallet, you'd break both legs.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming along with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
And I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from Sing Sing 5 days ago. Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it exactly.
Why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of that when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money recovered?
Why, no, they never recovered a penny.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
I don't doubt it, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives the threatening letter and won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin, then Rollins has a potential killer in the house. What's he going to do? Try and keep his mind off things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better get someone else to find Martin. Try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
You're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up and started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget to duck and take the whole wall along with him. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
He was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Wait a minute. Who is this?
If you didn't take the job, you're lucky. If you did, you better catch up on your insurance payments.
You think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? Nuts. 5 minutes ago, when I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes my cab was pulling up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Rollins I want to see him.
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. Rollins was sitting in a chair feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 50s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins.
Hey? Oh, yes, Collins, yes. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes, Francis. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Thanks.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Birdie! I've been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
What are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
Won't need you. Here. You feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond. Hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
No, he's the greedy one. He always does that.
It reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Miss Diamond, I suppose Collins told you I wanted to see you.
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother Martin. He told me to lay off.
You don't like being intimidated, huh? That's good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
Thanks. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Martin. Oh, this will never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. And it was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Oh, don't be flippant, young man. Will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. Only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. His name.
What was her name?
Oh, it was Carter, Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think. Oh, but that was 5 years ago.
All right. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Oh, Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years, knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now, young man, I'm getting tired. I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie.
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back through the glass doors, and a butler showed me to the library, but the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Oh, Collins! My nerves started looking for some place to hide. The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back there fast.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What happened?
It's Mr. Rollins. Martin just shot him.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library, Collins.
I went out the library doors and came around the other way. I had some papers I wanted Mr. Rollins to sign.
You said Martin did it?
Yes. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw him standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide. I put in a call to the 5th Precinct and an old friend, Lieutenant Levinson. We were on the force together before I got restless. When you had a killing on your hands, he was a good man to have around.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Hello, Otis. Let me talk to the lieutenant.
Well, Richard Diamond. What do you want the police to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants. Now put Walt on, will you? I got a killing for him.
Why didn't you say so? Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, I got a present for you.
Hello, Rick. Who's dead this time?
Big time. Old man Rollins. Rollins Investments. Shot while he was sitting in his garden.
Got any ideas?
One, his brother Martin. Rollins' secretary says he saw him do the job.
Any motive?
Well, the old man sent Martin up on an embezzlement rap. Martin sent him a letter threatening to kill him. A letter.
What'd you say?
Oh, I'm an idiot. Get out here. The address is 650 East 87th.
Wait a minute, Rick.
I can't. Oh, I'm glad I'm not on the force anymore. You'd have to fire me for this mistake. I shoved Collins aside and went back out in the garden like Olympia with a hot foot. The old man was still smiling, and nothing was changed except there he was, and the letter from Martin was gone. I remembered what Rollins had said about a girl named Virginia Carter. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and started looking up the Carters. Only one Virginia in the village, so I made that my next stop. I told Collins not to touch anything and to wait for Lieutenant Levinson. I grabbed a cab and headed downtown. It was a long shot, but it could be the same girl who had known Martin. I found the address, and when she answered the door, I got the quickest scalding in my history. She was wearing something thin enough to make a silkworm hang himself.
Yeah?
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
I'm cold-blooded. Now, what's on your mind?
That's the kind of question that made Adam a meat-eater.
I'm sorry, I haven't got any apples.
You fooled me.
Maybe if you stop panting long enough, you can tell me what you want.
I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, that one. I haven't seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him.
I've got lots of pictures. Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole stack. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Baby, if anybody stole something from you, they'd get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn, and I had a hard time finding the couch.
Nice.
How did we look at the pictures with the magic lantern?
I thought maybe you'd like to relax for a minute.
Put something in the glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep the stuff around.
That doesn't leave you much of a field. What do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have one?
Yeah.
I haven't got a match.
Just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I'd better get the pictures. I'll be right back.
She got up and walked to a door. When she opened it, the sunlight framed her against the dark room. If Petty had been there, he'd have gone back to 5-minute sketches. In about 2 minutes, she came back with the pictures.
We can start with these. Martin isn't in this pile. I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No.
Good. This might run into overtime.
She sat close to me and handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. It was like handling a fire sale for Dr. Kinsey. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
I couldn't say exactly. I guess about 6 years.
You should keep a file.
I only keep pictures around to remember things.
How did you get along with Martin?
Oh, all right, I guess. He had money and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him.
Yeah, well, look.
Oh, I remember something. He used to play the saxophone.
Hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
Oh, it's been a nice, soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take her.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was already curly enough. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab and was halfway there when I heard the car. It was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobiles. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians' Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pops?
Oh, bad twitch.
Yeah. Too much bop.
Do you know Martin Rollins plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, you better have.
See if he does. I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
But I don't know. We're not supposed to.
Maybe this badge will snap you out of it.
Oh, a cop. Hey, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I had a tail. I started to chase him, but a big crowd makes that tough. I slowed down for a minute, and suddenly I had a horrible thought. I had a date with a redhead, one Helen Asher, who got very unhappy if you stood her up. Yeah, at 7 o'clock, I was due at 975 Park Avenue. A warm fire, a figure with better lines than Shakespeare, and a $10 million rain check that I could cash any time I wanted to take a walk with her to the little church around the corner. I made a phone call.
Miss Asher's residence?
Hello, Francis. What's the gossip in the pantry?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, it's good to hear your voice.
Let me talk to Miss Asher. Let's see what she's got to say about it.
Right away, sir. She's just coming down the stairs. Miss Helen, it's for you.
Hi.
Hi. You're stood up.
Oh, Rick, not again.
Can't help it, baby. Got to do some catching before I get caught.
Just what are you trying to catch?
Man type, plays the saxophone, kills people.
Which one's the hobby?
I don't know. I'm going over to a swing joint on 52nd Street and find out.
Oh, Rick, take me with you. I'd like to listen to some music.
Sorry, Helen, baby, but this one's a little too risky.
Please, Rick. I'll stay out of the way.
I can't do it, honey. I'd like you around for later. There's liable to be some trouble.
There's liable to be some trouble if I don't see you.
Tell Francis to kick up the fire, and I'll be over later.
I want to go, too.
Bye, baby.
You're mean. Bye.
You want a table, Mac?
I'm looking for Martin Rollins. Is he here?
What does he do?
He plays the sax.
You'll have to ask one of the musicians, Mac. I don't pay no attention to the music. I'm tone deaf.
Thanks. Hey, can I bother you a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, you can lean on the piano.
Do you know Martin Rollins?
Yeah, sure, sideman. He blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight. We got a phone call and took off.
Hello, Rick.
Helen. Well, the Ashes are really slumming tonight. How did you find me in this joint?
You said music on 52nd Street. I went into 2 clubs before this one. Oh, hello. How are you?
Living.
Well, it's all right, honey. My man's not here.
Good. Let's listen to the music.
I still have to find him, baby.
Oh.
You gonna hog the piano, or do you want a table now?
Hey, don't leave. I like the chick style.
What?
Waiter, bring us a couple of scotch and sodas. We'll stay at the piano.
All right, but I'm not on my natural element.
Oh, on second thought, bring the lady a scotch and bring me a glass of milk.
Sure thing, Red Hot. Water chaser?
Yeah, and while you're at it, why don't you change your apron? Looks like you've been making chicken pies on it.
Hey, you sure got a crazy chick.
You mean me? I'm perfectly normal.
Wow, she's real square. Don't drag me, baby. Just let me dig.
Rick, what's he talking about?
Wait a minute, honey. Say, Bud, do you know where Rollins lives?
Oh, sure, Daddy. We had a ball there last night. You got a little pad on 12th Street.
Oh, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
Come down. 69 East 12th Street. Don't put me on, Dad. Is your chick really a square she gives out?
I'm not a bit. I dig.
Crazy. Go.
Does that mean he's happy, Rick?
The best. Thanks, Dad.
Anytime.
Enjoy the music, baby.
Rick, where are you going?
You stay right here until I get back.
All right, but I don't know the language.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Brother Martin's front door. I tried my knuckles again and put my ear to the door. I didn't tag the sound at first, but it was a light scraping sound, like a rope over wood. I tried the door, and it was open. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly, like a weather vane in a soft breeze. A chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with the shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed the ladder just to tie the rope to the beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. Right then I knew Collins was my man. It would take a man that size to give Martin that much altitude, but what was I going to do, have Collins picked up? With that kind of evidence, it'll laugh me out of headquarters. I had to prove it. I had to do it fast. But how? I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello.
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who's this?
Well, happy Mother's Day to you, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Pictures?
Hello? Sometimes guys are lucky. You'd have to be a deaf mute to miss Virginia Carter's lovely tonsils. She was lying when she told me she didn't know where Martin lived. I don't like lying dames. Maybe she knew something about Collins, too. I knew how to find out.
Well, Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
Well, You gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby. Look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way. You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Okay, baby, but Collins just killed Martin Rollins.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law's after him. You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Now, slow down and tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started seeing each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help. I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share. Is that it?
Yeah. He promised me $50,000. Oh!
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a Benz and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now. The string ends with me.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
Didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin a suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter. You forged it?
Yes. I shot Rollins, took the letter.
And then you planted that phony call to my office.
Yes.
You nearly got away with it. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver. Oh.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. Caught all three. Should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
There's a warm breeze. Pushed all the clouds back. The night's all shiny.
Must be nice to look at, but keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
He died looking up, like he wanted a star to take with him. I don't think they gave it to him.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, the shamus himself. What's the matter? You get lost trying to find the Empire State Building?
Look, put Walt on the line. You're not funny tonight.
Oh, diver. Did somebody steal your badge?
You put Walt on the phone, and the next time I see you, I'll scatter your molars all over the 5th precinct. Now get him.
What's the matter, Rick? Where are you?
Oh, I'm standing in the middle of a mortician's dream. Collins shot the girl, and I shot Collins. They're both pretty dead.
Okay, now calm down. We'll be right over.
Oh, I don't want to calm down. You'll find Martin hanging at 69 East 12th. If you want an explanation, you'll probably find me in the alcoholic ward at Bellevue.
Well, you want I should get you another glass of milk?
Just bring the bottle. Pour half of it out and fill the rest with rum.
Here's the pencil, Mac.
What's it for?
Name, address, and nearest relative. I'll be right back.
Well, you took your time.
Huh? Oh, Helen, why didn't you go home?
Oh, I couldn't cut out. I'm having a ball.
Huh?
Don't be square. Come on over to the piano and dig some music. You look dragged.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What's the dialogue?
Come on, Rick. What's the matter? Don't you dig?
Oh, you're grand.
Look what I found, Nicky.
Yeah. Move in, Pops. Say, she says you got a fine set of pipes.
She's got a tin ear.
Oh, no, Daddy. Oh, she comes out real fine.
See? Go on. Show him how you come on, Rick.
Oh, stop it.
Go on, go. Everybody's got some music stashed away somewhere. Make it.
Here's your milk.
Well, thanks. Some other time, Nicky. Right now, I go on with this.
Square.
Oh, honey, I don't know anything about bop.
Well, now, who said anything about Bob? Now, you take Rogers and Hart. The greatest, real crazy. Go on, Pops. This is the kind of music that makes you glad you got ears.
Please, Rick. For me?
Oh, okay, baby. It's too nice a night to worry about things. It seems we stood and talked like this before. We looked at each other in the same way then, but I can't remember where or when.
You dig?
Yeah, go on.
The clothes you're wearing are the clothes you wore. The smile you're smiling, you were smiling then, but I can't remember where or when.
Oh, the goodness, I just wait.
Some things that happen for the first time seem to be happening again. And so it seems that we have met before and laughed before and
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, was previously heard over the National Broadcasting Company and has been re-released for you men and women overseas by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myrna. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got a date with the magician. Mm-hmm. This boy's going to show me how to make $4 million in gold out of 30 cents worth of lead.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Witty Widow. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta is made only by Kraft. Now, the case of the witty widow. It's early afternoon in New York, and in room 619 of the Remsen building, a pudgy little man named Edward Paris washes his hands for the 10th time in as many minutes, which may go to show that Mr. Paris doesn't approve of the type of people he deals with. And if you watch, you may see why.
Who is it?
Me, Mr. Paris.
Oh, just a second, Mickey. Come in.
Thanks. What you locking it for?
My doctor warned me to stay out of drafts.
Oh, what good is locking?
It's a new school of thought. Sit down. Mickey, have you been behaving yourself?
You know me.
Yes, that's why I asked.
I haven't touched a drop in months. You know what I mean?
Stick out your hands.
See? Steady as a rock.
When was the last time they ran you in?
In November. That's when I took the cure. You don't have to worry, Mr. Paris. I realize I can't handle this stuff, so I just don't take that first drink. You know what I mean?
I hope so, Mickey. How would you like to make yourself $500?
Would I?
Take a look at this picture. Well, I'm glad to see you're a lover of beauty. You recognize her?
Well, her face is kind of familiar.
That's Mrs. Laura Davis.
Laura Davis?
Her first husband was John Nichols.
Oh, sure. He owned half the real estate in New York, and then when he croaked, he left her a bundle.
That's right. Now, she's married now to a man named Austin Davis. They live at the Marlborough. Have you got that?
I got it.
You're to go up and see her tonight and give her this envelope.
What's in there?
Well, that's none of your business. Just see that Mrs. Davis gets it and nobody else. She'd give you $25,000.
What?
Don't get any ideas, Mickey. Just bring the money here.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Who are you?
Mickey Slater.
I don't think I know anyone by that name.
Think what you've been missing.
Hmm.
I got something for you. Know what I mean?
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, this is quite a layout.
I'd ask you to sit down, but I don't think you'll be staying long.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, Mrs. Davis.
Unfortunately, I am. May I have the envelope?
Sure.
Well?
Ain't you forgetting something?
What do you mean?
I was supposed to pick up something from you, sort of tit for tat, you know what I mean? Get away from that desk.
I just wanted to get the briefcase.
The money in there?
Would you like to count it?
No, I'll take your word for it. Laura?
The name is Mrs. Davis.
I'm a pretty familiar type guy, you know what I mean?
I wouldn't advise you to get too familiar. May I have your envelope now?
You bet your life. Fair exchange is no robbery, I always say.
Well, as long as you've got it set, I don't see any reason to detain you.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Laura.
We can't help the way we feel, can we?
Guess not.
It's been delightful talking to you, Mickey, but I wouldn't care to play the scene over again. Next time, someone might blow up in their lines. You know what I mean?
Hello, Mickey.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Powell.
Yes, it is.
Well, have a job, pal.
Oh, thank you. You know, Mickey, I'm very disappointed in you. That cure apparently wasn't as permanent as you thought.
You won't believe it, Mr. Paris. I was on my way to your office.
You had it right the first time.
Huh?
I won't believe it. Where's the money?
Money? Oh, yeah, I got it right here in the briefcase.
Excuse me.
Not at all. You didn't think I'd let you down.
I didn't know what to think.
Sirree, Mickey Slater don't ever let a pal down.
Thank you, Mickey.
Sure. How about old Snort?
No thanks.
I guess I gotta drink alone. Very dangerous habit you get into, Mr. Paris. I mean?
Imagine you were surprised when you opened that envelope.
Certainly was. Who'd have thought?
Go on, Mickey. What were you going to say?
I opened what envelope?
The one I gave you for Laura Davis?
You got rocks in your head.
That's the liquor talking.
Look, I said I didn't open no envelope. You don't believe me? You know what you can do.
No, I don't, Mickey, but I'll give it some thought. I'm sure you'll excuse me if I go home now and meditate.
Will you get that, Austin?
Of course, dear. Hello?
Let me talk to Laura Davis.
She's busy at the moment.
Well, she can't be that busy. Tell her that it's Mickey Slater.
Just a moment. It's for you, Laura. A Mickey Slater.
Slater? Oh, yes, that's the new tailor I was telling you about.
Sounds drunk.
Well, it doesn't seem to affect his work. I'll talk to him. Hello?
Hiya, Mrs. Davis. But you kind of surprised to hear from me so soon.
I can't honestly say I am.
Well, I hate to put the bite on you, sweetie, but you see, I picked up that briefcase for somebody else. All I got was $5 for my end.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, I knew you'd feel that way. And since tomorrow's my birthday, I was wondering whether you'd like to make me a little present.
What did you have in mind?
A briefcase. Just like the one I got from you tonight. I say just like the one. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I wouldn't count on it.
You wouldn't disappoint me on my birthday, would you? I got a room at the Pembroke, and I'll be receiving all day tomorrow.
If that's all you've got to say,
That's
Slater...
all I got to say. Be seeing you, honey.
What's the trouble, darling?
What?
Something bothering you?
Nothing I can't handle, Austin. Would you get my coat, darling? I have to run out for a little while.
Me for you, and you for me, too. Who's that? I said, who's there? I think you're smart, huh? Sure, you get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Mickey Slater. All right, what did you... Yeah, I did.
Taxi! Taxi!
You having trouble, lady?
Taxi!
Maybe I can give you a lift. My car's right here.
Look, if you don't get out of here...
You call the cops.
Yes.
Well, just goes to prove what a small world this is.
What are you talking about?
I'm Sergeant Corbett, New York Homicide.
So?
So I wonder if I could impose upon you to take a little ride with me down to headquarters. Start her up, Kelly.
Are you mad?
Ever hear of a man named Mickey Slater?
No.
Well, he was foully done in some 3 hours and 4 bullets ago.
No.
Yes.
Listen, Sergeant.
I'd love to, but I hate loitering on street corners. Let's wait till we get downtown, huh? Home, James.
Hello.
Is your radio on, sir?
What?
What program are you listening to?
Who is this?
You know, Mike. You're just trying to pad your part.
Oh, listen, Sergeant. Do you realize it's 4 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. It's 5 after.
What do you want?
Me? Not a thing, but we're holding a little lady who's in dire need of your services. Her name is Laura Davis.
Never heard of her.
She's John Nichols' widow.
The real estate king?
Yeah, she'll pay plenty.
What's she alleged to have done?
That's what I love about you, Mike. You're so proper. What she alleged to have done, there's nothing alleged about it. She killed a boy named Mickey Slater.
I don't believe it.
You don't know the woman, you don't know the victim, but you don't believe it. What does it take to convince you, anyhow?
A lot more than you can offer, Sergeant. Tell Mrs. Davis I'm on my way.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Mike won't be convinced by Sergeant Corbett. No, he wants to find out for himself, and that's a good idea. For example, if you'd like to find out for yourself how delicious and wonderfully helpful a good cheese sauce can be, you just try this. Melt Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for the smoothest golden sauce you ever saw. One that's perfect over vegetables or to combine with leftovers for a hearty main dish. It's a wonderfully easy sauce to make. You just melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't have to cut it into little pieces because Velveeta melts so easily, so smoothly. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk, seasoned to suit your taste, and you'll have the best tasting cheese sauce you ever put a fork into. Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And it's mighty nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it often. Find out for yourself what a wonderfully handy helper Velveeta can be, whether you melt it for this grand cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta. Now, back to the Adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett phoned Mike to give him the business. And now, down at police headquarters, we find Sergeant Corbett making like Emily Post.
Mrs. Davis, may I present Mike Waring, otherwise known as the Falcon, the nemesis of the underworld.
You mean that he...
Ain't it disgusting?
Just ignore him, Mrs. Davis. His mother was frightened by Joe Miller.
Yes, I can believe it. How soon can you get me out of here?
Well, there are certain minor technicalities we have to observe. You see, the police believe you killed Mickey Slater.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, well, we both know that, but go fight City Hall. How well did you know him, anyway?
I didn't know him at all.
Then what were you doing at his hotel?
He said I was there.
The desk clerk, for one.
All right, I lied.
Nice of you to admit it.
I can hardly do anything else, Sergeant. I was at the Pembroke.
But?
When I got there, Mickey was dead.
What did you want with him, anyway?
I'd rather not go into that.
Well, you don't have any choice, Laura.
Well, couldn't we...
Oh, yes, we certainly could. Sergeant, do you think you could arrange for us to have a little privacy?
How little?
Oh, will you stop being such a character?
Okay, you don't have to push. If you want anything, folks, just ring. We pride ourselves on our service.
All right, Mrs. Davis, now let's have it.
Where do you want me to start?
Right from the top of the page.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Gorilla That Always Said,
Yeah.
There was a whole menagerie in this one. A giraffe, an elephant, and a gorilla that always said, yeah. It didn't take place at the Griffith Park Zoo like you might think. We played this one out along the Sunset Strip, the stretch of big-time movie agents' offices, Mocambo, Ciro's, specialty shops, and razzle-dazzle that ties Beverly Hills to Hollywood with tinsel tape. It started, as these things sometimes do, in my boss's office, the Lyon Detective Bureau.
Now, just sit down, Jeffrey, and stop pacing the office floor. You know what carpeting costs.
Sure. Okay, Lyon, give it to me again, and slow.
Jeffrey, you know there's nothing I wouldn't have you do for money.
You topped yourself this time.
$100, Jeffrey. As Anthony J. Lyon, president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, I felt it my duty to take the case.
What did she say exactly?
Exactly. This charming young lady, Annabelle, I believe she said her name was, phoned us and offered to pay $100 if we, that is, if you, Jeffrey, would recover her stolen property. The poor dear thing had been victimized. A little something was stolen from her this morning. Her giraffe.
Annabelle happened to mention where the theft of this little something took place?
Yes, she said it was somewhere along the Sunset Strip, behind an advertising billboard of some kind or other. But, Jeffrey, you can get the minor details from her when you see her.
Sure I can.
Jeffrey, you are going to see her.
Oh, yeah. Give me the address.
Yeah, Annabelle said she thought it'd be better if you met her someplace else. She had an idea that her place may be being watched, you see.
Where, for instance, else, Fatso?
Well, she suggested the Teensy Tea Shopette on the Sunset Strip.
All right, phone her up and tell her I'll be there in 40 minutes. Oh, Lion.
Yes?
She didn't give you anything else?
Yes, there was one thing more, Jeffrey.
Spill.
I believe she did happen to mention that the stolen giraffe was, blue.
Oh, well, that's okay, then. I was scared for a minute this was going to turn out to be a screwy case. The Teensy Tea Shopette was on the gastronomical part of the Sunset Strip, next to the diet kitchen for French poodles only. I entered, clutched my wallet, made a run for the back booth, the smog lifted, and there was Annabelle. If somebody had to get a giraffe stolen from her, and I had to get hired to get it back, then Annabelle was the one it ought to be.
Shall I order tea, Mr. Regan? It's a specialty here.
Not for me, thanks.
Your first name's Jeffrey, isn't it?
Jeff.
Jeff. You know, I don't care for tea. Would you like to see the place where my giraffe was stolen? That would be a good place to begin. Wouldn't it, Jeff?
This the place where your giraffe got stolen, Annabelle? Here, behind this billboard?
Yes. Here where nobody could see, Jeff.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Jeff, come here. Oh, Jeff.
Guess you don't know who copped your giraffe, Bum, baby?
I don't know his name.
One guy did it?
Oh, yes, the one that bought the elephant.
Elephant in it, too, huh?
Yes.
Blue elephant like your blue giraffe?
No, the elephant was orange.
Oh. Maybe you better describe the guy, hmm?
Well, he was shorter than I am, heavy set. He has a bald spot, and, oh, yes, his voice was, it was strange, hoarse, and, well, you might say it was cracked.
Anything else?
Well, naturally, I was bewildered, Jeff, having my giraffe stolen on the Sunset Strip in broad daylight.
Naturally.
So I hardly really noticed. Yes, I do remember one other thing. He kept saying, yeah. I mean, whenever he meant to say yes, or so what, or anything, he'd say, yeah.
Well, that's something to start on. Maybe I can find him. Now, the way I get it is you'll pay $100, and I'm supposed to get back the giraffe.
It's worth a lot of money, Jeff, $4,000 or $5,000. Johnny Grote couldn't have known what he was doing when he sold it to me for $50.
Johnny Grote?
Yes.
The Johnny Grote?
Yes, Jeff.
You know who Johnny Grote is, baby.
Well, of course I'd... Oh, you mean what he does on the side?
On the side?
Well, from my point of view, I suppose that most people, the fact that he's sort of a gangster, something like that, is more important.
It is.
Jeff, we'll drive over to Johnny Grove's. Then you'll see.
This place, Grote's?
He just opened it. We'll park here across the street. Now you can read the sign.
J. Grote, ceramics.
You see, I'm in ceramics, too. The address I gave dear Tony Lyon is my ceramic shop.
Oh, so the blue giraffe and the orange elephant are made out of pottery.
Oh, no, Jeff, no porcelain. It's quite a different thing. You see, well, the word's around in the trade that Johnny Grote managed to buy a big consignment of pieces shipped from Europe right after the war. I dropped in this morning to see if there mightn't be something I could pick up for my own shop.
And you bought the blue giraffe?
Now, it was a queer thing. While I was looking around, that short, thick man with the odd voice came in.
He bought the orange elephant.
Now, for $50, they were a match set, the blue giraffe and the orange elephant. I was thunderstruck, Jeff. They were Viegli.
No.
Oh, I was beside myself. I knew that their resale would run into thousands of dollars. The great ceramist Viegli made his last porcelain figures in Berlin before 1750, and they've nearly all disappeared.
Uh-huh. This begins to make sense. You bought the giraffe. The short guy with the cracked voice saw you buy it. He followed you. He hijacked you.
Yes.
Annabelle drove off, and I went across the street and into Johnny Grote's ceramic shop. Looked like any other ceramic shop. One guy behind a counter, not Johnny Grote. I knew what he looked like from the pictures in the papers. But this guy was tall, skinny, built like Honest Abe Lincoln. Only from the oily face, you'd think that maybe they left out the honest. He came up to me.
Yes, sir. May I help you, sir? One of these exquisite Italian Capodimonte pieces, perhaps?
I'm a private detective, Regan, Land Detective Bureau. I'm here on business.
I see.
You want a Johnny Grote salesman?
Not exactly. A pardonable mistake on your part, of course.
Thanks.
You see, sir, Mr. Grote has only recently gone into the ceramics business. Until recently, he was in other business.
I read in the papers.
Yes. Well, naturally, Mr. Grote knows very little about ceramics. He acquired a warehouse of stock and engaged me to manage his introductory sale. I happen to be every day a giveaway Wilkins, sir.
Is that so?
Ceramics expert, auctioneer, stock liquidator.
Yeah, what I came in about, Wilkins.
Yeah?
A client of mine bought a porcelain animal figure here this morning. Blue giraffe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You sell it to her?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Well, she got a few blocks up the street and somebody hijacked it.
Dear me, no.
Yeah. You remember selling an orange elephant to a guy just before you sold her the blue giraffe?
Yes, a short, stocky man.
Remember anything else about him? Know his name?
No, I don't know his name, and I did think he was an odd person to be buying a ceramic figure. Not quite, couth, you know.
You mean he was a mug?
You might put it that way.
Thanks. Johnny Grote got an office in the back of the shop?
Well, yes, he has.
I'll see you.
Mr. Regan, don't go back there.
Oh, no? Why not?
Well, Mr. Grote's, difficult. Very difficult. Even dangerous, you might say.
Thanks, Wilkins, for the tip. I went back. Left every day a giveaway Wilkins trying to put his eyes back in his head. They'd popped out. Johnny Grote's office was at the back of the ceramic shop, but 250 pounds of strong arm was leaning against the wall by the door, reading the racing form. I went up to it, asked it what it liked in the 7th at Hialeah. It could talk.
Gump.
Yeah? I like Dora's sweetheart. So I don't know about horses. I lag quarters like a real demon, though. You got a 2-bit piece on you?
Yeah.
You care to lag?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll lag first, then you lag. For that crack in the floor there by the other wall.
Huh.
I lagged a quarter. He lagged a quarter. By a strange accident of fate, he won. He went over to pick up the 2-bit pieces, and I went into Johnny Grote's office.
What? Who are you?
Well, my name happens to be Regan. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Well, beat it.
Oh, now, Johnny, I'm just doing my job. I'm trying to find a blue giraffe.
Are you nuts?
I thought you might know something about it. Or an orange elephant.
Listen, Regan, Johnny Grote's reformed. From now on, he's a straight guy. He don't hurt nobody. Only give him time to get in a habit, will you?
Okay, Johnny. I just wonder if you happen to number among your henchmen a short, squat guy with a cracked voice.
Get out of here, Regan.
Sure, Johnny. Oh, you mind if I go out the side way? Fell in front of the door I came in. It might be sore at me. I went out the side way. Maybe the visit was worth the 2-bit piece I lost lagging with the mug in front of the other door. I got 2 items. One, the short, squat, crack-voiced guy that had heisted my client Annabelle's blue giraffe was not unknown to Jay Grote, ceramic shop owner and former racketeer. 2, Jay Grote had only one thing written on his desk pad. I read it upside down, but it said, Sam. That was followed by a phone number. Sunset 931. The last 2 numbers were torn off. I went out the side door and started up the alley in back of Grote's shop. That was when something happened. The Southern Cal Chamber of Commerce was going to have to hush up. Footsteps came up behind me fast. And then all of a sudden, the big, bright, high-octane February California sun went out. got an eye open and looked up off the alley pavement. Something was standing above me. It was a guy, about 14 feet tall. Kept dividing in half and snapping back together again. Funny. I heard talk. All I could make out was a name. Name Murphy. Murphy. When I came to, the guy was still standing over me. He wasn't 14 feet tall. Only about 7.
Get up, Regan. Don't talk. Regan, you never heard of no blue giraffe. Or you don't live long, Regan. Johnny Groat says for me to tell you.
Well, thanks, Murphy.
You're wise, huh? Well, go back to sleep.
I went back to sleep. I started on the trail of a blue porcelain giraffe worth $4,000 or $5,000. I did fine. 3 hours after I took the case, I had A, an order from Johnny Groat, ceramic shop owner and former mobster, to drop the case or turn up dead. B, 2 lumps on the head administered by one Murphy. C, description of a short, squat person unknown that had a cracked voice in the habit of saying ya and had copped the giraffe from my client. D, half a telephone number. E, my client Annabelle. Well, item E was okay anyway.
Well, Jeff, I think you're really doing brilliantly on the case.
Sure I am.
Only, Jeff.
Yeah?
Don't find my blue giraffe too soon. Oh, I want it back. It's worth lots of money, but make the case last a while.
See what you mean. You got a phone here in your ceramic shop, Annabelle?
Of course.
I got a lot of phoning to do.
Anthony J. Lyon speaking.
Lyon, I got a big job for you tonight.
Jeffrey, you know this is the evening I take my French lesson.
Parlez français ce soir, Lyon.
What's that?
French.
Oh. Well, what does it mean, Jeffrey?
Means no French lesson for you tonight, Fatso. You got work to do.
Now, Jeffrey, why do you always put all the work on me?
Yeah, why do I? Look, Fatso, I want you to do some phoning. Dial Sunset 93100.
Yes?
And then dial Sunset 93101. Then dial Sunset 93102.
Jeffrey, is this your idea of a joke?
After you get up to Sunset 93109, start with Sunset 93110. Sunset 93111. You get the idea?
Jeffrey, this is absurd.
Keep it up to Sunset 93199 if you have to. But if a guy answers with a cracked voice that says, ya, tell him you're the phone company. You want to check his address against the files. Then phone me and give me the address.
And where will you be all this time, Jeffrey?
At the Seaside Rendezvous, Lion. Imperiling life and limb for the Lion Detective Bureau.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff is wonderful.
Real wonderful.
It's dark here on the veranda.
Mm-hmm.
It's even nicer than in there dancing. See here. Jeff, come closer. Closer.
Hey.
Huh?
Sorry to bother you at a crucial moment, like you might say, but you're wanted on the phone.
Oh, you're the waiter.
Phone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, phone, yeah. Yeah, I'll be right there, right there with you.
This way, sir.
Regan.
Jeffrey.
Oh, Lion, that you?
I've lost my voice.
Oh, no.
I got as far as Sunset 93187. Talk to thousands of people. Jeffrey, I can't go on. I can't go on.
The Lion gave his vocal cords for the cause, but didn't get anybody with a cracked voice that said, ya. So that left it up to me. I took Annabelle home. Went to a phone booth with a handful of nickels and started in at Sunset 93188. I was luckier than the lion. I was only on my second back at nickels when...
Yeah?
This is the telephone company calling.
Yeah?
We'd like to have the street address at this number, please, to check against a... So I had a hamburger, listened to a couple of records on the jukebox, and tried again. Dialed the same number.
Yeah?
Sam.
Yeah?
This is Murphy.
Murph, you don't sound like yourself.
Sam, look, I gotta see you. Things are getting hot.
Yeah?
Yeah, I gotta meet you right away. Can't come to your place, too dangerous.
Yeah?
Yeah, so how about Ocean Park Pier? It'll be closed up this late.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, make it fast, Sam. Stand under the third street lamp on the boardwalk that leads into the Midway. I'll come there. Got a match, Bud?
Yeah.
All right, Sam, this is a gun in my pocket. Turn around and walk straight ahead.
Hey, what are you...
Walk, shut up and walk. Out onto the amusement pier, up the Midway.
Hey, what is this?
Shut up and walk.
Yeah. Okay.
Pier deserted, nobody out there. Dark, empty booths, fronts pulled down. Tunnel of joy, a black mouth. Surf against the piles under the pier. Girders of the amusement rides, jutting skeleton bones in the moonlight. Okay, this'll be all right. We can talk here.
Who are you, mister?
Skip that. Or, you can call me Murphy if you want it.
You was the one that phoned.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was Murph. Hey, was I a sap? I ain't no good at this mobster business.
You, work for Grote, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, this morning you pulled a grab on a blue porcelain giraffe.
Yeah, sure. Hey, mister.
Talk.
Well, I don't know exactly what you got in mind getting me out here, but if it's like I was reading in the papers, I mean, if you're a guy from the East or something, well, I got points 1 and 2 to make bearing on any decision you might have took to rub me out.
Gimme.
Point 1. Johnny Grote's going straight. All us regular mobsters is on 2 weeks' notice, and Johnny's lawyer is working on what Johnny can do about the special guys like numbers racket experts, which have got non-cancelable contracts with Johnny.
Point 2.
Point 2. Even if Johnny's conscience can't stand his going back on former obligations, I'm finished in the rackets. I ain't no good, mister. I done the best I could, but I just ain't suited to the work. Temperamental.
Sam, the blue giraffe.
Did I heist it off that Judy this morning? Hey, she was pretty.
What was the angle behind that heist, Sam?
Well, I don't know as it would be ethical for me to say about that.
Why, sure it would, Sam.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that Johnny Grote's going straight.
Yeah, but that ain't it. Hey, there's somebody behind you coming up, mister. Look.
Don't try to pull that old one on. My head was getting used to it. I came out of it quick. Yeah, but I was all alone on the pier. The unsuccessful gorilla with a cracked voice, Sam, had disappeared. I patted around among the booths a while, came up with nothing. So I phoned police headquarters and gave them a description on Sam. It was past 1 in the morning, and I went home to my place on Taft. Opened the door and went in. Then, like they say, that was the moment my whole life passed in a flash before my eyes. That's what they say happens the moment before you die. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
Sit down, Regan.
Rather die standing up, Grote, facing life.
You're quite a kidder, Regan. Well, sit down. I'm sorry I had to break into your place.
Don't mention it.
Oh, come on. Sit down.
Sure.
What I mean is, Regan, I'm sorry I had to jimmy your door lock. Sure, I've been on the executive end quite a few years. I ain't jimmied a lock or nothing for years, but a guy can't give himself no leeway once he decides to go straight, you know?
Oh, I guess not.
I come about Sam, Regan. Sam's missing. It was there. What happened?
You know a lot about it, Grote.
Well, I got guys that's still under contract to me.
I get it. Listen, Grote, let's cut playing games. You're going straight, huh? Well, then why the gun in your hand?
Oh, I was forgetting. Regan, you better toss your heater on the table, huh?
Sure.
I'll just stick it in my pocket, huh, Pally?
Thought you might.
See? Mine ain't even loaded, Regan.
Hey, it's not.
Oh, I couldn't trust myself to carry it loaded. Old habit might come back on me all of a sudden, like, you know. But the weight of it sort of feels good in the shoulder holster, you know. Guy can't bust off from everything he's used to all at once.
Grote, maybe you're on the level.
What? Oh, well, sure I am, Regan. And I ain't never had so much trouble. You seen in the papers?
Only, Grote, what about the grab job on my client's blue porcelain giraffe?
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Murphy said different.
I don't know no Murphy.
You haven't got a 7-foot muscle with a busy blackjack guy named Murphy working for you?
Never heard of him.
Grote, you're hard to believe.
Yeah, I know. I got a bad reputation.
Yo, Regan, and your pal, don't move.
Speaking of Murphy.
Toss out that rod on the table, you.
It ain't loaded anyhow.
Okay.
Johnny Grote send you with another message for me, Murphy?
Yeah, he did. About laying off that blue giraffe heist, Regan.
Johnny, you told me the truth. That guy doesn't know you.
Well, sure, Regan. I give up lying, like I said. Besides, today's George Washington's birthday, and you know that he never told
Hey, what
no...
are you guys yakking about?
Who do you really work for, Murphy? You must be an out-of-town hood, way out of town. You don't know Johnny Grote.
Grote sent me like I told you. Grote sent me.
Oh, yeah? Well, take a good look, Murphy. This is Johnny Grote right here.
Huh?
Take a good look. Before I turn out the lights.
Huh? Hey, turn those lights on.
I got the light switch. Put the three of us in the dark. Murphy fired a couple of times, didn't score. I couldn't shoot back. Johnny Grote had my gun in his pocket. Okay, Johnny, we're working together. I draw his fire. You take my gun, aim for his flashes, plug him.
What? Oh, gee, Regan, I can't shoot no guy. I'm going straight.
Johnny, this is self-defense. This guy busted into my apartment.
What? Hey, Regan. Hey, you're right. Yeah. Okay, Regan, you rush him and I'll plug him.
I'm coming, Murphy.
Yeah, stay back.
I'm coming.
All right, Regan.
About the flashes, Johnny?
Yeah, I sure did.
While we waited for the cops and the police ambulance, Grote and I had a chance to talk things over. Johnny had bought a big consignment of ceramic pieces like Annabelle had told me. He didn't know anything about this stuff, so he hired every day a giveaway Wilkins to sell his stock for him. Wilkins was an expert on the value of this stuff. Cops came, hauled what was left of Murphy off. They buttoned Jay Grote up in the wagon. Said they'd have to hold him for questioning. Maybe the story we told them was okay, but they weren't taking any chances on Johnny Grote. Me? I had a call to make.
Why, Mr. Regan, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Step back in, Wilkins. I want to talk.
Now, just a
Step
minute.
back, Wilkins, like fast.
Well, very well. Mr. Regan, I'm sure I don't know what this is all about.
You sold an orange ceramics elephant from Johnny Grote's stock to a guy named Sam, $50.
Well, yes, I did. I tried to make as many sales for Miss Grote as possible, of course.
Yeah, sure. Only that ceramics elephant was a German antique. That was worth about $5,000. You were a ceramics expert. You knew what that was worth. Grote didn't. You hired Sam to buy it for you. Then you'd appraise it way, way low. That was your way of getting it cheap.
Mr. Regan, a statement of that kind had better be backed up with proof.
Well, that'll be easy. Who else knew the value of the ceramics pieces? You had tough luck, Wilkins. My client Annabelle saw the sale. She bought the giraffe. That was worth $5,000, too. You had to sell it to her for $50, only you had Sam tag her and heist it from her. That way you got both pieces.
Mr. Regan, if the ceramic pieces are valuable, as you say, there might be a handy profit in their resale. That could be divided, eh?
You don't have to pay off, Wilkins. I'm already in debt to you.
I don't know that I understand that.
3 saps on the head you sent me by Murphy. And now it's my turn to pay you back, Wilkins. With interest. That cleaned it up. I took Wilkins to police headquarters where they had some questions to ask him regarding embezzlement. Murphy? He was in the morgue. Sam? Well, he came out of hiding when he read the papers. He jumped backwards when Murphy rapped me on the head on the pier, fallen into the Pacific Ocean. Sam never could do things right. Annabelle got her blue giraffe back, and the next morning, I dropped into the Lion Detective Bureau office. Anthony J. was too busy to notice me.
9, 3, 1.
Lion.
Oh, it's you, Jeffrey. Can't talk. Save my voice. Let me see now. 7, 3. Yeah. Hello? I seem to have the wrong number.
Lion, the case is over.
Yeah, I know that, Jeffrey. Now, don't bother me, my boy. Yes. You...
Lion, I located the mug with the Sunset 931 phone number last night.
17. Yes, of course you did, Jeffrey. Now, where was I? Sunset 9317.
I phoned you this morning and told you how the case came out.
Oh, no answer. Jeffrey, will you please go away and leave me? I mustn't raise my voice like this. Leave me alone.
All right, Fatso, what's the pitch?
It's already 9:45.
So?
But I have to reach her by 10.
Reach her?
She's leaving the house then. Oh, Jeffrey. She had the most beautiful voice over the telephone last night.
You mean you found a dame last night when you were phoning the Sunset 931 numbers, and she...
Yeah, Jeffrey. But, Jeffrey, I can't remember which Sunset 931 number it was. Now, where was I? Oh, no!
Now what?
You made me forget where I was. Now I'll have to start dialing those Sunset 931 combinations all over again.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. One puff won't tell you. One sniff won't tell you. It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel mildness test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Berle of Homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle?
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Bye. Well, what can I do for it? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a peach, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair. Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious. He seems to be. See if you can revive him, Salvador. A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident. Ah, such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your nuts for you, Salvador. Diamond. Diamond. He is very out. Well, here, Salvador. Try this pitcher of water. Wait. I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet, and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching.
You see, Salvador, it's just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused. Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador.
Sure.
But keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
That's enough, Salvador. It's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's going to be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. Do you understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This can get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I bet your name's Wharton.
Well, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Then you wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
Well, it's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
And you think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam.
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another 1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise artists had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, private sleuth.
Well, Sergeant Otis, private sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh.
Well, hello, Rick. Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walter, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to him. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alter was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alter.
Well, now I know why Alter needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Well, the coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alter?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah. The warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Hey, those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My two playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, Yuki! He's like Lenore. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador. Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day in, day out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
There
he goes! Get him, Salvador!
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Yuki.
Well, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy, but there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, well, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold, looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I met someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that looked like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangi, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a 2-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A peasant.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't even have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All, meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, and my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
Mm-hmm. But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
A cheap hood, record, named Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen, and
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up, the three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Then, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. You'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. Mm-hmm. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unsilent butler. And now, the case of the unsilent butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action. What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conrad, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyons?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conrad will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers?
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents, and I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out a method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons, I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
A gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth
$100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyon.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fellow named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Waring's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is that the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
What's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler?
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. What did I tell you? Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike, suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Mm-hmm. Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
Well, how do I know that?
Hmm?
Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Waring. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Oh, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm. All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, well, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
Have you got a tail on him, Jess?
Well, help me, Mike. The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
The private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
Well, you're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detector then.
Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard.
Don't you worry about me, Mr. Waring. I'd look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
It's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but
That's
he wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
I haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
What do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Sit down,
No,
huh?
I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
Well, but this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh.
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
Mm-hmm. You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him, tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
That don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone him from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket, starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That you, Warren?
So sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Oh, look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped. What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Warren. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
Now, back to the Adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now, in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Warren? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah.
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
Only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Well, now listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Warren.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? You just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
No, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Hey, wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Warren...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Now, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife in his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
He's in the oil business, too. Though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course.
He prospects for oil on his own, what we call a wildcatter. And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Well, why?
Isn't that obvious?
Well, no. Who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
You sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You've got your nerve.
Well, I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
Well, he couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman. I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
So what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned about finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
Are you accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyons.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lion.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of $100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
Now, back to the Adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler petroleum detector?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers. You understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a quiz kid.
Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Waring? Waring. Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want. He killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who are you calling?
Carl Conrad.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. It's time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conrad?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conrad. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conrad. Conrad! Well, he hung up.
Forget the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no, there's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason, except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model. But by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you'd have sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. That's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you've got it. The Butler petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to. With Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So
when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model, not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. The man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
Well, you don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
National Insurance Company, good morning.
Mr. Adams, please.
Mr. Adams, one moment, please.
Adams speaking.
Yes, Mr. Adams, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Adams. This is John Rodney.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Where are you calling from?
Terre Haute this time, but I got here too late. Jim Gary worked here all right, but that was 3 years ago.
Oh, too bad. Any idea where he went, though?
It seems he went on from here to Birmingham. He must have still had the jewels with him. They never turned up here. I'll phone you again from Birmingham. Hello, Mr. Adams. This is Rodney in Birmingham.
Oh, yes, Rodney. Any luck?
Well, he's not in Birmingham, but he was 6 months ago. Seems he was mixed up in a shooting here similar to the killing in Omaha 6 years ago.
Another jewel case, eh?
No, not this time. No jewels were taken.
Well, where to now, or are you giving up?
I'm never going to give up, Mr. Adams. I'll find him.
But how will you know him when you do? You still have no positive identification.
Well, I may get it. I just found out that he had a grandmother in Greensboro. If she's still alive, maybe she can tell me something about him. I'll phone you again from there. Hello, Mr. Adams?
Yes?
This is Rodney in Greensboro.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Did you find Jim Gary's grandmother?
Yeah, I found her all right.
Good.
But she couldn't tell me much about him. She's old, very feeble, practically can't see.
I hope you didn't tell her that her grandson is wanted for robbery and murder.
No, I couldn't. I said I was an old school friend of his. And we got a break, Mr. Adams. She gave me a picture of him.
A picture? That's the one thing we've needed all these years. Good work, Rodney.
Thanks. But that isn't all. His grandmother says the last she heard of him, he was in New York. She thinks he's still there. I'm taking a plane out of here this afternoon. I think I'll find him at last, Mr. Adams.
It won't be easy, Rodney. New York is a big city.
Yeah, but I got Jim Gary's picture now. And I've trailed him for 5 years without it. If he isn't in New York, I'll find him somewhere else. I'll never give up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Jody, I have to hide behind that newspaper all afternoon. Can't you talk to me a little? I'm lonesome.
What do you mean you're lonesome, Jean? Don't I sit home with you all day?
Yeah, with a newspaper in front of your face. That's charming, isn't it? You read all day and you're never home at night.
No? Wasn't that too bad? What do we do for money if I stayed home 24 hours a day? Where do you think your clothes come from? The 5 and 10?
quit it,
The
will
kind
you?
of work I do pays good money, and I do a good job, too.
All right.
Where was I? Hey, there's something in the paper here about the job I did night before last.
Yes, I know. I saw it. An old man was killed in that fire, Joe.
So? Was that my fault?
You set the fire.
Come here, you.
Joe, let go of me.
I ought to do more than slap you. And I will next time you say that out loud.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to.
You don't mean to do a lot of things.
Look, Joe, I don't have to take a beating from you. I know too much about you, who you are and where you're from.
You.
Don't you hit me again, Joe, ever. You're a professional firebug and a murderer, and I can prove it, too. I can tell the police all about you and your past.
Let me tell you something about your future, baby. You're the only one in the world who knows who I really am, and that's no good. I'd forget it if I were you, and quick. Before people forget you ever lived, baby.
Get that alarm box number, will you, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Probably not for us. But you can never tell where that firebug's going to strike next.
It's box 234, Lieutenant. Not in our district. Wonder if the police will ever catch that nut, Lieutenant, huh?
I think they will. There's a man killed in that fire night before last. He'll get the guy who set that fire and get him for murder, too.
Well, I sure hope to get him soon. Hey, look who's coming into the firehouse. It's our old friend Blackie.
And my friend Mary Wesley. Hello there, fool.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Wesley, how are you? It's been so long since you and Blackie been down here, I was afraid maybe you preferred police headquarters.
Oh, there's more excitement here, but more fun down there when Inspector Faraday starts talking. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Blackie. Miss Wesley.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, the phone bill. Get it, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Having a lot of trouble with that firebug, Lieutenant?
Yeah, plenty, Blackie. But the police won't let him run loose long.
I hope not.
What? Yeah, you bet. Hey, Lieutenant, fire in a rooming house at 624 Cannon Street. Big one.
Bill, ring the verbal alarm button. So long, Miss Wesley.
Goodbye.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. So long, Lieutenant.
So long, Blackie.
Hey, Lieutenant, the alarm was sent in from box 454. That's in the corner near 624 Cannon Street, all right?
Well, let's get out.
All right, you guys.
Come on, get a move on you fellas. Driver at 624 Cutter Street. Wow, outside and stop traffic. Quick. Smith, turn on that flashlight. Come on, get out. Get out.
Blackie, why do we have to stop by your apartment when it would be much more fun going by that fire on Kenner Street?
There are 3 reasons, Mary. It's against the law to follow fire engines. I have to pick up my mail, and we have a theater date in 45 minutes.
Oh, but I just love fires.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. You want the firebug they're looking for, are you?
Well,
No, on second thought, you don't look at... Say, what's this on the floor?
looks like a piece of paper.
It's not only a piece of paper, it's a note. From the doorman that just went off duty.
Harry doesn't trust anyone with messages for you, does he? What's this one about?
It doesn't seem to be anything important. Mr. John Rodney was here to see me. He says I can get in touch with him at 624 Kenner Street.
Who's John Rodney?
I don't know. Never heard of him. There's certainly something familiar about that address, 624 Kenner Street.
Blackie, that's where the fire is.
That's right, Mary. Huh. There's a fire at 624 Kenner Street, and I get a note to meet a man at that address. The coincidence is a little too much.
Too much what?
Too much coincidence. And too much to ignore. Come on, Mary. We're going to that fire.
But I thought it was against the law.
It is, but if the police say anything, we'll tell them that they were there by invitation.
Here comes the salvage crew, Inspector Faraday. A lot it'll have to salvage, Lieutenant. That house is just about gone. Yeah, I'm afraid it is, Inspector. Probably another arson job, too. I wouldn't doubt it. We've got to get that firebug and get him fast. Sure wish we could. This is the 5th fire in the last 2 weeks. And in every one, the building's been almost a total loss. Yeah, and in that fire the night before last, a man died. Any fatalities this time? Not that we know of yet. This was a rooming house. The landlord gave us a list of boarders. Yeah. So far, they all been accounted for, with the exception of... Hey, who's in that car just pulled up? I don't know, but he better get out of here. Hey, you, keep moving. Get that car out of here before...
Faraday, at last they've got you directing traffic.
Blackie, no, it can't be. Blackie, don't I have enough trouble now?
You know that much?
No.
Now, don't burn up, Faraday. The fire department is busy enough already. Hello there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Blackie. Beat it, Blackie.
Oh, no, Inspector. Mary and I have an invitation to this fire, and she decided to watch it from the car.
Well, you watch it from your car, too. Only park it on the other side of town.
Oh, now, Faraday, you wouldn't spoil any fun of mine, would you? I just love fire engines. It's all right with you if I hang around, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I suppose so. Nothing to see anymore, though, Blackie. We have the fire about under control.
Why did you have Faraday here, Lieutenant? Just for laughs?
You know very well why I'm here, Blackie. There's a firebug loose in this town, and a man was killed in that fire the night before last. So I'm looking for a killer. Who invited you here?
Well, Faraday, somebody left me a note telling me to come to this address.
The firebug sent it, I suppose.
No, I doubt that. It was from a man named John Rodney. Do you know him?
Now, Blackie, did you say John Rodney?
Yes, he lived here, didn't he?
This was a boarding house. A lot of people lived here. And one of them was a John Rodney. I have a list of all the tenants in the building. They're all accounted for except one. And the only one missing is John Rodney.
Police department.
Let me speak to the officer in charge. Hurry.
What do you want to speak to him about, lady?
It's important. It's about those fires.
Huh? The one set by the firebug?
Yes. Now may I speak to him,
Just
please?
a minute, lady. I'll connect you with the head of the homicide department, Inspector Faraday. Yes?
Inspector Faraday, this is Jean Marsh. I know who's setting those fires, and I have proof, too.
Yeah? How do you know all these things?
Well, there isn't time to tell you. Come to 1414 Well Road, and I'll... Oh.
You're what?
Well, I'll explain all about it. You see, it's not as simple as you think.
Look, you know who the firebug is, or don't you?
Yes, I mean, no, not exactly. I'm not sure. I'll have to think it over a little more. Goodbye. Oh.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Joe. I didn't hear you come in.
I know you didn't.
You've been here long?
Long enough.
Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry. So am I. I'm sorry you got something to be sorry about. You were calling the cops about me, weren't you?
Yes, but I didn't...
I heard what you told them. And believe me, you're going to be plenty sorry I did, baby.
And now back to Boston Blackie. John Rodney, insurance investigator, uncovers a picture of fugitive Jim Gary and feels that his 5-year search for the culprit is nearing an end. On his arrival in New York, he takes a room at 624 Kenner Street, then sends a note to Boston Blackie to meet him at that address. A firebug is loose in the city, however, and by the time Blackie gets to 624 Kenner Street, the rooming house is in flames, and Rodney is missing. It is the next morning now, and as we return to our story, the missing Rodney is phoning his own office.
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Yes, this is Adams.
This is Rodney, Mr. Adams, reporting from New York.
Oh, yes, Rodney. How are things going? Any trace of Jim Gary?
Well, not exactly. I want to report that I've been burned out of my room at 624 Kenner Street.
Burned out?
Yeah, last night the whole house went up in flames. Oh, I'm okay. Only I got a tough break about Gary's picture.
What do you mean? What's happened to the picture?
Well, it was lost in the fire.
What?
Definitely lost. My papers and extra clothing along with it.
Well, better send me a report on the fire in as much detail as you can. We'll want it for the files.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just finished typing it up. I'll mail it to you this afternoon.
Good. Well, keep me posted, Rodney.
And don't worry, Mr. Adams. Picture or no picture, I'll get Jim Gary.
Well, good luck to you, Rodney.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. You sent for me, Mr. Rodney?
Oh, yeah, I did, but that was yesterday.
I know, but there was a fire at your address last night, and you weren't at home. And it's taken me until now to find you.
Well, glad that you did. I was just about to call you.
Oh, then you still want to see me, huh?
Well, I just wanted to explain that note of last night. You see, I did have a reason to talk to you then. I had a photograph I wanted to show you.
A photograph? Well, why did you want to show it to me?
Well, I understand you know almost everybody in this town, and I had a picture of a fellow, Jim Gary, wanted in Omaha for murder and robbery 6 years ago.
But why can't you show me the picture now?
It was lost in the fire last night.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
You don't know how bad. It was my only clue to his identity. The only picture, too.
Don't the police have his fingerprints?
No. And I'm not working with the police. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh.
The police gave up the murder trail 5 years ago, but the jewels Gary stole have never shown up.
I see. You think he stashed them somewhere?
Yeah, we're sure that he has. And we're trying to recover them for the claim we paid on them.
And you've been trying for 5 years?
Ever since I've been with the company. And just when I might have been near him, that firebug sets my rooming house ablaze. What a break.
Well, what makes you think the firebug set that fire?
Well, the police think it was the work of a firebug. Don't you?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it was Jim Gary.
Hey, Hey, it could be, yeah. I got to town only yesterday, but I did ask a few questions around. Say, maybe one of Gary's cronies got to him and told him I was here with a picture.
And he set fire to your rooming house to destroy the picture. It's very simple.
Yeah, you're right, Blackie. I'd better put that in the report I'm making to my company. I want them to be as convinced as I am that I'm close to Gary now. I don't want them to tell me to quit after 5 years.
You're not blaming the firebug in your report, then, but Jim Gary.
Yeah. Would you like to see my report?
Yes, it would.
Here it is.
Thanks. Uh-huh. Fire of obvious incendiary origin. Small frame house went fast. Fire started in second floor corridor just outside northwest room. Papers carrying stories of firebug at work in city. You're going to add the part about Gary, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, still going to be a tough job finding Jim Gary, whatever he calls himself now. This is a big city.
I know that, Blackie, but I spent 5 years tracing that guy, and now I'm positive I've caught up with him. And I'm not leaving here either until he leaves with me.
Joe, what are you doing? Something wrong with your gun?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It works. I just want to be sure everything's okay when my car gets here.
Joe, couldn't
Relax, baby. Relax. Like I've been telling you, I heard what you told the cops on the phone. I just can't take any more chances with you. So when the car comes, we'll take a ride in the country.
Joe, you really mean it? You're really going to do this to me?
Sorry, baby, but I have to. I just can't trust you anymore. Right, there's the car now. Come on, get your hat on.
All right.
Wearing a cute one, huh?
Do you mind?
Wish you wouldn't. You look too pretty in it.
Well, then maybe...
It's not going to make any difference. Come on, now get your coat on and hurry.
I'm hurrying. Fast as I can.
Oh, yeah? You're taking your own sweet time.
Wouldn't you, in a spot like this?
No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't take it as calm as you either. You sure are taking this calm. Yeah, I got to give you credit, baby. You really don't seem scared.
I'm not.
No? See this gun?
Uh-huh.
One wacky move, and I'll let you have it here, and we'll forget about the ride. Now, come on, you got your coat on. Let's go. And take that pocketbook of yours with you. I don't want it around here.
Joe, please.
Come on, quit stalling.
Joe, you are serious. You are going to kill me.
You were serious when you called the cops. Come on, let's get it over with.
Sure, Joe. We'll get it over with right now.
What do you mean we'll get it over with? Oh. Gee, baby. That wasn't right. That's not the way I planned it. Where'd you get the gun?
From my pocketbook. The one you made me pick up.
Open up! Open up in there! This is Inspector Faraday.
Just a moment.
What's going on in here?
Oh. You got here a little too late, Inspector. There's your firebug lying on the floor. I think he's dead.
You shot him, huh?
With this gun. Here, take it.
Okay.
And take me with it. I was afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me. You see, I killed him in self-defense.
Blackie, this is Jean Marsh.
How do you do, Miss Marsh?
She just shot and killed a man she claims is the firebug.
How do you know he was the firebug, Miss Marsh?
First, because he told me so, Blackie. But I knew it before he told me. I heard him talking on the phone, arranging to set the fires.
On the phone with whom?
The people who owned the buildings. They wanted the insurance money for their properties. And they paid him well.
Name the fires your husband set, Mrs. Marsh.
Well,
you were the firebug's wife?
Yes.
Oh.
I'd be his late wife if I hadn't had a gun in my purse.
Yes. We know all about that, Mrs. Marsh. Your self-defense plea will hold up. We found your husband with a gun still in his hand. Now, tell us what fires your husband set.
The one on Oak Street last week, that office building.
Uh-huh.
That abandoned hotel 2 nights later.
Yeah?
That garage on Sunday.
What about the one a couple of nights ago where that man was killed?
Yeah, he set that one, too. He even bragged about what a good job it was.
Mrs. Marsh, if you knew your husband was setting these fires last week, why did you wait until today to phone the police?
Well, he'd never killed anyone in a fire until the last one. Began to work on me, my husband a murderer. I couldn't let him go on and maybe kill someone else.
But you did let him set that fire at 624 Kenneth Street last night.
No, he didn't set that one.
How do you know?
Well, he wasn't working last night. He always told me when he did a job.
Your husband didn't set that fire on Kenneth Street last night?
That's what she said, Faraday.
Well, if he didn't, who did?
I know who did. Jim Gary.
Jim Gary. Who's he?
A man wanted for murder and robbery in Omaha 6 years ago, being sought by John Rodney, an insurance investigator.
The same John Rodney who had a room at Kenneth Street?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is now, don't you?
Sure. We found him in a hotel this morning. So this Gary set fire to that house on Kenneth Street. Why?
To destroy the only picture of Jim Gary in existence. Rodney had it in his room on Kenneth Street, and Gary knew it. Mrs. Marsh, your husband's real name wasn't Gary, was it?
No, Blackie. Marsh was his real name.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've known Joe since he was 16. We went to school together right here in the city. Joe never even been in Omaha.
It's too bad. For a minute, I thought I'd found Rodney's Jim Gary for him.
I don't know anyone in this town named Gary, or anyone in town wanted in Omaha for anything.
You wouldn't. But Gary's here, I'm positive. And so is Rodney. Now, if you...
Wait a minute. Yeah?
Inspector Faraday?
Yes?
This is Lieutenant Barnes of the fire department.
Oh, yes.
You asked for a report on that fire on Kenneth Street. Well, the building just cooled down enough for us to make an investigation.
Good. Did you find anything?
Nothing we didn't suspect in the first place. It was incendiary, all right. Started in the hallway on the second floor. No trace of who started it, though.
Okay, Chief. I've got some news for you, but I'll call you back. Thanks for the report.
No trouble. Bye.
Bye. Well, Blackie, the fire department finally got into that house on Kenneth Street and found out it was arson.
Yes, I heard the conversation. Well, guess Rodney was right in his report. See you later.
Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
Well, all of a sudden, I know exactly where to find the man Rodney is looking for. Hello, Rodney.
Well, Blackie, come in.
Thanks.
What are you all smiles about?
I have some good news for you, Rodney.
Oh, you have? Oh, about Jim Gary?
I think so.
Well, it's nice to get some encouragement. Inspector Faraday down at headquarters says I'll never find Gary, even if I look for him another 5 years.
Faraday's been wrong about a lot of things, a lot of times.
Well, I know he's wrong about this. Oh, maybe I am sort of temporarily stopped by the loss of that picture in the fire last night, but I'll find Gary just the same, because I'm never going to stop looking for him.
I know you're not, Rodney, and I'm going to help you find him, too.
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate that. But maybe you'll run out of patience, Blackie. I may be looking for him for a long time.
You don't have to look for him, Rodney, because you're the man you're looking for. You're Jim Gary. Surprised?
Yeah.
Do you know how I know you're Jim Gary?
Do you know I am?
Yes. Now, I'll tell you how I know. That report on the fire you sent to your company. You revealed the origin of the fire in that report.
Yeah, I did.
Too bad you did, Rodney. Or maybe I should start calling you Gary now. Because you filed your report this morning, and it wasn't until this afternoon the building cooled off enough for the fire department to go into it.
Oh, I see.
No, I see. You had no way of knowing where that fire started unless you started it yourself. And I know why you started it yourself. To destroy the last bit of evidence that you were Jim Gary, the man you've been looking for.
You're very clever, Blackie. I want to congratulate you.
And I want to warn you, Gary, don't reach for anything, a gun, a knife, or anything to throw at me. This gun of mine throws bullets awful fast.
Really?
Yes. Just don't try anything.
No. I'm not going to try anything, Blackie. But I don't think I'm going anywhere with you.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
No, Blackie. I don't think so. You're right about everything but one. I'm not coming with you.
Oh, but you are.
Oh, Blackie, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've taken poison.
Gary. Gary. What a guy he must have been. He just couldn't stand being himself.
Blackie, my name is Adams. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh, yes, Adams. I think your man Rodney mentioned you a couple of times. You were his boss, I think.
Yes, I'm the one who gave him his job with the company. He was a clever man, Blackie.
Yes, he was. Getting a job, looking for himself, was a swell idea.
He was clever and he was patient. He waited almost a year and proved himself to be a good investigator before he asked to be put on the Jim Gary case. And he seemed to be so resourceful that we put him on that one case exclusively.
Getting that photograph of himself from his grandmother was certainly a stroke of genius. That was the last possible clue to his real identity. He didn't destroy it then because he was afraid his grandmother might report that she'd given him the picture.
Yes, that's right.
Were you suspicious when he reported that the picture had been lost in the fire?
Not a bit. I trusted the man implicitly. That man was a marvel, Blackie.
Yes, he was brilliant, all right. But like all men whose minds are twisted, Jim Gary couldn't take it when things were turned against him.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company.
Oh, hi, Harry. What's on your mind?
I have a case for you, a very important one.
Good. Tell me about it.
John, did you ever hear of Laird Douglas of Heatherscote?
Lord, who... Say that slowly, will you?
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote.
Sorry, I left my kilts and bagpipes on the other side of the drink.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, feeling real sharp this morning. But what about this Laird Douglas something or other?
Can you come down here to Philadelphia and see me?
I hate to be so blunt about it, old boy, but what's in it for me?
A nice retainer fee in any event.
Well, good.
And, of course, expenses and your regular commission if anything happens to Laird Douglas.
Of Heatherscote.
Why, yes.
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Oh, John.
Yeah?
Come down by plane, will you? The first one you can get.
Urgent, huh?
Yes, John. Very.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Harry Branson at the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter, whoever Laird Douglas is, and whether investigation is the proper term at this point, who knows? In any event, well... Expense account item 1, $22.50, air transportation and miscellaneous, Hartford to New York to Philadelphia. For a change, I decided to stay at the Benjamin Franklin, not only because it was convenient to Harry Branson's office on Walnut Street, that is the office of Philly Mutual Liability and Casualty, but because I'd heard it was a nice hotel. It was. And it was convenient to everything else in the center of town. Theaters, good restaurants, nice stores, even a nightclub. Well, anyhow, when I got to my room, I found a half dozen urgent messages that Harry had called. Pretty good indication that his lordship, Douglas or at least this case, was pretty important. So instead of bothering to unpack, I had the bellboy dump my luggage, tipped him, and was standing there debating whether I'd better forego a quick shower and change of clothes when the phone rang.
Johnny Dollar.
John, didn't you get my messages? Why haven't you called? I've been waiting to hear from you. What's wrong?
Hey, take it easy, Harry. I just this minute got in.
Oh, well, I hope you're coming right on over here to my office.
What's the matter? Something happened to this client of yours?
No, not yet.
But being you're expecting the worst, huh? And look, you still haven't told me a thing about this emergency, or whatever you want to call it.
John, it is an emergency because of the time element. You see, why do we waste time on the phone?
Well, this was your call, not mine.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll be waiting for you.
And Harry, I'll be there. Still knowing nothing whatsoever about what was going on, I decided I'd better be prepared for anything. So I slipped a 38 Colt out of my bag and took it along. Expense account item 2, 65 cents, cab fare. I've said it before when I handled the Amerigo case for him. Harry Branson is a good insurance man, but a worrywart. So I kind of hoped he was making the usual mountain out of the usual molehill this time. However, when my cab pulled up in front of his office building, he was standing waiting on the sidewalk out front. Hey, I keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
John, what took you so long?
Huh?
Thank goodness you're here.
Harry, what are you doing out here? Lose your office or just forget the key?
I almost wish I had. John, we have a problem. A serious one.
Yeah, with Laird Douglas of,
Heatherscote. He's up in my office now.
Yeah, sounds like international intrigue. Has Scotland declared war on us or something?
This is no time for levity. He's up in the office now, and you must take over immediately. It's a very serious situation. Come.
Okay. Oh, now, what's it all about? Has Laird Douglas died and... Oh, no, you said he was up in your office. And I'm sure you don't mean just his body.
Yes, he's there, with Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten.
Kelly Van... Huh? Are you kidding?
I certainly am not. You see, she insists that you act as his bodyguard.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry.
Unfortunately, or rather fortunately for you, 13th floor, please.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, I said 13th floor, operator. Please, quickly.
Yes, sir.
So, Harry?
Young man, will you please start this elevator immediately?
Gotta wait for the signal, sir.
Signal? This is an emergency. Take off. Immediately.
Emergency?
Yes, it involves Laird Douglas of Heatherscote.
Oh, well, sure, if it's... Who?
Good man.
Okay. Now, you were saying, Harry...
Was I?
Unfortunately something.
Oh, yes, of course. Fortunately for you, she was quite cognizant of the fact...
Who was cognizant?
Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten. She knew about the excellent work you did for us in connection with the Ricardo Amerigo case not long ago. Excellent detective work, she called it.
13th floor.
You remember the case, Ricardo, the concert violinist who disappeared, presumably
Yeah,
murdered.
I remember.
And your almost intuitive deduction that he wasn't dead at all, but had merely staged the whole thing to make it look as the...
Harry...
oh, yes, of course.
13th floor.
You mean Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van...
Excuse me, mister, but I'm getting signals from the other floors.
Quite right, you should. As I started to say, John, she is one of our biggest personal policy holders.
Good. But hadn't we better get into your office and meet her?
Oh, yes, but I want you to know about the personal premiums. Alone, they run to something over $20,000 a year.
Mister, please.
Well, she is an important client.
Yes, and that's why I
Mister, will you
I didn't
please?
hesitate to accede to her request that you be called in on this case. I called you, and here you are.
Mister, please.
Oh, well, get us up to the... Oh, we're here. Why didn't you tell us? Come, John.
Mister, if I was to tell you what I'd like to,
My office is right this way, John. Come, please.
Hey, look, you better calm down, Harry, and give me the dope on this case right from the beginning.
Yes, I'd better. All right. Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten is a very important client, has been for years.
So you said. But there are a lot of things you haven't said, like what has she got to do with this Laird Douglas character, and why is he so important?
It's this way, John. The policy on him runs to $5,000. No double indemnity, which is good. As a matter of fact, the policy on him was purely a favor to Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten. You know, considering such short life expectancy and all.
No, I don't know. Is he in his dotage or something?
Well, hardly. Or are you being facetious again?
But you said... Hey, how old is he?
His birthday is next month, May 7th, to be exact. He'll be 4 years old.
4?
That's right.
Short life expectancy?
Of course. You see, John...
Wait a minute. Some horrible disease or something, huh? What's the matter with him?
John, you wanted this from the beginning, so I'll give it to you from the beginning.
Okay, but Harry,
if it hadn't been for Mrs. Van Pyten's own policies totaling something in the neighborhood of $500,000, more in fact,
Harry,
why, we'd never have written the one on Lord Douglas of Heatherscote. So, now we've cleared that up.
Harry, we passed your office 3 or 4 doors ago.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But as I'm sure you understand, I wanted to give you some of the background before you talk with Mrs. Van Pyten. After all, you asked for it.
Yes, I guess I did. But what you've given me so far has landed me smack dab in the department of utter confusion. And I'm beginning to think maybe I have company.
Oh? Where? Who?
Right here. You, Harry. Now look. Why don't we quietly stroll into your office and let me get the whole thing from Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten herself? Or better still, from Laird Douglas Douglas.
But you couldn't. Of course not.
What?
At least not from him.
Why not?
John, will you please stop joking?
Who's joking?
This is serious business, very.
Look, Harry.
Yes?
There is one thing I'd like to talk over before we go in to see him. Them, somebody.
Yes?
Well, apparently the life and or welfare of this Laird Douglas Douglas is in danger.
Oh, no doubt about it, no doubt about it. I thought I'd made that very clear to you.
Yeah, well, you said you've written only a $5,000 policy on him.
That's right, $5,000. And purely as a...
Yeah, I know all about that. Now, look, I don't want to seem crass about it, Harry, but my commission, if anything were to happen to him, wouldn't amount to a hill of beans.
Which is precisely why I told you you will be paid a retainer while you're on the case. A most generous one.
A generous one? By you?
By Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten.
How much?
Well, John, now mind you, this may not require your services for more than a week or so. As bodyguard, that is.
How much?
And, of course, she has authorized an expense account.
Ah.
But, mind you, John, not the usual kind that you seem to have the knack of piling up beyond all reason. Clearly, a completely honest, legitimate accounting...
Harry, how much?
But as a matter of cold fact, I have assured her that it will total no more than the amount of the retainer she is prepared to pay you. Any more than that, and, well, you'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Harry, how much is this retainer to be, if I take the case?
I might even go so far... $750 per week, or fraction thereof, and I am sure you will agree that... What's the matter, John?
$750 a week, plus expenses, when there's only a $5,000 policy involved?
That's right.
But if this 4-year-old Laird Douglas of...
Heather Scott.
Yeah, if he's only worth a $5,000 policy... And what was that crack about short life expectancy?
John, I told you he is already 4 years old.
Oh, look, start all over again, will you, Harry?
Yes. No, on second thought, perhaps you were right. Perhaps you'd better get the details directly from Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten.
I know. Now, look, Harry, I think I'd better get it from somebody.
Incidentally, John, you understand, of course, that your services will be required only during the affair at Bala-Kinwood, and not 1 minute thereafter.
No, I don't understand. What's Bala-Kinwood?
Out around Westchester, outside the city, one of the suburbs. Very nice suburb, too. That is where Laird Douglas...
Of Heatherscote.
Yes, John, that is where he will appear.
And you or Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten, or both, if you think his life will be in danger.
Exactly. Oh, John, I knew you were just joking me all the time.
I wish I knew.
Here we are, and everything will be clear.
Yeah.
Oh, thank heavens, dear Mr. Branson. I was afraid something had happened to you. You were gone so long, you really had me quite worried.
Well, I'm so sorry, but I had hoped to tell Mr. Dollar something of this affair, and I'm afraid we loitered on the way up. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten, this is Mr. John Dollar.
Oh, you wonderful, wonderful man. I'm so glad that you've agreed to take on this assignment. You see, Laird Douglas means everything to me, and I have the utmost confidence in you. I'm sure Laird Douglas will, too.
Well, thank you very much. But where is he?
Why, yes, Mrs. Van Pyten, what's happened to him?
Oh, don't worry, my dear. He's all right. But after all, he is so temperamental. I fear he got a bit impatient waiting for you, and I know you'll forgive him. You will, won't you?
Yes, of course, but where is he?
He's asleep, Mr. Branson, in your inner office. He sat down in your chair and fell fast asleep. Oh, if I could only relax that way. But you must meet him, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I'd certainly like to.
Of course you would, and I know he'll want to meet you. Gently now. Oh, good, he's awake.
Oh, no. That's Laird...
Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. This is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Hey!
Oh,
John!
Hey! Douglas,
Harry,
no!
somebody!
Let go of Mr. Dollar's leg. Douglas, dear! Douglas!
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's, intriguing Well, tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow? Well, I've handled some pretty doggy cases in my time, but never as a pooch's bodyguard. But suddenly this one begins to smell much too strongly of murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ray Rowland, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Ray.
Just got your message. What are you doing in Philadelphia?
Oh, a case for Philly Mutual Liability and Casualty, and I may need your help. What do you know about Laird Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote?
Why, he's one of Scotland's finest. Wait a minute. That's your case?
Yep.
Insurance?
And bodyguard. How's about lunch?
Johnny, have you met his lairdship?
Yeah, and I nearly lost a leg doing it.
Oh, then you know.
Yeah, I know. Oh, shut up.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company in connection with my investigation, or rather my involvement in the Laird Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote matter. And I wish I'd had some idea of what I was getting into before I ever left Hartford. But it's too late now. Expense account item 3, $39.50. One pair of slacks. For within a few minutes of my arrival in Philadelphia, Harry Branson of Philly Mutual buttonholed me and dragged me up to his office to meet two important clients he had. First was Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton.
Oh, you wonderful, wonderful man. I am so glad that you've agreed to take on this assignment. Laird Douglas Douglas means everything to me, and I have the utmost confidence in you. I'm sure Laird Douglas will, too.
And then came... Well, Mrs. Van Pyton made the introduction.
Laird Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote, this is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Huh? Oh, no. Holy jumping...
Douglas, oh, no, you mustn't do that.
Oh, my.
Douglas,
Oh, dear, good heavens.
Get on your own chair,
Douglas,
Harry. This
no,
one's taken.
no.
Sorry, John, sorry.
Down, Douglas, down. There, dear, that's the boy. That's a nice boy.
That
Yes,
is
now.
Laird Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote?
Yes, isn't he adorable? He's so playful. He was really just playing, you know. There, dear, come now.
Harry.
Yes, John?
This is the client you called me all the way down from Hartford to see?
Yes, John, yes. $7.50 a week, practically unlimited expense account.
Oh, dear, just look at your trousers, Mr. Dollar.
I don't need to, thanks. I can feel the draft.
But you'll need new ones. Here. And I insist you let me pay for it. Down, Douglas, down. Here, Mr. Dollar. Will $100 be enough?
Gee.
No, here, 150. I can see those were very, very nice.
Well, you see what I mean, John?
Here, please, now I insist you take it. And if it isn't enough...
No, thanks. That's plenty. But now, Harry, you listen to me.
John, I know what you're going to say, but as I explained to you on the way up here to my office...
You explained plenty, but not nearly enough.
But I tried. I really tried.
I think you and I had better have a quiet little talk, Harry, and the sooner the better.
Oh, boys, please, can't you do that another time? Please come down from those chairs so Mr. Dollar can meet Douglas and we can make all the arrangements. Please?
Mrs. Van Pyten, that's precisely what I want to talk about.
You really look very funny up there. And see, Douglas does want so much to be friends with you.
Yeah, you sure it isn't a piece of my leg he wants?
Oh, no, of course not. Here, Mr. Dollar, just give him one of these biscuits. I have them specially baked for him. And he'll be your friend for life. Really?
Huh?
Here, now just come down and hand it to him.
Well...
He'll love you.
It's true, John, I know.
Yeah? Then what are you doing up on that chair?
I forgot, that's all. Nice, Douglas.
Huh?
Please, Mr. Dollar.
Well, all I hope is he doesn't forget.
That's right. Just hand it to him.
And that he knows which is biscuit and which is my hand. Here, boy. Here, boy. Now, take it easy, take it easy.
There, you see. Now he's your friend.
Well.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, sure is. Well, I'd better get back to my hotel and change, and Harry, I'll call you.
Oh, but we haven't made the definite arrangements yet, and I want you staying out at our place in Germantown, the Maples. It's a lovely little place, Mr. Dollar.
Well, much as I hate to say it, I'm not quite sure about taking this case.
I know. The money. Well, don't you worry about it. Not at all, not one bit. If you'd rather have $1,000 a week, that's what we'll make it. And I do wish
Mrs.
you'd let
Van
me
Pyten.
do more about these poor trousers. I know. Why don't you go straight over to Wanamaker's men's store and have them tailor you a whole suit? Wouldn't that be nice? You'd look lovely.
You've already given me more than enough to buy a suit.
That. Now just forget it. Now you have them make you anything you want and just charge it to me. Oh, and look! Douglas dear is licking your hand. I knew he'd like you.
Never underestimate the power of a woman, somebody once said. Or maybe they should have said never underestimate the power of a fast buck or $1,000. Anyhow, Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyten had set her heart on my handling this whole affair, and she simply wasn't to be denied. Couple that with a chance to pick up enough loot in a few days to, well, what would you do? And the darn mutt did take a liking to me. So, with Laird Douglas in my lap... Oh, he's a Scotty, by the way.
Scottish Terrier, Mr. Dollar. If you'll pardon my correcting you.
Sorry.
And it's all because of the show at Balakinwyd on Friday.
Bala where?
Balakinwyd, John.
Yes, Balakinwyd. Laird Douglas simply must win. Not only best of class, but best of show. And he will... if somebody doesn't interfere.
Oh, you think somebody might do something to Douglas here?
I'm sure of it, because it's been tried before.
You mean poison him or something like that?
Worse.
Oh?
Dope. Poison would let him die a hero, a martyr. But drugs would keep him from winning the show.
Oh, well, what makes you suspect somebody might try it?
As I said, it's been tried before.
Huh?
Last year and again a few days ago. And if Harrison R. Kenworthy thinks he can do it again, he's mistaken.
Then you know who did it before.
I refuse to divulge any names.
But you just said...
Mr. Dollar, I will not tell you. All I ask is that you watch over Laird Douglas until he has won the show. Oh, and if he does win, as I'm sure he will, I'll insist that you accept a nice bonus so you can see I'm very, very serious.
And so it went on for another half hour or so, and finally she left after I promised to pick up my bags at the hotel and move out to her joint in fashionable Germantown. I talked a few minutes longer with Harry Branson.
I'm so glad you've agreed to take this on, John. As I told you, Mrs. Van Pyten is the most important individual policyholder we have, and doing this favor for us...
Harry, it's not the Mutt Show at Balakinwyd or Laird Douglas or Mrs. Kelly Van Pyten or you I'm doing this for. It's purely love of the green stuff. Whew. That old dame must be really loaded.
John, she has so much money. She doesn't know how much she has. Industrial empire, that sort of thing.
All right. But, Harry, if word ever gets around in the trade that I came down here to play bodyguard to a mutt, so help me, I'll have your head.
Yes. But now hadn't you better go on out to the Maples?
Well, first I want to know about this Harrison R. Kenworthy she mentioned.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. She accused him of doping up her Scotty.
Well, she really doesn't know, and it's really quite complicated.
How do you mean?
Kenworthy owns a beautiful Kerry Blue Terrier, Lady O'Diddy's Roll-em-on Maine.
Holy cats, and no pun. Why can't they give an honest dog an honest name? Look, we'll call her Mimi. Go ahead.
Hi, dog lovers.
Ray, just in time. Meet Harry Branson, Ray Rowland.
Oh, we know each other.
Hello, Harry boy.
Mr. Rowland.
Sure, Harry called me in last year when these two dogs were at each other's
Of course,
throats.
he doesn't mean that literally, John. You see, Mr. Rowland is quite an authority on show animals.
I've held it against him for years, ever since school.
Well, there's no need to hold it against him
And
particularly.
I don't mean that literally.
Oh.
Well, John boy, so you came down to help yourself to a handful of dear Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton's coin. More power to you. I knew Harry would call you in on the case. Felt it in my bones. And, brother, you may be in deeper than you think.
Oh? What's that supposed to mean, Ray?
Has Harry told you about the villain of the piece, Harrison R. Kenworthy?
I was just starting to when you so rudely...
Yeah, well, Johnny, the whole setup is a riot, but just remember one thing.
Yeah?
A lot of people have been killed in riots.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
I'll tell you what he means.
Let
John.
me tell it, Harry. It would take you all day. Sorry, no offense.
All right.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Okay, Ballackinwood is the biggest event of the year in the doggy set, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton owns Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. Real fine Scotty.
Yeah, good teeth, see?
Hey, those pants are really gone. Anyhow, Harrison Kenworthy owns Lady O'Diddy's Roll-em-R Meme. Kerry Blue.
Mimi.
Huh?
I'd get indigestion trying to say that other name.
Okay, Mimi. They're two pretty good dogs, especially Mimi. International championship blood and all that. But Mimi's the better dog. Douglas won't stand a chance. I've tried to tell her this, but...
Well, go on.
Okay. Harrison Kenworthy loves Kelly Van Pyton, see?
Oh, loves her money.
Him? He's loaded, too. No, I think the old coot really loves her, and I think she loves him. Right, Harry?
Yes, I think I'm inclined to
Right,
agree.
but now get this.
Yeah?
She won't marry him until her Laird Douglas beats his Lady O'Diddy, Mimi, far and square at the Ballackinwood show. How do you like that?
Are you kidding?
Oh, no, John, it's an accepted fact.
Right. So what happens? For over a year
Wait a minute,
now,
Ray, wait a minute. If he really wants to marry her, why doesn't he just let her dog beat his?
And let her be one up on him right from the start? Never. No, boy, he'd never live it down. You don't know these people.
Well, this is about the craziest thing I ever heard of.
To you and me, sure, but to them it's deadly serious.
Are they in love with each other or with their dogs?
Well, it's not just love where the dogs are concerned, but pride, which is just about all a lot of these old lonely millionaires have to think about, to live for. Yea, sometimes even unto the 5th and 6th generations.
Yeah, okay, I'll take your word for it. But now she said something about her dog being doped at the show last year.
Oh, yes, John. You see, it was just a couple of days...
Right, just before the finals. It was an attempt to murder the dog with poison, but emergency care both times pulled Laird Douglas through.
She told me it was only some kind of a dope that was used.
Oh, sure. We kept the truth from her. You don't realize it, boy, but if that dog were to die, she would. Fact.
Oh, now, Ray.
Oh, yes, John, and the insurance company must keep that dog alive in order to obviate having to pay off...
Right.
After all, her policies amount to over
Right. It may sound absurd to you, Johnny, but it's no joke. As I said, you don't know these people.
But look, it still doesn't make any sense.
You just have to take my word for it, and it's happened right here in Philadelphia.
Yes, John, and we held the policy. It was an old lady...
Right,
named...
so there you have it.
Okay, I'll believe you. And so the finger points at Harrison R. Kenworth.
Well, she might like to think that, especially since she doesn't know that poison was used both times, but I don't. What's more, the police feel the same.
Oh, now, if you say police dogs, I'll slug you.
John, there are times when the sense of
right,
humor of
Harry,
yours...
dead right, and I do mean dead. No, in all seriousness, Johnny, if I were you, I'd duck out of this assignment.
Now, don't say that, Ray, unless John...
No, go ahead and say it. Something ought to start to make sense around here.
All right, listen. The reason I'm sure Harrison R. Kenworthy had nothing to do with the attempted poisonings, the reason the police were called in, the reason I think you ought to get out of this...
Get to the point, Ray.
On each occasion, Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton had a bodyguard attending Laird Douglas, in addition to the dog's governess and medicos and so on.
Get to the point.
Each time, in order for the poisoner to get to that dog...
Ray, please.
Each time, the bodyguard was murdered. Still want this case, Johnny? Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, the joke's no longer a joke. Especially when a killer trains his sights on me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Steve Howard, homicide. I found word to call you there at your hotel.
Right. I'm an insurance investigator, Lieutenant, and...
Yeah, I've heard of you. Can I help you?
Well, I understand you're the man who handled a murder case at the Bala-Kinwood dog show last year.
That's right. We're still working on it.
Oh, fine. Like to look over the setup for an attempted murder?
Oh? Of who?
Me.
Stay right there, Mr. Dollar.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter. And at this point, that name is no joke. Expense account item 3, 70 cents cab fare from the office of Harry Branson to my hotel. It was at Harry's office that I got the craziest assignment I'd ever taken. Bodyguard to Laird Douglas of Heatherscote, who turned out to be a dog. And I mean that literally. A purebred Scottish terrier who rated high enough in dogdom for somebody to make a couple of attempts on his life. Right now, it looked like somebody wanted me to be next.
What's all this talk about an attempt on your life?
Here, Lieutenant. Take a look at this handbag of mine.
Huh?
Wait, don't touch it.
Huh?
I left it here on this little luggage stand about an hour ago, right after I checked in. Only before I left it, I opened it and took out my gun.
So?
So when I got back, just before I called you, I found the bag as you see it now, locked again.
Oh, now look here, Mr.
Yeah,
Powell.
I know. But if a chambermaid had been in here, there would have been other signs. You know, bed turned down, fresh towels in the bath, things like that.
Boy, you're a suspicious man. You sure you didn't lock it yourself after taking your gun out?
I'm sure. Anyhow, instead of opening it, I started to pick it up to put it on the bed to unpack. Here now, you lift it.
Why?
Because it weighs close to 25 pounds, and that's too much for nothing but an extra suit, a few shirts and shorts, some handkerchiefs and the like.
You check with the desk?
No callers that they know about.
Well, let me see. Yeah, that is pretty heavy.
And it doesn't tick. Now, look here.
Yeah?
Do you see where somebody on the fire escape used a pry bar to shove this window open?
Well, yeah. Yeah, those marks are fresh. Very fresh. Operator, get me Central Police.
Expense account item 4. Check for $29.50 to the nearest Bond clothing store for one pair of trousers to replace those torn by Laird Douglas of what's his name, when I'd first met him in Harry's office. Item 5, phone call to Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton.
Well, don't you worry, Mr. Dollar. If you're delayed, you're delayed, and we'll just expect you here at the Maples when you get here. Your suite is all ready and waiting for you.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, I do hope you've had a suit made to replace those trousers little Laird Douglas tore. Why don't you have a couple of suits made and just charge them to me?
Thanks. Maybe I'll get around to that. Goodbye, Mrs. Van Pyton. First of all, I had to know what Lieutenant Howard found out about the suitcase he'd had his lab crew pick up. I took a taxi to headquarters. That's item 8, 65 cents.
Well, glad to see you, Dollar. Sit down.
Well, what'd you find out?
Dollar, that bag of yours had enough soup in it to blow out half the side of your hotel.
Oh, then I was right.
Yeah, professional job, too. Straight wire rig that would have gone off when you opened the bag.
Brother, I guess my lucky star is in the ascendant.
What made you suspect a booby trap, Dollar?
Last year and a few days ago, somebody tried to poison a dog.
Well do I know.
Laird Douglas Douglas of Heatherscote, Blue Ribbon Scotty, belonging to Mrs. Peter Malcolm
Kelly Van Pyton, yeah.
Right.
Apparently, the whole reason for it was to keep the pooch from winning the best of show at the annual dog festival, or whatever you want to call it, out at Ballackinwood.
So I've heard.
I think it was more than that.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, don't tell me you subscribe to the idea that if the dog were to die, Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton would probably kick off, too.
No question about it.
Okay.
Well, you don't know her yet, or you wouldn't be so skeptical. Her whole life revolves about that dog. And her money, of course.
Now, from what I've seen, she just throws that away.
Of course she does. At least in small quantities. You know, 1,000 or 2 here or there, even 100,000 to some school or library or something where it'll show. But even that's only a drop in the bucket to her.
Lieutenant, I don't quite see what you're driving at.
Well, she is one of the remnants of a class in this country, fast dying out, thank goodness, that for generations has been cultured and conditioned into thinking that money is everything, that their whole destiny is to control vast industries, lands, railroads, oil, shipping, and people. People, Dollar, by means of their sheer financial prowess.
But I thought our present tax
situation...
sure,
their day is almost done, but the few who are still around, like Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton, are hanging on for dear life, trying to add to their power.
Hey, Steve, you make a sweet, gabby, eccentric old lady sound like an ogre.
She is, no question. I'm sure she doesn't realize it.
Simply because this whole attitude has been so thoroughly ingrained into her all her life?
That's right.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Yeah, you'll see.
Well, look, let's get to the point. Who do you think might be trying to get rid of the old lady?
I haven't the least idea.
Well, no family, relatives?
Only living relative is her nephew, Warren Staley.
Ah.
Nothing.
You sure?
Haven't been able to pin a thing on him.
Where can I find this Warren Staley?
At the Maples.
He lives there with her, huh?
Yep.
And you're sure he would be her only beneficiary?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Good luck, Dollar.
Lieutenant Howard seemed to know what he was talking about. Nonetheless, I decided that the nephew, Warren Staley, would at least be a start, and the sooner I could move in at the Maples, the better. Item 9, $7.80 cab fares back to my hotel and out to the Maples in the suburb of Germantown. When I first saw the place, I could hardly believe my eyes. It looked like a regular castle perched atop a small hill. Even the gatehouse, nearly half a mile from the mansion, was big enough to house several families. But the mansion itself, wow. A rather stuffy-looking butler, after practically climbing up my family tree, escorted me to the reading room. Mrs. Kelly Van Pyton, and guess who? Whoops! Oh, easy now, Doug.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm so glad you're here. And look, he remembers you.
Yeah.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, it is. Attaboy, Doug. Easy
Oh,
now.
and please call him Douglas.
Huh?
After all, the name Doug sounds so common, doesn't it?
Oh, you really think he cares, Mrs. Van Pyton?
Oh, you're joking, aren't you?
Yeah.
Mr. Branson said you had quite a sense of humor.
Yeah, dumb boy.
Now, did Hastings show you to your suite?
The butler? No, but he took my things.
Then I'll show you. I'm sure you'll love it and be quite comfortable. This way, please.
Yes. You coming, Douglas? Yeah, attaboy.
Do you see how happy he is having you here? I am too, Mr. Dollar. Now we just... Oh, Warren, darling.
Huh?
Hello, Santa.
Mr. Dollar, this is my little nevy, Warren Staley.
Warren was 25 or so, bright, good-looking, and well but comfortably dressed. And at Mrs. Van Pyton's orders, he took me up to my suite. Living room, study, breakfast room, bath, and bedroom. And it still occupied only a small part of the second floor.
Now, here next to you are Dougie's rooms. One
Wow.
for sleeping and one for eating. Can you tie that?
the dining room for a dog. And through that door is Mademoiselle Poirot, his governess. She feeds and bathes them.
And that's a full-time job?
Oh, sure. Most pampered dog in the country.
Brother, I'll go with you on that.
No doubt Tonto will ask you to keep this connecting door open at night.
Hey, sit down a minute, Warren. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure. I hope you're impressed by all this.
Are you kidding?
And Tonto will love you dearly. Say, would you like a drink? There's a cellarette here for your convenience.
Holy. Sure, scotch and soda.
Good. Rather foolish, though, isn't it? All of it?
What do you mean?
Oh, it's such nonsense to keep up an estate like this just to keep face, so to speak.
Well, she can afford it, can't she?
Are you kidding?
You sound as though you don't enjoy this life of luxury.
Yeah, here's your drink. Enforced luxury to keep up the honor of the family. And I resent it.
Oh?
Without ever having to lift a finger, do an honest day's work. When she's gone, I'll be one of the wealthiest men in the country.
That's bad, huh?
Do you think it's strange that a fellow would like to stand on his own feet for a change, make something of himself, by himself?
Well, why not just pack up and leave?
You don't know Tonto.
No, I guess I don't.
Oh, it's really more than that. I'm the only member of this family left, aside from Tonto.
So I understand.
I'm the only one left to carry on the Van Pyten empire. Drink up.
Wait a minute. Branson used that term, too.
Yes, empire. Not only enough security to sink a battleship, but controlling rights in steel, utilities, and most important of all, Eastmoreland oil.
I see.
And what's most important about that is that I'll survive to keep control of Eastmoreland from Kenworthy.
Harrison R. Kenworthy.
Yeah? There's been a battle over Eastmoreland oil for generations between the Van Pytens and the Kenworthys.
Say, tell me, does Kenworthy have any heirs?
One. His son, Ronald.
I see. What sort of a fellow was he?
Good friend of mine. We waste a lot of our time together. Oh, drink up, Mr. Dollar. I'm ready for another, and you haven't even touched yours.
Yeah, well, listen. I'm going to lay some cards on the table.
Shoot.
Somebody's been trying to get at Laird Douglas, the dog, presumably as a way of getting at your aunt.
It's true. If anything would have happened to little Dougie...
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Now, because of the intense rivalry between your aunt and Kenworthy, or rather between Laird Douglas and his pup, Lady O'Diddy's Mimmy, or whatever her name is, anyway, Kenworthy should be number one suspect.
When you know him, you'll cross him off your list.
So Lieutenant Howard has told me.
But, go on.
All right. As sole beneficiary of the Van Pyten Empire, as you call it, you come in as fast number 2 on the list.
I can understand that.
But unless everything you've told me is a fancy fairy tale to throw me off, then...
Everything I've told you is true, Mr. Dollar.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Go on.
Okay. And mind you, Warren, I'm not forgetting for a minute that there's been a couple of murders involved in this whole screwy business, plus an attempt on my own life.
Attempt on your... Dollar?
Hey, what gives you... Are you plastering on a little over one drink?
No, listen to me. I know. Now I know, and I can tell you, Dollar.
Tell me what?
The answer, the whole thing. Dollar!
Warren, what's the matter with you?
I can't breathe.
Hey, Warren.
Drink meant for you. Don't touch...
He died without another sound. I carefully sniffed the drink that had been poured for me, gingerly tasted it. Nothing. Nothing that I could spot. Yeah, poor Warren had probably been right. Whatever it was had no doubt been meant for me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, things and people finally begin to line up on the case. Just well enough for it to blow sky high. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Howard, homicide.
Oh, hi, Steve.
Hi. As you know, I've given orders for you to be confined to your suite out there at the Maples until I can get some of the lab crew out there.
You don't think I murdered Warren Staley?
Apparently, you were the only one who was with him when he died.
Now, look here. I'm the one who's kept even the family out of here.
What's more important, you're the only one on the whole estate who might be trusted to keep things intact. Any possible evidence. So please don't leave your room.
Okay, diplomat. I'll sit tight.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account, or rather report, submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in connection with my investigation of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter. No need to itemize expenses at this point because there are none. The magnificent suite in which I'm parked out at the sumptuous mansion of Mrs. Peter Malcolm Kelly Van Pyton is fine, except for the body of young Warren Staley, Mrs. Van Pyton's nephew, draped over the arm of the easy chair in which he died a few minutes ago. I'd called Lieutenant Howard at Homicide on the phone in my room immediately, and within minutes the nearest patrolman was stationed outside my door, refusing admittance even to the lady of the house. After all, this was the third murder that tied up with the Scottish terrier who started all this, Laird Douglas of Heatherscote. While waiting for Lieutenant Howard and his crew, I shaved, showered, and changed my clothes. Then, about 10 minutes later...
Well, Dollar?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
See what you mean.
Yeah. And he seemed like a nice kid, too.
It's all yours, Doctor. Go right ahead.
Very well, Lieutenant. Here, Paul, just sit.
Okay, for pictures, Lieutenant?
Yeah, go right ahead, Sergeant.
Okay, excuse me, Doc. Hey, before you get started again.
Okay, Dollar, let's have it. What happened?
Well, Warren brought me up here himself, and I sat him down to ask him some questions.
You suspected him, didn't you? In spite of what I told you.
Sure. As sole beneficiary of the Van Pyton estate, empire, as he called it.
Yeah, well, what do you think now?
But you were right, that he was clean. Anyhow...
My poor darling Warren, where is he? No, take your hands off me. My boy
Just a
is
minute,
dead.
Mrs. Van Pyton.
No, you can't keep me out. This is my own house, and this is my own nephew,
I'm
my
sorry,
boy.
but you'll have to wait until we can get everything clear.
This terrible
Mrs. Van
thing.
Pyton, if you just wait until we finish...
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Hey, whoa, young fella, hold on a minute.
Who are you?
Johnny Dollar, who are you?
Ronald Kenworthy, his best friend. What happened to him?
He was poisoned.
Poisoned? And where were you? How could a thing like this happen if you were doing what...
Ronnie, just calm down a minute. How long have you been here in the house?
Why, half, 3/4 of an hour, something like that. But I don't see...
Where were you?
Well, I was down in the reading room with Mrs. Van Pyton.
All the time?
Then out in the garden.
Alone?
Yes, except for a few minutes while I talked to Hastings, the butler, out there.
What were you doing in the garden?
I was on my way up here by the back way to see Warren. I've always used the back staircase from the garden, ever since we were kids together. This suite of rooms used to be our playroom, ever since I can remember.
All right. Go on with what you were saying.
Well, then about that time, or a few minutes later, I don't know exactly, I heard the police car come screaming up the driveway. That was the first that any of us, Mrs. Van Pyton or Hastings or I, that any of us knew that something was wrong, that something had happened to Warren. But now look here, Mr. Dollar,
All right,
I don't...
Kenworthy, you two.
What?
You'll have to leave with Mrs. Van Pyton until we're through in here.
Oh, please, Ronald, help me. Help me.
But I...
Go ahead, Ronnie, go ahead.
All right. Oh, come on, you poor old dear.
Poor old dame. Sorry for her. You finding anything, Doc?
Yes, I think so. I certainly think so. Be with you in a minute.
All right. You better go on with what you were saying, Dollar.
Well, not much more to say, Lieutenant. Warren felt the same way you do, that Branson at the insurance company does. If anything happened to the dog, Laird Douglas, it'd be the end of Mrs. Van Pyton. That the murders of the dog's handlers, caretakers, were purely incidental to attempts on the dog's life. But
what?
Well, he apparently was as concerned over this whole thing as we've been. Said he had a very strong theory about who might be back of all this.
Who, did he tell you?
He was about to when this, whatever it was, hit him.
Well, I'll tell you what it was, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc? Oh, this is Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
Doc.
Dollar. Norfolk acid. Same thing that killed the two dog handlers and was used on the dog itself. I can tell without further examination.
Wait a minute, Doc, wait a minute. If the dog got the same thing that killed a couple of grown men...
A dog with a much more sensitive stomach, unused to all the strong food and drinks the human stomach is constantly abused with, the dog would immediately regurgitate and retain only a minute amount of the pornorific acid.
I see.
In the case of Warren Staley here, it was added to the Scotch whiskey he drank. Traces of it in his glass and in a full glass beside your chair.
Well, Doc, have you checked those bottles in the cellar, Ed?
Just about to.
Which bottle did he pour that out of, Dolly?
The one right next to that bottle of VO there. Wait a minute. This isn't the same bottle.
What?
Well, the one he poured from was half empty. This is nearly full.
Hey, now, what's the matter with you boys? You let somebody switch bottles a minute ago. Now, wait a minute. Nobody else came in here besides Mrs. Van Payton and young Kenworthy?
Hastings, the butler, but he just stood in the doorway.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Yet somehow, between the time Warren Staley poured those drinks and now, somebody switched bottles. Unless you're wrong about this, Dollar.
No sign of the poison in this one, Lieutenant. It's the only Scotch bottle.
You been here in the room all this time, Dollar?
Yeah, sure. And in the bath, I shaved and showered and dressed while waiting for you to get here. But only after one of your men came and parked outside the door.
Well, where does this door lead to?
Well, it's the dog's quarters, 2 rooms.
Oh, I see. Come on, Dollar. You might wait for us.
Yeah, right. I'll be here.
What about that door beyond?
Oh, that. Mademoiselle Poirot, the dog's governess.
Well, where was she?
How should I know? I didn't even meet her.
Uh-oh.
The Folies Bergère.
Yeah, I guess I should have knocked.
Who are you? Why you come in this way while I'm dressed myself?
Sorry, mademoiselle. We're the police.
Police? What have I done that you should see me this way?
Well, nothing, ma'am, nothing. But how long have you been there in your room?
Only 2 minutes. I came in the back way to change my clothes.
Yeah, that was obvious.
It's my day off. I have big date.
Not now, you haven't. Get dressed, and I'll send an officer in to escort you downstairs. Come on, Dolly.
No, you cannot do this to me. I've done nothing wrong. You cannot make me stay here.
Say, Pete, send somebody around the back way to cover the governess and take her downstairs for questioning.
Yes, sir. Hey, Ransom, you.
And Johnny, looks like you goofed.
Hmm?
While you were showering, somebody came in through her room, through the dog's quarters, and did the bottle switch on us.
Oh, well, then we're even.
Yeah, we're... What?
You have very carefully mussed up any fingerprints that might have been on those doorknobs.
Oh. Jerry, see if you can get any prints off those doorknobs back there.
Right.
If I haven't wrecked them. But, Johnny, if I didn't know about you and your reputation, I'd peg this on you so fast you'd... You haven't been holding out on me, have you?
I assured him that I hadn't, then went downstairs to the monstrous living room and sat in while we went through a routine questioning of everyone in the household. I even went through the motions of bodyguarding the dog that had started all this and tried to console Mrs. Van Payton. Results of the questioning?
Nothing, Dollar, nothing. No leads.
Yeah, so I noticed. The 2 previous murders of the dog's caretakers or bodyguards, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, well, same poison was used then. In their food as well as the dog's.
But why? Why, Steve? Why? Why they? To keep them from helping Laird Douglas when it hit him?
Well, more likely because those handlers had got wind of the attempt to poison the dog and suspected who was trying to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So there's one thing you're overlooking, Dollar.
What's that?
The intended victim of this last poisoning was not Warren Staley, but you.
Oh, brother, I'm not overlooking that for 1 second.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you if you were holding out anything on me. Because it would indicate that you have a lead. Or at least suspicion about someone.
Sure. I got a lot of suspicions. Ronald Kenworthy, his old man, the butler, heaven help us, even Mrs. Van Payton. Maybe even you, Steve. But when it comes to evidence...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I've got work to do.
Looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack was nothing compared to hunting for the poisoned bottle of scotch that was no doubt stashed away somewhere. Far, far into the night, a regular army of policemen probed and dug and poked around. They opened drawers and closets and cabinets, pounded on walls, looking for sliding panels and secret compartments, went through the trash, sifted a trash heap, dug up any freshly turned earth they could find on the grounds, even climbed trees. Yeah, they prowled through attics and basements, looked everywhere. Result? Nothing. Meanwhile, I stayed close to Mrs. Van Payton, and I'll say this for her. In spite of her almost silly infatuation with that dog, she showed real strength of character. We sat alone together in the reading room.
I know, Mr. Dollar, there's nothing I can do to bring Warren back. Therefore, there's no point in simply sitting here weeping over it.
Yeah, that's true.
But it isn't easy because it meant more. I'm sorry.
I want to ask you some things, Mrs. Van Pyten. I suppose this is the wrong time, but I...
No, ask me, Mr. Dollar. I think I know what you want to ask, and now that this last terrible thing has happened, I pray that I can help you.
Well, I had quite a talk with Warren before he died.
Oh, I'm glad.
Warren would have been the sole heir to the Van Pyten estate.
Yes, he alone would have carried the honor, the prestige of the family after my passing. Oh, no. Surely you didn't think that he could have been behind those other terrible murders.
Quite frankly, at first I did. But he told me something else, and it's bothered me. About Mr. Kenworthy and his son.
Ronald? Oh, no, Mr. Dollar. He was supposed to be Warren's best friend.
You said supposed to be.
Well, I
Warren
don't...
made it very clear that if the Kenworthys could somehow acquire the Van Pyten holdings, either by Mr. Kenworthy marrying you...
I have told Harrison R. Kenworthy...
Yes, I know. If Laird Douglas wins the show from his Kerry Blue Terrier, you'll marry him.
Yes.
And I still think it's a screwy idea. But the fact remains it's fairly true.
It's quite true.
Neither you nor Mr. Kenworthy has too many years ahead, if you'll forgive me.
Mr. Dollar, what...
So there's now only one person left to benefit by the death of Laird Douglas, of Warren, of you, and ultimately of Mr. Kenworthy.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
That's right. Ronald Kenworthy. Well?
I know. I know it.
I think you've said enough, Mr. Dollar.
Ronald.
Yes, I heard it all. Mr. Dollar, I think you said too much for, shall we say, your health?
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, all cards are laid on the table. And believe me, the deck proves to have been stacked right from the beginning. Tomorrow, the wind-up. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ronald Kenworthy, Mr. Dollar.
Good. I want to talk to you. Are you at your home?
I am. And after the
Okay, then stay right there and I'll be over to see you.
Why don't you send the police instead?
What's that supposed to mean?
A few minutes ago in Mrs. Van Pyten's library, before you kicked me out, you practically accused me of the murder of her nephew.
Did I?
Well, didn't you?
Didn't you?
All right, Ronnie, just calm down and stay put until I can get over there.
You mean you aren't afraid I might try to take a powder, as you high-handed detectives like to put it? You mean you aren't worried that...
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is the final report in my investigation of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter. The whole case started out almost as a lark when I discovered that I'd come to Philadelphia to act as bodyguard to Laird Douglas, and for a fat fee and virtually unlimited expense accounts. Me, bodyguard to a dog. But it ceased to be funny when I learned that the dog's 2 previous caretakers had been murdered. And when, only a few hours ago, an attempt was made on my life that ended with the death of young Warren Staley.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I see. I guess I was so upset by the death of my nephew that I didn't realize the attempt was really made on your life.
The second attempt, Mrs. Van Pyten.
What?
Shortly after I arrived in Philadelphia, somebody planted a booby trap in my suitcase in my hotel room.
Good heavens, no. And you think that Ronald Kenworthy did that, too?
Well, what do you think?
Well, yes. Now that poor dear Warren is gone, there's nothing to prevent the Kenworthy estate from achieving control of the Van Pyten holdings. That is, if I were to die.
Go on.
Upon the death of Harrison Kenworthy, the whole financial empire would be inherited by his son, Ronald.
So I understand.
Ronald. And he would be the wealthiest, the most powerful man financially in the United States. Ronald, who pretended to be Warren's best friend. Who pretended to love me. It's a terrible thought, isn't it?
Apparently adds up, though, doesn't it?
There is no question of it. But what evidence have you?
None yet.
Well, then I'll help you get it. And I can do it, Mr. Dollar. I may appear to be only a wealthy, foolish old woman who dotes on her pet, Laird Douglas. But I'm not. I'm astute, shrewd, and clever. Since Peter, my husband, died, I alone have managed this estate, this financial empire. I use the word again. With my money, with my... Oh, yes, I can do it, Mr. Dollar, and Ronald will be made to pay for these terrible things that he has done.
I admire your confidence.
Nothing. No one can stand in my way. You see, I'm only sorry that a few minutes ago you didn't keep him here, make him face it.
I'm going to see him now.
Oh, where?
At his home. I understand the estate adjoins this one.
Yes. But please, look out for him. Shoot first, Mr. Dollar.
What?
Because now he may act like the cornered rat that he is.
I decided to walk across to the Kenworthy estate in the hope the fresh air would help clear my thoughts. Logical as it all seemed, I didn't like what I just heard. Then luck, pure, unadulterated luck. As I walked across the broad lawn between the main house and the gatehouse, I passed the garage building with its Rolls-Royce, 2 Cadillacs, and a station wagon. And then I saw him. Andy LaFord, alias Andrew Fortune, alias Andrew Ford, one of the cleverest second-story men in the country, with a record on the West Coast as long as your arm. A man who would do anything for money. He was idly going through the motion of dusting off a car. I walked past quickly, not sure whether he'd noticed me or not. I hope not. For it was one of his ilk who'd had to plant the booby trap in my hotel room, who could have slipped the poison into the liquor that killed Warren Staley. I turned in at the gatekeeper's house.
Mr. Dollar, I saw you at the question.
I want a
about that
telephone,
young...
quick.
Right here, sir. Is something
Thanks.
wrong?
Operator, get me Central Police, emergency.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar. Something
The man
else
there in the
happened?
garage, polishing cars.
Andy?
How long has he been here?
Oh, a year more. Ever since the dog show at Valley Kid.
Well, what does he do?
Year. Oh, the driving for Mrs. Van Payton, but something going
Hello?
on.
Give me Lieutenant Howard, homicide. After warning the old gatekeeper that I'd have his head if he said anything to anyone about my phone call, I left by the back door and went over to the Kenworthy mansion where young Ronald was waiting for me.
I must say, before we go any further, that I resent the way you ordered me out of the Van Pyten house a few minutes ago.
Yeah? Well, I'm sorry.
Whether you suspect me or expect me to help you in this case, it was
Lonnie, you knew Warren Staley.
Very well. We were the closest of friends, confidants.
All right. Just how much did he really care about the Van Pyten estate? Fortune, whatever you want to call it.
To put it bluntly, he wanted none of it. And I'm afraid his aunt rather resented it.
Well, why do you say that?
Because her whole life she's been obsessed by an almost overwhelming lust for power. When Warren finally rebelled against this, she tried not to show it, but she hated him for it. Unlike my father.
Oh?
I feel as Warren felt. And my father and I together have been laying the groundwork for dissipating the Kenworthy estate into corporate setups that will benefit many instead of just us. Does that sound strange to you?
It sounds like true philanthropy, if you mean it.
You must believe me, it is, and I do mean it. Oh, I won't suffer, of course. I'll still retain some control here and there, but I'll have to work at it instead of just carrying on the tradition of the idle rich. I'll be a man.
I hope you're telling me the truth, Ronnie. I believe you are, and I'd like to meet your father.
You will. Needless to say, it was much harder for him to break from this tradition of financial power than for me. So perhaps you can see why I admire him above all other men. Anything else?
I'll see you later.
I was worried about you, Mr. Dollar, going over there to see Ronald Kenworthy alone after all that has happened.
Yes, you should have been, Mrs. Van Pyten. Especially if you noticed that I passed by the garage on the way.
What?
I happened to notice someone there, and I think it answered a lot of questions for me. It was Andy LaForte.
Andrew? My private chauffeur?
Is that all he is?
Oh, do you know him, Mr. Dollar?
Look, I took on this case, Mrs. Van Pyten, because you offered me a fee too good to be turned down and an almost unlimited expense account.
You haven't answered my...
I should have got wise then and there. But I thought your great passion for your dog was just an amusing foible of an immensely wealthy, kind of foolish old lady.
Oh, Laird Douglas is a dear one, isn't he? Why, Mr. Dollar...
Let me add things up. A few minutes ago, you told me that thanks to your wealth and a very sharp, clever mind, you'd let nothing stand in the way of anything you chose to do.
Please, Mr. Dollar, I don't think I understand.
All right. You made a contract with Harrison Kenworthy that you'd marry him when and if Laird Douglas beat that pup of his at the dog show. An apparently silly sort of thing, yet everybody believed it. But the real reason for marriage to him was solely to acquire control of his holdings, increase this financial empire of yours. Very subtle. Kept you looking like a cute, whimsical old lady.
Why, this is the most absurd thing I ever heard of.
So I thought at first, but let me go on.
Oh, please do.
When you realized that Laird Douglas wasn't ready to beat that dog of his, rather than admit defeat, rather than lose the chance to make this marriage, you ordered the murder of the dog's handlers. Then the contract was still in force, just delayed.
I won't listen to such terrible things.
You'll listen whether you like it or not. You learned that Kenworthy and his son were planning to dissipate their fortune and thereby put it beyond your reach.
Mr.
On top
Dollar.
of this, your own nephew, Warren, wanted to do the same with your estate. This was too much.
What you have said is too much.
Then, by the time I arrived, you learned from an expert, Ray Rowland, that your dog would never stand a chance against Kenworthy's. So you wouldn't dare let him compete, at least until you'd hooked Kenworthy some other way. And part of your whole scheme was to build up evidence of attempts against you, through the dog, of course, though I'll bet you actually hate the mutt.
No, that's not true.
Anyhow, from the moment I talked to Ray Rowland, I was only in the way. So you tried to get rid of me, had somebody booby-trap my luggage.
Oh, you have no proof.
Andy LaForte, this so-called chauffeur of yours, would do anything for money. And I fully intend to break him down and make him admit you hired him as a killer.
Listen to me.
On the second try, the poison liquor, your nephew Warren got it instead of me. Fine. Another obstacle out of your way. After all, he had opposed you.
Mr. Dollar, how much do you want? I can make you financially independent.
Then you set your sights on Ronald Kenworthy, who was trying to break up the other empire you wanted to get your hands on. You even hoped that somehow I might help you. Shoot first, you said.
You don't understand. I was
Just
only...
what plans you had for his old man and that warped, twisted brain of yours, I don't know. But I'm sure you had plans. Well, lady, now it's too late.
No, Mr. Dollar. No, it isn't too late.
Stay away from that drawer. You'd even shoot somebody down with your own hand if you thought it necessary, wouldn't you?
But it isn't necessary, Mr. Dollar.
Huh?
Are you sure it wouldn't be easier if I were just to give you, say, $100,000 and 200,000? All right, Andrew.
Right here, Mrs. Van Pyton.
Well. Hello, Andy. Got a license for that thing?
Shut up. You want me to do it now, Mrs. Van?
Yes, Andrew.
What if the servants hit a shot? Hold it, Donna.
Don't worry, Andrew. I'll take care of things. Haven't I always for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. She'll take care of things. While you're pulling that trigger, she'll blast you down so fast you won't know what hit you. Make it look like we killed each other and leave her in the clear.
Quiet.
She's got a gun in that drawer beside her, and she'll use it. You hear me, Andy?
I said quiet. What you don't know is that she can't do without me. But we can do without you.
All right, Andy, wait now. Listen, will you?
Now, Mrs. Van.
All right, Andrew. Now.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, Lieutenant. Then you saw. He was going to shoot down Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I heard, too, Mrs. Van Pyton. Plenty.
Oh, no, you don't understand. Mr. Dollar had come up here to talk to me. I wanted to offer him a great deal more money for his work for me.
I guess I almost didn't make it. Glad you keep talking to him so long.
Got a cough drop?
Is this body the Abbe LaForge? Oh, shut up.
What was that?
You heard him.
I beg your pardon.
Clever, shrewd, astute. You're just off your rocker. You'd have to be, I guess, to start a thing like this in the first place. Well, I guess by the time the estate and inheritance laws get properly applied, the Van Pyton empire will be spread around the way Warren wanted it. Expense account item 10, $28.90, fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Total, including fees, $1,113.40. Remarks? I'm glad I'm poor. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, an insurance swindle that really backfired. The only trouble was it caught me right in the line of fire. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in our cast were Jeanette Nolan, Harry Bartell, Byron Kane, Jack Crucian, Bill James, James McCallion, Ken Christie, Dick Ryan, Bert Holland, Jack Edwards, and Hy Averback. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.